Chapter 641 The Remnants of the Bloody Knight Sect. It was a war eagle. It's not big. Only 3 meters when its wings are spread. Compared with some demon kings that are often over 100 meters, or even hundreds of meters in size. It is simply dwarfed by the giant. But the strength of this war eagle cannot be underestimated. A gust of wind that made people feel chilly suddenly rushed in front of Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng ducked sideways. With a slight difference in attitude, he passed by the war eagle. Everyone just saw that war eagle's claws that had not caught Yang Mucheng clatter to the ground with a click sound. The ground that had various kinds of restrictions on it, and that even Xian-level weapons could not leave traces on, was actually dug into 2 deep pits by this claw. As easily as tofu. And that war eagle. Then it circled in midair and flew towards the tomb passage again. As expected of my uncle, if you were killed so easily, we wouldn't have any fun, with a cold voice sounded. But he saw 7 or 8 people slowly walking out of the tomb passage. The war eagle that had attacked Yang Mucheng before was now landing on the shoulders of a leading man. And a pair of eagle eyes were looking at Yang Mucheng eagerly. Who are you? Yang Mucheng frowned slightly. These people came with bad intentions, and seemed to come directly for his reputation as the master uncle of the 10,000 Dao sword sect. You? The leading man took off his mask. Hiss. At this moment, everyone felt their scalps numb. Even Yang Mucheng frowned secretly. However, they saw that this man's face was covered with scars, and his original appearance was completely unrecognizable. It seemed that he had disfigured himself specifically to avoid being recognized by others. We are from the Blood Knight sect. The man holding the eagle smiled faintly and said, Uncle Master, it feels good to drive away the Annihilation sect of Emperor Shi with the help of the 10,000 killing order. Do you know that the purpose of this 10,000 killing order is our reputation is based on the lives of thousands of our Blood Knight sect disciples? Isn't the Blood Knight sect completely destroyed? Wang Renjie cried out. The man holding the eagle snorted coldly. That day when the Wandao sword sect slaughtered the whole family, we people happened to be out on a mission. So we escaped this disaster. I know that the Wandao sword sect never moves, and will be killed if it moves. The whole house was slaughtered. Have you seen our faces? We were disfigured the day the Blood Knight sect was destroyed. People from the Wandao sword sect and the law enforcement team were chasing us. The Wandao sword sect is so powerful that we cannot afford to provoke it, even if an ordinary young disciple is killed. The Wandao sword sect will not feel any physical pain. If I kill you, my great uncle, I believe that the Wandao sword sect will definitely get furious. It's actually the Bloody Knight Gate? Yang Mucheng raised his brows. But he didn't expect that there were still remnants of evil left. However, Jin Liang's style of doing things was very appealing to Yang Mucheng. I won't mess with you. You should be more sensible. If you touch me, then I will eradicate you and destroy your whole family. Unfortunately, although Jin Liang was determined to eradicate the problem, the Blood Knight sect was a second-tier sect after all. Even if people from the law enforcement hall were sent to hunt down, there were still people who survived. Thinking of this, Yang Mucheng slowly raised his head, looked at a few people, and said, The remnants of the Bloody Knight sect. The massacre of your sect was entirely your own fault. You killed our disciples in front of our sect elders. Do you really think that the Wandao sword sect is a soft persimmon? You can do whatever you want to do to it. If I were you, I would just be a coward and never see the light of day. Now you dare to show your face. Just waiting for me to catch you all. Boom! Yang Mucheng's words made these 7 or 8 people furious. One of the tall and thin men even roared angrily. Elder brother, what nonsense are you and this kid talking about? Let's catch him. Take off his head and use it as a urinal. And then hang his body on the City of Chaos for everyone to see. Destroying our blood the price of Night Gate. Wang Renjie closed his eyes and shouted angrily. The remnants of the Blood Knight sect. This is the territory of our Ingui sect. If you want to harm your senior, you need to ask our Ingui sect. How can you interrupt here? The man holding the eagle snorted coldly and immediately sent a palm strike. This palm caused a sharp whistling, like blood mist billowing in midair, transforming into a blood palm, drawing a long trace on the ground, and rushed in front of Wang Renjie in an instant. Wang Renjie, who was elected as the leader of the Ingui sect at the critical moment, is naturally not a weakling. Seeing the man holding the eagle take action, he clenched his fists and changed from his previous demeanor. His whole body was filled with black air, and his white hair was rising, as if an evil spirit had descended upon him. Upbraid, Wang Renjie stepped on the sole of his foot, and dozens of black mist billowed up under his feet. Looking closely, He saw that this black mist was actually a soul, wailing and screaming, and then quickly spiraled around in front of him. Transforming, it turned into a ghostly ghost shield, and then it ate the opponent's palm alive. Just hearing a boom, the ghostly ghost shield was directly penetrated. Dozens of ghosts let out a scream, turned into a black light, and suddenly disappeared. The bloody palm, with its remaining power unabated, slapped Wang Renjie hard on the chest. Boom! Wang Renjie screamed, spitting out a mouthful of blood mist, and his body was blasted out like an arrow. His body hit the wall heavily, and the wall where the restriction was set was cracked by him. Metropolitan. Metropolitan. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Ingui sect screamed in shock. Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. The eagle-wielding man at the head is actually a real nascent soul powerhouse. The 6 or 7 people who followed him were also half-step nascent soul beings. But listen, the man holding the eagle sneered and said, Ingui shield? If it is a 100-year-old evil ghost, it may be able to block my attack. Your Ingui sect has now fallen to this point. Not even comparable to a small 9th-tier sect. How dare you act arrogantly in front of us? Don't worry. After catching this kid, it will be your turn next. Ruan Xiuqi takes action. The man holding the eagle shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, the tall and thin man who had yelled earlier took a step forward and grabbed it with his right hand. When he took action, it was as fast as lightning, causing a roar. When the palm of the hand was in the air, it suddenly changed again, like a snake preying on prey, which was very strange. When he arrived in front of Yang Mucheng, he suddenly became calm again, like a tiger clapping its hands. This is the grabbing hand of the Blood Knight sect. At this moment, Ruan Xiuqi almost brought the 3 points of the grabbing hand to the extreme: speed, cunning, and fierceness. And his fingers were slightly open, which contained hidden energy. Once you catch the opponent, secret shock will be poured into your body. No matter how high your cultivation level is, you will still be as weak as mud. Senior, be careful, Wang Renjie shouted after coming back to his senses. Everyone in the Ingui sect present widened their eyes and looked forward. However, Yang Mucheng grinned and stretched out his right hand at the same time. Chapter 642 Yan Dongsheng. Ruan Xiuqi's grappling skills had become more and more proficient. When the man with the eagle saw Ruan Xiuqi take action, he couldn't help but nod. The other Blood Knight sect disciples also expressed admiration. Hey, this kid actually fought back? Seeing Yang Mucheng take action, the man holding the eagle raised his eyebrows. Others were also full of disdain. Notice, these people are the killers of the Blood Knight sect. They lick blood from their knife edges and hang their heads on their belts. I don't know how much experience I have in killing people. Although Yang Mucheng has reached the level of Golden Elixir Master at such a young age, his combat experience is naturally much lower than theirs. Snort. Seeing that Yang Mucheng actually dared to fight back, Ruan Xiuqi snorted disdainfully. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the speed of the dragon catcher suddenly doubled. However, he soon stopped laughing. But they saw Yang Mucheng's jade white palm, coming first and biting like a tiger's mouth, directly on Ruan Xiuqi's throat. The huge force directly caused Ruan Xiuqi's offensive to be broken. His whole body was driven back by inertia, and all the bones in his body made a crackling sound at this moment due to the strong impact. At the same time, this terrifying power even lifted his entire body. What? This sudden scene shocked everyone. Put him down! The man with the eagle yelled angrily. Put it down? No one dares to talk to me like this. Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and clasped his fingers suddenly. There was just a click, and the struggling Ruan Xiuqi's neck was directly broken and thrown away like a rag bag. Boom! Everyone looked and saw that Ruan Xiuqi was not even breathing. How brave! The man holding the eagle's eyes widened in anger, and his teeth were almost broken. They thought that Yang Mucheng was already a turtle in the urn and could not escape. But who would have thought that Yang Mucheng would kill another one in the blink of an eye? How can they endure this? Een. A clear and harsh eagle call suddenly sounded, and the war eagle standing on his shoulder suddenly flew over quickly. A pair of iron claws grabbed Yang Mucheng's shoulders. The claws of this war eagle are like hooks, and its power is unusual. Even the ground where the restriction is imposed has been scratched by it into 2 deep pits. If it catches a person, no matter how high your cultivation level is, the bones will be broken, and the body will be scratched. A few holes will also be caught. Hee hee. The golden-haired rat lying on Yang Mucheng's shoulder laughed strangely. Its body remained still, and its head looked forward. In an instant, the mouth enlarged dozens of times, like a huge bag that was directly covering the front. The war eagle was flying in midair, and when it suddenly saw the scene, it became even more frightened. Before he could rush to Yang Muching's side, he made a sudden turn and swept to one side. Although the war eagle's reaction speed is already very fast, the golden mouse is even faster. Like a dragon's glutton, it directly stuffed the war eagle into its mouth in one gulp, chewing it hard with its saw-like teeth, chewing it into pieces like a brittle bone. And there was a burst of crack sound, and then swallowed it in one gulp. And in the blink of an eye it transformed into its original appearance. This scene is a long story, but it all happened in a flash of lightning. If it weren't for the feathers on the ground and the blood dripping from the golden-haired rat's mouth, everyone in the Blood Knight clan or the Ingui sect would probably think that everything that happened before was just an illusion. Hiccup. The golden-haired rat burped, looked at the man holding the eagle with a smile and said, "Revenge? You have found the wrong person, and you have not considered your own strength." This moment, the hearts of everyone in the Blood Knight gate fell directly to the bottom. They just came here for revenge. They originally thought that the great uncle of Wandao Sword sect was nothing more than this. But who knew that the other party's strength was actually so terrifying? Even killing a golden elixir master with the same level of cultivation is like chopping melons and vegetables. You must know that there is no one who can become a master of the golden elixir who has not experienced hundreds of battles, and has not only 1,000 but also 800 ways to save his life. But in Yang Muching's hand, with just a slight twist, he was crushed to death like a chicken. How could this not be shocking? "Elder brother, this kid is not what we thought. He is just a guy who lives in the world with the title of master and uncle. I have long said that he may be the reincarnation of an old monster from Wandao Sword sect. If you don't listen, you have to come here. Kill him." At this time, a Blood Knight sect disciple wailed. As soon as his words came out, everyone was frightened. But before everyone could recover, they heard the man holding the eagle snort. He stretched out his right hand, and his 5 fingers formed into claws. It was still the grabbing hand used by Ruan Xiuqi before. However, Ruan Xiuqi's previous grappling hand was just to catch Yang Mucheng. But the attack of the man holding the eagle was intended to kill someone. As soon as the disciple of the Blood Knight sect started wailing, the palm of the man holding the eagle slapped him on the face. With such strong force, the disciple who was pushed directly threw his head back, and almost without any reaction, the back of his head hit the wall with a bang. Immediately, the disciple didn't even let out a wailing sound, but fell to the ground as limply as mud. "Whoever dares to disturb people's hearts again should be like him," the man holding the eagle shouted in a cold voice. His killing immediately made everyone in the Zuiman, who were originally shaken, not dare to say another word. "Senior, let's help you." Everyone in the Ingui sect saw that the Blood Knight sect had regained its military morale, and the sect leader was injured on the spot again. They were unwilling to give up. At this time, one by one stood up and looked at the man holding the eagle with murderous intent. "Back off!" Yang Mucheng raised his brows. At this moment, he still had time to turn his head and glanced at the Ingui sect members. "I still need your help to clean up this waste. How dare you speak so arrogantly even when you are about to die?" When the man holding the eagle heard the words, the 3 corpse gods immediately jumped up, holding back the anger in his heart. He narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, "My name is Yin Dongsheng. Remember this name. Otherwise you will be in the underworld when you fall into the trap." "After the underworld? I don't even know whose hands I will die in. You alone can kill me?" Yang Mucheng shook his head lightly. He patted the golden-haired rat on his shoulder and shouted, "The other guys from the Blood Knight sect are left to you. I'll kill this Yin Dongsheng." "Good." The golden-haired rat swooped down from Yang Mucheng's shoulder. Although the golden-haired mouse looks no bigger than a palm at this time, and it is so furry that it is so cute. But facing such a little thing, everyone in the Blood Knight sect felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. After all, the golden-haired rat swallowed the golden elixir master's war eagle in one gulp, and the scene of chewing it alive is still vivid in his mind. At this moment, Yang Mucheng was eyeing Yin Dongsheng. Chapter 643, The Power of Nascent Soul. It was too late. But soon, the two sides were already fighting. Several disciples of the Blood Knight sect took the lead. The 5 of them were like tigers descending the mountain or dragons crossing the river. They drew their weapons with a clang and rushed towards the golden-haired rat. As expected of the Blood Knight sect, where killers were born, they cooperated with each other like twin brothers. Unable to find any flaws, and the rapid movements implied formations and crazy speeds. Yang Mucheng did not take action. On the one hand, he was on guard against Yin Dongsheng. But on the other hand, he also wanted to see how the golden-haired rat fought. But see! The golden-haired mouse grinned and suddenly looked like a cat with explosive hair. The soft hair on its body stood up at this moment like an electric shock. Before everyone could recover, they saw a patch of golden hair like rain. Blasted out. Duo! 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 These hairs are extremely powerful. Without hitting the Blood Knight sect disciple, it was directly nailed to the forbidden wall. It was as powerful as steel needles. And the wall was shot out with traces like dense pinholes. Even through the wall. This scene made the eyes of everyone in the Ingui sect twitch wildly. If these hairs hit the body, even the Golden Elixir Master would turn into a hedgehog on the spot. The people of the Blood Knight sect who were in the midst of this violent storm attack were extremely flexible and tried their best to avoid it. There was even a disciple who was the first to bear the brunt of running towards the golden-haired rat. Before he could rush in front of him, the long sword in his hand shook, and a shocking blood glow appeared. This blood glow was like a wave of sea water that rolled up dozens of times. Zhang Gao suddenly hit the golden-haired rat. The golden-haired mouse was not in a hurry. At this moment, it shook its body and swelled from the size of a palm to the size of a tiger. Immediately afterwards, the four claws suddenly slapped, and the claw tips were drawn into deep pits on the ground. There was a terrible sound of fierce wind on the spot, which was torn apart and slapped with blood. Crack! It even swept forward with a burst of golden light, and bit the disciple's neck off on the spot with its sharp teeth and muscles. Everyone watching the scene had their scalps numb and goosebumps all over their bodies. This Demon King is so smart! Yes, he also has great vision. He can actually see directly through the center of the blood light. Not only can he crack it, but he can also counterattack at the same time. How did Senior conquer this mouse? Notice, the higher the intelligence of the Demon King, the harder it is to conquer it. This Demon King's intelligence even surpasses that of many human warriors. However, the battle is not over yet. Ordinary warriors would basically be crushed against Demon Kings of the same level. Although the Demon King is far stronger than the human warriors in terms of strength, physique, speed and other innate conditions compared to the warriors. In fact, because the warriors master a variety of martial arts, it is easy to win. But when it came to the golden-haired rat, it was a one-sided massacre. To know, the only golden-haired rat is the Golden Elixir Grandmaster, who is on the same level as Yang Mucheng. But those half-step nascent soul Zuiman killers were like chickens and dogs in front of it. These people from the Blood Knight sect are going to be in bad luck this time. Everyone in the Ingui sect secretly laughed. Yes, one of my senior's golden-haired rats has such power. It killed the killers of the Blood Knight sect like chickens and dogs, and they ran away with their heads covered. If the senior had done it himself, how could these Blood Knight sect killers survive? The great elder of the Ghost sect snickered. Wang Renjie took a pill, rested for a while, and his complexion improved a little. When he heard everyone's conversation, his brows became more serious. I'm afraid that may not be the case. That Yin Dongsheng is so powerful. He is a true nascent soul strongman. What? The powerful nascent soul. When everyone heard these words, their eyes almost bulged out, and the smiles on their faces suddenly stiffened. After reaching the Golden Elixir realm, all warriors below the Golden Elixir are just ants. For those who are strong in the nascent soul, they are also ants under the nascent soul. Don't you see? Even Wang Renjie, who is half a step into nascent soul, couldn't resist Yin Dongsheng's palm, and he vomited blood and flew backwards. No matter how powerful Yang Mucheng is, he only has the cultivation level of Master Jindan. Thinking of this, everyone looked at the battlefield again. But see, the golden-haired rat was killing everyone at this moment. As long as the warriors he targeted, almost no one could survive. At this moment, the golden-haired rat was even bigger, rushing towards the last Blood Knight sect disciple like a giant tiger. The disciple had a bright face. He was slightly weaker than his fellow disciples. Even they were not the enemy of the Demon King, let alone himself. But at this moment, he was so frightened that he forgot to even escape, let alone dodge. Snort! At this time, suddenly, a cold voice came. Suddenly, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the golden-haired rat. This figure was surprisingly Yin Dongsheng. The golden-haired rat's eyes were filled with fierceness, and he raised his sharp claws like a liger and struck directly at Yin Dongsheng. Roll! Yin Dongsheng opened his eyes angrily and smacked him away with his palm. Call. A terrifying whistling sound was heard. And then a bloody palm print that was several times larger than Wang Renjia's previous repulse was seen. And it rushed towards the golden-haired rat with a monstrous blood light. The golden-haired rat was horrified and waved its claws in midair, then tore the bloody palm print into pieces. But before it could breathe a sigh of relief, Yan Dongxing's palm lightly touched the golden-haired rat's body. Boom! There was a muffled sound, like a cracking sound, like the internal organs being shattered. Original. In front of the golden-haired rat, Yan Dongsheng was extremely small, just like an adult man and a child. But the result was that the golden-haired mouse trembled, flew out, and hit the wall. The wall was covered with restrictions, and the moment the golden-haired rat hit it, ripples bloomed like a tidal wave. But the ripple was not blocked and was directly smashed. So, in full view of everyone, the golden-haired rat was blown away by this palm, knocking down 7 or 8 walls in a row, and seemed to penetrate the entire mausoleum. Hiss! The golden-haired rat jumped out of the ruins and stared at Yan Dongsheng with his eyes. On its chest, there was a palm print that sunk 3 inches into its body. If it hadn't gathered up its hair quickly when this palm came, condensing it into an armor-like posture and removing most of its strength. Otherwise this palm would have killed it. The strong nascent soul! Yang Muqing's expression condensed. Yan Dongsheng laughed strangely, stared at Yang Muqing and said, "Without the cultivation level of nascent soul realm, how could I dare to kill you personally?" The golden-haired rat wanted to come forward again, but Yang Muqing stopped it. After taking a look at the furious golden rat, Yang Muqing slowly cast his gaze towards Yan Dongsheng and grinned. "Today, I don't care if you are nascent soul or golden pill. I will kill you." Chapter 644 Golden Elixir Master vs. Yuaning Realm. You? Yan Dongsheng looked at Yang Muqing with a trace of ridicule in his eyes. He didn't think that only Yang Muqing, the master of Jin Dan, could be his opponent. He used to be a killer. To kill someone, he needed to know all the details about the other person before he would kill him. If he hadn't mastered the other party's details, how could he dare to take action rashly? You, a little golden elixir master, still want to compete with a powerful nascent soul? For a golden elixir master like you, I can kill a bunch of them with one slap. Is it? Yang Muqing smiled. Believe it or not, you will know it soon anyway. Yan Dongsheng looked at Yang Muqing coldly. You are not a strong Yuaning person, so you don't know how terrifying the Yuaning is. Underneath the Yuaning, everyone is just an ant. After saying that, Yan Dongsheng waved his right hand. Call. A cold chill surged rapidly, and then a red palm print surged up and flew towards Yang Muqing. This red palm print was more terrifying than the one that injured the golden-haired rat before. It appeared in front of Yang Muqing almost at the same time. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Yingui sect subconsciously held their breath. Even such a powerful golden-haired rat was knocked back by Yan Dongxing's palm. Now that the power of this palm is even greater than before, can Yang Muqing withstand it? Yang Muqing said nothing. He slowly raised his palm. His right hand, as white and tender as jade, was even more delicate than a woman's. It could even be said that it could be broken by a blow. But the power erupted from this palm shot made everyone unable to believe it. The bloody palm prints that had continuously defeated Wang Renjia and the golden-haired rat, when they came into contact with Yang Muqing's palm, immediately exploded and turned into a blood mist that filled the sky. In the diffused blood mist, a palm that seemed to be condensed with soft white jade seemed to tear through the void and slap towards Yan Dongsheng. A hint of unbelievable anger flashed in Yan Dongxing's eyes. Then, the attacks from both sides shook each other heavily. Between Dui Han's palms, a wave of air visible to the naked eye surged directly at this moment, spreading in all directions desperately. This wave of air directly lifted everyone away, and then hit the wall. Then the restrictions on the wall were unable to withstand this terrifying impact, and were torn apart by the air waves. The entire hall shook at this moment. The people who were thrown away quickly got up and looked towards the battlefield. However, this look was shocking. But see, Yang Muqing and Yan Dongsheng refused to give in. And they were actually competing with each other's vitality and inner strength. Senior actually blocked it? Then Yan Dongsheng is a powerful nascent soul. Everyone can feel the terror of the powerful nascent soul. But the most shocking thing is that Yang Muqing actually blocked Yan Dongxing's bloody palm. Just see. At this moment, Yan Dongxing's whole body's strength surged to the limit, and a bloody light burst out from outside his body. This light covered more than 10 meters, and even covered the body, like a piece of tumbling blood, filled with a terrifying evil intention. Yang Muchung, on the other hand, refused to give in at all. Although he is only a master of Jin Dan, his energy, blood and inner energy are not much worse than Yin Dongsheng. The two astonishing forces squeezed crazily, even causing a crackling sound to be heard in the surrounding space. The eyes of everyone looking at him became distorted and blurred at this moment. What's more, the two incompatible forces centered on the two of them set off a terrifying and astonishing wind. How can it be? A trace of incredible shock flashed in Yin Dongxing's eyes. Upbraid! There was an angry roar in his throat, and he suddenly stepped on his feet, the soles of his feet digging deeply into the ground. At this moment, his whole body was like an old tree with its roots connected to the earth. At this moment, the muscles all over his body were squirming crazily in a horrifying manner, and the spine on his back was rolling like a big dragon. When the terrifying energy and blood turmoil in the nascent soul realm was heard, everyone's ears seemed to be filled with the sound of a roaring sea. There was no hesitation. Yin Dongxing's left palm stretched out like an eagle's claw. This was not a grappling hand, but a blood dragon's claw. When the right hand was taken out, the inner energy followed and covered it. The entire right hand seemed to turn into a shocking blood dragon claw, and the 5 fingers were like steel nails, digging into Yang Muchung's heart. Snort! Yang Muchung Guyu pointed out that the continuous and mighty rain was pouring down, quietly dissolving this force. Almost at the same time, he shot out the great cold finger and pointed it at the center of Yin Dongxing's eyebrows. At this moment, the cold wind howled, and everyone in the mausoleum felt as if they had fallen into an extremely cold HL at this moment, and they couldn't help but tremble. Yin Dongxing, who was the first to bear the brunt, was even more covered by this terrible chill. Even at this moment, his hair was condensed into a thin layer of frost from the tips of his eyebrows to the roots of his hair. However, before the frost could cover it, it was shattered by his terrifying inner energy, and struck directly with a palm. Bang! 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 The shocking attack between the two sides broke out desperately, centered on the two men. The entire tomb was almost completely destroyed at this moment. Whether it's the golden light or the dripping blood, as long as it hits the ground, it will create a terrifying giant crater in the ground. Elder brother Yin Dongxing exploded with all his strength. The disciples of the Blood Knight sect widened their eyes, and could hardly believe it. Notice, the Golden Elixir Master must be weaker than the Nascent Soul Master. This is almost an iron law that has never changed since ancient times. But today, it has subverted everyone's perception. Yang Muchung, the Golden Elixir Master, was actually on par with Yin Dongxing, the Nascent Soul Powerhouse. Punch you back! Yang Muchung dodged Yin Dongxing's palm. At this moment, his eyes widened angrily, and his right fist was tucked under his ribs. His whole body was tense and stretched in a straight line from head to toe. His whole body was like a tight and strong bow, and his right fist was an angry arrow that was ready to go. Boom! With a punch. At this moment, the 5-clawed golden dragon with golden body and legal form also surged up at the same time. It raised its terrifying giant claws and blasted towards Yin Dongxing. Not good! Yin Dongxing's expression changed drastically, and his expression suddenly became solemn. He did not dare to show any slightness, and quickly crossed his arms to form a cross, blocking him in front of him, and then took Yang Muchung's punch alive. Boom! It was like a meteorite falling to the ground and thunder exploding. Yin Dongxing's body trembled, and he could no longer maintain his balance, and his whole body was pushed backwards by Yang Muchung. His whole body flew up and hit the ceiling of the mausoleum. On the ceiling, the half-inch-long restriction couldn't even hold on for a moment, and then completely exploded. Yin Dongxing's body blasted through the entire mausoleum and flew out. Chapter 645 The Spirit Sword Ranking begins. But see, the huge and luxurious mausoleum has been knocked out of a hole several feet long. Along the edge of the cave, large chunks of rock continued to fall down crazily, clattering to the ground, making bursts of rumbling sounds, and throwing up a cloud of smoke. Everyone looked towards the hole, and happened to be able to see Yin Dongxing, who had been shot out. Yin Dongxing's body shook, and in midair, he relieved the force of the punch. There was a half-inch deep fist mark on his chest. Centered around the fist mark, half of the surrounding ribs were collapsed, and cracks in the skin and muscles were faintly visible. Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows. I saw. The injuries caused by his previous punch actually recovered rapidly at this moment at a speed visible to the naked eye. As expected of a powerful nascent soul, his resilience is so terrifying. Tear. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Dongsheng violently tore off his shirt, revealing his body covered with ferocious scars. On his right chest, there is a very conspicuous bloody skull head. It's true that I underestimated you. I didn't expect that you, the master uncle of Wandao Sword Sect, are not a person with a false reputation. However, you are not Yuanying, and you still don't know how terrifying the strong Yuanying is. The physical body is more resilient than you can imagine. Even if you kill me, I can still rely on nascent soul to live. Yang Mucheng looked at Yin Dongsheng quietly without saying a word, and his body slowly floated up from the hole in the mausoleum. He stared at Yin Dongsheng, glanced at the sky again, couldn't help but frown, and sighed. Sigh? Are you scared? Yin Dongsheng sneered. Unfortunately, it's too late. Yang Mucheng shook his head. Nascent soul powerhouses are indeed difficult to deal with. The reason why I sigh is just because I can't seem to catch up with the spiritual sword ranking. Turn out to be, this battle has already dawned. When it was just dawn, the people of the 36 sects, led by their respective leaders and elders, came to the central meeting place of the City of Chaos. Originally, Ling Xiao, who ranked first on the last spiritual sword ranking, should have been the one that attracted everyone's attention. However, due to the emergence of Yang Mucheng, everyone in the City of Chaos focused their attention on the Wandao Sword Sect. The people from Wandao Sword Sect are here. Look. Lu Xie, Tianshan, they are all here. Hey, old Mo Yang is not here. He is the popular figure this time. Yes, if he doesn't come, then there will be one less interesting point in this spiritual sword list. Discovered in public. After Yang Mucheng was not seen in the Wandao Sword Sect's team, everyone suddenly looked extremely disappointed. After all, the conflict between Yang Mucheng and the Annihilation sect of Emperor sure spread almost throughout the City of Chaos, and his great uncle also made everyone look forward to it. But unfortunately, he was absent. Master, why aren't you here yet? Yu Feishuan's eyes swept across the venue, unable to conceal her eagerness. If Yang Mucheng didn't still have the breath of life, she would have wanted to mobilize everyone in the sword sect to search for him. Maybe he forgot about the spirit sword ranking this time. Ling Xiao glanced at the Wandao Sword Sect's camp with a trace of regret in his eyes. Why doesn't Mr. Yang come? I heard that many people on the spirit sword list this time want to take action on him. What trouble did he get into again? You don't know. He is the great uncle of the Wandao Sword Sect. For him, the Wandao Sword Sect even took out the 10,000 killing order. Many disciples of the sect want to defeat him fair and square in this battle on the spiritual sword ranking. He wants to make himself famous. Yes. In addition to that, there is also Hanqi Fire Sect, who also wants to attack Yang Mucheng. Then this time he is surrounded by enemies. Could it be that he knows that there are too many people who are hostile to him this time, so he doesn't dare to come at all? Many people whispered. His absence was regretted by many people. Outside the City of Chaos, there are more than 800 miles of forest. Yin Dongsheng was stunned for a moment, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha! Yang Mucheng, it's ridiculous that you still want to participate in the spirit sword ranking when you are about to die. I've told you before. You can't go anywhere. I can only send you on your way. Clang. Yin Dongsheng raised the sword in his hand and pointed it at Yang Mucheng from a distance. It seems that we can only do it as soon as possible. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. He knows. If I delay any longer, I'm afraid I will really miss the spirit sword ranking. The mission for which he became famous has not yet been completed. Only the last step is left. The title of this great uncle did not allow him to complete this step. Only the spiritual sword ranking could. Without any nonsense, Yang Mucheng raised the Xinglua Xuanye's sword. Drink! Yin Dongsheng's body was suspended, and his face covered with scars became more and more ferocious. The right hand holding the sword sharply closed, and veins like earthworms emerged from the back of his hand quickly spread to the entire arm. On the contrary, his originally frightening and turbulent inner energy quickly converged at this moment, and the suffocating breath seemed to disappear without a trace at this moment. However, Yin Dongsheng felt a terrible feeling at this moment. Like the calm before the storm. Like the depression before the eruption of a volcano. Everyone in the Yingui sect crawled out of the mausoleum in a panic, looking at the scene in the sky. Their expressions suddenly became horrified. Unexpected, Yin Dongsheng moved and jumped out like a cheetah, leaving behind him a bloody afterimage. At the same time, the long sword in his hand pointed forward. A sword beam that was more than 100 meters long shot out like lightning, and suddenly shot in front of Yang Mucheng without any warning. Boom! Yang Mucheng's eyes widened in anger. Faced with this frightening blow, he advanced instead of retreating and rushed forward fiercely with a momentum of no hesitation. At the same time, he also quickly swung the Xinglua Xuanye's sword. Boom! The piercing whistling sound of thousands of steel needles resounded crazily at this moment. I saw, along the tip of Yang Mucheng's sword, a cloud ring with the air cut into pieces appeared in a stunning way. A golden half-moon sword blade that was not inferior to the blood-colored sword light passed through the void and suddenly collided with the sword light. The horrifying attack struck together fiercely. In midair, there was a crazy and continuous roar like sea water. This ear-piercing loud sound turned into invisible sound waves in an instant. Wherever it passed, rocks shattered and trees were crushed. In the forest, those monsters with lower cultivation levels were directly exploded by the shock. Their orifices bleed, and they died on the spot. No! Sonic attack! Wang Renjie was horrified. He hurriedly poured his inner strength into his palms, covered his ears, and at the same time reminded everyone to retreat back. I saw, where the sound waves spread, hundreds of feet in radius were razed to the ground in an instant. Tongue! At the moment when the attacks from both sides collided, Yang Mucheng and Yin Dongsheng seemed to have made an appointment and rushed toward each other crazily. Chapter 646 Ranking Challenge. Sword Light. Flying Rain. At this moment, they became one, and the turbulent void surged to the limit. Previously, in the mausoleum, due to restrictions, the power of the fight between the two sides was not intuitively displayed. But now there are no restrictions outside this mausoleum. Whether it's Yang Mucheng or Yin Dongsheng, the power of the moves between the two sides was revealed without any hindrance at this moment. Every time they fought, a forest disappeared completely. Mountains hundreds of meters high were flattened. It was as if the two of them had become existences that were above all else. Yin Dongxing's sword is faster. Then Yang Mucheng's sword is faster. Yin Dongxing's sword is strong. Then Yang Mucheng's sword is even stronger. If Yin Dongsheng had not relied on his cultivation in the nascent soul realm, he would have been suppressed by Yang Mucheng. Get down here! A certain moment, Yin Dongsheng let out a roar, and the originally fast and strange sword moves suddenly became powerful at this moment. He poured the second level of fighting spirit into this sword, the 10,000 fighting will. Yang Mucheng raised his sword and slashed, completely removing the force of the sword. Almost at the same time, Yang Mucheng slashed down with his sword, and with the same gesture, he slashed down with his sword. It's you who should get out! Yin Dongsheng was horrified. This sword was filled with violent fighting spirit. Almost as soon as he took the sword, he felt a huge force, like a flood, invade his body. His whole body suddenly lost his balance, and was pressed down from 100 meters in the air. Boom! There was a loud noise, accompanied by dust all over the sky, and even the entire forest trembled at this moment. But see, where Yin Dongsheng fell to the ground, a mushroom cloud of dust was already rising, and large cracks swept from the dust towards the surroundings, spreading densely, while everyone was exclaiming. The dust had been shattered by a strong force. At this moment, Yin Dongsheng rushed towards Yang Mucheng at a speed even more terrifying than when he fell. Immediately, the two fought madly together, and the shocking sword energy and light made both of them seem to become a huge ball of light. It's even impossible to see directly with the naked eye. Is this Yang Mucheng really the reincarnation of an old monster from the Wandao sword sect? Now, Yin Dongsheng was almost vomiting blood, although he was still able to suppress Yang Mucheng with his cultivation. But if you want to achieve greater results, it is not that easy. On the contrary, if he was slightly negligent, Yang Mucheng would have the upper hand, and he would be so suppressed that he could not lift his head. Is this kid really only 17 years old? He has the cultivation level of a golden elixir master, strong internal energy, and huge numbers. He is even more powerful than me, a strong nascent soul warrior. He is also extremely powerful, and has strong body and blood. It's scary. Even if you practice from the mother's womb, you can't reach this level. Notice, whether it is inner strength cultivation, or physical energy and blood, it takes time to accumulate bit by bit. Your cultivation has improved too quickly, and your internal energy is destined to be mixed and not very pure. As for the body, energy, and blood, it takes time to forge and accumulate bit by bit. Don't see you? Except for those geniuses in the super sects, it would take hundreds of years of hard work to reach the golden elixir, or even reach the nascent soul realm. But Yang Mucheng does not belong to any category. He seems to have no shortcomings. even if you hit him with a palm, breaking his inner strength and imprinting it on his body. The other party can still quietly resolve it with your terrifying physique. Boom! In the eyes of everyone, the two of them were like wild beasts, fighting fiercely like crazy. Wherever it passes, nothing remains intact. This is too powerful! Wang Renjie swallowed his saliva. Although he has seen Yang Mucheng deal with warriors of the same level, even half-step Yuaning who is one level higher than him, he can kill them like melons and vegetables. But at this moment, Yang Mucheng's opponent is not those half-step nascent souls with half a bucket of water, but the real nascent soul masters. Senior, the Golden Pill Grandmaster is not afraid of the powerful nascent soul. If he reaches the nascent soul stage, how terrifying will he be? Wouldn't it be possible that even the powerful Zifu can compete with him? In Gui Sect the Great Elder cried out loudly. Wandao Sword Sect is a genius this time. Senior alone is enough to make Wandao Sword Sect jump from 36 sects to the top 3. They are heading towards the City of Chaos. At this moment, everyone discovered that Yang Mucheng and Yin Dongsheng did not change the situation of the battle, but were quietly moving towards the City of Chaos. Let's follow! Wang Renjie shouted. At this time, ranking of the Spirit Sword ranking in the City of Chaos. The competition system of the Spirit Sword ranking is somewhat complicated. The top 100 powerful ones on the last Spirit Sword ranking did not participate in the competition. They were ranked in order, based on their strength. The rest of the disciples from various major sects will conduct a knockout competition to select a group of good people to participate in the semifinals. These winning disciples will challenge the powerful ones on the spiritual sword ranking. The winner can take the place of the opponent. If it fails, there are 2 more chances. Certainly, strong men in the spirit sword ranking can also challenge for a higher ranking. There are also 3 chances. If you win, you can improve your ranking. If you fail, your ranking will remain unchanged. The knockout rounds are over. The next qualifying round is the real highlight. Yes, very few new disciples can successfully enter the spirit sword ranking. There is still a certain gap between their strength and the strong ones on the spirit sword ranking. Even if they have the same level of cultivation, the purity and quantity of their inner energy, including their chi and blood, there is a big gap in their physical fitness and the martial arts they have practiced. Old Demon Yang still hasn't arrived. It seems that he will definitely miss the spirit sword ranking this time. The knockout rounds are over. Yang Mucheng still hadn't appeared yet, which had to make some people secretly feel regretful. Many people want to see the strength of this great uncle of Wandao Sword Master. Boom! At this time, suddenly, a frightening explosion suddenly sounded from the horizon. What? What's wrong? Look there! There seems to be someone fighting! They're coming here! Everyone looked towards the light and shadow of the battle. Just seeing 2 figures fighting together quickly, it was almost dizzying. The one who exudes the light of the blood sea is an authentic Yuaning strongman, and the other person, who exudes the golden light, is a golden elixir master. But the shocking thing is, the golden elixir master was pressing down on the powerful nascent soul master. How could Grandmaster Jin Dan be the opponent of the powerful nascent soul? Who is that golden elixir master? Everyone was attracted by the battle in the sky. They poured their inner strength into their pupils one after another, trying to see clearly which golden elixir master had such terrifying strength. However, when they saw it clearly, they couldn't help but be stunned. A boy? Who is this young man? He can actually defeat the powerful nascent soul with the cultivation level of the Golden Pill Grandmaster. Yu Feishuan looked towards the sky. It didn't matter at this glance, but he was suddenly stunned. Who else could be as tough as the nascent soul warrior, if not Yang Mucheng? Chapter 647 Chaos City. Life and Death Battle. Who is that? Tianchen sat on the second highest spot on the spiritual sword list, and raised his eyes to look into the void. Obviously he is just a master of the golden elixir, but he is enough to defeat the powerful nascent soul master. This man's strength is too terrifying. I'm afraid that even if I try my best, I won't be able to hold on for 10 moves in the hands of the strong nascent soul. But he can actually fight against the strong nascent soul. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked the same way. Unexpected, his eyes froze, showing a look of disbelief. But this trace of disbelief suddenly turned into fanaticism. You finally came. This time, I can finally meet my opponent in the spirit sword ranking. The 2 men fought and retreated. Almost in an instant, the fighting went from the horizon to the sky above the chaotic city. Only then did everyone see their faces clearly, when a bunch of curious, doubtful, and shocked eyes looked towards the Golden Pill Grandmaster. They wanted to take a closer look at who could actually suppress the powerful nascent soul to such an extent. However, when everyone saw the face of the golden elixir master clearly, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Old Demon Yang, master uncle of Wandao sword sect. It turns out that he is not absent from the spiritual sword list, but is fighting against the powerful nascent soul." In bursts of exclamations, the two of them even flew to the center of the spirit sword ranking arena. "Get out of here!" Yan Dongshan let out a roar, and with both hands holding the long sword, a vein like an earthworm popped out. The majestic and terrifying power crushed it down in an instant, and slashed towards Yang Mucheng crazily. This angry blow was so terrifying. Clang! Yang Mucheng drew his sword to block, and sparks flew everywhere. Two figures actually fell from the sky. This moment, everyone just saw an unforgettable scene. They saw Yan Dongshan bursting with blood-like inner energy, directly pressing Yang Mucheng, who was surging with golden light, from midair, and hit the spirit sword list hard. On the playing field. Boom! A shocking sound suddenly exploded, and a wave of air that was hundreds of feet long centered on the bodies of the two people, like an army of thousands attacking, and the sea water surged in all directions. At this moment, the entire arena was razed to the ground, and a huge crater of several hundred feet was created. In the large pit, dense cracks continued to spread towards the surrounding areas. Just when everyone thought that Yang Mucheng might be pushed into the ground by Yan Dongshan and unable to move, they saw Yang Mucheng grinning and swinging the Xinglua Xuanya sword in his hand. A churning force surged directly from his body and poured into Yan Dongshan's body, directly knocking him back. This sword whipped up a strong wind and swept across Yan Dongshan's body, leaving several inches of blood marks on his body. But these wounds were completely healed in an instant. Boom! 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 Yan Dongshan took several steps back, each step hitting the ground with a loud force, leaving a mess of footprints. He stepped hard with his right foot, crushing a 100-meter flower bed behind him. Only then did the force of Yang Mucheng's sword be completely removed, and he stopped. Quiet! Everyone on the spirit sword ranking, as well as everyone in the City of Chaos, totaling tens of thousands of people, looked dumbfounded at the two people who completely destroyed the entire arena almost as soon as they appeared on the field, and could not recover for a long time. Who would have thought that Yang Mucheng, who everyone thought would be absent from the spirit sword ranking, would actually appear in such a posture? Damn it! Didn't you tell me that old Demon Yang didn't show up because he didn't have the guts to participate in the spiritual sword ranking? He is now fighting a life or death battle with a strong Yuaning master. You tell me that he is actually half afraid. A strong step Yuaning? Uncle Master, are you okay? Tongue! Yu Feishuan stood up quickly. It's okay. Yang Mucheng smiled, his face looking very relaxed. I met a few remnants of the Blood Knight sect on the way, and missed the spiritual sword list. Bloody Knight Gate? Yu Feishuan was shocked, and quickly looked towards Yan Dongshan. But he saw a striking bloody skull head printed on the other person's chest. If this isn't the symbol of the Bloody Knight Gate, what else could it be? Zuyiman, you are so brave. You dare to attack your master's uncle? Yu Feishuan was extremely frightened. Fortunately, Yang Mucheng was strong, and was not beaten by Yan Dongshan. If it were any other disciple, he might not be able to do anything. Survive. Where are the disciples of Wandao sword sect? Yu Feishuan shouted loudly. Tongue! 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 Tianshan, Lu Xie, and Chen Hao stood up together. Although, among the sects, Yang Mucheng had some troubles with them. But once they encountered foreign enemies, they would not care about their personal grudges. This moment, Yan Dongshan's expression changed, especially when he saw Yu Feishuan walking towards him in person. Her face covered with scars was even more ferocious and twitching. Wait! Yang Mucheng waved his hand, and stopped the siege by Yu Feishuan and Tianshan. He glanced at Yu Feishuan, who was puzzled, and said with a cold smile, This bastard caused me to miss the list of spiritual swords. If I don't kill him with my own hands, how can I let out a bad breath? This is a crucial step in completing the mission of being slightly famous through the spirit sword ranking. Now, being delayed and missed by Yan Dongshan's appearance, how could Yang Mucheng endure it? But the other party is a powerful nascent soul. Yu Feishuan advised. What about the strong nascent soul? I fought with him for a whole night, but he still can't do anything to me? Yang Mucheng raised his brows. Today, this boy and I will decide a life and death battle in this chaotic city. No one is allowed to interfere. A life and death battle? Yu Feishuan, who was about to speak, looked anxious. But before she could dissuade her again, Yang Mucheng turned his head and looked at Yin Dongsheng. Yin Dongsheng, don't you want to kill me? Well, I will give you such a chance today. If you can kill him, forgive me, no one from Wandao Sword Sect will stop you. Otherwise, you will have to die here. Is this true? Yin Dongsheng's heart moved. The emperor speaks with golden words. Yang Mucheng said lightly. Yin Dongsheng clenched his fists and sneered on his face. When he fell into the City of Chaos and was surrounded by members of the Wandao Sword Sect, his heart almost fell into the abyss. I thought that not only would I not be able to take revenge this time, but I would also risk my own life. But he didn't expect that Yang Mucheng would actually talk about a life and death fight. Taking a deep breath, Yin Dongsheng clenched his sword and stared at Yang Mucheng with a pair of ferocious bloodshot eyes. Good. This is what you said. Since you are seeking death yourself, you can't blame others. The Wandao Sword Sect massacred my Blood Knight clan back then. And today I will kill you, my uncle, to pay homage to the souls of my brothers from the Blood Knight clan. Chapter 648 The Power of Nascent Soul. Is this really going to be a life and death battle? Yes. Old Demon Yang has already spoken. He is a man of words, and will not go back on his word. Once the life and death battle begins, no one is allowed to interfere. If you do, I'm afraid you will be ridiculed for the rest of your life. In other words, Old Demon Yang can only rely on himself to fight against the remnants of the Blood Knight sect? Everyone whispered. Yu Feishuan was secretly angry. If she had known that the other party was a remnant of the Blood Knight sect, she should have rushed forward and slapped the other party to death without any regard for the situation. How could so many things have happened? Elder Yu Feishuan. Don't worry. Right? My uncle was suppressing Yin Dongsheng along the way. Lucia saw Yu Feishuan's worry and asked in a low voice. Maybe my uncle can really defeat him. Yu Feishuan sighed, slowly shook her head and said, You are not a strong person in the realm of Yuaning. You never know how many trump cards a strong person in Yuaning has. If you say that you have reached the golden elixir stage, you have touched the power of cultivation threshold, then the nascent soul stage is within this threshold. That's it. Yu Feishuan took a deep breath and said nothing, nor stopped her. She stood there quietly, her muscles all tense. Once Yang Mucheng is in crisis, she will rush forward desperately. Could it be that a strong person in the nascent soul stage is really so scary? Tianshan also narrowed his eyes. He discovered that none of the 36 sect elders present were optimistic about Yang Mucheng. In addition, even those nascent soul experts, who had been watching the battle in the City of Chaos, actually showed a hint of Yang Mucheng looking for death. Bring it on! Yang Mucheng exhaled a breath of turbid air and adjusted the blood that had been boiling due to the battle. He held one hand behind his back and pointed the Xinglua Xuanya sword diagonally at the ground. A pair of eyes were also fixed on Yin Dongsheng. Yin Dongsheng lowered his eyes and stood quietly for 3 breaths. After a moment, he raised his head. Boom! At this moment, his long blood-colored hair stained by internal energy was raised crazily. Like a ghost, a terrifying force surged out of his body and poured madly into all directions. The already dilapidated ground was once again crushed into terrible cracks at this moment. Even under this rising momentum, small stones seemed to be lifted up by pairs of invisible hands. Yang Mucheng frowned slightly. Yin Dongsheng's momentum at this moment was actually very different from before. He is like an unsheathed sword. I saw. Yin Dongsheng slowly raised his head, smiled coldly at Yang Mucheng, and took a step forward. So fast! At this moment, Yang Mucheng's heart trembled. He just saw a bloody light passing in front of his eyes, and Yin Dongsheng appeared in front of him in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the opponent slashed out with his sword at the same time. This sword looks light and light, without any strength at all. But in Yang Mucheng's view, it seemed to be filled with tremendous power. Without any hesitation, Yang Mucheng raised his sword to block again. Clang! A harsh sword sound resounded. Yang Mucheng's right hand holding the Xinglua Xuanya sword shook violently. The tiger's mouth was torn directly, and blood flowed down the sword's body. During the bombardment of this sword, he was even more struck by this terrifying force, and both of his feet were smashed into the ground. Oldemo Yang, do you think Nascent Soul Powerful is just a title? If we say, Golden Core Stage Warriors can achieve this with their talent and hard work, then Nascent Soul Powerhouses cannot make up for it even with their talent. Without great opportunities, even if you are a peerless genius, you will not be able to advance to the Nascent Soul stage in this life. You are not a strong Nascent Soul, and you will never be able to experience what a strong nascent soul has experienced. Yin Dongsheng looked cold and took a step closer without saying a word. In just 4 sentences, 125 words, he had already wielded 125 swords. Each of his sword strikes was the same as before, seemingly silent, but filled with a terrifying explosive power. Yang Mucheng did not dare to speak. He could only grit his teeth to hold on. Every time he took a sword, he could feel his whole body's skeleton making a crackling groan. In fact, he must use all his strength for every sword thrown by the opponent. I was originally unable to break through in this life and could not reach the nascent soul stage. Thanks to your Wandao sword sect's massacre of the Blood Knight sect, I got a great opportunity and gave birth to the nascent soul, Yin Dongsheng said. He took another step forward and slapped his palm slowly. This time, it was no longer the blood-red palm prints like before, but a pair of fleshy palms came straight towards him. The blood-colored inner energy poured into the palm of his hand, making his right hand become more and more dazzling and terrifying. When he slowly swung it, it actually caused a roaring sound. Shocking finger! Yang Mucheng did not dare to neglect. And both the internal energy and the blood in his body were adjusted to the extreme at this moment. All this is just for him to point out this amazing finger. Huang Liang's sweet dream. One finger startles the god. This finger struck Yin Dongsheng's fleshy palm, and it was not as powerful as a comet falling or a meteorite falling from the sky as everyone imagined. On the contrary, when this finger was pointed out, both the extremely violent inner energy and the surging aura on the battlefield were reduced to nothing under this finger. A ripple clearly visible to the naked eye spreading along the ripples, everything within a radius of several hundred feet, whether it was a building rockery or a flower bed stone platform, seemed to be torn apart, with a large number of cracks directly covering it. Before everyone could come back to their senses, everything within 100 feet turned into dust. It's actually the shocking god finger. The elder of the Qianquan immortal sect narrowed his eyes. Being able to learn a low-level martial arts skill in the Golden Core stage, this master uncle of Wandao sword sect is indeed extraordinary. That's right. Not far away, the elders of Hunyuan Vajra sect also nodded in the same way. The requirements for earth-level martial arts are too high. They require extremely high levels of energy, blood, cultivation, internal energy, etc. Even if you are just a little bit behind, you won't be able to learn it, let alone display it. Take this amazing finger for example. He combines 24 changes and contains the avenues of the 4 seasons of heaven and earth. This finger is from yang to yin, from hard to soft. If you don't have enough understanding, you can't understand it at all. Moreover, the amount of energy and energy required to use this finger is also huge. If your cultivation level is not high, even if you understand this trick, you can use it forcefully. It is also possible to be drained alive by this shocking finger and die of exhaustion. However, he only knows one move, shocking finger, and he is far from a match for Yin Dongsheng. Someone in the crowd sighed. But see, after being shocked by the finger of the god, Yin Dongsheng swayed slightly, and his face suddenly turned red. But in an instant, it returned to its original state. But Yang Mucheng, because of the excessive consumption of this finger, his face suddenly lost 3 points of color. I think you can still use the shocking finger a few more times. Yin Dongsheng sneered and slapped him again. This moment, Yang Mucheng is in danger. Chapter 649, Old Demon Yang is going to be defeated. As a powerful nascent soul master, Yin Dongsheng could not bear the energy, blood and internal energy consumed by the blood fiend palm. The shocking finger used by Yang Mucheng could drain nearly 30% of his internal energy and blood with just one finger. In his current state, he could only use 3 fingers. But at this moment, Yang Mucheng had no choice but to avoid and hide. And Yang Mucheng is also a character who will fight to the death. Facing Yin Dongsheng's bloody palm, he pointed out again without any hesitation. Boom! A wave more terrifying than before was rising crazily. The entire spirit sword ranking venue was razed to the ground in this instant. This time, Yin Dongsheng's body trembled and he shot towards the back. However, Yang Mucheng's complexion suddenly turned pale. It seems that old demon Yang will definitely lose this battle. After staring at Yang Mucheng for a moment, the elder of the Qianquan immortal sect murmured, being able to use the earth-level cultivation technique so skillfully, I am afraid there is no one else but him under the nascent soul stage. Unfortunately, the huge gap between the cultivation levels of the golden core and the nascent soul stage cannot be achieved by an earth-level cultivation technique. Make up for it. Tongue! At this moment, EP641 almost rushed out. Everyone could see that Yang Mucheng had already revealed his trump card, but he still couldn't do anything to Yin Dongsheng. Yes. The elder of the Vidrahan Yuan sect nodded. I think back on when I reached the early stage of nascent soul and only realized one earth-level martial art. Now that I am in the late stage of Zifu, I only know one middle-level earth-level martial arts and 16 low-level earth-level martial arts. Call. This elder revealed his family background without any scruples. It didn't matter what he said, but it made all the disciples of the Vidrahan Yuan sect take a breath of air. Notice, their elder spanned more than 120 years from the early stage of Yuaning to the late stage of Zifu. Of course, during these 120 years, it was impossible for this elder to do nothing but study martial arts. But it can also be seen from this that how difficult it is to practice the earth-level skills. Doesn't this mean that when Yang Mucheng reaches the nascent soul stage, he will be able to master 2 earth-level martial arts? However, while everyone was condensing, Yang Mucheng had already taken the initiative. What? He actually? After being counter-suppressed by the powerful nascent soul, Yang Mucheng showed no intention of retreating and actually dared to attack. This scene shocked everyone. However, what shocked everyone even more was that Yang Mucheng actually displayed another earth-level martial skill. I saw Yang Mucheng flying out, shouting loudly, with a boom sound. The golden elixir in his chi si shook violently, and a huge surging inner energy flowed directly from his body like a river. Gushed out. This huge internal energy formed the black dragon soul on his body. Hovering around his body, the layers of wrapping revealed a pair of black armor that seemed to be condensed into substance. Another earth-level martial skill. The elders of the Qinkuan immortal sect were completely moved. If Yang Mucheng learned an earth-level martial art, which was already very shocking. So these 2 movies in a row are unbelievable. With 2 earth-level martial arts skills, he is enough to fight against this powerful nascent soul master. Many people have secretly changed their previous concepts in their hearts. At the same time, EP641 also breathed a sigh of relief. Boom! 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 Yang Mucheng, who was wrapped in black dragon soul armor, then collided hard with Yin Dongsheng. Immediately afterwards, countless people in the City of Chaos saw an astonishing scene. The terrifying attack between the 2 sides shocked the sword. Black sword lights, black enough to swallow up all light, erupted crazily in the field. Even this scene made everyone close their eyes. What's even more shocking is, relying on the dragon soul armor, Yang Mucheng finally reversed the previous decline and gained the upper hand in one fell swoop. Yang Mucheng, who has developed a mellow swordsmanship in the 13-star water drop formation, can move the sword almost as he pleases, and can master various martial arts at his fingertips. The top grade Xian level, the top grade Xian level, the middle grade Xian level. Every sword technique seems to be integrated with him. This, terrible! Amid everyone's exclamations, Yin Dongsheng's expression became increasingly gloomy. He completely did not expect that his cultivation in the nascent soul stage would be suppressed by Yang Mucheng. Moreover, he was watched by countless people. These thousands of eyes made him feel ashamed. We can't do this. We must counterattack. Yin Dongsheng knew it. Once Yang Mucheng gained the upper hand, he could only defend passively. But if you guard for a long time, you will lose. Once there is a mistake, Yang Mucheng will take advantage of it. Gritting his teeth, Yin Dongsheng grabbed it with his big hand. Immediately, a blood-colored spear more than 30 meters long suddenly floated into the air. And then, he suddenly swung the blood-colored spear. Just as the bloody spear appeared, a huge gun shadow of nearly 100 meters appeared again outside the bloody spear, and then headed towards Yang Mucheng. Comes lazing. Clang! Yang Mucheng's eyes turned cold. Faced with this spear, he did not dodge at all. And the Xinglua Xuanya sword slashed directly forward. In a burst of ear-piercing roar, he directly chopped the 100-meter-long gun shadow into pieces. However, this gun shadow is just a feint. The real killing move lies in the bloody spear within the shadow of the spear. Boom! At the moment when the gun shadow was chopped into pieces, the bloody spear seemed to be shot out of the void, blasting towards Yang Mucheng's heart. And at this moment, Yang Mucheng slashed out with his sword, which was an embarrassing situation where the old power was exhausted and the new power was not born. The next moment, the blood-colored gun shadow hit Xinglua Xuanya sword within 2 feet, 6 feet, and 3 cents. This is also the point where Yang Mucheng's strength is weakest. Chi chi chi. A bone-chilling sound that was enough to make the roots of his teeth ache sounded. Yang Muqing's body trembled. At this moment, he could no longer hold the Xingluoxuanya sword in his hand. In full view of everyone, the sword came out of his hand and drew a semicircle in midair. It plunged into the ground with a clang. And Yang Muqing was also thrown upside down by this explosive force. Boom! There was a sound of heavy hitting the ground, forcibly pulling everyone back from their astonishment, seeing Yang Muqing being knocked to the ground, and even the Xingluoxuanya sword flying away. At this moment a thought came to everyone's mind. Old Demon Yang is going to be defeated. Yes. Although, Yang Muqing's strength has far exceeded everyone's expectations and imagination. But everyone was just amazed. And at most, they could only compete with Yin Dongsheng. No one thought that he could counterpress Yin Dongsheng, or even kill Yin Dongsheng. After all, the other party is a powerful nascent soul. Chapter 650. No one is allowed to interfere. It's over! Xingluoxuanya's sword flew out of his hand, and Yang Muqing fell heavily to the ground. Even the Dragon Soul armor suddenly disappeared due to exhaustion of internal energy. Yin Dongsheng pointed his sword at the fallen Yang Muqing, and his cold words slowly sounded out. Master Uncle! At this moment, Yu Feishuan could no longer bear it, and shouted loudly. At the same time, he strode forward. Are you finally going to take action? Saw Yu Feishuan coming out. No one is surprised. After all, Old Demon Yang is the grand uncle of the Wandao Sword sect. As an elder of the sect, it is impossible for her to watch Old Demon Yang die under someone else's sword while stubbornly adhering to the rules of life and death battles. To be able to fight like this with a powerful nascent soul. This Old Demon Yang is terrifying. Yeah. I wonder if he can win first place in the spiritual sword ranking. Some people secretly regretted it. But more people were secretly mocking him. Hee hee. Grandmaster Jin Dan dares to compete with the powerful nascent soul? Did his great-uncle get kicked in the head by a donkey? Do you think others will be merciful to him because of his reputation as great-uncle? If you don't have diamonds, don't do porcelain work. If you don't have that kind of strength, don't make bold statements and fight against the powerful nascent soul. These people, they seem to have ignored the fight between Yang Muqing and Yin Dongsheng, and only noticed the scene where Yang Muqing was knocked to the ground by Yin Dongsheng. However, in fact, these people, let alone compete with a powerful nascent soul, can't even take a single move. Just when everyone thought that Yu Feishuan would take action to prevent the continuation of this life and death battle, an accident occurred. Yang Muqing stood up slowly, but suddenly shouted to Yu Feishuan who was approaching. Stop! I am not defeated yet. Master Uncle! Yu Feishuan shouted. She wanted to say, all your internal energy has been exhausted. Even your sword has been knocked down by others. And now you are trembling even when you stand up. How can you compete with the opponent? However, when her eyes fell on Yang Muqing, she couldn't help but be stunned. Because Yang Muqing was not as tough-tongued as she had imagined. He just refused to admit his defeat due to his status as the great-uncle of the Wandao Sword Master and the dignity of the Emperor of the Dacian dynasty. But in fact it is just the opposite. Although now, all discerning people can see that Yang Muqing has reached the end of his strength and is at the end of his rope. But now Yang Muqing does not show any sign of decadence, and his eyes seem to be burning with the flame of endless fighting spirit. Old Demon Yang still wants to fight? But he has already been defeated. Someone in the crowd shouted. Yes, his internal energy is exhausted. His energy and blood are empty. And he even has no sword. If Yin Dongsheng attacks at this moment, he may not even be able to use the frightening finger. And he may not even be able to resist the opponent's move. How can he fight again? It's just that he is stubborn and refuses to admit defeat and be embarrassed. Some people shook their heads secretly. He is only 17 years old this year. He has experienced hundreds of battles and has never been defeated. Naturally, he is arrogant. How could he accept his defeat? Someone raised an eyebrow, as if he could see through Yang Muqing's thoughts. Interesting. Cloud, Mr. Elegant passed by chance, stopped quietly, and looked at this scene with interest. When he saw Yang Muqing, his brows raised slightly. Isn't this the young man I chose before? Well, those who are strong and the tough Yuaning, the master of Jin Dan, really have the courage. However, in this world, just having courage is not enough. Without corresponding strength, no matter how strong you are, you will eventually be obliterated by others. Mr. Elegance clasped his hands behind his back and looked with a smile. If you lose, you won't even be qualified to be remembered by me. If you win, you may have the opportunity to be led into the immortal sect by me in the future. I wonder if you can create a miracle. I am not defeated yet. Yang Mucheng slowly stood up. Although, at this moment, he was simply standing there. But everyone could feel that his body was shaking slightly. After all, fighting against the powerful nascent soul consumes too much power. He was able to stand up now only because he was physically strong. Otherwise, he would have been unable to hold on, and fell to the ground. Master Uncle! Yufei almost bit her silver teeth into pieces. At this moment, she wanted to knock Yang Mucheng unconscious in public, take him down, and then kill Yin Dongsheng. I said it. Don't you listen? If you take another step forward, you will deceive the master and destroy the ancestor. When Yang Mucheng saw Yufei continue to step forward, his eyes suddenly opened in anger. Although, he knew that Yufei was doing it for his own good. But this battle was not over yet, and he would not allow anyone to interfere. Besides, he is not defeated yet. Yufei stopped immediately. She couldn't bear the crime of deceiving her master and destroying her ancestors. But she watched Yang Mucheng enter the Wandao sword sect. And she admired this young boy from the bottom of her heart. She didn't want to just watch Yang Mucheng die in the hands of Yin Dongsheng without any reason. Don't worry, I never do anything I'm not sure about. As if he knew what Yufei was thinking. Yang Mucheng turned his head, and smiled lightly at Yufei. Alright. Yufei took a deep breath. For some reason, she felt extremely confident in Yang Mucheng at this moment. I won't interfere anymore. She shook her head and stepped back. At the same time, the disciples of Wandao sword sect, who were already at war with each other, and were ready to attack at any time, hesitated for a moment, and followed Yufei to retreat. This scene, not only did everyone present not understand what was going on, but even Yin Dongsheng himself was surprised. He originally thought that he could no longer kill Yang Mu today, but who knew that this kid insisted on continuing a life-or-death battle with him. Although he didn't know what Yang Mucheng was thinking, Yin Dongsheng knew that it might not be impossible to kill Yang Mucheng today. Even if I die, I have to drag Lao Yang, the great uncle of Wandao sword sect, to be buried with him. He thought in his mind, and looked at Yang Mucheng with gloomy eyes. Do you think you can still be my opponent in your current state? As long as I blow a breath, you will fall down immediately. Since you are in a hurry to be reincarnated, then I will show you mercy, and send you to on the road to H.L. Is it? Yang Mucheng withdrew his gaze, and looked at Yin Dongsheng playfully. He slowly shook his head, as if he was regretful. I made a mistake. I didn't expect that the nascent soul master could be so powerful. Even though I used 2 earth-level martial arts, I still can't deal with you. But? Yang Mucheng closed his pupils. His killing intent increased instead of decreasing, and his eyes fell on Yin Dongsheng. You are still no match for me. If I want to kill you, I can do it with just a flip of my hands. Chapter 651 The Power of Demon God Sacrifice. If I want to kill you, I can do it with just a flip of my hands. As soon as Yang Mucheng said these words, everything fell silent. Everyone stared at Yang Mucheng in disbelief. Until a moment later, a burst of laughter broke out. This moment, even the disciples of Wandao sword sect feel secretly embarrassed. Why did he say this? Lu Xia listened to the ridicule from all around. If there was a crack in the ground, he wanted to get into it. The gap between Yuanying and Jin Dan has already been revealed. His last trump card has been used. Where can he still have the capital to challenge Yin Dongsheng? This, Tianchen sighed secretly, and didn't know whether it was a sigh or a sarcasm. He is used to being arrogant in the sword sect, because of his status as master and uncle. The elders and sect masters have to bow their heads and respect him when they see him. Now in front of everyone, he was knocked to the ground. How could he swallow this breath? There was even more laughter all around. Some are exaggerated, and some even lean forward and backward, as if they have heard the biggest joke in their lives. What? Did I hear that right? He actually said that killing a strong nascent soul master can be done with just a flip of his hands? Even the sword has been knocked down. Does he still have the right to say this? Maybe he is actually possible. Unexpected. One person spoke. Everyone was stunned and looked over in confusion. But he saw the man looking at Yang Mucheng with disdain, and said slowly, You think he is the master uncle of Wandao sword sect? How could the sword sect not give a person of such status 1 or 2 magic weapons for self-protection? Maybe he has a top-grade magic weapon hidden in his arms, and he can kill Yin Dongsheng with 1 strike. This is indeed true. But anyone with a discerning eye can hear the sarcasm hidden in the other person's words. That's right. This guess immediately attracted the approval of many people. If Jianzong hadn't given him some protective treasure, he wouldn't have the guts to say such a thing. But? Yu Feishuan frowned slightly. She naturally knows best whether the sect has given Yang Macheng any magic weapon to protect himself. However, apart from this possibility, what other capital does Yang Macheng have to compete with the powerful nascent soul? Good. I want to see how you can kill me in a flash. Yan Dongsheng tightened his grip on the sword, and his eyes were like hooks on Yang Mucheng's body. Amid the ridicule from all around, under everyone's gaze, and under Yan Dongsheng's provocation, Yang Macheng smiled faintly, as if he thought everything didn't exist, and walked slowly towards Yan Dongsheng at this moment. First step. His step was to lift and fall slightly, which also took up a lot of his strength. Everyone could feel Yang Mucheng's empty body. However, when the soles of his feet fell, Mr. Elegance on the cloud was the first to notice it. His expression suddenly changed. He glanced at Yang Macheng, and nodded with interest. This guy is interesting. Step 2. In just one step, Yang Mucheng's momentum suddenly changed. If we say that before, he was as breathless as if he was dying. But now, he is in his prime, like the blazing sun rising in the sky, with such terrifying momentum that people dare not look directly at him. The elders of the 36 sects immediately felt the difference. Their eyes narrowed slightly, and they looked at Yang Macheng in confusion. Third step. The fourth step. The fifth step. Yang Macheng walked faster and faster, and a surging inner energy suddenly surged in his body. This huge internal energy was actually even more majestic than when he was at his peak. That is Dark Shadow? At this moment, the jeers all around quietly stopped. Everyone looked at Yang Macheng with wide eyes. I saw that as Yang Macheng was advancing, a black light was emitting from his body. This light, with every step he took, became darker and darker, and in an instant it condensed into substance. And at the same time, the condensed black shadow looked like a demon king. The terrifying monstrous demonic flame soared into the sky, making everyone unable to see the figure of the demonic god. They could only see the two terrifying scarlet rays of light in his eyes, full of evil intent. In 9 steps, Yang Macheng came to Yan Dongsheng. As a killer, Yan Dongsheng has a particularly strong physique, about 2 meters tall. Coupled with the expansion of qi and blood, his figure has increased by another circle. Originally, Yang Macheng was like a child in front of him, but at this moment, the monstrous Yang Macheng suppressed Yan Dongsheng. What kind of move is this? He actually still hides his power. Old Demon Yang's aura actually overwhelms Yan Dongsheng. This moment, the same word, terrible, can't help but appear in everyone's mind, because all kinds of adjectives became pale at this moment. Yu Feishuan, when did Wandao Sword Sect have this kind of technique? The leader of the Hunyuan Madra sect asked in a voice. The 36 sects have fought for thousands of years, and been at peace for thousands of years. It's like we are neighbors to each other. We all know what martial arts skills you have, and what techniques I have. However, the kind of martial arts Yang Macheng used now was something they had never heard of or seen before. I don't know. Yu Feishuan shook her head repeatedly. The Sword Sect has never had such a terrifying martial skill. This is the first time for Master Shi to use it. I am afraid that apart from the Yingui sect and the golden-haired rat, Mr. Yaya is the only one present who knows the details of this technique best. When he saw the demonic figure appearing behind Yang Macheng, he was also suddenly startled. And soon, he came back to his senses. Demon Festival. This technique has been lost for a long time even in the Immortal Sect. How could he get it? But Mr. Elegant didn't get to the bottom of it either. After all, the Immortal Gate is vast. When the Immortal Gate was opened, countless people like him came to Kyushu. Some skills have been passed down, and it is normal for them to be left here. Just like in the martial arts world, there will also be some martial arts and techniques that will flow into the secular world. However, this demon god sacrifice can only be regarded as an above-average martial skill for Mr. Elegance. But this was the first time to see the 36 sects and the people from Chaos City. Everyone was stunned, looking at Yang Macheng and the terrifying demon god behind Yang Macheng. Certainly, the person who felt the most intuitive was Yan Dongsheng standing in front of Yang Macheng. At this moment, Yan Dongsheng felt an extreme sense of fear when facing Yang Macheng. In fact, in front of Yang Macheng, he had the feeling that his flesh was on the chopping board, being slaughtered and unable to resist and struggle. At the same time, a sense of fear surged into my heart. This is a feeling that comes out of the soul when a mortal faces the devil and is unable to resist at all. How? Standing in front of Yin Dongsheng, Yang Mucheng grinned and said lightly, Now, do you think I have the ability to kill you with a flip of my hands? It was the demon sacrifice that Yang Mucheng received. 1. Far beyond the martial arts of the 36 major sects today. Chapter 652, Death is Inevitable. Dead silence. When the demon god sacrifice appeared, when the monstrous demonic shadow appeared, the entire city of chaos fell into a deathly silence. Tens of thousands of people could hear a needle drop. But there was total silence. Previously, Yang Mucheng said that he would kill Yin Dongsheng in a flash. Everyone just regarded his words as a joke. And they almost didn't even regard Yang Mucheng as a joke. But, at this moment, everyone felt a sense of fear welling up in their hearts. Everyone also felt that Yang Mucheng's title of Old Demon was somewhat undeserved. But now, looking at this monstrous demonic shadow, basically no one will doubt it anymore. At the same time, the title of Old Demon became more and more imprinted on everyone's minds. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the Hidden Side mission and becoming famous. The current progress is March 3rd. And you have won a lottery opportunity. Listening to the voice in his head, Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows, and the smile on his face became even wider. This sudden mission prompt made him a little surprised. He originally thought that if he failed to participate in the spiritual sword ranking, he even thought that this mission would be lost. Unexpectedly, after using the demon sacrifice in public, the task was actually completed. But it's right to think about it. The appearance of this demon god sacrifice will inevitably spread throughout the 36 domains, and his fame will naturally be greater than before. But this smile fell in Yin Dongsheng's eyes. But it was no longer so gentle, but extremely terrifying. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I am a strong nascent soul person, but I can't do anything to you. Letting out a hysterical roar, Yin Dongsheng exploded. Just like a drowning person, when in danger, he will always burst out with unimaginable power. But now, Yin Dongsheng is like this. He opened his eyes angrily, grabbed the sword in his hand, and pointed forward. At this moment, all the inner energy in his body was poured out without any reservation. Like a flood, regardless of the flow. Boom! At this moment, he pointed his sword forward, and the shocking sword light, accompanied by the bloody evil energy, gathered together, like lightning blasting from the sky, with a terrifying power that could tear everything apart. Shoot out. This sword seemed to smash all obstacles into pieces. In an instant, it was shot in front of Yang Mucheng. Face this sword. Yang Mucheng lowered his eyes slightly. Although he only looked at it lightly, his whole person was as majestic as if possessed by a demon. Slowly raising his right hand. Almost at the same time, the terrifying monstrous demonic shadow behind him was exactly the same at this moment. He slowly raised his right hand and struck towards the terrifying blood demon sword. Boom! The irresistible, bloodthirsty sword light that ignored everything was directly smashed to pieces by Yang Mucheng. Click! The long sword in Yin Dongsheng's hand also shattered at this moment. The blue sword body turned into countless fragments and scattered on the ground. No! After all, Yin Dongsheng is a strong nascent soul. And at this moment, his reaction was extremely extreme. He quickly raised his arms in front of him, trying to block Yang Mucheng's blow. However, his speed was still too slow for Yang Mucheng. Even if it gives him 3 breaths, he may not be able to block it. He just saw that Yang Mucheng's palm struck from top to bottom, hitting Yin Dongsheng's head hard. Snapped! The body of the powerful nascent soul. A terrifying body that has been tempered for more than 1,000 or hundreds of years, is as fragile as a pile of sand under this palm. With almost no obstruction, all the bones in his body burst apart, and blood rushed out of his body like a burst of spring water. However, the moment Yin Dongsheng was killed by a palm, a white shadow jumped out of his broken body and flew away into the distance desperately. Old Demon Yang, you destroyed my body today. I will remember this account. In the future, I will definitely repay this revenge to you 100 times or 1,000 times. That white shadow. Surprisingly, it is Yin Dongsheng's nascent soul. At the moment when his physical body was destroyed, he decisively gave up his physical body and emerged from the nascent soul. As long as nascent soul is around, he will still have a chance to be reborn in the future. The nascent soul is immortal, and the spiritual consciousness is immortal. No! We can't let him escape! Yu Feishuan's eyes turned cold. There are actually some remnants of the Blood Knight sect alive. And they have also targeted Yang Mucheng. This guy is a disaster. If he doesn't die, he will still be a hidden danger thousands of years later. Just when Yu Feishuan was about to intercept Yan Dongsheng, Yang Mucheng's voice came out. Future? Yan Dongsheng, do you think you have a future? If I want to kill you, even if you go to the blue sky or to the underworld, you will not escape death. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and looked at the nascent soul that soared into the sky at this moment. His right hand suddenly grabbed forward. At the same time, Yan Dongsheng, who was flying across the sky, felt that a majestic power of heaven and earth was rolling in from the void. At this moment, it was actually wrapped up layer by layer, grasping it in the center like a palm. Die! A cold voice sounded slowly, and Yang Mucheng suddenly tightened his fingers. This moment, the power of heaven and earth, which had been gathered to its limit, suddenly retracted at this moment. Terrible power surged toward Yan Dongsheng's nascent soul from all directions. Boom! Just hearing a burst of explosion, under the shocked eyes of countless people. This last remnant of the Blood Knight sect, a powerful nascent soul master, under Yang Mucheng's palm. Even the last nascent soul was completely shattered, and even the traces of his existence in this world were completely wiped out. Erase. Slowly withdraw your palm. The monstrous demon behind him also disappeared quietly at this moment. It was unknown whether it dissipated or disappeared into Yang Mucheng's body. After all, the demon god's sacrifice is not a true sacrifice of oneself to the demon god. The essence of this technique is to transform yourself into the terrifying ancient demon god. Driven by an ancient mental method, you can fully mobilize your body, chi, blood, and internal energy, and finally transform yourself into the most pure demon god. Gas. This kind of demonic energy naturally did not come from cultivation. So when the effect of the demon god sacrifice was cancelled, the monstrous demonic shadow and terrifying demonic energy disappeared into the void. But the way Yang Mucheng killed Yan Dongsheng with his previous palm was deeply engraved in everyone's minds. It is estimated that I will never forget it in this life. This demon god sacrifice is really terrifying. After canceling the demon god festival, an unprecedented feeling of weakness came over me. But Yang Mucheng couldn't hide his surprise. This demon god sacrifice is not limited to Xian level or even earth level exercises and martial arts. It can continuously increase its final power according to the strength of the user. If Yang Mucheng reaches the half-step nascent soul realm and reaches the true nascent soul realm in the future, if he uses this demon god sacrifice technique again, it will probably be dozens of times, or even 100 times more powerful than what he used today. This is the terrifying part of the demon god festival. With the energy and blood of a strong nascent soul master, I wonder if I can be promoted to half a nascent soul in one fell swoop. Yang Mucheng's eyes averted and fell on Yan Dongsheng's body. At this moment, the ancient heaven swallowing technique was activated. Chapter 653. Yang Mucheng is angry. The huge energy and blood gathered into a torrent invisible to everyone, pouring in from the void and pouring into Yang Mucheng's body. Suddenly, the body that was exhausted and dried up due to the use of the demon god sacrifice was like the soil that had been in drought for 3 years, sucking crazily the nectar that was flowing in, coupled with the energy and blood accumulated by the monsters and warriors killed in the forest before. Yang Mucheng's cultivation finally reached his expectations at this moment, reaching the half-step nascent soul realm. Boom. This sudden improvement in cultivation was more like a wake-up call for the people in the City of Chaos, allowing them to recover from their shock. I actually made a breakthrough. This method is really terrible. Grandmaster Jin Dan can kill the powerful nascent soul, now that he has reached the half-step nascent soul. Isn't it even more terrifying? Amidst waves of exclamations, Yang Mucheng put away the Xinglua Xuanya sword and walked towards Yu Feishuan, who was also shocked and had not recovered. Make you worry, Yang Mucheng whispered. Yu Feishuan glanced at Yang Mucheng with a complaining face, and finally turned it into a warm comfort. That's it. Just be fine. It's a pity that I missed the spirit sword list today, Lucia said at the side. Yang Mucheng was a little helpless and shook his head. With his current strength, he is not very interested in the spirit sword ranking competition itself. The reason why he has been looking forward to the start of the spirit sword ranking is to complete the mission. But now, the task of becoming a little famous has been completed, and it doesn't matter whether you participate or not, etc. Yu Feishuan walked onto the dilapidated arena. Now that Yan Dongsheng was killed, everyone's eyes naturally fell on Wandao Sword Sect. As soon as Yu Feishuan opened her mouth, everyone's attention was attracted. Yang Mucheng encountered an enemy outside the City of Chaos and delayed the first round of the Spirit Sword ranking. I hope the 36 sects will give him a chance. Yang Mucheng looked at Yufeishuan with a look of gratitude. Although he didn't care about the Spirit Sword list, he was still secretly touched by Yufeishuan's painstaking efforts to help him. I object. A cold voice came from a corner of the viewing platform. Everyone looked sideways, and saw that the person speaking was the elder of Huangji Lihan Tower. The state has national laws, and families have family rules. If he misses the competition, he has missed it. How can we open the door just because of him and give him a back door? This kid even dares to be late for the Spirit Sword ranking. How can he be qualified to participate in the Spirit Sword ranking? With me look, not only can he not be allowed to participate this time, he will not be allowed to participate in the Spiritual Sword ranking forever. Elder Huangji Lianlu said excitedly, looking filled with righteous indignation. Yang Mucheng frowned, feeling a little disgusted. It is reasonable that he was late for the competition and was not allowed to participate in the Spirit Sword ranking. Therefore, Yang Mucheng had no plans. Anyway, his missions had been completed and he could just give up on the Spirit Sword list. But this old guy actually dared to use the topic in front of everyone. Not only was he not allowed to participate in the Spiritual Sword ranking this time, he was even banned from participating forever. Sun Tianjian, are you going too far? Yufeishuan narrowed her eyes. I remember that 36 years ago, one of your disciples also encountered an assassination incident and was late for the start of the Spirit Sword ranking. But in the end, no, do you still want him to participate? The elder named Sun Tianjian couldn't help but darken his face when he heard this. I think so too. The elder of the Hunyuan Vajra sect also stood up and said slowly, Yang Mucheng did not intend to be late for the Spirit Sword list. But it happened for a reason. I think he should be allowed to be on the Spirit Sword list this time. Join! I think so too. The elder of the Qianquan Immortal sect nodded. You? Sun Tianjian's face turned cold. He didn't expect that no one would support him. Simply, he acted like a rogue on the spot. I don't care. In short, I will never allow this kid to participate in the Spiritual Sword ranking. Who is this Sun Tianjian? And why is he always against me? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. Huangji Lihan Tower has a close relationship with the Emperor Shi Annihilation sect. You beat away the people from the Emperor Shi Annihilation sect before. Naturally, the people in the Huangji Lihan Tower will not give up so easily. They couldn't seize the opportunity before. Attack. Now that I have the opportunity, I will not let it go easily, Yufeishuan said in a low voice. I see. Yang Mucheng nodded. But see. Sun Tianjian became more and more filled with righteous indignation and awe-inspiring righteousness. There is no rule without rules. If this happens every time, and someone will be late every time, then wouldn't the Spirit Sword list become a child's play of the 36 sects? How can it be authoritative? In short, if Yang Mucheng, a little beast, participates in the Spirit Sword list, if it's the sword list, we, Huangji Lihan Tower, will leave. Go away. No one is stopping you. At this time, a mocking voice sounded from the side. It was Yang Mucheng who spoke. Sun Tianjian closed his eyes and said angrily, What did you say? Yang Mucheng said quietly, Sun Tianjian, I am the master uncle of Wandao Sword Sect. You insulted me as a little beast. I have written this down. In the future, I will tear your mouth apart. As for today's Spirit Sword ranking, if you want to leave, then leave quickly. No one will stop you. Anyway, you Huangji Lihan Tower are a bunch of rubbish. Rubbish? After hearing these words, several major sects such as the Qianquan Immortal sect and the Hunyuan Vajra sect almost fainted. Huangji Lihan Tower is a relatively powerful sect among the 36 sections. There are a total of 100 places in the Spirit Sword ranking tournament. And they, Huangji Lihan Tower, occupy a full 10. Some sects don't even have a quota. Even the 10,000 Dao Sword sect only has 4. Now, Yang Mucheng actually said that the Huangji Lihan Tower that existed like this was just a bunch of rubbish. Little beast. What did you say? Sun Tianjian said angrily. Old Demon Yang. You are too presumptuous. Be bold. Old Demon Yang. If you have the guts, fight. Immediately, the 10 disciples of Huangji Lihan Tower also shouted angrily. A chill flashed in Yang Mucheng's eyes. He looked at Sun Tianjian and said sternly, Sun Tianjian, this is the second time you have insulted me. According to seniority, even your sect master of Huangji Lihan Tower has to call me uncle when he sees me. But you actually insulted me like this. Very good. Wait until I return Jinzong. Please tell Hua Yuan Ao and ask him to seek justice from you. Huangji Lian Tower. Sun Tianjin was stunned. Only then did he realize that he had made a mistake. Even though Yang Macheng was only half-step nascent soul, and was not taken seriously by him, the other party's status was too high. The reputation of this great uncle is enough to crush anyone to death. At this time, Yang Macheng continued. Besides, I said that you people in Huangji Lian building are rubbish. Aren't you convinced? If you are not convinced, let's fight. I won't bully you either. All of you who have entered the Spirit Sword ranking tournament, let's go together. 10 disciples. Yang Macheng was also angry. Originally, he was not interested in the spiritual sword ranking. But Sun Tianjin's behavior actually aroused his rebellious psychology. Since you don't allow me to participate in the Spirit Sword ranking, then I will destroy the Spirit Sword ranking and make it impossible for everyone in Huangji Lian building to participate. Chapter 654 A bunch of trash. Boom. Yang Mucheng's words were like a stone that stirred up 1,000 waves, immediately making everyone in Huangji Lian building furious. There's something good to watch. At the same time, everyone couldn't help but think about it. Yes. It seems that old Demon Yang is planning to single-handedly challenge all the powerful men on the spiritual sword ranking. Someone laughed secretly. This Sun Tianjin of Huangji Lian Tower is going too far. To be honest, if he just doesn't let Yan Lamo participate in this spiritual sword ranking, that's it. But he actually plans to live forever, and doesn't want Yang Macheng to participate. Isn't that too much? Is it difficult? No wonder old Demon Yang is angry. Some people shook their heads secretly. As for the other 36 sects, they did not express their stance. Those elders were like mirrors in their hearts. In fact, Yang Macheng is not scary. The most troublesome thing is his identity as a master uncle. You can't hit, scold, or complain. If the wording is more serious, it may provoke conflicts between the two sections. They are just elders. There are 100 or 200 elders in the sect like them. But there is only one grand uncle of Wandao Sword sect. If the two major sects are really at war, do you think the sect will protect you, the elder, or will it protect Yan Lama, the master uncle? If I were him, I would definitely not have such a conflict with Huangji Lian Tower. Tianjin looked at Yang Macheng secretly. Do not know when. His feelings towards Yang Macheng had changed from previous hostility to admiration. After all, Yang Macheng was doing it for the reputation of Wandao Sword sect, and his unyielding attitude made all the disciples of Wandao Sword sect feel passionate. Don't you dare? Yang Macheng looked at Sun Tianjin with a smile. It seems that what I said is right. You people in Huangji Lian Tower are rubbish and trash. If I fight 10 of you alone, you won't even dare to go up. In this situation, if you are not trash, what else can you be? Old Demon Yang, who said that the people in Huangji Lian Tower are all trash? Eat my sword. This moment, finally, someone couldn't help it any longer and howled angrily. However, the one who roared was a one-eyed young man, wearing an eye patch and giving off a cold feeling all over his body. Hearing Yang Macheng talking about their sect like this, the young man couldn't bear it any longer. He slapped the Taisher chair under him with both palms. At this moment, his whole body rushed towards Yang Macheng with an awe-inspiring attitude. Shoot away. This old demon Yang looks down on our disciples from the Huangji Lian Tower. Why are you arguing with him? Come together and teach him a lesson. The one-eyed young man shouted angrily. That's right. Our Huangji Lian Tower is not like the Blood Knight sect, where we can be humiliated at will by your Wandao Sword sect. Old Demon Yang, you must pay the price for insulting our Huangji Lian Tower. It will be difficult for you to escape unscathed today. Tongue! 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 At this moment, the 10 powerful men on the spiritual sword ranking all shot towards Yang Macheng. This scene was something that no one could have imagined. But Yang Macheng was overjoyed. To be honest, he was really afraid that these people from Huangji Lian Tower would treat them like cowards. Now these people come out and give themselves a beating so that they can vent the bad breath in their hearts. Looking up, he saw the one-eyed young man bearing the brunt of the attack. He was the fastest and rushed in front of him almost in an instant. Get out! Yang Macheng snorted coldly, raised his foot and kicked him. It's not martial arts. Nothing fancy. Just a simple kick. It blasted out without any warning and was printed directly on the face of the one-eyed young man. With a click sound, the one-eyed young man's nose was broken, and all the teeth in his mouth were shattered by the kick. Even the powerful nascent soul masters are no match for Yang Mucheng. Most of the people on the spirit sword list are only half step into the nascent soul. How can they be Yang Mucheng's rivals? Puff! The one-eyed young man spit out a mouthful of blood mist. Like a ball that was kicked away, he spun and flew out faster than when he came in, knocking down 7 or 8 walls on the spot. At this point, holes were blasted out of the buildings. Old demon Yang! Take my slap! Just after Yang Mucheng kicked the one-eyed youth away, the second person from Huangji Lihan Tower rushed over. This man is not simple. He was Guang Yao, who was ranked 4th on the spiritual sword ranking. He was the last to arrive, but at this moment, he was ahead of everyone and rushed in front of Yang Mucheng. At the same time, both palms slapped wildly. In this moment, hundreds of palms were blasted out, and the sky was filled with the shadows of those palms. The air was blasted by his blows, and even the space was dented. Snort! Yang Mucheng snorted coldly, waved his long sleeve, and a golden palm print immediately struck out. This moment, in the void, hundreds of palm shadows melted quietly like the first snow and the scorching sun. Countless palm shadows were directly blasted to pieces, and even flew in front of Guang Yao. Guang Yao was startled and quickly swatted away. Boom! At this moment, the golden palm print was like a rushing wave that turned over and overturned, or like the lava that had been accumulated to the extreme and suddenly erupted from a volcano. The huge power contained in it was released without reservation at this moment. A terrifying explosion of energy came from Guang Yao, who was worthy of being the 4th strongest man on the spiritual sword list. He actually used this palm to smash Yang Mucheng's golden handprint. But he himself was also hit by the terrible rebound force and lost his balance, taking 7 or 8 steps back. The entire right hand bone was completely shattered. Too strong! Guang Yao was shocked. Previously, when Yang Mucheng and Yan Dongsheng fought, although they could understand Yang Mucheng's terror, they did not have an intuitive understanding in their hearts. But now Yang Mucheng just waved casually, and he had to use all his strength to catch it. Although he reluctantly received the palm, the bones of his hand were shattered. How can it be so powerful? Obviously everyone is half-step into nascent soul, but I can't even catch one of his moves. Just when Guang Yao was shocked, Yang Mucheng let out a sigh. Obviously, he also underestimated Guang Yao. After all, the opponent was the 4th strongest man in the spiritual sword ranking. How could he not even be able to catch his own palm? But then, Yang Mucheng sneered, stepped forward, came to Guang Yao, and punched again. When this punch was struck, the void shook, like a dragon walking like a snake. With a burst of golden light, like thunder and lightning, it hit Guang Yao's chest in shock. Crack! Guang Yao's chest immediately dented, and a terrifying fist mark protruded from the corresponding position on his back. Puff! Guang Yao spit out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body burst out and flew backwards. Chapter 655, 1 against 10. Guang Yao, who ranked 4th on the spiritual sword ranking, could only hold on to 1 punch and 1 palm under Yang Mucheng's hands. This result made everyone present feel numb. But, for the elders of Huangji Lihan Tower, they were even more furious. Don't hold back! Bring out all your cards! Boom! At this moment, all I could hear was the clanging sound of the sword being drawn out. The remaining 8 disciples all drew their weapons, and even sacrificed magic weapons, all using their special skills at this moment. Sword energy and sword light, falling from the sky, magic weapons and martial arts. The sky was blocked, and the sun was rolling down. In an instant, the attacks of the 8 powerful men on the spirit sword ranking were like violent wind and thunder, which directly enveloped Yang Mucheng's entire body on the spot. Well done! Yang Mucheng stood in the center of the crowd and shouted loudly. Suddenly, he opened his arms in shock. A golden ripple of internal energy vibrated like rolling thunder, like thousands of fierce horses, like golden flames sweeping across the world. At this moment, it swept in all directions. Boom! This moment, the martial arts and techniques that were shrouded overwhelmingly were all shattered into nothingness. The magic weapons that had been smashed down by the bombardment were also shattered to pieces at this moment. This terrifying golden ripple, like ripples, quickly spread in all directions, while shattering everyone's attacks. It shook them hard and knocked them away. Puff! These 8 people, in no particular order, spit out a mouthful of blood and were directly blown away by golden ripples. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, they were directly blasted hundreds of feet away. Bang! 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 Suddenly, 8 people fell from the air one after another like dumplings, making a loud bang on the ground. Rolling dust swept out along with golden ripples, shrouding an area hundreds of feet in radius. Cough, cough, cough. Everyone around was caught up in the dust. Everyone who watched this battle had a horrified look on their face, looking at the movement below. In the field, Yang Mucheng fought 1 against 10, fighting against 10 strong men on the spirit sword ranking. The momentum was extremely huge and frightening. But what's even more shocking is that he easily defeated several people without even using the demon-like martial arts he had previously used. But see, the dust slowly dispersed, and Yang Mucheng stood on the spot. His feet were dug into the ground for several inches, like the roots of an old tree, with him as the center. Everything around him was razed to the ground. Everything collapsed and turned into powder. Around him, the top 10 spirit sword experts from the Huangji Lihan Tower fell to the ground, their faces pale and miserable. I told you that the people in Huangji Lihan Tower are all rubbish. Do you admit it now? Yang Mucheng slowly put away his palms, looked at a few people, and asked with a smile, including Wang Yao. No one spoke. It's not that they are too weak, but that Yang Mucheng is too strong. But no matter what, they were all defeated today. And they were still defeated by more and less. And they were all defeated by Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng! Sun Tianjian's eyes almost bulged out. Yang Mucheng's strike was just right. Although 10 people were seriously injured, their cultivation was not damaged, and they would recover within 3 or 4 months of recuperation at most. But now the battle on the spirit sword ranking is about to begin, which means that the people in Huangji Lihan Tower will be directly eliminated. Ha! Mr. Yang did an amazing job! When the people around him saw this scene, they were stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help laughing. That's right. Huangji Lihan Tower was too bullying and refused to let Yang Lao participate in the spirit sword ranking. Yang Lao injured 10 of your disciples, so that everyone in Huangji Lihan Tower could not participate in the spirit sword ranking. List. This is called tit for tat. Who makes you Sun Tianjin aggressive? Many people just think that Yang Mucheng's performance is too refreshing. That's right. Sun Tianjin shot himself in the foot. If he let Yang Lao compete, it would be nothing more than occupying a quota. But he did such a thing that harmed others and did not benefit himself. How could Yang Lao be someone who gives up easily? Everyone looked at Sun Tianjin with expressions of laughter on their faces. Notice, when Yang Mucheng faced the elder Jixing of Emperor Shi Annihilation Zone who came to his door in person, he didn't even let him escape. Now that you are so blatantly stumbling upon Yang Mucheng, how could the other party swallow this? Not beating your sect disciples to death or maiming them is already giving you face. I wonder how Sun Tianjin will react. Everyone was thinking in their hearts and looked forward. But see, Sun Tianjin was extremely angry and roared, intending to step forward to deal with Yang Mucheng. Sun Tianjin, do you dare to attack our great uncle of Wandao Sword Sect? Yu Feishuan said leisurely. You try it today. If you dare to touch him, tomorrow our Wandao Sword Sect will kill you in front of Huangji Lihan Tower and take your life. Sun Tianjin was filled with anger, and at this moment, it was like being poured from top to bottom by a bucket of ice water. That's right. At this time, Sun Tianjin faced the same choice as Elder Jixing before. That is, the other party is the great uncle of Wandao Sword Sect. If you kill him or do something to him, Wandao Sword Sect will never let it go. At that time, Wandao Sword Sect really led people to kill in front of Huangji Lihan Tower. But Huangji Lianlu is unwilling to start a war. So what should we do if he is pushed out as a scapegoat? There are only a few idiots who can achieve their level of cultivation, at least on key matters. You have to think about yourself. Staring at Yang Mucheng, Sun Tianjin pondered for a moment and chose to avoid it. Old Demon Yang, I have remembered today's matter. After I return to the sect, I will truthfully report the matter to the sect master. You are the great uncle of Wandao Sword Sect. I can't do anything to you. And I can't do anything to you. I have no identity or status to fight against you. But there is someone in our Huangji Lihan Tower who can deal with you. Finished? Sun Tianjin glared at Yu Feishuan angrily. He waved his sleeves, rolled up his disciples, and wished he could not stay here for a moment, soaring directly into the sky and leaving the City of Chaos. For a while, the entire City of Chaos fell into tranquility again. In the spirit sword ranking of the 36 major sects, 2 sects have already been forced to withdraw from the competition because of Yang Mucheng. I have to say that this is also a kind of ability. Yang Mucheng, Since you have defeated Guang Eo, you have naturally qualified for the Spirit Sword ranking. Just when Yang Mucheng was about to leave, the elder of the Qingquan Immortal sect suddenly spoke. The Spiritual Sword ranking is a competition among the disciples of the 36 sections. You did it for a reason. You didn't delay the competition on purpose. According to the rules, you are now ranked 4th. Yang Mucheng, who was about to leave, raised his eyebrows and glanced at the elder of the Qingquan Immortal sect in surprise. However, the other party was speaking for him before, and Yang Mucheng did not doubt him. So he simply sat down in Guang Eo's seat. Chapter 656. The hidden mission of the main mission is triggered. Although there was an episode at the Huangji Lihan Tower, the spiritual sword ranking naturally had to be held. But next is the final ranking challenge, which is also the final positioning match for the strong ones on the spirit sword ranking. Yu Feishuan nodded to Yang Mucheng and said loudly, "The ranking challenge begins. Those in lower positions can challenge those in higher positions. After defeating the opponent, they can replace the opponent's ranking. After failure, the ranking will remain unchanged. Everyone has 3 chances to challenge." Everyone on the spirit sword list naturally knows the rules. Yu Feishuan was just reminding Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng nodded. He is currently ranked 4th, and there are only 3 people higher than him: Bei from Hunyuan Vajra sect, Tianchen from Wandao Sword sect, and Ling Xiao from Qingquan Immortal sect. Bei and Tianchen are naturally not Yang Mucheng's goals, and his ultimate goal is naturally Ling Xiao, who is number 1. When Yang Mucheng looked at Ling Xiao also looked at him with fighting intent. The eyes between the two sides intersected in the void. "This Tianchen is extraordinary." Yang Mucheng frowned. "I actually can't see through him." The ranking match begins. The first person to play was Bai Guhan from Guangling Howling Mansion. He was ranked 93, and he was challenging Mo Xiaoyan from Mingyu Yejian Tower, who was ranked 92. The two came on the stage, held each other's fists, and then started fighting. This moment, everyone's attention fell on the 2 people on the battlefield. As for the previous episode, it was forgotten. On the cloud, Mr. Elegant looked at Yang Mucheng, who was 4th in line, and laughed. "This kid's methods are somewhat similar to mine. Well, one of the places in the 9 provinces continent is definitely his," said. Mr. Elegant took out a book from his arms and slowly sketched Yang Mucheng's name. Strangely enough, when Mr. Yaya wrote Yang Mucheng's name, the cloud energy on Yang Mucheng's body suddenly flew away from part of it and fell into the book in his hand. It quickly gathered into a list of detailed information. Name: Yang Mucheng. Age: 17 years old. Cultivation: half-step nascent soul. Qualification: 9 stars. Identity: granduncle of Wandao Sword Master, Emperor of Daqian Dynasty. If you want to take a closer look, the book in Mr. Elegant's hand actually contains more than just Yang Mucheng's name, and the names of hundreds of people are also densely recorded in it. However, the cultivation of these people is at least the cultivation of gods. Only Yang Mucheng was recorded in the book at the half-step nascent soul realm. However, in the final analysis, this boy's cultivation level is still too low. I don't know if he can keep up with my arrangement. Putting the book in his arms, Mr. Elegant glanced at Yang Mucheng, then took 1 step forward and completely disappeared into the clouds. At a certain moment, Yang Muxiang sensed something and looked up at the sky, but he saw nothing. Why did I have the feeling of being watched by others before? Is it just my illusion? Yang Mucheng was confused, shook his head secretly, and set his sights on the ring again. The battle between Bai Guhan and Mo Xiaoyan is coming to an end. This time, Bai Guhan's offensive was much more fierce than before, and Mo Xiaoyan couldn't breathe anymore. Although Mo Xiaoyan was not defeated yet, anyone with a discerning eye could see that he could only barely resist Bai Guhan's attack and struggle to parry it. Clang! At some point, Bai Guhan stepped forward, using the 2nd level of rapid fighting intent, and his speed reached its peak at this moment. With a clang sound, it struck Mo Xiaoyan's sword. At the same time, his right hand shook, and a huge force burst out, directly opening the opponent's weapon. Mo Xiaoyan's body trembled, and he fell to the ground. Before he could stand up, Bai Guhan pointed his long sword in front of Mo Xiaoyan's throat. I lost! Mo Xiaoyan let out a breath and his face darkened, but he decisively admitted defeat. Bai Guhan wins, and his ranking rises to 92 places. Mo Xiaoyan loses, and his ranking drops to 93. Bai Guhan, who was sitting in the 92 seat, looked around with a happy face. He stared at the rankings further ahead, secretly planning to break into the 9th place in one fell swoop. Mo Xiaoyan's face was full of regret and unwillingness. But his skills were inferior to others. But he had nothing to say. Seeing the success of the first challenger, the other Spirit Sword ranking masters became more and more excited and began to challenge continuously. Yang Mucheng, on the other hand, closed his eyes. Previously, when he sat in the 4th position in Guangnao, the system prompt sounded at the same time. But at that juncture, Yang Mucheng didn't observe it. So now, he pretended to rest and wanted to see what tasks or prompts the system gave. Huh? Follow-up mission. Yang Mucheng was secretly moved. This time, he triggered 2 hidden tasks at once. One was the main line, and the other was the branch line. The branch mission is naturally the showing off one's edge, which is a continuation of a little famous. There are still 3 lottery chances. As for the main mission, this actually made Yang Mucheng ponder for a moment. The content is as follows. Because the host has logged into the 4th place on the Spirit Sword ranking, the hidden main quest will be triggered. Won the 1st place on the Spirit Sword ranking, and will continue to trigger subsequent quests. Concentrate for a moment. Yang Mucheng nodded secretly. What a risk. I just missed this hidden main mission. This Spirit Sword ranking should be just a trigger point to trigger the mission. But this main mission is not completely open. It seems that only by winning the 1st place can we able to trigger completely. But what exactly is this main mission? It uses the Spirit Sword list as the trigger point. Could it be followed by the 4 major lists of heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang? Yang Mucheng pondered for a moment, still not understanding what the main mission was that was not fully revealed. That's it. There is no need to think wildly. After winning the 1st place in the Spiritual Sword ranking, the entire mission will be completely open. At this time, Qianshen's voice pulled Yang Mucheng back from his condensation. Ling Xiao, let me challenge you. But see, Tianshan, who was ranked 2nd, stood up. He looked at Tianshan and said, I lost to you in the last Spirit Sword ranking. This time, I won't lose again. Is it? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and stood up at the same time. However, his eyes involuntarily glanced at Yang Mucheng. Obviously, he prefers Yang Mucheng to be his opponent. Forget it. Let you see the gap between us. Boom. The competition for 1st and 2nd place in the Spirit Sword ranking has finally begun. At this moment, everyone's eyes were looking towards the field. This Ling Xiao is a bit unfathomable. Let me take a look at what his strength is. Think of this. Yang Mucheng also looked forward. Chapter 657, The Unfathomable Ling Xiao. Take action. Ling Xiao is about to take action. As Ling Xiao stood up, the entire Spirit Sword list was pushed to a climax at this moment, and everyone looked at Ling Xiao. There was expectation, respect, admiration, and envy, and there was a burst of shouts from spectators all around. Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't know why Ling Xiao was so popular. Uncle Master, you don't know something, Yu Feishuan explained with a smile. This is Ling Xiao's 3rd time participating in the Spirit Sword ranking. He is only 123 years old. Yang Mucheng nodded. 123 years old. Being able to reach the half-step nascent soul level proves that Ling Xiao's talent is terrifying enough. But this doesn't seem to be the main reason why Ling Xiao is so popular. You're right. It's true, Yu Feishuan said. When Ling Xiao participated in the Spirit Sword ranking for the 1st time, he defeated the former strongest person in the Spirit Sword ranking and became the top one. So far, he has been ranked 1st in the Spirit Sword ranking for 2 consecutive times. Such achievements. There have been strong ones in the Spirit Sword ranking in the past. But the real fear of Ling Xiao lies in other places. Yang Mucheng asked in confusion. Other places? Yes. Yu Feishuan nodded and continued. Ling Xiao's strength is unfathomable. He is an invincible existence at the same level. In other words, no one under the nascent soul realm can be his opponent. He in these more than 100 years. He is known as the 1st person in the nascent soul stage. Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. This comment really proved that Ling Xiao was powerful and a little scary. There was a pause. Yu Feishuan continued. Like you, he also killed the powerful nascent soul when he was half a step into the nascent soul. Then why hasn't he reached the nascent soul realm yet? Yang Mucheng couldn't help but ask. Yu Feishuan smiled, shook her head and said, Uncle Master, it is not easy to break through the realm of Yuanying, but it requires great opportunities. Although Ling Xiao had reached the half step of Yuanying 50 years ago, I didn't meet the opportunity, so I haven't been able to break through yet. Yang Macheng looked surprised. After a moment, he couldn't help but nodded. He had heard Yin Dongsheng say before that he could only reach the nascent soul stage by relying on chance. And he thought this was a family tradition. Now I know that what Yin Dongsheng said was not false, but the truth. Even Yu Feishuan said this. It seems that this nascent soul realm is really difficult to achieve. Even Ling Xiao has been stuck in this realm for more than 50 years. I wonder how long others will be stuck. Yang Macheng looked forward. But, after saying this, Yang Macheng became more and more curious about Ling Xiao. For more than 100 years, he has been known as the first person in the Yuaning stage, and even the strong Yuaning masters have been killed by him. It seems that Ling Xiao's strength is indeed extraordinary. Look forward. But they saw Ling Xiao and Tianxin standing looking at each other. Ling Xiao, I've been waiting for you for a long time. In the last spirit sword ranking, I was defeated by you in 3 moves. This time, I want to escape and regain my face. Tianxin clenched his fists, and fighting spirit burst out in his eyes. The inner strength and energy and blood in the whole body were flowing like iron and copper. And the half-step nascent soul's cultivation and momentum were pushed to the limit at this moment. Even a fierce wind spread crazily along with Tianxin's body, roaring throughout the whole place. You are no match for me. Ling Xiao secretly shook his head. That's not necessarily the case. Tianxin's eyes widened angrily, and he stepped fiercely with the sole of his foot, and his whole body flew out like an arrow from a string. During the flyby, his hands were already shaking together, and his whole body was spinning rapidly, like a surging poisonous dragon. Behind him, there was a wave of air that was tens of meters long. From a distance, it looked like the Sea Dragon King rushing on the sea. You didn't try any moves, but just used all your strength as soon as you came up? Yang Macheng narrowed his eyes. But when he looked at the others, it seemed that the people present did not think it was impossible. In their view, it was inevitable for Tianxin to attack with all his strength. Ling Xiao stood there, one hand behind his back, motionless. Just when Tianxin was about to arrive in front of Ling Xiao's face was calm, and his right hand moved down from top to bottom. Almost instantly, Tianxin, who was originally flying rapidly, quickly retreated towards the rear without any hindrance, avoiding Ling Xiao's attack. But the palm that didn't hit Tianxin directly hit the ground. Boom! The entire earth was like a surface of sand, with a sudden depression, revealing a huge palm print hundreds of feet in diameter. So strong. Yang Macheng whispered in his heart. Tang! Tianxin stabilized his body and looked at the sunken ground. His eyes filled with horror. He originally thought that after reaching the half-step of nascent soul, he would be able to compete with Ling Xiao. But he did not expect that Ling Xiao's strength would become more and more powerful. This scene shocked many people on the scene. But it was also expected. After all, Ling Xiao's reputation as the #1 person in the nascent soul stage is not for nothing. However, there are also people who secretly compare Yang Macheng and Ling Xiao. If old demon Yang had slapped it with his palm, I'm afraid it would have had the same effect. Yes. I don't know. Between Yang Lamo and Ling Xiao, who can get the title of the first person in the nascent soul stage? Yang Macheng narrowed his eyes slightly, continued to look forward. Although Tianxin escaped Ling Xiao's shocking palm, in fact Tianxin had been defeated. The gap in strength between the two is so huge that there is almost no comparability. Boom! Just when Yang Macheng was imagining it, Tianxin had already launched another attack. Just seeing his body jump up, the whole person was like lightning, rushing towards Ling Xiao in a snake-like trajectory. His movements were erratic, and his movements were as fast as lightning. Clang! Even during the plunder, he drew out his long sword and chose to attack again. Xiaoyun's acupuncture point sword. As soon as the sword was released, Tianxin's long sword was seen moving rapidly in midair. Several rays of sword light shot out like snakes, biting towards the large holes around Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao stood there, stretched out a finger, and moved it gently. Ding! 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 With a series of collisions, Tianxin's move was broken. Drink! Tianxin was horrified as his tricks were broken one after another. He shouted angrily, and his internal energy surged crazily. He only heard the sound of a sword. At this moment, the long sword in his hand turned into a silver flame. This flame seemed to be nothing, but it was quietly coming. It condensed into substance and burned the surrounding air into nothingness. Boom! Even when the sword struck down from the air, it shattered the entire void. Ling Xiao slowly shook his head. And with his right hand, he reached forward and grabbed the long sword into his hand with a snap. This high-grade Xian-level sword was twisted into a twist under his gentle and jade-like palm. While breaking Tianqin's attack, Ling Xiao's right hand grabbed at Tianqin at an incredible angle and speed. Not good! Tianqin was horrified and quickly stepped back. However, no matter how fast he retreated, it was still not as fast as Ling Xiao's. Ling Xiao's grabbed claws suddenly flashed in midair and turned into palms. Like the caress between lovers, they gently patted Tianqin's chest. Chapter 658 Yang Mucheng vs. Ling Xiao. Failed! At the same time that Ling Xiao slapped Tianqin's chest, Yang Mucheng cried out. He didn't finish his sentence. This move, which seems to be an understatement and has no power at all, actually contains unimaginable power. Tianqin's whole body felt as if he had been hit by a terrifying wild beast in front of everyone, spitting out a mouthful of blood mist that filled the sky, and then flew backwards with a wailing sound. Boom! The body hit the ground, leaving a terrible dent and crack in the earth. This moment, the entire arena fell into dead silence. It was different from Yang Mucheng's previous battle with Yan Dongsheng, which exploded with frightening power. Ling Xiao and Tianqin locked the scope of the battle in a very small space, like a game on a chessboard. And Ling Xiao's last palm is more like a move by a general. Even if you have thousands of troops, you won't be given a chance to show off. The difference in strength between the two sides is too big. Yang Mucheng secretly shook his head. He saw this battle clearly. Although both of them are half-step nascent soul, the purity and quantity of Ling Xiao's inner energy are far stronger than Tianqin. Any attack by Tianqin is like a child playing tricks in front of adults. Every move can be easily seen through. Tianqin fell to the ground. 3 moves. 36 years ago, he could only sustain 3 moves in front of Ling Xiao. He originally thought that after 36 years of hard training, he could defeat Ling Xiao. But he didn't expect that he would still be defeated in 3 moves. I lost, Tianqin said in despair. There was no cheering around, as if they had anticipated the outcome of this battle. After all, the title of the first person in the nascent soul stage is not for nothing. It seems that if you want to defeat Ling Xiao, you can only reach the nascent soul stage. Bei, who ranked 4th, sighed sadly. Bei's original goal was also Ling Xiao. But after watching Tianqin's attacks before, he found that even if he came on stage, he couldn't hold on to 2 moves. He smiled bitterly, closed his eyes, and stopped thinking about challenging Ling Xiao. No one should be able to shake Ling Xiao's title as the number 1 person in the nascent soul stage, someone said dejectedly. That's not necessarily the case, a strong man on the spirit sword ranking said, glancing secretly at Yang Mucheng. Yes, maybe only he can compete with Ling Xiao, someone reacted. But I don't know if he will challenge Ling Xiao, someone else said. For a while, many people looked expectantly at Yang Mucheng. As if sensing something, everyone present at this moment actually looked at Yang Mucheng, with a trace of desire and expectation in their eyes. Even Yu Feishuan cast a slightly fanatical look. I'm coming! Under everyone's expectant gaze, Yang Mucheng smiled loudly and stood up. In this battle, even if no one expected it, he would still have to fight. Only by defeating Ling Xiao and winning first place can he start the follow-up to the main mission. Otherwise, you have to wait 36 years. Oldemo Yang, you finally got it. Ling Xiao was slightly excited. As early as when we were in the Tianhing Mountains, I discovered that you are not a creature in the pool. I believe you are an opponent that can fight. This time, I finally waited for you. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly, nodded and said, You have fought with Tianqin before. I will give you 10 breaths to adjust your breathing. Pranayama? The people present were puzzled. The battle between Ling Xiao and Tianqin was decided by lightning and flint. It was not a big battle, so how could one need to adjust one's breath? Good. But Ling Xiao nodded, sat down cross-legged, and circulated his inner energy. When a lion fights a rabbit, it's hard to use all your strength. Although Ling Xiao had won easily before, Yang Mucheng saw that he had shown 120% of his strength. A strong man should not take it lightly when facing an enemy. Even if Yang Mucheng didn't bring it up, Ling Xiao would take the initiative to ask for 10 breaths of preparation time. 10 breaths later, Ling Xiao's aura returned to its peak and looked at Yang Mucheng. This moment, there was a commotion in the venue. This battle is a good show. Ling Xiao has topped the list of spirit swords for 2 consecutive times and is known as the first person under the nascent soul stage. And Yang Laomo is a rising star of Wandao sword sect. in front of everyone, killing a powerful nascent soul man. There must be a battle between the two of them. Some people couldn't help but said, "EP641, who do you think will win this battle?" The elder of the Qingquan Immortal Sect asked with a smile. EP641 showed a wry smile. "I don't know. Logically speaking, I would think that Ling Xiao would win. But my uncle finally killed Yan Dongsheng with a move that was like a demon. But it added a little variable. In this battle, or the most powerful battle under the nascent soul stage." The elder of the Qingquan Immortal Sect also nodded. His eyes kept turning on Yang Mucheng and Ling Xiao. "Not Yuaning, but better than Yuaning. The strength of these two people is enough to compare with ordinary Yuaning. The stronger one. I am also unsure about who will win among them. Start." Following a burst of shouts, Ling Xiao took the lead. Notice, Ling Xiao behaves like a master no matter how he faces anyone. No matter how you attack, I will remain unmoved, maintaining the status quo. But when facing Yang Mucheng, he was the first to attack. Obviously, he was not sure about defeating Yang Mucheng. As soon as he stepped out, Ling Xiao crossed in front of Yang Mucheng in an instant, and immediately punched away without any fancy. "It's actually the most common straight punch." There was a cry of surprise from the crowd. Original. Everyone was still guessing what kind of martial arts Ling Xiao would use to make the first move. But they didn't expect it to be just an ordinary punch. But no matter how ordinary a punch was, it became extraordinary when it was thrown by Ling Xiao. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly, and also left with a straight punch. Boom! The fists collided, creating a terrifying and powerful hurricane that roared and swept in all directions. After punching Han, Ling Xiao's body swayed slightly and remained in place. Yang Mucheng used the force to move forward, drew a semicircle behind him with his right foot, turned his body sharply, and punched Ling Xiao in the same way. "Not good!" Ling Xiao looked stern. Yang Mucheng was indeed more terrifying than the other opponents. At this moment, he raised his palm and struck hard at Yang Mucheng's sudden and rotating punch. With a bang sound, Ling Xiao's right arm suddenly went numb, and he felt a force far stronger than his own rushing in. He could no longer maintain his motionless figure, staggered suddenly, and retreated backwards. "What?" At this moment, there was a burst of horrified screams inside and outside the venue. No one expected that as soon as Yang Mucheng came up, he would gain the advantage with such fierce power and force Ling Xiao to retreat. "Did you suppress Ling Xiao?" EP641 looked happy. However, the elder of the Qingquan Immortal Sect beside her was equally happy and said, "Old Demon Yang took the bait." Chapter 659, The Battle of the Strongest Half-Step Nascent Soul. Taken the bait? EP641 was puzzled. At this moment, everyone watching the battle noticed something was wrong. Ling Xiao, who was clearly repelled, did not have the shock and anger on his face that should have been seen when he was repelled. Instead, he had the joy of succeeding in his plan. But he saw his right hand reaching forward and grabbing it, and a large net formed entirely from his inner energy came down from behind Yang Mucheng. "When did the big net appear?" There was a burst of exclamation among the crowd. But listen. The elder of the Qingquan Immortal Sect smiled lightly and said, "This dragon net was laid in an instant as early as the moment Ling Xiao took action. Now!" Yang Lama knocked back Ling Xiao with a punch, and his tense nerves suddenly relaxed. "Facing this sudden attack again, at this time, you will definitely be in a hurry and be taken advantage of by Ling Xiao." Was it laid out when the attack was launched? Everyone was shocked. This Ling Xiao was really scary. When everyone looked at Yang Mucheng, however, he discovered that Yang Mucheng didn't seem to pay attention to the dragnet closing towards him behind him. Instead, he took a step forward and cut directly in front of Ling Xiao. He clicked his right hand. Although it seemed simple, at this moment, he pointed out the 24 solar term shocking finger. The Jingshan finger is a low-level martial arts skill at the earth level. It requires too much internal energy and blood. So he did the opposite and blasted out 24 fingers in a row. "Do you want to surpass me in transformation?" When Ling Xiao saw this, his pupils shrank slightly. But he did not give in. But at this moment, he stood still and fired off 24 middle-grade Xian-level martial arts. Xiaoyun's acupuncture pointer. Fire dragon destruction fist. 9 netherworld palm. 24 martial arts, containing 24 changes, quietly resolved Yang Mucheng's 24 solar terms. Although, Ling Xiao neutralized Yang Mucheng's attack, but using 24 martial arts skills at once also caused his internal energy to stagnate and his operation to become sluggish. And this time, Yang Mucheng then took out his hand, grabbed it in the air with his right hand, as if catching the wind, turned around and slashed. And the dragnet that was covering him was immediately torn to pieces. Good! This moment, even Ling Xiao, an opponent, couldn't help but cheer for Yang Muqing's reaction. If Yang Muqing had turned around to deal with Tian Luo Sheng before, then he would definitely have the opportunity to attack and restrain Yang Muqing. But Yang Muqing did the opposite, using offense instead of defense to break his own offensive. Then he slowly turned around and cut open Ling Xiao's dragnet, causing his arrangement to be quietly wasted. Old demon Yang, try this trick I prepared for you again. Ling Xiao laughed loudly and raised his hands fiercely, making a gesture of holding the sky. This moment, he was like a god who could summon wind and rain. As he raised his palms, the spiritual energy all over the sky gathered rapidly in a crazy manner at this moment. In the eyes of countless people, these spiritual energy quickly condensed into threads and gathered into one stream, crisscrossing and entwining with each other. A huge network wraps up from the bottom up. This large net, with a radius of more than 100 feet, is made of spiritual energy mixed with internal energy. Although it looks thin, it is enough to separate gold and jade. A 30-meter-high bluestone within the confines of a large net was just lightly chopped, and was instantly cut into square pieces of gravel that looked like tofu. Combine! Ling Xiao closed his palms, and the big net closed in an instant, swallowing Yang Muqing directly like a shrinking bag. Receive! 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 At this moment, he shouted loudly, and every time he shouted, a mark was formed quickly. At the same time, the large net with a radius of 100 feet suddenly shrank at this moment. Old demon Yang, give up. Once this big net is closed, no matter how strong you are, you will be torn into pieces. Ling Xiao shouted loudly. I once used this move to destroy the physical body of a strong nascent soul warrior. Ha ha. If you want to make me admit defeat, I can't do it with this broken net. Yang Muqing laughed, clenched his fists, and the dragon soul armor appeared, facing the crazily closing big net. He reached out with both hands, grabbed the silk thread that could separate gold and jade, and pulled hard. At this moment, there was only a squeak sound, and the huge net was closed on Yang Muqing's dragon soul armor, cutting out dazzling sparks. With a squeak sound, the large net that could tear apart the body of a strong nascent soul was torn open by Yang Muqing. Boom! The big net burst, and countless threads, without the support of internal energy, slowly disappeared into the sky. Two figures. One is in the sky, the other is on the ground, motionless, looking at each other amidst the dust and wind. It's my turn! Yang Muqing stepped into the void, and the dragon soul armor was not cancelled. At the same time, the golden body appeared. With the appearance of the golden body, the originally dark armor turned into black gold at this moment, and a faint roar of a dragon echoed in the sky, lingering for 3 days without stopping. With this step, Yang Muqing came directly to the top of Ling Xiao and struck down with a palm from the air. This moment, Yang Muqing's body was surrounded by a shocking dragon roar, as if a dragon soul appeared and coiled around him. This state of falling from the sky suppressed a terrifying strong wind, directly blowing the thousands of feet of ground into a dust-free place. Ugh! 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 There were loud sounds. The strong wind left terrifying marks on the ground like knives and axes. Not good! Ling Xiao's face, which was still smiling, completely froze at this moment. There is no longer the calmness as before, replaced by incomparable solemnity. Click! With a clenched teeth, Ling Xiao formed a seal. And at this moment, a golden figure with a golden body that looked like a gray-haired old man rose up behind him. At this moment, a surging momentum swept across all directions like a tidal wave. Facing this shocking golden body, everyone felt a kind of awe from the bottom of their hearts, and even couldn't help but want to kneel down and surrender. Then, he stepped forward with his feet, and the soles of his feet dug half an inch into the ground. At this moment, power came from the heart and crazily poured into the limbs and bones. Facing Yang Muqing's palm in the air, he raised his hand and waved it away. Boom! Under the shocked eyes of countless people, the palms of both parties clapped together steadily. Now, in the entire venue, there was first silence, followed by a terrifying power like a mountain falling apart. With Li Xiao as the center, the land with a radius of thousands of feet exploded desperately at this moment, and countless rubble surged into the sky hundreds of meters, like spewing volcanic lava. Large amounts of dust billowed up, covering the venue like clouds. At the same time, an awe-inspiring wave of air swept towards the surroundings crazily. Chapter 660 Breaking Through the Nascent Soul. Rumble. A horrifying loud noise sounded wildly. Countless people were blown hundreds of meters away by this terrifying air wave. Even the countless demon kings outside the City of Chaos were alarmed by the terrifying battle inside the city. In the mountain forest, a dense flock of birds rose up in fright and fled into the distance desperately. The demon king hiding underground fled, as if facing a natural disaster. Even where this awe-inspiring air wave spread, the houses and buildings were quietly filled with terrible cracks. How's it going? Who wins and who loses? Only the masters at the nascent soul realm and above were present and could remain calm. The others had long been frightened by the terrifying momentum, and their hearts were trembling. Tianshan was also blown away 100 meters away. He stared at the dust-shrouded place in stunned silence, his eyes unable to conceal his horror. Terrible! If Ling Xiao and I had shown such strength before, I might not have been able to catch even one move. Who wins and who loses? Except Tianshan. Everyone looked forward in stunned silence. But, ahead, there was a cloud of dust, and only these two people could be felt. And the two breaths were constantly colliding. Out! Unexpected. A burst of exclamations resounded, only to see a figure shooting straight towards the sky like a javelin. The soaring momentum crazily shattered the sweeping dust in that instant. Before everyone could see the first figure clearly, a second figure followed closely behind. In an instant, the two were fighting in midair again. When the battle reached this level, even some powerful nascent soul warriors could no longer watch the battle. Although both of them were half-step nascent soul warriors, their strength was far beyond that of ordinary nascent soul warriors. In midair, the two of them were already fighting together. Every punch and every kick erupted with a thunderous sound that was deafening. Everyone on the field just watched in horror. No one could have imagined that Yang Macheng could actually compete with Ling Xiao. 10 moves. 20 moves. Ling Xiao counterattacked frantically. After all, he was more than 100 years older than Yang Macheng, and his grasp of the timing of the battle was far better than Yang Mucheng's. Finally, Yang Macheng used a move called Shocking Finger to save the situation and completely gain the upper hand. However, this advantage did not last long. Yang Mu has learned martial arts skills below the level of Wandao Sword Sect, and is more proficient in the changes of moves than Ling Xiao. Coupled with the experience in the Samsung water bead formation, he has already worn away the youthfulness he once had, and his moves have lost their flashiness. At almost the 30th move, Yang Macheng caught Ling Xiao's mistake and reversed the disadvantage. Mid-air, the two of them were going back and forth, making it more and more thrilling. Ling Xiao relies on his experience to come up with strange moves many times. His moves are mysterious and unpredictable. Sometimes tricky, sometimes mysterious, and unpredictable. Yang Macheng, on the other hand, reacted extremely quickly. Relying on his position as the leader of hundreds of schools, he could see through Ling Xiao's attack and quickly counterattacked. 50 moves. 60 moves. The frequency of the two's attacks became faster and faster, and Ling Xiao no longer dared to use martial arts, because he had the feeling that all his moves were being seen through. He simply used the simplest fist and kick skills to deal with it, because he understands that against a master like Yang Macheng who combines the strengths of hundreds of schools of thought, fancy moves will not only have no effect at all, but will actually trap him. For a while. Instead, Ling Xiao relied on such a weird trick to gain the upper hand again. But, soon, Yang Macheng also changed his fighting style, and used the same tactics to deal with Ling Xiao. 70 moves. 80 moves. Off the court, everyone was dazzled, and could only see two phantoms turning into one in midair. Only the elders of the 36 sects could clearly see what was going on. And other warriors with lower cultivation levels couldn't even see clearly the figures on both sides. You Fei Xuan, is this great uncle of your Wandao Sword Sect really only 17 years old? The elders of the Hunyuan Badra sect couldn't help but ask. Yes. Yu Fei Xuan nodded. He comes from the mortal world. He started practicing at the age of 15, and it has not yet been a year and a half. The eyes of everyone present almost bulged out. The elder of the Qingquan Immortal sect secretly sighed, shook his head and said, Ling Xiao is the reincarnation of my sect's predecessor. He has been nourished by heavenly spirits and earthly treasures since he was a child, and was personally guided by the sect master. He practiced cultivation at the age of 3, and has gone through a total of 120 years. Then, when he dominated the spiritual sword ranking, he was over 30 years old. In comparison, Ling Xiao is not as good as Yang Maicheng. With this stalemate on the battlefield, who do you think will win? At this time, the elder of Guanling Howling Mansion suddenly spoke. Ling Xiao! The elder of the Qingquan Immortal Sect said without even thinking. Yang Maicheng is indeed powerful, but compared with Ling Xiao, he lacks more than 100 years of accumulation. This kind of accumulation does not happen overnight. It can be offset. That's not bad. The elder of the Hun Yuan Vajra Sect paused for a moment and nodded. It has been nearly 100 years since Ling Xiao reached the half-step of nascent soul. But Yang Maicheng has just reached the realm of nascent soul. Regardless of internal strength or other aspects, he may not be Ling Xiao's opponent. At this time, Yu Feishuan was not as hesitant and confused as before. Seeing everyone's sworn expressions, she smiled brightly and said slowly, That's wrong. I think my uncle will win this battle. The elder of the Qingquan Immortal Sect couldn't help but ask. Why? Yu Feishuan smiled and said, You don't know how scary my uncle is. Let alone the real scary thing behind the name Old Demon Yang. Boom. At this moment, a terrible shock suddenly came from the sky, causing everyone to raise their heads and look over. Just see. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. And at this moment, a terrifying artistic conception that merged with the general trend of heaven and earth suddenly surged in his body. This artistic conception was very weak at first, but in just a short moment, it suddenly burst out and could no longer be contained. What? He actually broke through during the battle. Feeling this terrifying aura, everyone couldn't help but raise their heads and look towards the sky. Old Emo Yang, thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know when I would be able to break through the shackles and reach the nascent soul realm. Ling Xiao couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. There is always a difference between the half-step nascent soul and the strong nascent soul. Many of his previous moves that could not be used due to level restrictions seemed to be unlocked at this moment, without any shackles, providing him with unlimited use. Looking at Yang Maicheng, Ling Xiao shouted loudly, In this first battle to break through the nascent soul realm, I will use you as my qualifications. As he spoke, his long sleeves moved forward. This moment, the wind and clouds change color, and the sun and moon lose their light. Chapter 661 The Demon God reappears. Ling Xiao, who broke through before the battle, was full of momentum. With this casual wave of his hand, the wind and wind that was stirred seemed to stir up the entire world. Looking arrogantly, this, not only was it Ling Xiao's most powerful attack since his appearance. Shockingly, it was Ling Xiao's most powerful attack in these 123 years. He just saw that as he stirred his long sleeves, the wind roared like thunder, and the demonstration on the ground peeled off inch by inch, turning into a rotating tornado, crushing towards Yang Maicheng. This battle has been decided. At this time, no matter who it was, they couldn't help but think about it at this moment. Let's talk about before. Yang Maicheng might still be able to confront Ling Xiao in a separate court. But now, Ling Xiao is using Yang Maicheng as a training stone to gain the opportunity to break through to the nascent soul realm in one fell swoop. At this level alone, his cultivation level suddenly rose to a higher level. Although the previous Yan Dongsheng also had the cultivation level of nascent soul realm. Compared with Ling Xiao, he is as far apart as clouds and mud. Someone said, How can this be the same? When Ling Xiao was in the Golden Core stage, he was invincible at the same level. After he was promoted to nascent soul, his cultivation strength was naturally higher than that of ordinary nascent soul masters. How can Yan Dongsheng compare with him? Someone said sneered. This is the last move to win or lose. I don't know if Yang Maicheng can handle it. For a while, everyone felt sorry for Yang Maicheng. Ha ha. Yu Feishuan. It seems that your master uncle is going to lose. The elder of the Qingquan Immortal Sect laughed and couldn't hide the proud look on his face. Ling Xiao broke through first, and his cultivation strength has surpassed that of Yang the Old Devil is over. Yu Feishuan gritted her teeth and said unwillingly, Uncle Master, he still has that trick. That move? Everyone was shocked and looked at Yang Maicheng again. If Yang Maicheng used the godlike move again, he might be able to reverse the situation in an instant. But, can he use it? The elder of the Qingquan Immortal Sect slowly shook his head and said, Yu Feishuan, actually you and I both know this. A move like the one before would deplete the caster's body, blood, and internal energy to a considerable extent. Even old Demon Yang may not be able to use it. Yes. Yu Feishuan's face turned stern and she no longer had hope. Such is the kind of mental method that burns blood and internal energy. No matter how strong you are, you could only use it once in a short period of time. This battle has already doomed Yang Mucheng to fail. What a pity! Many people felt regretful. They have seen that Ling Xiao has been ranked first in the Spirit Sword ranking 3 times in a row. Especially in this last battle. He has used Yang Mucheng as a stepping stone. If I hadn't killed Yin Dongsheng, I would have been defeated this time. Yang Mucheng stood quietly, watching the Ling Xiao falling from the sky. That's right. Their guess was correct. Demon God sacrifice. A terrifying trick that transformed oneself into an ancient demon god. Could not be used a second time in a short period of time. Because, once used, the consumption burden on the body will be unimaginably large. Essence, blood, inner strength, body. It seems that there is no harm at all. But in fact, after Yang Mucheng used the demon god sacrifice, his bones, muscles, and even the entire body were covered with subtle and imperceptible cracks. But Yang Mucheng used the ancient heaven swallowing technique to swallow Yin Dongsheng's energy and blood for more than 1,000 years. Not only did he recover his body in a short time, but he also raised his cultivation level to half a step to nascent soul. This is the power of the Wuping technique. Pity! Yang Mucheng slowly raised his head, looking at the Fengwan Zanjue getting closer and closer. His voice suddenly increased. At this moment, the terrifying demon god emerged from behind him once again. This time, the outpouring was even more powerful than before. Originally, the previous demonic shadow was just a shallow illusion. But now, this demonic shadow appears more and more condensed. As long as I'm here, you're just a firefly. You know, how can the light of a firefly compete with the bright moon? Yang Mucheng's eyes widened angrily, and he raised his hand to grab into the void. In an instant, that indescribable thing, the tornado formed by the wind and wind that could destroy everything, was firmly grasped by Yang Mucheng in the palm of his hand. The 5 fingers that looked like white jade suddenly closed and clenched fiercely. Just hearing a bang, everything turned into a dream at this moment. Get down here! Yang Mucheng slowly took the shot with his right hand. Not the nascent soul, but better than the nascent soul. Not the nascent soul. Far beyond the nascent soul. This moment, Ling Xiao, who had broken through the nascent soul cultivation level, felt that at this moment, the infinite spiritual energy between heaven and earth was heading towards him crazily, converging in thousands of ways, transforming into a mighty giant palm. And then, with Yang Mucheng's palm, he lost his balance and slammed towards the ground crazily. What? Ling Xiao was horrified. He raised his palms, trying to smash this demonic blow. However, this power was too huge. Under this power, he was like an ant trampled by a giant elephant. No matter how strong and powerful your ant is, there is no way it can withstand the elephant's kick. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, under the shocking palm, Ling Xiao could no longer hold on, and was directly shot from midair to the ground by Yang Mucheng. Boom! A palm smashed down wildly. A hurricane of several hundred feet was set off in the sky above the entire chaotic city. This horrifying tremor caused the building that was originally full of cracks to be unable to support itself at this moment. It let out a groaning sound, and was completely shattered into ruins. Even the 36 sect elders, who were watching the battle close at hand, felt that the hurricane set off by this palm made their bodies tremble, and they were unable to stop it. As for the other people, they were more like withered grass among the duckweeds. They flew out involuntarily, and were thrown hundreds of feet away. They hit the ground heavily with a dull sound. The 36 sect elders were dumbfounded and dumbfounded. Powerful! So powerful! The minds of those strong men who were thrown away were almost blank, and they just muttered the word powerful, blankly. Compared to the peak duel between these two people, the battles between other strong men on the spiritual sword ranking were completely like playing house. It's so unimaginable that this is actually a duel between an early-stage nascent soul warrior and a half-step nascent soul warrior. Someone almost groaned. The final blow of Yang Mucheng and Ling Xiao was even comparable to some mid-stage nascent soul warriors. Phew! A strong wind came. The dust that shrouded the venue suddenly dispersed. The two figures gradually became clearer. Yang Mucheng's face turned pale, and the demon behind him could no longer hold on, and suddenly disappeared. After all, even if the body can withstand the continuous use of demon god sacrifice, this move is extremely mentally draining, and the next use will have to be at least a month later. Ling Xiao was located in a huge pit with a radius of 100 feet. His face flushed and motionless as a mountain. A tie? This moment, Everyone was stunned and silent. However, before he finished speaking, Ling Xiao's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow sound. Unable to hold on any longer, plop! He fell to his knees and could not stand up again. Chapter 662, number 1 on the spiritual sword list. Lost. Even Ling Xiao, who broke through to the nascent soul realm before the battle, was still defeated by Yang Macheng. This battle was too unexpected, especially when the demon god sacrifice appeared. The terrible feeling of being controlled by the demon god appeared in everyone's hearts again. I lost. Although unwilling, Ling Xiao did not have any regrets. He looked at Yang Macheng quietly and said slowly, "You are indeed, as I said, the biggest dark horse in this spiritual sword ranking. If I can lose in your hands, I can win. You're not bad either." Yang Macheng felt the emptiness in his body, and the nerves that were almost broken. Among warriors of the same level, you are the first one who can push me to this level. Ling Xiao had a wry smile on his face. He was reincarnated and gained cultivation experience from his previous life, coupled with the efforts of the Qianquan immortal sect to cultivate him. Not to mention that he practiced more than 100 years earlier than Yang Macheng. But now, he was still defeated at the hands of Yang Macheng. In addition to awe, he only had awe in his heart. Glancing at Yang Macheng, Ling Xiao said, "Old demon Yang, you will definitely be famous in this Kyushu in the future. You have already replaced me in the first place on the spiritual sword ranking. In the future, I am afraid that the top 4 rankings of heaven, earth, Xianwang, etc. will be no problem for you." Is it on the top 4 lists of Xianwang and heaven? Yang Macheng fell into condensation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for ranking first in the spirit sword ranking and starting the subsequent hidden main quest, number 1 on the 4 rankings. Mission Introduction in Kyushu. The spirit sword list is only the starting point of 36 sections. The top 4 lists of heaven, earth, mysterious and yellow are the objects that countless people strive for. Only by ranking first among the 4 rankings can one truly become famous. Task reward: every time you get first on the list, you will get a lucky draw opportunity. A total of 4 times. Task time: none. Mission failure: if you fail even once, you will immediately deduct 1 skill above the earth level. Unexpected. This system prompt made Yang Macheng wake up. The fighting spirit that had just subsided in his eyes was burning like a blazing fire. Heaven and Earth Xianwang. The top 4 lists. Don't worry. I will definitely make my name appear on the 4 major lists. Yang Macheng nodded slightly. Ling Xiao smiled lightly and was non-committal. Based on Yang Macheng's performance today, as long as he can reach the nascent soul realm, he will always have a place on the 4 major lists in the future. Yang Macheng wins. At this time, the elders of the Qianquan immortal sect expressed their congratulations. And at the same time, Yang Macheng replaced Ling Xiao and ranked first. Although the battle on the spirit sword ranking is not over yet, and this ranking is only temporary, everyone knows that Yang Macheng has firmly ranked first in the spirit sword ranking. Whether it is Tianchen in 2nd place or Bei in 3rd place, they basically have no capital to compete with him. As for Ling Xiao, he has withdrawn from the spirit sword ranking. The rule of the spirit sword ranking is that it must be below the nascent soul realm. Since he had already broken through the nascent soul realm in the previous battle, the spirit sword ranking has nothing to do with him anymore. His goal, like Yang Macheng, is to aim at the top 4 rankings of Xianwang and Xianwang. The game is still going on. The battle between Yang Macheng and Ling Xiao shocked the entire audience and pushed the atmosphere of the entire spirit sword ranking to a peak. The next battle between people seemed a little boring. Even the battle between Tianchen and Bei for 2nd and 3rd place left no one interested. As for the others, it was like children playing house. Until late at night, the battle on the spirit sword ranking was finally over. The top 3 in the spirit sword ranking are as follows. First, Yang Macheng. Second, Tianchen. Third, hundreds of industries. Although the night had passed, everyone in the Chaos City was talking about the pinnacle battle between Yang Macheng and Ling Xiao on the spiritual sword list. That night, Yang Macheng was about to go to bed when Wang Renjie from the Yingui sect came to see him. Congratulations, Senior. When Wang Renjie saw Yang Macheng, he hurriedly congratulated. Congratulations on getting the first place in the spiritual sword ranking. Yang Macheng invited him in and asked Gunnan Shi to make 2 cups of tea. You came here this time not just to congratulate me. Right, Yang Macheng said with a smile. Wang Renjie glanced at Gun Nanchi. with a hint of embarrassment on his face. Yang Mucheng waved his hand and said with a smile, Gu Nanji is my slave. If you have anything to say, just say it. She will not tell anyone else. Wang Renjie nodded, took out a fused fragment of the scroll from his arms, and handed it over. Yang Mucheng took the hand in surprise, glanced at it, and frowned slightly. This fragment is exactly what Demon God Sacrifice was thinking about. This is, Yang Mucheng said in surprise. Senior, I haven't even read a single word of Demon God Sacrifice. After thinking about it, this kind of technique will not only not allow our Ingui sect to rise because of it, but it might even become a target for people to stare at. Target, Wang Renjie said cautiously. Indeed, Wang Renjie didn't even have time to look at it, or even take a look at the content of the Demon God Sacrifice. At that time, Yan Dongshan attacked the mausoleum. Yang Mucheng and Yan Dongshan fought all night, fighting from the mausoleum to the City of Chaos. Especially when Yang Mucheng used the Demon God Sacrifice for the first time, Wang Renjie suddenly felt a sense of awe in his heart, because the technique of Demon God Sacrifice is so terrifying. Their Ingui sect will definitely rise because of it in the future. Original. Wang Renjie is preparing to leave the City of Chaos with the Demon God Sacrifice technique, even as far away as possible. But after some hesitation, he finally chose to meet Yang Mucheng, because he knew that it was impossible for the current Ingui sect to possess this technique. The common man is not guilty, but he is guilty of carrying the jade. Once others know about it, many sects will definitely completely eliminate their Ingui sect for the sake of Demon God Sacrifice. You're right. Yang Mucheng nodded. There are indeed many people in Kyushu who have caused the demise of a family, or even a sect because of the emergence of peerless skills. So, you want to hand over this Demon God Sacrifice to me? Yes. Wang Renjie nodded. You are the master uncle of the Wandao Sword Sect, and no one dares to take your idea. I would like to exchange this Demon God Sacrifice for a promise from you. My promise? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. Yes. Wang Renjie nodded. Our ancestors of the Ingui sect made their fortunes as Captain Mo Jin and knew some of the tombs. Even without the technique of Demon God Sacrifice, the Ingui sect can rise again with the treasures in the tombs. You can help us explore the ancient tombs. The ancient tombs, what you get is divided equally. Yang Mucheng took a deep look at Wang Renjie. I have to say that this Wang Renjie is indeed a smart man. He knows what is right and what is wrong. He handed over the Demon God Sacrifice to Yang Mucheng. Although he lost the martial arts, he got Yang Mucheng's promise in exchange. If it were some smart people, they might choose to escape with the Demon God Sacrifice. Okay, I promise you. Yang Mucheng took the Demon God Sacrifice and clenched it with his right hand, and the fragment of the scroll immediately turned into ashes. From now on the Jiuzhou continent, Yang Mucheng is the only one who knows the inner thoughts of Demon God Sacrifice. Next, Yang Mucheng stayed in the City of Chaos for about half a month and mined 7 or 8 tombs for the Ingui sect. As for the things offered by the Ingui sect, he accepted them directly without being polite. Even if you don't need it yourself, you can bring it back to the Dakian dynasty in the future. However, the golden-haired rat has a character like a goose plucking its hair. It cut off many heavenly and earthly treasures from the Ingui sect, and Yang Mucheng didn't bother to care about it. Anyway, it has a master-servant contract with the golden-haired rat, and Yang Mucheng is not worried that it will do anything detrimental to him. What's more, this mouse has quite a lot of secrets hidden in it, and Yang Mucheng still wants to know what kind of existence the divine world it talks about is like. It wasn't until the last tomb was explored that Yang Mucheng returned to the Wandao Sword Sect. However, Yang Mucheng didn't know that the 2 sects he had offended in the City of Chaos were already preparing to take revenge. Chapter 663. Huang Jili hates Emperor Shi and annihilation and joins forces. Emperor Shi annihilated Zongzong. Main hall. An extremely majestic man sat at the head of the table. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the pale elder Jixing, whose whole body was already trembling uncontrollably. This man is none other than the leader of the annihilation sect of Emperor Shi, Bai Chenhong. So, you're back? Bai Chenhong narrowed his eyes and sneered. Yes. Elder Jixing did not dare to disobey and replied in a low voice. How brave! Bai Chenhong's eyes widened angrily, as if he had heard something outrageous. Sitting on his seat, he raised his right hand and swept it down with his palm. A terrifying huge wave turned into a huge palm holding up the sky at this moment, crushing Elder Jixing's head and smashing it towards the ground. Boom! A loud sound resounded, and a ring of dust spread wildly. Elder Jishing, who was a strong man in Zifu, was also shot by this palm, and his orifices were bleeding. Sect Master, have mercy on me! Sect Master, have mercy on me! Elder Jishing did not dare to struggle, and quickly called for help. Sect Master! At this time, an elder in the main hall said leisurely, I think the blame for this matter cannot be entirely blamed on Elder Jishing. That boy Yang Laoma is the great uncle of Wanao Sword Sect, and he still had Yu Feishuan to rely on. No elder would have dared to pursue the matter at that time, because once the matter got serious, it would be a war between two sects and two regions. Now, this Emperor Sure Annihilation sect was dealing with the matter of Yang Maicheng injuring Chen Yuandian, Yin Dongchen, and Cheng Wei in the chaotic city. The other elders also nodded slowly. If Wandao Sword Sect is only a second-tier small sect, so Elder Jishing will definitely not give up. It is precisely because this matter is too involved, and if it is not handled well, it will bring unimaginable disasters. So how can Elder Jishing dare to deal with it? Huh? Don't you dare to deal with it? Bei Chenhong snorted coldly. Who has our Emperor Sure Ania sect ever been afraid of? This old demon Yang bullied our sect and destroyed 4 of our disciples. Instead of causing trouble for that kid, are you running away in despair? Doesn't this ruin the reputation of our sect? After saying that, Bei Chenhong turned his eyes and looked at Elder Jishing, saying, If you don't handle this properly, I will punish you by facing the wall for 3 years. Are you willing? Facing the wall? Elder Jishing's body trembled. The opponent's face to the wall was naturally not a simple one, but a kind of dark prison. In the dark prison, there is no distinction between day and night, no distinction between heaven and earth, and there is not even the slightest sound. Facing the wall for 3 years is enough to make life worse than death. But Elder Jishing did not dare to disobey, and could only nod and said, I do. Good. Bei Chenhong nodded and said loudly, We, the Emperor Sure Annihilation sect, have always bullied others, and no one else has dared to provoke us. Call on the sect elders and all disciples above the nascent soul realm to go to the Wandao Sword sect and ask them hand over Mr. Yang. Huangji Lihan building. On the throne, a man with gray hair on his temples and gloomy eyes clutched a pair of iron gallbladders and squinted at Sun Tianjian, who was kneeling below. This person. It was Zhang Yusheng, the sect of Huangji Lihan Tower. Sun Tianjian, do you know your guild? Zhang Yusheng spoke slowly. Sun Tianjian did not dare to say anything. He lay on all fours with his head close to the ground. Hearing these words, his whole body trembled. Sect disciples, Guang Yao, Lin Yu and other 10 people were injured during the battle on the Spirit Sword ranking. But you didn't seek justice for our Huangji Lihan Tower, but you ran away in despair. Come back. Zhang Yusheng narrowed his eyes. Metropolitan! Sun Tianjin called Chu. That boy is the grand uncle of Wanao Sword Sect. He has a high status. I can't do anything to him. Besides, this is the spiritual sword ranking. Sun Tianjin's meaning is obvious. Yang Maicheng defeated Guang Yao and the others. Firstly, without any strategy, and secondly, without using any dirty means. He simply used 1 against 10 and acted openly and honestly. In addition, they were the first to provoke and strike first, so they had the numerical advantage. Sun Tianjin was too embarrassed to continue to cause trouble to Yang Maicheng. Humph. I don't care who my master, uncle, or seniority is. Zhang Yusheng sneered. This kid injured 10 of our Huangji Lihan Tower disciples, and humiliated our sect in public in the City of Chaos. If this matter were to be easily stopped, wouldn't it make the 36 sects laugh and the 3 sects laugh? Are the people of the 16th domain disdainful? I have already discussed with Emperor Sure Annihilation sect. From now on, we will set out for Wandao Sword Sect and force Wandao Sword Sect to hand over Yang Maicheng. Said. Sun Tianjin stood up, and his majestic voice spread throughout the Huangji Lihan Tower. All elders and disciples above the nascent soul realm gather here, and set out for the 10,000 Dao Sword Sect immediately. A certain tavern. A drunk man listened to the people around him talking about the peak battle in the City of Chaos, and listened to the people's compliments on Yang Maicheng, and couldn't help snorting. Humph. Old Demon Yang? Yes. He has won the first place in the spiritual sword ranking. But so what? Soon, he can no longer be proud. He is in danger. The drunk man's words unknowingly silenced the tavern. Brother, do you think old Demon Yang is in danger? Someone couldn't help but ask. Don't listen to this drunkard's nonsense. Old Demon Yang is the great uncle of Wandao Sword Sect. I don't believe anyone dares to touch him. Yes, Old Demon Yang has returned to the sect now. Who dares to do anything against him? For a moment, there was a shout in the tavern. Yang Wuqing's peak battle defeated Ling Xiao and replaced him as the first person in the Nascent Soul stage. Everyone in the City of Chaos couldn't help but feel excited when they saw this scene. Yang Mucheng has already been elevated to an unimaginable position in their hearts. Now, how could they see others insulting this existence like this? Haha. Great uncle? The drunk man sneered, shook his head slowly and said, I'm afraid you don't know yet. But Emperor Shi Annihilation Sect and Huangji Lihan Tower have joined forces. And now thousands of troops have been dispatched to kill Wandao Sword Sect. They want to force Wandao Sword Sect to hand over Old Demon Yang. What? As soon as he said this, there was a burst of shocked shouts from around the tavern. This is too shameless. Yes, whether it is the Huangji Lihan Tower or the Emperor Shi Annihilation Sect, it was their disciples who took action first. They were like mad dogs, biting old Mo Yang when they caught him. Later, when they were injured by Mr. Yang, they actually blamed all the crimes on Mr. Yang? How shameless. The two major sects are putting pressure on each other at the same time. The Wandao Sword Sect may be in trouble this time. Many people were secretly worried. At this time, Wandao Sword Sect, Yang Mucheng was practicing on the Palace Island, and Yu Feishuan came to see him. Uncle Master, if the sect leader has something to do, please come over. Chapter 664, Hand over Yang Laoma. Jin Liang has something to do with me? Yang Mucheng, who was practicing, slowly opened his eyes. He shook his head. In the City of Chaos, the cost of using the demon god's sacrifice twice in a row has not faded yet. Although his physical condition has returned to its peak level, his mind is still somewhat sluggish, and is slightly worse than at his peak. Jin Liang, what do you want from me? Yang Mucheng stood up, slowly put on his coat and asked. It should be about breaking through to the nascent soul realm. Yu Feishuan said with a smile. Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows, and signaled Yu Feishuan to continue. Yu Feishuan paused, then continued. The Sword Sect has a rule. In fact, it is not just the Sword Sect, but the 36 major sects are basically like this. When every warrior reaches the half-step nascent soul realm, he will let the other person go out to practice and look for opportunities. I see. Yang Mucheng couldn't help but nodded. No wonder. Within the Wandao Sword Sect, there are almost no disciples above the nascent soul realm. Even if there are only 2 or 3 here and there. Is it really that difficult to break through the nascent soul realm? Yang Mucheng asked with a smile. Then Ling Xiao achieved a breakthrough in cultivation when he fought with me. I think it's not too difficult. Uncle Master, you only saw the moment of breakthrough. But you didn't see Ling Xiao's hundreds of years of hard work. In fact, for Ling Xiao, you are his biggest opportunity. If I hadn't met you on the Spirit Sword ranking, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to break through. Yu Feishuan said with a smile. A warrior only needs a little talent and hard work to reach the nascent soul stage. But only a little luck. No less. Yang Mucheng smiled but said nothing. He also asked the Golden Mouse about reaching the nascent soul stage. However, the Golden Mouse's answer was straightforward. I am a monster, and I don't have as many restrictions as you humans. Once I reach the level of cultivation, I will naturally be able to improve my realm. That's it. Putting back his messy thoughts, Yang Mucheng came to Jin Liang's residence. But at this moment, Jin Liang was so busy that he was correcting various files one by one. Uncle Master, you are here. Seeing Yang Mucheng come in, Jin Liang quickly put away the files and asked Yu Feishuan to pour 2 pots of tea. After all, Yang Mucheng's talent, cultivation, potential, and understanding have reached a level that even he has never heard of or seen. If it were an ordinary disciple, Mr. Jin Lai wouldn't show up at all. He would just send out an elder and send him away. How could he be so dedicated as Yang Mucheng? Yu Feishuan must have told you that she came to you this time to discuss your upcoming breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. I don't know. Which realm do you plan to go to next to experience? Great domain. Experience? Yang Mucheng was puzzled. Jin Liang patted his head, with a hint of complaint in his eyes. Yang Mucheng's performance made it easy for him to forget that the other party was a young man from the secular world, not a native of the martial arts world. He quickly said, Uncle Master, it's like this. The sect has regulations. No matter what your identity or status is, once you reach the half-step nascent soul realm and reach the point where your cultivation level can no longer be improved. The sect will let you leave and go out to experience in the big field. Among the 9 provinces, there are a total of 36 major regions inhabited by human beings. Apart from these, they are all the major regions of the Demon King. Jin Liang drew on the coffee table with his finger. He now drew a small circle in the corner and pointed. This is the 36 domains. Outside the circle, there is the world of Kyushu. The 36 domains only account for 1,000th of the land of Kyushu. If you want to go out and experience it, you have to leave here. Said. Jin Liang pulled out more than 10 files from the files and handed them to Yang Maicheng. Uncle Master, this is the record of each disciple when they went out to practice in the past 100 years. Take it back and refer to it before deciding which area to practice. Anyway, there is no rush. You have just reached the half-step nascent soul realm. Good. Yang Maicheng nodded. Since it is a sect rule, he will naturally not violate it. After all, Yang Maicheng also knows that cultivation is not just about sitting in one place and practicing hard. And then you can be continuously promoted. The world outside is broader and holds infinite opportunities. I know. It would take at least 4 or 5 days to read these files. He planned to take them back and study them slowly. After all, even talented people like Ling Xiao have been stuck in the nascent soul for more than 100 years because they didn't get the chance. He didn't want to follow Ling Xiao's footsteps. As for which major area to go to for training, you have to make a decision after reading the files. After putting away the files, Yang Maicheng was about to leave when suddenly a burst of noise came from outside. What's going on? Jin Liang frowned and shouted. This is where the sect master handles things. No one is allowed to make noise. You Fei Xuan, why don't you go and see what's going on outside? Just as Yu Fei Xuan was about to go out, Elder Wang from the law enforcement hall suddenly rushed in. He looked panicked and shouted with great urgency. Sect Master, something serious has happened. Emperor Shi Annihilation Sect. Wangji Lihan Tower people have come to our sword sect. What? Yang Maicheng and Jin Liang were both startled, and quickly stood up and looked outside. As soon as he came out, he was shocked. But see, in the sky outside the suspended island, densely packed figures were flying, totaling 2,000 to 3,000 people. The lowest one is a nascent soul powerhouse, and the highest one is a person who has reached the divine sea realm of transformation stage. Now, these people are staring menacingly at the gathering outside the sword sect. Yang Maicheng, old demon Yang. Seeing Yang Maicheng coming out, Bai Chenhong and Zhang Yuxing shouted in unison. Jin Liang raised his eyebrows and secretly thought something was wrong. He also knew what happened in the City of Chaos, and he didn't think Yang Maicheng had done anything wrong. If he had been there, he would have made the same choice. However, he didn't expect that the other party would actually come to his door. I have always led people to beat others to the door, but I didn't expect that this time someone would beat me to the door. Yang Maicheng sneered secretly, knowing that the person who came was not good. Jin Liang cupped his fists at the 2 people in the air and said, Bai Chenhong and Zhang Yuxing, the 2 sect masters have come to our Wandao sword sect. I, Jin Liang, have missed me from afar, so please forgive me. I don't know. Without further ado, Bai Chenhong interrupted Jin Liang's words, pointed at Yang Maicheng with his right hand, and shouted sternly, We are here this time for old demon Yang. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Hand over old demon Yang. He finished speaking. Immediately, the disciples of Huangji Lihan Tower and Emperor Shi Annihilation Sect shouted loudly, Hand over old demon Yang. Hand over old demon Yang. Hand over old demon Yang. Chapter 665. Bullying goes too far. I want the fantasy king. The sound was vast and resounding. Many disciples of the Wandao sword sect were also startled by the burst of shouts, and stared dumbfounded at the 2 sects that were pressing down on the border. Disciples and elders all walked out of their suspended islands at this moment. Jin Liang's expression gradually turned gloomy as he listened to the burst of shouting. Snort! At some point, he snorted coldly. Buzz! At this moment, in an instant, the disciples of the 2 major sects in the sky felt their ears buzzing, like a thunderous explosion in their ears. Everyone couldn't help but tremble in their hearts, and those with low cultivation levels almost fell to the ground. For a while, the noisy shouting stopped quietly. Jin Liang narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, Yang Maicheng is the great uncle of my Wandao sword sect. How can you take what you want? And you, by coming to my Wandao sword sect with such great fanfare, Are you bullying our Wan Dao sword sects, no one? Old Demon Yang injured 10 disciples of my Huangji Lihan building, making them unable to participate in the spirit sword ranking competition. I will not let this matter go, Zhang Yuxing shouted. That's right. Bai Chenhong nodded and said, Old Demon Yang has destroyed 4 of my disciples. He must be handed over for severe punishment today. Jin Liang wanted to speak again. Yang Mucheng waved his hand and stood up himself. Is he Old Demon Yang? When Yang Mucheng walked out, people from the 2 sects all looked at Yang Mucheng. This was the first time for many people to see Yang Mucheng. When they saw Yang Mucheng's young appearance, they couldn't help but raise their brows. More people wanted to see what Yang Mucheng wanted to say. However, as soon as Yang Mucheng opened his mouth, everyone was furious. Huangji Lihan Tower, Emperor Shi Annihilation Sect. I didn't expect you to have the nerve to come and kill them. The face of all the 36 major sects has been completely humiliated by you. What did you say? Bai Chenhong said in a cold voice. Isn't it? Yang Mucheng raised his brows and said calmly. Your disciples of the Annihilation Sect, Emperor Shi, have weak minds and were bewitched by the evil ways of enchantment. They attacked me. I was just defending and counterattacking. Who knew they were so uncontrollable? Fight. I just attacked casually. Elder Ji Xing, your disciple, was not convinced and led his men to kill him. He is still a waste, and his disciples are no match for me. Yang Mucheng clicked his tongue and shook his head. It seemed that even if he took action against Emperor Shi's people from the Annihilation Sect, he would still be humiliated. Bai Chenhong was furious. Just when he was about to speak, Yang Mucheng turned his eyes and landed on Zhang Yuxing. He also shook his head and said, As for you people from Huangji Lihan building, you are even more useless. I defeated them in the spirit sword list openly and honestly. And what is worth 10? If I were you, I would simply disband the Huangji Lihan building. You, the sect leader, would just find a crack in the ground and still have the nerve to come to our Wanao sword. Zong is causing trouble for me. Yang Mucheng smiled lightly and said, You Huangji Lianlu and Dishi Annihilation Sect are quite matched. So we might as well become a pair. From now on, when other sect disciples encounter you in Jiuzhou, they don't have to fight and just admit defeat. Because after defeating you, you brought your whole family to your door. Who dares to continue fighting with you? When Yang Mucheng said these words, the 2 sect disciples blushed and didn't know what to do. As for the disciples of Wandao Sword Sect, they are even more proud. Originally, they didn't know what happened. But when Yang Mucheng said this, they burst into laughter. Ha ha. I didn't expect you guys to be so shameless. Yes, in an honest game, after losing to the opponent, he still dared to come to his door. Why don't you 2 sects join forces and unify the entire 9 provinces? Waves of ridicule continued. Bai Chenhong and Zhang Yuxing had gloomy expressions on their faces. After hearing these words, their expressions became even gloomier and almost dripping with desire. Without further ado, Bai Chenhong's eyes widened angrily. He knows it too. Originally, morality was on Yang Mucheng's side. Their emperor, the Annihilation Sect, was not even qualified to come and make trouble. The reason why I came here was just to use Yang Mucheng's work as a trigger. I want to use this to suppress the momentum of Wandao Sword Sect. Jin Liang, will you hand me over today or not? No. Jin Liang spoke without any hesitation. Even if Yang Mucheng was an ordinary disciple in their sect, he would not hand it over. What's more, Yang Mucheng is still his master's uncle. If they were bullied by other sects and just handed over their masters and uncles with just such a drink, wouldn't they, the 10,000 Dao Sword Sect, be laughed at by others in the future? Jin Liang, this is what you said, Zhang Yuxing said coldly. Since you don't hand over, don't blame us for being rude and directly breaking into Wandao Sword Sect to arrest people. Boom, boom, boom. This moment, in the sky, those Yuanings, Zifu, and even the powerful ones above the level of gods all quickly exploded their inner energy at this moment. And bright beams of light suddenly rose up at this moment. Rise. When the terrifying inner energy broke out, it also triggered an extremely strong hurricane, sweeping in all directions desperately. Even the Wandao Sword Sect suspended in the void, and countless floating islands. At this moment, he shook involuntarily. Humph. Do you really think that there is no one in our Wandao Sword Sect? Jin Liang shouted loudly. Almost at the same time, the elders, disciples, and countless outer disciples, hundreds of thousands of rays of light, also burst out at this moment. Although, The Wandao Sword Sect has the upper hand in terms of numbers. But the masters at nascent soul stage and above are far inferior to the two major sects combined. If this battle breaks out, the Wandao Sword Sect will definitely suffer heavy losses. But at this moment, no one in the Wandao Sword Sect felt even the slightest bit afraid. Chang! At this moment, Yang Mucheng drew out the Xinglua Xuanya sword without any scruples and looked at the sky. If you want to arrest me, you have to ask my sword master if he agrees. Even more so at the same time, Yang Mucheng's body swayed, and the huge demonic shadow behind him also burst out at this moment without any hindrance. You still dare to struggle? Bai Chenhong closed his eyes and let out a roar. Come on! Catch Mr. Yang! No matter life or death! Boom! Following Bai Chenhong's words, the disciples of Emperor Shi's Annihilation Sect surged towards Wandao Sword Sect like a tide at this moment. It was also at this moment that the disciples from the Huangji Lihan Tower rushed towards Yang Mucheng crazily under Zhang Yuxing's shout. At this time, the disciples of Wandao Sword Sect also rushed forward. Chapter 666, Wandao Sword Sect vs. Huangji Emperor Shi. Thousands of years have passed. This is another battle between the 36 sections. Although they were 1 against 2, many disciples were not timid at all. Jin Liang narrowed his eyes slightly. As a sect leader, his target was naturally the sect leaders of the other 2 sections. Almost as soon as the shout rang out, he was already shooting towards the void as fast as an arrow from a string. Boom! In an instant, the 3 sect masters in the God transformation stage were fighting like crazy. Jin Liang deserves to be regarded as the strongest sect leader in the history of Yue Wandao Sword Sect. With 1 against 2, not only did they not show any disadvantage, but at this moment, their momentum surged and their energy was so fierce that they suppressed the 2 of them almost with 1 move. But, naturally, the powerful men in the transformation realm cannot continue to be around here. The power unleashed by the 3 of them was so strong that if they fought at all costs, they would even involve each other's disciples. So as soon as the battle started, the 3 of them rushed straight into the sky. At this moment, Yang Mucheng also rushed into the sky. Oldemo Yang! If you destroy my brother's right leg, I will never spare you! Boom! Almost at the same time, several people rushed towards Yang Mucheng. These people are all relatives and friends of Chen Yuanyan, Yan Dongchen, and Guangyao, whom Yang Mucheng injured in the City of Chaos. When they heard that their sect was coming to take revenge on Yang Mucheng, they cheered without any hesitation. Now that he saw Yang Mucheng, he naturally refused to give up and let him go. He roared and charged towards him. Those who can follow the sect are naturally nascent soul powerhouses. In an instant, Yang Mucheng was directly faced with 7 or 8 nascent soul experts. Oldemo Yang, do you dare to say that I, the disciples of Huangji Lihan Tower, are all useless? Today, I will let you see how powerful our disciples of Huangji Lihan Tower are. Tongue! Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a nascent soul powerhouse from the Huangji Lihan Tower was already crushing him crazily at this moment. He held a knife in his right hand and stared at Yang Mucheng with his eyes. However, during the flyby, his breath gathered rapidly in a condensed and non-emitting manner. Is this a sword technique similar to the Fuji sword? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and immediately recognized the opponent's move. Snort! Yang Mucheng snorted coldly. He would give the other party a chance to take action. Before the opponent's blade came out, he slapped it down in front of everyone. At first, Yang Mucheng used Demon God Sacrifice, and with his palm, he knocked Ling Xiao, who had broken through the nascent soul realm, from midair. And how could the nascent soul powerhouse in front of him be as powerful as Ling Xiao? Howren's big palm suddenly pressed down. The warrior didn't even let out a scream, but his body was shattered into pieces in an instant. Only nascent soul escaped. Old Demon Yang, I want to kill you! Yuaning let out a roar. Without even looking, Yang Mucheng slashed his sword in the air and chopped his Yuaning into pieces. After absorbing the energy and blood of this powerful nascent soul warrior, Yang Mucheng directly charged into the other several powerful nascent soul warriors, who were rushing towards him. As soon as the demon god sacrifice started, Yang Mucheng was like a tiger breaking into the flock of sheep. These people were no match for him at all. The golden-haired rat refuses to be a tortoise. Although it has absorbed a lot of heavenly and earthly treasures, and swallowed a lot of demon elixirs, it only has the golden elixir master at the moment. And it is not at all a strong person in the nascent soul realm. It targeted those nascent souls that had been shattered. Once the body of a nascent soul strongman is shattered, it will immediately rush forward. transform into its true form, and swallow it in one gulp. Although, the golden-haired rat cannot directly absorb the nascent soul, but it can directly absorb these nascent souls into the space in its mouth and completely seal them. Wait until later and slowly absorb it. Almost every minute and every second, a strong person will fall. Original. These powerful nascent souls can still survive even if their bodies are destroyed. But they encountered such a terrifying combination of Yang Muchung and the golden-haired rat. Not only was their physical body destroyed, but the nascent soul could not even escape. Gradually, even some strong men in the early stage of nascent soul fled away when they saw Yang Muchung rushing towards him. It can only be resisted by some strong men in the middle stage of nascent soul. But these strong men in the middle stage of nascent soul are also complaining endlessly. Yang Muchung, who performed the demon god sacrifice, was really terrifying. Originally they wanted to use their cultivation to crush them, but the result was that they could only barely parry with each other. But this is a battle between 36 sects, and Yang Muchung alone is unable to save the day. After all, he is only half-step nascent soul, and all his opponents are at the nascent soul stage and above, and at the Zifu stage. Even the divine sense realm, divine Dao realm, and divine Sea realm in the divine transformation stage. Gradually, the Wandao Sword sect was quickly suppressed. As a last resort, the people of the Wandao Sword sect could only rely on the Sword sect's defensive array to resist. It was only then that the casualties between the two sides gradually stopped. One side relies on the magic circle to defend, and the other side attacks. Boom! 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 Explosions continued to resound. How could the many defensive formations withstand the attacks of so many people? The light curtains were shattered in an instant. Open the 10,000 Dao Sword Master formation. There was a sound of drinking. Boom! At this moment, the entire 10,000 Dao Sword sect, including more than 10,000 floating islands, erupted into beams of light that soared into the sky. Each beam of light condensed rapidly at this moment, converging into a light sword that condensed into substance. As soon as these many lightsabers appeared, they quickly gathered together and directly enveloped the entire Wandao Sword sect. Immediately, the appearance of the 10,000 swords was like a large blocking barrier, appearing outside the 10,000 Dao Sword sect. It was constantly suspended and coiled, and in an instant, it blocked all attacks. Boom! Seeing the Wandao Sword Master's formation appearing, Yang Muchung could no longer hold on. After canceling the Demon God Festival, he fell to the ground as if he had lost all strength. Although it was said that he had absorbed the energy and blood of many nascent soul experts, the energy and blood did not replenish him much at all. The consumption of the demon god sacrifice was too great for Yang Muchung. It was simply beyond his means. Not only did his cultivation level not increase at all, but it actually drained away the vitality and energy he had finally recovered. So far, the battle between the disciples was finally over. However, the battle between Jin Liang, Bai Chenhong, and Zhang Yuxing showed no signs of stopping. On the contrary, it intensified at this moment. The three of them fought from mid-air to the ground, and then from the ground to the sky again. During that battle, the frightening wind that erupted completely shattered all the floating clouds within 1,000 miles radius. The Wandao Sword sect, which was originally shrouded in clouds and thin clouds, was completely exposed to everyone's eyes. Chapter 667, 10,000 Crisis. Is this a strong man in the realm of gods? Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the sky. He was exhausted. At this moment, he could no longer stand up and could only watch the battle between the two sides in the sky. Except for him, all the disciples and elders were staring at the sky at this moment, because they knew that Jin Liang was the last hope of Wandao Sword sect. Once Jin Liang falls, Jian Zong will inevitably fall into a passive situation of being beaten. How long can this formation last? At this time, someone couldn't help but ask. Yang Muchung was also moved in his heart and couldn't help but look. But see, the many disciples of Huangji Lihan Tower and Emperor Shi Annihilation sect were still attacking continuously. Every attack made the Wandao Sword Master array tremble, and the lightsabers trembled continuously. 3 days, Yu Feishuan said slowly. Based on the current situation, the Wandao Sword Master's formation should be able to sustain for 7 days. If they continue to attack like this, they can only last for about 3 to 4 days at most. Emperor Shi Annihilation sect and Huangji Lihan Tower, it comes too suddenly, and our Wandao Sword sect is not ready yet. Yu Feishuan sighed sadly. To know, just like the mortal world, Some powerful countries will have their own small subsidiary countries. Naturally, there is also the 10,000 Dao Sword Sect. In this Jiantian domain, the 10,000 Dao Sword Sect has hundreds of affiliated sects, affiliated families and forces. Most of the outer disciples in the sect also came this way. One Dao Sword Sect gives these affiliated sects and forces a certain amount of elixir support. These sects will desperately send troops to help when the Wan Dao Sword Sect is in danger. But now the attack of these two major sects was too sudden, and the affiliated sects had not had time to receive the news. Of course, even if those affiliated sects come, it will be useless, because Wangji Lihan Tower and Emperor Sure Annihilation Sect also have their own affiliated sections. Between the two sides, once each other's affiliated sects are brought in, the war will be completely ignited and spread directly to the three major regions. At that time, there will be not just 3 sects involved, but thousands of sects. This battle, this moment, everyone looked towards the sky, because everyone understands that the affiliated sects cannot play a decisive role at all. If they want to drive away these 2 sects, they must either kill the sect leaders of Huangji Lihan Tower and Emperor Sure Annihilation Sect on the spot, or drag in a few more sections. The large sect suppress the opponent with absolute power. Boom! 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 Crazy loud sounds resounded loudly. Although Jin Liang is known as the most powerful sect master in the history of Wan Dao Sword Sect, but he still has some difficulty facing 2 strong men who are also in the realm of spiritual consciousness. After all, the other party is a sect master, and they have no less protective magic weapons and skills than Jin Liang. Jin Liang, I have been unhappy with you for a long time. Get out of here! Bai Chenhong's eyes widened angrily, and he clapped his hands in the air. Jin Liang was motionless as a mountain. He raised his palm and responded. Crack! Not only was Bai Chenhong's palm unable to shake Jin Liang, but his body was shaken by the force that the opponent unleashed. If there was only Bai Chenhong, Jin Liang would be able to deal with it easily. But his opponent also had Zhang Yuxing. Just when Bai Chenhong was knocked back, just when Jin Liang was about to take away the opponent's strength, Zhang Yuxing was already madly bullying him at this moment. Howren struck with a palm. Boom! This moment, equivalent to the actions of 2 powerful people in the Shihai stage of the divine transformation realm. The 2 forces moved like dragons and snakes in Jin Liang's body. This was not as simple as 1 + 1. And Zhang Yuxing's palm was not as casual as it seemed. Under his secret shock, the 2 internal forces gathered into Yulong, ignoring all defenses, and hit Jin Liang's heart with a heavy blow. Wow! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Jin Liang's body trembled, and he swept towards the back. Metropolitan! Metropolitan! At this moment, there were endless exclamations. Yang Mucheng wanted to stand up, but he had run out of strength. Although the other elders and disciples knew that they might not be Zhang Yuxing and Bai Chenhong's opponents, they all rushed towards the battlefield at this moment. But just as he rushed out of the sword formation, he was knocked back again by the terrifying attacks. And this time, Zhang and Bai also saw the opportunity and moved towards Jin Liang to suppress him. Jin Liang endured the pain of his heart being dazzled by dark energy, and could only grit his teeth and face it. But when Zhang and Bai saw this, they had no intention of showing any mercy, and their attacks became more frequent and more ferocious. After Zhang Yuxing succeeded in one move, he clung to him like a tarsal maggot. Not only did the offensive show no sign of slowing down, it actually became more fierce and urgent. He no longer uses martial arts, but pure boxing and kicking skills. Every punch and kick is injected with supreme internal energy. It is purely used for breaking moves and does not give Jin Liang any time to breathe. And every time he attacks, a trace of inner energy will be deliberately poured into Jin Liang's body. As a result, the dark energy that constantly eats away at Jin Liang's heart veins is not only unable to be forced out, but is instead under Zhang Yuxing's attack like rain hitting the plantains. He became even bigger and more ferocious. In fact, it was like a poisonous snake, entrenched directly near Jin Liang's heart veins, eating away bite by bite. In this situation, Jin Liang had to concentrate on resisting the dark energy in his body, while also blocking Zhang Yuxing's attack. He could no longer maintain his previous advantage. In addition, Bai Chenhong on the side will not let this opportunity pass easily. He looked at Jin Liang, who was forced back by Zhang Yuxing, quickly clasped his hands together, and then slowly opened them. Between his palms, it was as if he had drawn a sword out of the void. Surprisingly, his sword was actually made entirely of bones. as if the bones of his left hand were extracted. At the same time as the bone sword appeared, Bei Chunhong quickly squeezed the seal. The bone sword, which was originally 2 arms long, quickly shrank and became as long as a finger, and even more so as a thin hair. Upbraid! Bei Chunhong drank. Immediately, the long sword that turned into bone nails, with a cold black light, crossed the void in a completely silent manner, and shot towards Jin Liang. Boom! While resisting Zhang Yusheng, Jin Liang released part of his inner energy, and finally completely shattered the dark energy in his body. At this moment, the feeling that had always been in his body, like being bound by shackles, disappeared. With his eyes wide open in anger, he slapped Zhang Yusheng away with a palm. Just when he was about to take advantage of the victory and defeat Zhang Yusheng first, he suddenly heard a cry of surprise. At this moment, Jin Liang felt an unprecedented crisis rushing into his heart. And then he saw the bone nail shooting towards his forehead with a horrifying attitude. Chapter 668 Hua Yuanao takes action. Boom! Under the shocked and horrified eyes of countless people, this black light fiercely pierced Jin Liang's half-foot-thick protective shield on the spot. It continued unabated, blasting forward and piercing Jin Liang's eyebrows. At this moment, the surging inner energy in Jin Liang's body seemed to be directly imprisoned by a layer of chains. His whole person lost his balance at this moment, and the amount of funds fell deeply from the midair, under the eyes of everyone, madly crashing towards the location of Wandao Sword Sect. Metropolitan! Metropolitan! This moment, everyone screamed in surprise. But it was simply impossible to come to the rescue. Bei Chunhong and Zhang Yusheng looked at each other and chased towards Jin Liang's location at this moment. They wanted to intercept Jin Liang before he entered the Sword Master's formation and completely kill him. Damn it! Yang Muqing's eyes flashed with coldness. This incident started because of him. How could he watch Jin Liang being killed by the other party? Even though he couldn't use the demon god sacrifice again, he still endured the pain that his meridians would break at any time, and stood up quickly, preparing to face the 2 sect masters. At this moment, except for Yang Muqing, all the disciples and elders of Wandao Sword Sect were also like this. Although their strength is pretty good compared to others. But how to get involved in the battle between masters of transformation like Jin Liang? Can't catch up. There is no way to catch up. Seeing that Jin Liang was falling, and was about to be caught up by Bei Chunhong and Zhang Yusheng, a cold snort came from the depths of the sect. How brave! Emperor Shi Anya's sect and Huangji Lianlu actually dared to cause trouble among the 10,000 Dao Sword Sect? Boom! Almost as soon as this burst of sound was heard, a strange and terrifying force quickly arose from the sect. This force surged rapidly throughout the entire Wandao Sword Sect. At this moment, the lightsaber hovering outside the 10,000 Dao Sword Sect erupted with bursts of terrifying power as the sound resounded. It was as if a pair of hands had grabbed these lightsabers, and they quickly rose into the sky, like a continuous rain of swords, hitting Zhang and Bei who were chasing them. What? This is... Facing the entire formation of 10,000 Dao Sword Masters, Zhang Yusheng and Bei Chunhong trembled, and immediately switched from offense to defense, fiercely blasting towards the incoming lightsaber. A series of terrifying explosions resounded wildly. However, he saw that the lightsaber that struck out was like broken glass at this moment, turning into countless broken light spots and scattering into the void. Rise! Immediately afterwards, the majestic voice coming from the sect resounded again. At this moment, a picture seemed to appear in everyone's mind. There seemed to be a hand grabbing towards the void. As this hand quietly grasped, he saw that the shattered lightsabers, under this terrible power, surged towards the void with a swift and violent attitude like a tornado, condensing together. Then, it blasted forward. Not good! Bei Chunhong and Zhang Yusheng looked at each other, feeling the power of this sword array. They were so horrified that they had to give up their pursuit of Jin Liang. The two quickly joined forces, and quickly formed a sword. The sword energy, which was more than several thousand meters long, flew towards the lightsaber. Boom! The attacks from both sides violently struck together in shock. The terrifying power swept across all directions regardless of the situation. Under this surge of power, an unprecedented strong wind was set off, which directly shook the Wandao Sword Sect suspended in midair, and nearly 10,000 suspended islands crazily. And even dozens of them were blown away miles away. The big hands that controlled the entire Sword Master's sword formation suddenly swung and then retracted, and the exploding fragments violently transformed and split again at this moment. Even Yang Mucheng felt as if he would never forget it. The infinite light was like fireflies all over the sky, and like countless meteors falling from the sky. It was extremely beautiful. As these lights fell, they quickly transformed and reformed into light swords, re-enveloping the entire Wandao sword sect. You are so brave. You actually dare to attack our Wandao sword sect. Do you really think that our Wandao sword sect has no one? As the voice sounded, Hua Yuanao slowly walked out. He has not yet condensed his physical body, and still looks like a nascent soul. It just transformed into a virtual image in the outside world. And this virtual image was exactly what his physical body once looked like. Master! Jin Liang cried out as he fell to the ground. Brother! Yang Mucheng looked ashamed. After all, this incident started because of him, and it almost implicated the entire sect. I will never involve you in this matter. All they want is me. At worst, I will let them go. Hua Yuanao shook his head, smiled at Yang Mucheng and said, Brother, I have heard about the City of Chaos. You did the right thing. There is no need to blame yourself. Even if you did something wrong, there is no need to blame yourself. Responsible. Our Wandao sword sect is not a soft persimmon who can be manipulated by others. If they dare to come here to ask for someone today, if we hand you over, more and more people will kill our Wandao sword sect in the future. VIP. Hua Yuanao said, looking at Jin Liang, who had a bone needle pierced between his eyebrows, and a chill flashed in his eyes. Soul-fixing needle. This soul-fixing needle is very dangerous. Not only is it powerful, it can ignore any defense. As long as it pierces the body, it can imprison the opponent's internal energy in the shortest possible time, making it impossible for him to fight. Even though Jin Liang had advanced cultivation, if he had been a little weaker, the soul-fixing needle would have pierced the skull and killed Jin Liang on the spot. Even if he has the nascent soul will be imprisoned in the body and cannot escape. With a cold sound, Hua Yuanao's palm hit Jin Liang's back. Just hearing a bang sound, the soul-fixing needle was blasted out. The soul-fixing needle flew away from Jin Liang's body, as if it was a fish entering the sea, and then quickly rose into the sky and returned to Bai Chenhong's palm. Bai Chenhong narrowed his eyes slightly, put the soul-fixing needle into his right palm, and used his muscles and bones to nourish it. But see, Hua Yuanao slowly took 2 steps forward, narrowed his eyes, and looked at Bai Chenhong and Zhang Yuxing, and sneered. You are so brave. You actually dare to attack my Wandao sword sect. Is this Hua Yuanao? Is this the 16th generation leader of the Wandao sword sect? This moment, Zhang and Bai looked horrified and hesitated for a moment. Who would have thought that there is such an old monster hiding in the sword sect? The two looked at each other and exchanged their opinions, as if they had made some kind of determination. Hand over Mr. Yang, and we will withdraw immediately. Chapter 669, the biggest trump card. Hand over Mr. Yang. The vast sound resounded across the sky. Hua Yuanao narrowed his eyes and sneered coldly. He was about to speak, but Bai Chenhong spoke first. Faced with Hua Yuanao, the authentic ancestor, he was much more polite than he was with Yang Mucheng, the great uncle. Holding his fists together, Bai Chenhong said, Senior, old demon Yang injured our sect disciples, and now we are attacked by a large army. If we return without success, won't we make others laugh? As long as you are willing to hand over Yang Mucheng, we will leave immediately and will never stay. That's right. On the other side, Zhang Yuxing also nodded. Even if Hua Yuanao comes out, they are not afraid. In terms of numbers, they are absolutely dominant. Even if there is one more ancestor, it cannot change the entire situation. If they win this battle and force the sword sect to hand over Yang Mucheng, their Huangji Lihan Tower and Emperor Sure Annihilation sect will become famous in the future. Moreover, those who hold high positions will make the choice of a strong man to cut off his wrist. Sending one person away to avoid damage to the entire sect has been done by the 36 sects. Let me out, Yang Mucheng said lightly. If the fight continues, the sword sect will suffer more losses. The 2 major sects are well prepared and have too great an advantage. Brother, wait a minute. Hua Yuanao stopped Yang Mucheng. He looked up at the sky, looked at Zhang and Bai, and said slowly, in any case, Yang Mucheng is also the great uncle of our Wandao sword sect, and this matter is of great importance. Give me 3 days to think about it. Ancestor, do you really want to hand over my great uncle? Yu Feishuan shouted. Ancestor. Ancestor. At this moment, everyone shouted. Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. He knows. Hua Yuan'o would not hand him over. Otherwise, why would he have stopped him before? Everyone, please go back. Don't delay your cultivation. Hua Yuan'o waved his hand, looked at Yang Mucheng again and said, Brother, you also go back to your island. You have lost a lot in this battle. Not even half of it. I'm afraid I won't be able to recover in a few months. Yang Mucheng looked hesitant, pondered for a moment, and then nodded. Slowly, in the square, everyone dispersed. It seems that the peace of the past has been restored. However, the Sword Master sword formation is still going on, and the people from the two major sects outside the void are still here. What to do? Bei Chenhong glanced at Zhang Yuxing and asked in a low voice. Why not? Just give them 3 days. Anyway, it will only take 3 days at most before the sword formation will disappear due to lack of energy. By then, it will be much easier for us to get Yang Mucheng out. Zhang Yuxing pondered for a moment, nodded. Good. Bei Chenhong nodded, took a step forward, faced Hua Yuan'o, and said, Ancestor, I will give you a favor and hand over Yang Mucheng in 3 days. Otherwise, we will attack Wandao Sword Sect. Hua Yuan'o sneered and did not speak. Instead, he put his hands behind his back and walked toward the center of the sword sect. Jin Liang stood there, looking at Yang Mucheng, who returned to his island, and then glanced at Hua Yuan'o, who was leaving. He didn't know what the other party was trying to do, so he quickly chased after him. Jianzong. The very center of the sword sect is Hua Yuan'o's retreat place. When he came back, Jianzong built it temporarily for him. Whether it's stabilizing one's cultivation or rebuilding one's physical body, he will be here. Following Hua Yuan'o into the retreat, Jin Liang's face was full of worry. You don't know how to control a sword formation? However, Hua Yuan'o didn't seem to care at all about the army approaching the border, but instead asked, Won't? Jin Liang shook his head. The Wandao Sword Sect's formation is divided into 2 types. The first type is the defensive formation that previously blocked everyone's attacks. The second type is for Hua Yuan'o to control the lightsaber and block the attack formation of Bei Chenhong and Zhang Yuxing. After the death of the 18th generation patriarch, the formula and mental techniques of the attack formation were lost. Hua Yuan'o raised his eyebrows with regret. Notice, only the sect leader is qualified to know about this great array of 10,000 sword masters. When each sect leader passes the throne, he will pass on the secrets orally to the next successor. The advantage of this is that the secret of the sword formation will not be known to outsiders. But the disadvantage is that once the sect leader unexpectedly dies, the secret of the sword formation will be completely lost. This old guy like me is still of some use after returning to the sect. Hua Yuan'o laughed at himself. Just in time. This time, I will teach you the mental techniques and formulas of the attack formation. Although Jin Liang was puzzled and didn't understand why Hua Yuan'o kept silent about Yang Mucheng, he still nodded. 3 times in a row. Jin Liang didn't remember the mental techniques and formulas, which made Hua Yuan'o a little annoyed. He looked at Jin Liang with a smile and said, Are you worried that I will deal with Yang Mu? Don't worry. No, possible. But then why did you say 3 days later? Jin Liang looked confused. That's just a delaying tactic. Hua Yuan'o smiled faintly. He sat cross-legged and moved his right hand towards the void, and saw that under the surge of light and ripples, 6 communication mirrors of mirror flowers, water and moon were quickly transformed, and 6 figures appeared behind each mirror. What shocked Jin Liang was that these 6 figures were all nascent soul bodies. Hua Yuan'o, aren't you practicing in seclusion? Why are you free to contact us today? A voice came from behind the mirror. Old guys, do you still remember Yang Mucheng? Hua Yuan'o said slowly. Remember? Of course I remember. If I hadn't taken action, we would have been trapped alive in the ancient tomb. We haven't had time to thank my brother yet. I heard that my brother defeated Ling Xiao in the Spirit Sword ranking this time, and won the first place in the Spirit Sword ranking. He is only 17 years old. His future is really limitless. In the future, his achievements will be greater than those of us. Be high. Jin Liang couldn't help but be shocked. He suddenly realized that these other 6 nascent souls were the other 6 ancestors that Yang Mucheng rescued in the ancient tomb. Could it be? Jin Liang finally understood, and why Hua Yuan'o asked Bei Chenhong and Zhang Yuxing to give him 3 days. But Hua Yuan'o smiled faintly and said, Yang Mucheng will definitely become famous throughout Jiuzhou in the future. But he has encountered some troubles now. The Huangji Lihan Tower and the Emperor Sure Annihilation sect brought people to our Wandao Sword sect and forced me to hand over Yang Maicheng. I brought us 7 people were rescued from the ancient tomb. Why don't you take action? What? Hearing this, the other 6 ancestors were shocked and furious. Good. Hua Yuanil. Don't worry. In 3 days, our sect will definitely rush over to help. Whoever dares to touch Yang Maicheng is going against our 7 major sects. Chapter 670 Don't Pay. Palace Island. Gun Nanji made a cup of tea and carefully brought it to Yang Maicheng. Gun Nanji also suffered some injuries. Although she was only an outer disciple, she showed no fear when faced with attacks from many powerful enemies and blocked many attacks. Gun Nanji, you are tired. Yang Maicheng slowly opened his eyes. It is my honor to serve my great uncle, Gun Nanji said sincerely. After taking a sip of tea, Yang Maicheng quietly felt the gradually filling body in his body and exhaled a long breath. This series of battles depleted the strength he had finally accumulated. Suddenly, Yang Maicheng found that his golden elixir was broken into a fine line. Although this fine line was difficult to detect with the naked eye, it still surprised him. Is this because of the side effects of using the demon god sacrifice? Boss, what are you worried about? The golden-haired rat held a nascent soul and gnawed on it. Are you worried that Jian Zong will hand you over? No. Yang Maicheng explained the situation of his golden elixir. The golden-haired rat was naturally confused. Maybe it's the sequelae of using demon god sacrifice too frequently. It seems that demon god sacrifice can no longer be used so crazily, Yang Maicheng said secretly. Jian Zong. Other suspended islands. Many elders and disciples are also worried. What are the losses of our Wandao Sword sect in this battle? On Jurong Island, several elders gathered together. There are more than 10 inner disciples and more than 1,000 outer disciples, Yu Feishuan said slowly. However, Emperor Sure Anya's sect and Huangji Lihan Tower suffered greater losses than us. At least they are dead. More than 100 Yuan Ying disciples basically died in the hands of my uncle. By the way, my ancestor said he would give them a reply in 3 days. What exactly was his reply? Could he really hand over my uncle? Probably not. Although the master is the 16th generation sect master, he is at least 10,000 years away from us. But there are many rumors about his character in this sect. The master values loyalty most, and he will never hand over his uncle to us. Get out. But I don't know what master said about 3 days later. Forget it. Don't think about it. In 3 days, we won't be able to fight. Outside the void, Beichenhong summoned a colorful cloud and used a secret method to condense the colorful cloud. This cloud layer seems to be light and soft and unfocused as cotton. But stepping on it is as fulfilling as stepping on the ground. This piece of colorful cloud became a temporary camp for the 2 sects. How much was the loss? Zhang Yuxing frowned slightly. As if he didn't hear clearly, he couldn't help but continue to ask. Why are there so many? Sect Master. In the battles between the other elders and disciples, there were not many casualties. They were able to escape immediately when they encountered danger. Most of those who died were nascent soul strongmen. Their opponents were without exception Mr. Yang. Demon. Basically no disciple who is targeted by Yang Lao Mo can survive. Even Yuading can't escape. Call. Everyone around couldn't help but gasp. Notice. How terrifying is the powerful nascent soul. Even if you can't beat him, you can still escape unscathed. But when they met Yang Maicheng, no one could survive. Even nascent soul was captured and killed. Except terrible. They really couldn't think of other words to describe Yang Maicheng. Do you think the Wandao Sword sect will fight with us and refuse to hand over Yang Maicheng? Zhang Yuxing frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask. Original. They believed that when the 2 major sects came forward, the Wandao Sword sect would definitely cut off the tail of the gecko, cut off the wrist of the strong man, and hand over Yang Maicheng. But unexpectedly, Wandao Sword sect would rather die than obey, and instead fought to the death with them. In this way, their sect will also suffer heavy losses. I don't know either. Everything can only be blamed on 3 days later. Beichenhong nodded. 3 days later? Zhang Yuxing sighed secretly. Do not know why. A little worry suddenly appeared in his heart. As time passes by, 3 days later, it soon arrived again, when the first ray of sunlight appeared from the void and fell on Wandao Sword sect. I saw that the lightsaber that had been rotating around the Wandao Sword sect for the past 3 days turned into pieces of flying fireflies due to the disappearance of its power, and completely disappeared into the void. It seemed like something was happening. Among the more than 7,000 floating islands, Countless elders and disciples walked out of them and headed towards the mountain gate. Many outer disciples also came here at this moment, waiting for the final result. If they really want to fight, they will fight to the death with the other two sects without any room left. And at the same time, the cloud suspended in midair also slowly flew over and hovered above the Wandao Sword sect. Many disciples and elders from Huangji Lihan Tower and Emperor Sure Annihilation sect also flew out from the clouds. This piece of residual cloud is just their shelter, but it cannot withstand the battle. One by one, disciples and elders appeared slowly. It was not until the end that Zhang Yusheng and Bai Chenhong appeared as the dominant force. Coming! Old Demon Yang is here! Look! Amid the commotion, Yang Maicheng slowly walked from behind and arrived at the square. Wherever he passed, the crowds dispersed. It seems that the exhaustion from the battle 3 days ago has not been fully recovered. He was still looking a little pale at this moment, but the fighting spirit in his eyes had not diminished at all. The golden-haired rat was lying on his shoulder, showing no fear at all. Its small eyes were staring at the crazily pressing people in midair. Master Uncle! Master Uncle! Wherever Yang Maicheng went, there were waves of shouts. This kid didn't escape? An elder from Huangji Lihan Tower sneered. Escape? Where is he going? The entire Wandao Sword sect is surrounded by us. Even if a fly flies out, we will notice it. Sun Tianjin sneered. I wonder what the outcome of their discussion will be over the past 3 days. Will they hand over old Demon Yang? Just in the midst of everyone's speculation. But see, Hua Yuanao and Jin Liang walked slowly from the center of Jinzong. As the two people walked out, the originally noisy surroundings immediately became quiet at this moment. Everyone's eyes were on Hua Yuanao and Jin Liang. Today is the announcement of the results of the discussion 3 days later. Jin Liang felt heroic in his heart. During these 3 days, he has already learned the attack method of the sword array. And as for the army pressing down on the situation, he is not worried at all. Senior! Bai Chenhong took a step forward and said, What was the result of your discussion in the past 3 days? Are you planning to hand over old Demon Yang? Don't worry. As long as old Demon Yang is handed over, we will definitely retreat. At this moment, the Wandao Sword sect was completely silent. Everyone's eyes turned to Hua Yuanao. But see, Hua Yuanao took a step forward, grinned and said, No! Chapter 671, Meet the Master's Uncle. No matter who it was, before Hua Yuanao spoke, they thought they would hand Yang Maicheng over. After all, the two major sects have more than twice as many masters at the nascent soul stage as the 10,000 Dao Sword sect. If a fight really breaks out, Wandao Sword sect won't be able to gain any benefit at all. In this case, no matter which sect it is, they may have to choose to surrender. Because, when it comes to sects and individuals, no matter who they are, they will definitely choose the former. Therefore, Hua Yuanao's answer is incredible. There was deathly silence all around at first. And then a burst of shocking shouts broke out. Oh! The Wandao Sword sect resounded with cheers. After all, these people all rely on the Wandao Sword sect. Perhaps, they will offend some powerful sect in the future. Once the Sword sect deals with Yang Mu, it will definitely be an unimaginable blow to the morale of the Wandao Sword sect. On the contrary, everyone in the two major sects, Dishi Annihilation sect and Huangji Lianlu, were silent. After a while, a scream broke out. What? Did I hear you correctly? They are unwilling to hand over people? Is old Demon Yang really that important to Wandao Sword sect? Everyone was puzzled. Bai Chenhong and Zhang Yusheng also looked at each other for a while. Because they miscalculated Yang Mucheng's status in the sword sect. If it had been anyone else, Jian Zong would have handed him over. But it is absolutely impossible for Yang Maicheng. Not only does he have the status of Master Uncle, he has also become a spiritual leader in the sect. He guides the elders, not just a vase. His talent is terrifying, and he is no ordinary disciple. Yang Maicheng. Even if the Wandao Sword sect uses all its strength, it still has to be saved. You really don't want to make friends? Zhang Yusheng shouted. That's right. Hua Yuanao not only refused slowly, but also sneered at the two sects and said, Not only do we not make friends, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave either. What? Hua Yuanao's words immediately made the two sect disciples present tremble in their hearts. Could it be? Do they have any arrangements during these 3 days? Almost as soon as Hua Yuanao finished speaking, he saw a terrifying aura coming from the distance at an extremely fast speed. This breath is not one breath, but condensed into one. looking towards the place where the breath came from. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. There were probably more than 1,000 people flying over. And the ones with the lowest cultivation level had reached the nascent soul stage. There were 2 people in the lead. One of them looks like a nascent soul. And the other is surprisingly the leader of the Chinquan Immortal Sect. Hao Tian ran. Why are the people from the Chinquan Immortal Sect here? Are they here to help? However, the Chinquan Immortal Sect and the Wandao Sword Sect are not closely related. Just when everyone was shocked. But he saw again a terrifying and surging aura in the distance. Surging quickly and violently in an astonishing manner. Same as the previous Chinquan Immortal Sect. The leaders are still 2 people. One person looks like a nascent soul. And the other person is the leader of the Hunyuan Vajra sect. Could it be? This moment, many disciples of Huangji Lihan Tower and Dishi Annihilation sect felt their scalps numb. And an uncontrollable chill surged into their hearts in a horrifying manner. Why did these 2 sects suddenly come over? However, what shocked everyone was that these 2 sects were just the beginning. At this moment, for more sects came from all directions. Guanling Howling Mansion, Mingyu Night Battle Tower, Fighting Wolf Demon Valley, Hidden Moon Piamyo Sect, Yuaning, Zifu, Shenyan, Shindao, Shanhai. Many powerful people. Nearly 10,000 people. These people, with an extremely fast speed, rushed to the front of Wandao Sword Sect. Under the eyes of countless people. The 6 major sects, whether they are disciples, elders, or 6 supreme sect masters, they all looked at Yang Macheng. After a period of deathly silence, the 6 sect leaders looked at Yang Macheng, who bowed and shouted, Meet my uncle! The many disciples and elders behind them also bowed to Yang Macheng and shouted, Meet my uncle! Meet my uncle! Meet my uncle! This moment, the cry of drinking from the sky soared into the sky and never ceased to be heard. Under the shout, with the 10,000 Dao Sword Sect as the center, the entire area fell into a deathly silence at this moment, and the drop of a needle could be heard. Countless people looked at Yang Macheng with disbelief. Countless disciples of Emperor Shi's Annihilation Sect and Huangji Lihan Tower opened their eyes in disbelief. The 2 sect leaders, Bei Chenhong and Zhang Yusheng, were stunned on the spot, as if they had been struck by a petrification spell, and did not come back to their senses. This moment, a question arises in the minds of countless people. What the heck is going on? After Yang Macheng saw the 6 nascent souls, he understood what was going on. He raised his hands in the air and said, Brother! Hey! Brother! When we came out of the ancient tomb, we didn't have time to see you or say thank you. Now I'm here to see you and give you a big gift. Are you satisfied? The ancestor of the Chinquan Immortal Sect, he said with a smile. Whoever dares to bully my brother is going against our Guangling Howling Mansion. I will slaughter his entire family and kill all 9 of his clans. Dishi Annihilation Sect. Huangji Lihan Tower. You are so brave. How dare you deal with my brother? Today, our Zongyue Piamya Sect will never spare you. That's right. Our Mingyu Yezhan Tower is not someone to be trifled with. If you dare to bully my brother, I will kill both of your sects today. From now on, the 36 sects will probably become 34 sections. 6 major sects. 6 major ancestors. At this moment, we all stand up for Yang Macheng. For a while, Yang Macheng is in the limelight. Brothers, I am very satisfied with this gift. Yang Macheng narrowed his eyes. This moment, the situation was reversed. It was originally a 1-on-2 situation, but now it suddenly became a 7-on-2 situation. Original, Zhang Yusheng and Bei Chenhong, who thought they had doubled the number of powerful men, turned completely pale at this moment. Even though they were dreaming, they did not expect that just by dealing with Yang Macheng alone, they would attract 7 major sects. If these 7 major sects are all second tier, then they don't need to pay attention at all. But it just so happened that these 7 sects were all like them. Super sects that ranked extremely high in the first line. Numbers are at a disadvantage. The strong are at a disadvantage. At this moment, they had almost no hope of making a comeback. And these people all seemed to call old Demon Yang their great uncle. Hacked! Bei Chenhong and Zhang Yusheng almost spit out a mouthful of blood. They knew that they were completely screwed this time. Chapter 672 Suicide and Apology. If only 1 or 2 sects came, Bei Chenhong and Zhang Yusheng might be able to escape unscathed. But now, the 7 major sects behind Yang Macheng are present. And they can't escape even if they fight to the death. Maybe, of the 36 major sects that have existed in Kyushu for more than 10,000 years, there will only be 34 left from today. Yang Muchung slowly raised his head and narrowed his eyes to look at the two sect masters in front of him. Before, he still remembered that these two people were arrogant. Now, like an eggplant beaten by frost, it no longer has its previous vigor. Emperor Sure Annihilation Sect. Your disciple was bewitched by a demon girl and was injured by me. Elder Jixing led a group of strongmen to break into my Wandao Sword Sect camp, and then I destroyed 2 of them. Did I do anything wrong? Yang Muchung asked lightly. No. Bai Chenhong broke into a cold sweat and did not dare to say anything. He also knew that his sect was at fault, but he just wanted to use Yang Muchung as a trigger. After all, Emperor Sure's Annihilation Sect and Wandao Sword Sect were not dealt with in the first place. I can take this opportunity to blackmail Wandao Sword Sect severely. But who would have thought that he would shoot himself in the foot? Huangji Lian Tower. Elder Sun Tianjian. Your sect has double standards. I missed the Spirit Sword ranking due to an accident, but he took advantage of it and not only banned me from participating in the Spirit Sword ranking, but also banned me from participating in the Spirit Sword ranking forever. In front of hundreds of thousands of people in the City of Chaos. Is it my fault to defeat your sect disciples openly and honestly? Yang Muchung continued to ask. No. Zhang Yuxing shook his head quickly. At this moment, even if Yang Muchung said you were my grandson, he would call him grandpa without hesitation. His thoughts were the same as Bai Chenhong's. He originally just wanted to make use of the topic and find a soft persimmon to crush. But who would have thought that Yang Muchung was a soft persimmon? The bones were crushed. Brother, what are you talking about with him? Just destroy these 2 sects. One of the ancestors shouted. I agree too. Many people nodded. Yang Muchung stood there, eyes narrowed. Destroy? Or is it immortal? This is a problem. After all, the strength of these 2 major sects is intertwined. And if they are not killed by the snake, they will suffer from it instead. But if you put it back, it would be like letting the tiger go back to the mountain. Unexpected. Yang Muchung's eyes lit up and he sneered. Today's matter was handled by Bai Chenhong and Zhang Yuxing. These 2 people are the chief culprits. I will give you Emperor Sure Annia's sect and Huangji Lianlu a choice. Hand over these 2 people. I let the rest of you leave if you don't pay. Yang Muchung grinned and said in a cold voice. Everyone will be buried with Bai Chenhong and Zhang Yuxing. This scene is so similar. Previously, didn't Bai Chenhong and Zhang Yuxing use this attitude to force Wandao Sword Sect to hand over Yang Muchung? But now, Yang Muchung is trying to retaliate in the same way, and instead forces the 2 sects to make friends. Almost instantly, the situation turned. Brother, your move is really good. Hua Yuanao gave a thumbs up and couldn't help but said. I was worried before that you would destroy these 2 sects in a rage. Although our 7 major sects are more than enough to destroy them. After all, this sect has existed for more than 10,000 years. And its forces are so complicated that even a centipede will never die. What a trick. Several other ancestors also appreciated it. In fact, Yang Muchung's idea is very simple. First, 2 sects were destroyed. But these 2 sects, similar to the Wandao Sword Sect, have many disciples at the nascent soul stage and above who are practicing outside. Don't you see? There are more than 10,000 core figures in a sect. But only 1,000 or so people have come. And most of the others are not in the sect. If you destroy these 2 sects, there will always be some unwilling disciples of these sects in the future, waiting for opportunities to secretly retaliate against you. As the saying goes, it is easy to guard against a thief in 1 day, but difficult to guard against a thief in 1,000 days. Even if Yang Muchung is not afraid. What if those remnants of the sect target the Dacian dynasty? Second, only kill 2 clan leaders. It should be noted that among the 36 sects, the status of the sect leader is very high. He does not exist in a situation where the ancestor is in power, and the sect leader is just a puppet. After the previous generation of sect masters handed over the power of the sect, they would leave the sect and travel around in search of the immortal sect. Just like in the Wandao Sword Sect, Jin Liang is the one who keeps his word. But if these 2 sect leaders are killed, it will not only demoralize the 2 sects, but also restrain their disciples so that no disciples dare to provoke again. The sect leaders and ancestors present are all smart people. Yang Muchung's method is indeed terrifying. If it were them, they would most likely choose to destroy the 2 major sects directly, and then face endless counterattacks from the remaining disciples of the 2 major sections. Perhaps this counterattack will last for more than 1,000 years, or even longer. As the sect leader, I am responsible for this matter. I admit that it was in your hands. Bei Chen-hong sighed. He is also ambitious and knows that there is no way out at this moment. If they continue to resist, the sect may all be destroyed. He turned back to look at the disciples of the sect and said, I will take responsibility for today's matter. From now on, the disciples of the Annihilation sect of Emperor Shi are not allowed to invade the Wandao Sword sect or seek revenge from the Wandao Sword sect. In the future, when they see Yang Ma-chung, he is also the master uncle of Emperor Shi's Annihilation sect. Zhang Yuxing's face turned pale. This was like stealing the chicken, but losing the rice. Not only did he not take advantage, but he was completely involved in it. He also turned around and said loudly, the same is true for the disciples of Huangji Lihan Tower. It was my greed for profit that almost brought the sect into a place of eternal disaster. I will definitely die to apologize. If anyone dares to attack Wandao Sword sect, he will be punished. Rules! The two of them will explain their affairs. For example, instructing who should be the sect leader and passing down the sect's secrets. Yang Ma-chung watched quietly and did not stop him. The disciples of the two major sects also looked at the two sect masters quietly. Instead of feeling a trace of sadness, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they had made a mistake in this matter from beginning to end. But instead of admitting their mistake, they led an army to attack the Wandao Sword sect. Now committing suicide can be regarded as an apology with death. After explaining everything, Zhang Yuxing and Bei Chen-hong stood quietly in the void, their auras rising crazily. When they reached their peak, they quickly dissipated like a burst balloon. As their inner strength, breath, and blood disappeared, their bodies were also like dust drifting away in the wind at this moment. Warriors absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and practice. After death, once you have cultivated your body, you will return to heaven. Until the last breath dissipated, the two sect masters and their spiritual consciousness completely disappeared, and there was no trace of them in the world. And Yang Ma-chung. But once again, his reputation spread throughout the 36 domains. With one sentence, he made the two sect masters in the realm of gods commit suicide and apologize. Chapter 673 36 Sects. With you as their ancestor, the two major sects have withdrawn their troops. In this battle, in addition to the Emperor Shi Annihilation sect and Huangji Lihan Tower, there were also many disciples from the sects present. It's just that he didn't participate in the war. After all, it has been a long time since two major sects suppressed the 10,000 Dao Sword sect. It must be so. A kind-hearted old man nodded slowly. Bei Chen-hong and Zhang Yuxing will commit suicide if they do unjust things. They took the opportunity to attack, and now they commit suicide to apologize to save the sect. But after today's incident, the name of old demon Yang will probably spread to the 36 domains. No one knows about the existence of this young Uncle Master. I'm going back to the sect first. The old man looked at the old woman beside him and said, I must warn the sect disciples about this. The old woman looked at Yang Ma-chung for a moment and said, I have to go back too. Watching Bei Chen-hong and Zhang Yuxing commit suicide and apologize, many disciples of the two sects were speechless. Winner takes all. Loser for Ko. If they win, they can capture Yang Ma-chung by force. If they lose, they will naturally have to pay a certain price. Uncle Master, we will retreat, and we will never invade the Wandao Sword sect again. A newly elected sect leader of Huangji Lihan Tower looked at Yang Ma-chung with a low eyebrow and said, What happened today? Huangji Lihan Lu must not take the blame for it. I will come back to make amends when I go back and put the sect in order. From today on, you are also the great uncle of our Huangji Lihan Tower. Many disciples were shocked, and they all bowed to Yang Ma-chung and said loudly, Meet my uncle, Master Uncle. The equally elected sect leader of the Emperor Shi Annihilation sect also bowed respectfully to Yang Ma-chung. 3 days later, we will also come to Wandao Sword sect to apologize, and you are also the master of our Emperor Shi Annihilation sect. Uncle, anyone who offends you is like offending our Emperor Shi Annihilation sect. The two major sects are coming hard and retreating like a tide. Perhaps, people will forget that Jin Liang fought against the two sect masters Bei and Zhang alone. Perhaps, people may not remember that their master, Hua Yuanao, stirred up the sword formation and stopped the two gods. But what will eventually be remembered is the name of Yang Ma-chung, his great uncle, the sight of thousands of people, whether they are Yuanying, Zifu, or masters above the divine transformation stage, all drinking, Master Uncle, will spread throughout the world, almost at the same time. Except for the 7 sects here today, the other 29 sects, who were not present almost handed down a decree in no particular order. This decree, from top to bottom, spreads in the hands of all disciples. Today, Yang Mu becomes our great-uncle. Those who offend should be dealt with according to the rules of the house. On the palace island, Yang Mucheng was drinking tea leisurely. More than 7 days have passed since the two sect leaders Bei and Zhang committed suicide and apologized. The other 6 major sects that provided assistance also returned. In addition, those who should apologize have come to apologize. And those who should give gifts have also come to give gifts. Gun Nanchi's face was indifferent, and her whole body was as cold as ice. When this aura reached its peak, she slowly moved forward. Wow! Suddenly, a chill swept over like a violent wind and rain, and a thin layer of frost formed on the ground. But it could not hold on for half a breath before it melted into water. Very good! Your great cold finger is already in its early stages. Yang Mucheng nodded. How many of the 24 solar terms have you learned? The other 23 fingers are all gone, and only the Jingzha finger is left. Gun Nanchi said respectfully. Let's rest for a while. Cultivation is not something that happens overnight. Yang Mucheng waved his hand, took a sip of tea, and then slowly and leisurely dropped the file in his hand on the coffee table. This matter is over. Leaving the Wandao sword sect and going out for training naturally has to be put on the agenda. Except for the 36 regions. He has remembered some regions in the 9 provinces continent, but he still has no clue. Your Majesty! Gun Nanchi saw that Yang Mucheng's tea was empty and carefully filled it up for him. Now, all 36 sects regard you as their great uncle. This is an unprecedented event in the 36 domains. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly, not sure whether he was happy or sad. Except for the sects of the 7 elder brothers, Wadao Sword Sect and Ningyu Yezenlu, I only have the title of Master Uncle and have no real power at all. After all, for an existence like me, for these sects it's very difficult to say. Yeah, how can it not be tricky? Yang Mucheng's seniority is really too high. It is naturally impossible for you to treat him as an ordinary disciple. But now that the 7 major sects have joined forces, including Huangji and Disher, there are a total of 9 sects who all have Yang Mu as their great uncle. The other 25 sects simply borrowed Pasia's donkey, and also accepted Yang Mu as their master's uncle. On the surface, he doesn't dare to do anything to you, but behind his back, he should scold you Yang Mucheng and curse you Yang Laomo. Yang Mucheng knew this very well. He is not as arrogant as he is now after becoming the uncle of the 36th Grandmaster. Instead, he is becoming more and more aware of one thing. If he had absolute strength, how could the Dishi and Huangji sects dare to bully him? If he had absolute strength, the title of Master Uncle would be worthy of his name. Who would dare to doubt his status? Uncle Master, someone wants to see you. At this time, a servant came to report. Let him come in. Yang Mucheng waved his hand. But this person who came in made Yang Mucheng a little surprised, because the other party was his old acquaintance Wang Renjie. I've met Senior. Wang Renjie quickly handed over to Yang Mucheng. Have you found the other dragon's tail bracelet? Yang Mucheng immediately knew the purpose of the other party's visit. Back then, when he was in the City of Chaos, Wang Renjie had taken some cloud energy from the dragon's tail bracelet and used it to trace the location of another dragon's tail bracelet. Now that Wang Renjie has come to visit, it must be that the other bracelet is missing. Yes, in Jiantian domain. How Tianzhou? Wang Renjie said. In the past few days, after we arrived at Hao Tianzhou, we asked the other party for the bracelet, but the other party refused. The other party's strength is too high. We can't defeat it, and we can't steal it. Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. Wasn't that the area where the Dacian dynasty was located? Thinking of this, Yang Mucheng looked at Guangxi again and said, I remember that your hometown is also in Hao Tianzhou. Right. This time, I am traveling, so you can also come back to visit the family. Yang Mucheng's eyes narrowed slightly. 2 identical bracelets. What are they hiding? I have been away from the Dacian dynasty for more than half a year, taking advantage of this opportunity to experience. It's time to go back and take a look. Whatever. Let's get another bracelet. Saying this in his heart, Yang Mucheng cast his eyes into the distance, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 674 Eclipse Wind Domain. When Jin Liang found out that Yang Mucheng was going to travel, he rushed over as soon as possible. What he brought with him was also a magic weapon of his own. Uncle Master, you are traveling this time. And this is the magic weapon I have prepared for you. Jean Liang took out a string of rosary beads. There are a total of 13 beads in this rosary, 6 of which have faded, and only the remaining 7 are still shiny and shining. This rosary is what I got when I went out for training. Each rosary can be used to attack and defend. It is equivalent to a full-strength strike by a strong man from the Z Mansion. There are 7 left for you to save your life. Yang Mucheng was disrespectful and put it on his wrist. Jean Liang said again, Master has been practicing in seclusion. When you come back, you may be able to condense a physical body. I don't know. Which area do you plan to go to for training? Yang Mucheng shook his head. It's not clear yet. I plan to go back to Dacian Dynasty first to get some things done. Then I will travel around. Jean Liang nodded. This matter of chance cannot be rushed. Some people have been waiting for hundreds or thousands of years, but failed to find the opportunity. But someone might be able to bump into them just by going out. This is a major event of heaven, and no one can explain it clearly. Yang Mucheng is currently in Jiantian territory, the territory of Wandao Sword Sect, and no one dares to touch him. But how difficult is it to find opportunities among these 36 domains? If you want to get it, you can only go to the monster land outside the 36 domains. Yang Mucheng was not eager to leave. He asked Jean Liang to break the barrier for him, and entered the martial arts pavilion again. At first, Jean Liang was unwilling to go through the back door, because he was afraid that Yang Mucheng would use his uncle's name to cause trouble. But now he is willing to do so. The more exercises Yang Mucheng learned, the more ways he could use to save his life in the outside world. But Yang Mucheng didn't pick up too many martial arts skills. He just learned a middle-level swordsmanship and left. Jian Tianyu, Hao Tianzhou. There were 2 men and a woman in a luxurious carriage. Men, one old and one young. The old man was driving with a Taoist spirit. The young man sat in the car and closed his eyes to relax. The girl sat aside, carefully squeezing the boy's legs and beating his back. It was Yang Mucheng and his party. Yang Mucheng declined Jean Liang's offer to take him back to Hao Tianzhou on the Suoling ferry, and walked slowly all the way. He has also studied many files and learned about the experiences of some of the Sword Sect seniors when they went out for training. Some people will have enlightenment and opportunities even if they see the sunrise and sunset. Some people, even if they travel 90,000 miles, are still in a blur. Yang Mucheng came out this time not in a hurry, but just to have fun and look for opportunities. As for the puller, it was a strong buffalo. Don't look at this silly buffalo. When Yang Mucheng and his party passed by the mountain forest, this half-step nascent soul demon king directly transformed into a figure of dozens of feet, and swallowed the war horse they were pulling. It also wanted to swallow Yang Mucheng. 3 people. The golden-haired rat transformed into its true form. And after a slap, the buffalo demon king was immediately put on the saddle, and pulled the cart for him. Are you going back to Yingui sect? Yang Mucheng also asked Wang Renjia. Wang Renjia replied respectfully, Senior, your affairs are more important than the Yingui sect. I will go back after I help you get the dragon's tail bracelet. Yang Mucheng smiled. Although he didn't know whether what Wang Renjia said was true or not, he felt quite comfortable with the flattery. That's all. The group of people slowly rushed towards their destination. The location they went to this time was a mountain city called Sunset City in Hao Tianzhou. The city was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only one direct road leading outside. Due to the unique geographical environment and the fact that it is in the right place for feng shui, the spiritual energy can only enter but not exit. Therefore, the Sunset City is equivalent to a large spirit gathering array, and the concentration of spiritual energy is 10 times that of the outside world. There is actually such a natural formation? Yang Mucheng learned that there was another dragon's tail bracelet behind Sunset City, and he couldn't help but be secretly interested. Senior, everything in this world is ever-changing. No matter how strong our human power is, we can't defeat God. The power of nature is really terrifying. Even a strong person who has become a god may not be able to escape if he falls into some areas. Tell me what's going on! Yang Mucheng squinted his eyes, listening to the story. Guangxi also listened. Wang Renjia said with a smile, We, the Yingui sect, have a sect leader who got a map of a tomb from nowhere. Later, after some exploration, we found out that the owner of this tomb is actually the tomb of a Nirvana realm powerhouse. Senior, you know that this is the big tomb. I'm afraid even the heaven-level techniques and weapons will be there. So, that generation of sect masters brought half of the elders to dig. This tomb is not within the 36 domains, but in the eclipse domain. Speaking of this, Wang Renjie showed a hint of shock in his eyes. What is the erosion wind domain? Gun Nanchi asked quickly. That is a large area that is larger than the 36 areas combined. There is yellow sand all over the sky, Wang Renjie said exaggeratedly. In this large area, the sky is filled with wind and sand. Sometimes it is ordinary wind sand. Sometimes it is ordinary wind sand. And sometimes it is ordinary sand. It's that kind of deadly dust. Once this kind of deadly dust is stirred up, even if you are a powerful nascent soul, a gust of wind will scatter your body and shatter your nascent soul. That generation of sect leaders brought more than 100 people there. But in the end only 7 or 8 people came back. They haven't even entered the interior of the eclipse wind domain, let alone found the location of the ancient tomb. Wang Renjie bared his teeth and described the scene at that time. He said in a very realistic tone. After the sect leader came back, he died suddenly not long after. We couldn't find the reason. It wasn't until the sect leader was cremated that we discovered that a grain of sand had penetrated his dantian and penetrated his body, nascent soul, leaving a hole smaller than the tip of a needle in nascent soul. After knowing all this at that time, other people in the Yingui sect no longer dared to talk about going to the erotic wind region to find ancient tombs. You must know that the sect leader of that generation was a strong master of Yuaning. He was only half a step away from reaching the level of Yuaning. Zifu exists. Is this true? Gun Nanchi covered her mouth, her face full of shock and disbelief. Grandmaster Nascent Soul can be regarded as the highest disciple in the Wandao Sword sect. If you take a step further, you will be like Yu Feishuan and become an elder of the Sword sect. Now, there was only one step away from reaching that level of status, but he was killed by a small piece of sand. I can't think of any other words to describe this except horrifying. Of course it's true. Yang Mucheng nodded. He had also seen this in Jin Liang's files. The Kyushu continent is so big, and the existence contained in it is simply beyond your knowledge. And the erosion wind domain is not the most dangerous domain. What's this? At this time, the golden-haired rat, which had been holding the demon pill and chewing it slowly, chewed and swallowed the demon pill like fried beans with a click. The most dangerous place I've ever seen is where Yujiojo is. That's nothing compared to the big one. Tell me. Yang Mucheng's heart moved. This golden-haired rat had an extraordinary origin. Yang Mucheng only knew that he came from the god realm, but he didn't know anything else. Now that the golden mouse is willing to say, he naturally wants to know more about that location. Wang Renjie and Gun Nanchi also looked over quickly. Chapter 675 The Young Master of the Ji Family. The golden-haired rat slowly swallowed the golden elixir and showed a hint of contempt for Wang Renjie. It wasn't until everyone's appetite was whetted that they slowly spoke. How terrifying do you think the most powerful warrior is? Of course, he is a strong person in the Tai realm, Wang Renjie said without any hesitation. However, it is said that there has been no strong person in the Tai realm for many years on the Jiuzhou continent. If you want to reach the Tai realm, you must first pass through the immortal realm. Door. Yang Mucheng nodded. He is also aware of this. On the Kyushu continent, the concentration of spiritual energy is not enough. Once you reach nirvana, you stop. Even if you practice for 1,000 or 10,000 years, you can't go any further. This is also the reason why, once the sect leaders of the 36 sects reach half-step of nirvana, or enter nirvana, they will step down as sect leaders and go out to look for immortal sects. Huh? What are the strong ones in the Tai realm? The strong ones I mentioned are the existences of the Tai realm. In front of them, they are just a group of ants. Even such strong people want to enter some areas. Difficult. Many people never come out alive after entering. That place is called Diamond Star, and this place is just the lowest existence. If it were some high-level position, no one would dare to enter it for hundreds of millions of years. The golden-haired mouse said leisurely. You are exaggerating. I don't believe it. Gun Nanchi covered her mouth and couldn't help but said. Even a master storyteller would not lie to a child like this. Wang Renjie also shook his head secretly. Obviously, they think this kind of place doesn't exist at all. He breathed a sigh of relief. Even beings in the Tai realm could be killed. How could there be a place in this world that could stop them? You? The golden-haired rat was furious and wanted to argue. But after thinking about it, he closed his mouth. It shook its head and said, Summer insects cannot speak of ice. You guys have not even reached the stage of transformation into gods. You are like toads sitting in a well looking at the sky. How do you know how big this world is? If you weren't Senior's pet, I would slap you to death. Wang Renjie almost broke his teeth when he was scolded as a waste by a demon king. Don't say we won't believe this kind of thing. Even the seniors won't believe it. Wang Renjie and Gun Nanji quickly looked at Yang Mucheng. Unexpectedly, Yang Mucheng said calmly, I believe it. Wang Renjie and Gun Nanji's eyes almost bulged out. This is an exaggeration. It's like two ordinary people with no cultivation in the mortal world. One tells the other that I have seen people who can pick stars at will. It's ridiculous. But Yang Mucheng believes such ridiculous words. The golden-haired rat chuckled secretly. This is the difference between others and Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. Although the golden mouse didn't reveal much information, he understood that the god realm where the other party was located was probably a completely new location. Even a strong person in the Tai realm is still just an ant there. But, is his location behind the immortal gate? Or, does the golden-haired rat have a way to enter the fairy gate? Don't look at me. I don't know where the immortal gate is. The golden-haired rat seemed to have guessed Yang Mucheng's thoughts, and quickly shook his head and said, You know the situation in Jiuzhou. There is no immortal gate. There is only one choice, that is to die in Kyushu. Yang Mucheng sighed secretly. Perhaps that's exactly what happened. All previous years, many seniors of the Wandao sword sect failed to find the location of the immortal sect, so they could only let their lifespans end and eventually die. At this moment, a burst of noise quickly resounded. Have you arrived at Sunset City? Only then did Yang Mucheng remember his destination. It's almost time. We will definitely reach Sunset City before dark, Wang Renjie said quickly. Very good. Yang Mucheng nodded. Such an ox cart naturally attracted the attention of many people on its way to Sunset City. Sister, look. There's an old ox pulling a cart in front of you. A young man was riding on a liger, with a rebellious expression on his face. The liger under him is as tall as two people, and he is the great demon of Master Xuanye. This big demon was also a gift given to him by the family elders during his coming-of-age ceremony. The young man lovingly patted the liger sitting down and said with a smile, We played for a whole day, and we're full of food and drinks. However, my liger is still hungry. This buffalo is 2 people tall. It must be a big monster as well. Just in time to fill my liger's stomach. Go! Next to the boy, a beautiful girl smiled sweetly. Their family. He was one of the 7 major families in Sunset City. There was no family logo on the bullock cart, so he was probably an outsider. Besides, just eating an old cow pulling a cart is not a big deal. Therefore, the girl let it go. Okay. The young man laughed loudly, flapped the liger on his crotch and ran towards the bullock cart. Master Xuanie's great demon was already considered terrifying in the 36 realms. When passers-by saw this liger running wildly, their faces turned pale with fear, and they fled in all directions. Who is this? Riding a big demon in the mysterious liquid realm? Someone said in shock. What you don't know is that he is the young master of the Ji family, Ji Hanjun, who is the most beloved by the head of the family. That big demon was given to him as a coming-of-age ceremony. What is he going to do with the liger? Could it be? Everyone looked forward, and their hearts trembled when they understood Ji Hanjun's plan. This is bad? The girl sat on the warhorse, watching with a smile, and did not stop him. Not to mention swallowing a mount. Even if they swallow your people, their Ji family is powerful, and they can still suppress them. But see, the liger ran wildly, using all its limbs and claws to carve out deep ravines on the ground. It jumped up violently, like a tiger attacking a rabbit, and pounced on the scarred old buffalo, which was slowly pulling the cart forward. Just when everyone thought that this old buffalo would be killed by a liger on the spot, a sudden change occurred. Moo! The buffalo let out a cry, and without even looking, the sharp horns thrust forward fiercely, and immediately pierced the liger's belly with a puff sound, which directly stabbed him to the core. Ji Hanjun was also blown away by the incoming force. He looked at the liger that had been impaled on him, and his heart was bleeding. This is Master Xuanie's great demon. The Ji family spent a lot of manpower and material resources on his coming-of-age ceremony, but it ended up being so hurt? However, before Ji Hanjun could react, he saw the skinny old buffalo lift up its front hooves and stamp down hard, falling directly from the liger's head. There was just a click sound, and the big demon of the Xuanye master didn't even have time to struggle, and his head was crushed on the spot. And he could not die anymore. Chapter 676. What nonsense! Destroy him. Click. This crisp echoing sound resounded all around. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them in stunned silence, unable to recover for a long time. What kind of existence is this old buffalo that can trample Master Xuanya's great demon to death with just one hoof? If he were a Xian, Yi Grandmaster Warrior, wouldn't he also be trampled to death? What's going on? Go out and have a look. This old buffalo is, after all, the demon king of half-step nascent soul. Pulling the car is naturally smooth and stable, and there will be no accidents. But this sudden kneel still made Yang Mucheng aware of it. He couldn't help but frown when he heard the noise outside and the slowly spreading smell of blood. Wang Renjie quickly got out of the car. When he saw Ji Hanjun, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. When Ji Hanjun saw Wang Renjie, he also shouted out loud, "Is it you? What happened?" Yang Mucheng and Gun Nanchi got off the car, looked at the liger corpse on the ground, then looked at Ji Hanjun and the girl and asked lightly, "Senior, they are from the Ji family. This boy is the young master of the Ji family. Ji Hanjun. That girl is Fong Qianren, the daughter of the Fong family. Ji Hanjun probably wanted his liger to eat the old buffalo that was pulling our cart just now, but he failed and was trampled to death by the old buffalo instead," Wang Renjie said. "I've come to Sunset City several times to ask for the dragon's tail bracelet, and I've met them several times." Yang Mucheng nodded. He glanced at the stunned Ji Hanjun and shook his head secretly. His old buffalo pulling the cart looks like it is covered in whip marks and skin and bones. But it is a genuine half-step nascent soul demon king. A big demon in the mysterious liquid realm also wants to eat it. It's like eating the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard. "It's you, old guy. Again. You came to Sunset City twice and were beaten away. How dare you come back? How dare you kill my mount today?" Ji Hanjun recognized Wang Renjie and looked at him unable to die. The dead liger suddenly became furious. "Hey, you have to be brave if you dare to eat the senior's mount. You're Sunset City. The highest is only 7 or 8 half-step nascent souls. How dare you act so presumptuously in front of your senior?" The first time he came here, Wang Renjie asked for the dragon's tail bracelet. But no matter how high the price was, the other party was unwilling to sell it. In the end, Wang Renjie planned to buy and sell it by force, but failed in the end and was beaten out. The second time he came, Wang Renjie learned his lesson and planned to steal the dragon's tail bracelet. But he still failed and was beaten out. Now, he came with Yang Mucheng. Although there were 7 or 8 half-step nascent souls in Sunset City, could they be Yang Mucheng's opponents? Therefore, he suddenly became arrogant. "Old man, I will never make it easy for you this time. What nonsense are you talking to them about? Get rid of him," Yang Mucheng said lightly. "Okay," Wang Renjie responded and rushed to Ji Hanjun. This Ji Hanjun's strength is not bad. He has also reached the mysterious liquid realm. But where is Wang Renjie's opponent? He still wanted to curse. But before he could say anything, Wang Renjie slapped him away, grabbed his arms, and twisted them violently, twisting his arms into twists. "Ah!" Ji Hanjun screamed loudly. Wang Renjie was not polite, and kicked him on the cheek with a caster, sending him flying 7 or 8 feet away, and he fell to the ground unconscious. "Let's go!" Yang Mucheng got into the car without looking. Suddenly, a group of people set up an ox cart and continued on their way. After they left, the crowd around them suddenly exploded. "Oh my god! Aren't you too brave? You actually destroyed the young master of the Ji family. This is something big." After destroying Ji Hanjun, instead of running away, he actually dared to continue entering the city? Isn't this looking for death? What happened to those people just now? Isn't Sunset City a subsidiary city of Wandao Sword Sect? Why haven't these people entered Wandao Sword Sect yet? Yang Mucheng looked at Gun Nanchi in confusion. Gun Nanchi quickly said, "Your Majesty, you don't know something. Although it is a subsidiary city, the frequency of Wandao Sword Sect's visits is relatively small. Both the elders and the disciples are busy practicing. They come back about once every 3 years, and sometimes they are delayed. Maybe even once every 10 years. For these affiliated forces, the 10,000 Dao Sword Sect is equivalent to the divine dragon in the sky. If you can meet it once, it will be a lifetime bragging rights." Yang Mucheng nodded. "I just heard that there are 7 major families in Sunset City. Is your Gu family one of them?" Gun Nanchi quickly shook his head and said, "The Ji family, Fong family, etc. are all big first-tier families in Sunset City, while my Gu family is just a small third-tier family." Yang Mucheng asked some more questions. Until then, only then did he realize that he had a feeling of ignoring the suffering of the people. Since entering the martial arts world, Yang Muchung has been practicing smoothly. Although there were some mistakes when entering the 10,000 Dao sword sect, it was still easy. After all, Yang Muchung entered with the name of Hao Tianzhou's #1 master. So it was easy. Once he entered, he became an inner disciple. But the affiliated forces of sword sect like Gun Nanshi are not that easy. It is equivalent to the scholars in ancient times who had to pass tests and trials again and again before they could enter the Wandao sword sect and be an outer disciple. Don't you see? There are hundreds of thousands of disciples of the outer sect of the sword sect, but only a handful of those who can eventually become inner sect disciples. After 100 years, some people may still be able to persevere and pursue that glimmer of hope. But some people may have no choice but to leave the sword sect sadly and carry the title of outer disciple. Holy Lord! If I hadn't met you, I would have been like the other outer disciples, suffering for hundreds of years and returning without success. Gun Nanshi looked slightly gloomy. Yang Muchung smiled and said nothing. But I have to admit it. Nowadays, with Yang Muchung's status, strength and cultivation, every word, every move is enough to influence a person or even a family. Soon, the ox cart entered Sunset City. Your Majesty, you have arrived at Sunset City for the first time today, and you must have been tired from the journey. Why don't you rest at my house for the night, and then go to Lu's house tomorrow to get the dragon's tail bracelet? Gun Nanshi said. How could Yang Muchung not know that Gun Nanshi wanted to use his reputation as master uncle to elevate the Gu family's status in Sunset City? However, Yang Muchung did not say anything. After all, the existence of Gu Nanshi during his time in the sword sect saved him a lot of trouble. Yang Muchung is the kind of person who is aloof and does not eat fireworks. He would always tell his subordinates to do anything on weekdays. In the sword sect, without Gu Nanshi taking care of his food, clothing, housing and transportation and serving him properly, Yang Muchung would not be able to practice so comfortably. Okay, let's go to Gu's house. Yang Muchung nodded. Thank you, Your Majesty. Gu Nanxi was overjoyed. Chapter 677 The Ancient Battle of the Gu Family. Arrive at Sunset City and enter the Gu family. Compared with the big first-line families of the Ji family, there is no telling how far behind the Gu family is. It is not just the third line. In Yang Muchung's view, it is simply behind the 18th line, with only a dozen or so houses, and only 70 or 80 family disciples. The remaining people, the return of Gu Nanxi naturally aroused consternation. After all, there were also many disciples who went to Wandao sword sect, but they chose to give up and come back because they couldn't bear the suffering. This is the great uncle of the sword sect. My great uncle is going out for training this time. I am accompanying him down the mountain. Gunnan River Road. Master uncle? The Gu family is currently at the helm of an old man who appears to be in his 60s and has only reached the peak of Xian liquid, including him. Everyone in the Gu family was shocked. It should be noted that every time the person who enters Sunset City to greet a new disciple is at most an inner disciple. And as for the elders, they have never been seen before. Why are you still standing there? Why don't you pay your respects to your great uncle? The patriarch named Guyu, together with a group of family members, knelt upright in front of Wang Rengjie and shouted in unison. Greetings, great uncle. They naturally saw Yang Muchung. But, seeing that Yang Muchung was too young and had a palm-sized monster on his shoulder that looked like a dragon and a rat, he didn't pay much attention to it. But Wang Rengjie has a moralistic and fairy-like appearance. Any normal person would mistake Wang Rengjie for his great-uncle. Wrong! Wrong! Gu Nanxi said quickly. Just when Guyu was shocked, Wang Rengjie jumped away in fright like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I also came here to do business with my senior. He is my great-uncle. Everyone was shocked. Only then will they realize that this young man, who was ignored by them at first, is actually the great-uncle of the sword sect. Hurry up and prepare tea and prepare a banquet. Guyu made a big mistake and didn't know what to do. However, Gun Nanshi knew Yang Muchung's character and quickly gave instructions. While inviting Yang Muchung to sit down, he poured tea and water himself. Wang Rengjie stood respectfully behind Yang Muchung, with his hands behind his back, looking like a bodyguard. Everyone in the Gu family stood cautiously in the lobby, as if the younger generation had met their ancestors. Don't be formal. I came to Sunset City to do a small thing this time. I passed by here and stayed at Gu's house for a night. I have been in Jianzhong for many days, and Gu Nanshi was clever and clever. He solved many things for me and regarded me as his own. That's it for people. Yang Mu became enlightened. Yes, yes, yes. Everyone agreed. Although Yang Muchung didn't show any airs. Everyone in the Gu family would not be such an idiot to put Yang Muchung in the same position as themselves. Senior, does the bullock cart outside belong to you? Do you want me to take the bullock cart to the backyard and feed it some fodder? Guyu thought of the bullock cart that Yang Muchung was riding in when the servants reported the situation, and couldn't help but find a topic to break up the awkward atmosphere. After all, Yang Muchung's status is too high. In their Gu family, the most important people they can see are the elders and stewards of the 7 major families. Compared with the 7 major families, Yang Muchung is like a god in the sky. Ha ha! That buffalo can't eat ordinary fodder. Yang Muchung smiled. Don't worry about it. Let it wait outside the door. It has a bad temper. If you people piss it off, it won't be enough for it to fill the gap between its teeth. There was a shock in the hall. Some people think to themselves, what's so scary about a buffalo? Gun Nanchi knew what the people in his family were like. They were a bunch of country bumpkins who had never seen much of the world. He was afraid that these people would say the wrong thing and make Yang Muchung unhappy. He quickly said, Stop thinking nonsense. It's whatever Uncle Master says. That's not an ordinary buffalo. It's the demon king of the half-step nascent soul. When we came back, this buffalo ate the horse that was pulling our cart, and Uncle Master caught it. Come pull the car. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall almost fainted. The demon king, who was half a step into the nascent soul, was already terrifying enough. But this great uncle actually captured him and pulled him over? For a while, Guyu, who originally wanted to leave the buffalo behind, felt his scalp numb. He, a black liquid warrior, was really not enough to fill the gap between the opponent's teeth. Uncle Master, I have a younger brother named Gu Zhan, who will also enter the sword sect this year. Can you give him some guidance? Gun Nanchi whispered. Okay, let him come over. Yang Muchung nodded. Gu Nangxi was overjoyed. However, when everyone looked for Gu Zhan's figure, they discovered that Gu Zhan did not come to the hall like everyone else. Where's Gu Zhan? Gun and River Road. Maybe that kid is in the G family. It is said that the person who came to Sunset City to recruit disciples this time is a senior of the G family. Guyu said awkwardly. He naturally knows about Gu Zhan. At this time, he is relatively close to the G family. Obviously, if he joins the Wandao Sword sect in the future, he will be able to take care of the G family and get a lot of benefits. After all, even the inner disciples are a rare existence for the Gu family. Even if you just hand over a few words, you might get a little more attention in Wandao Sword sect. For them, this is simply great luck. So, not only did everyone in the Gu family know about the Gu Zhan, they even acquiesced in it. He even secretly supported Gu Zhan and asked Gu Zhan to curry favor with the G family. But who knows? Now, their family actually has a great uncle. Now I don't know who is going to curry favor with whom. That's it. Let's talk about it when I have time. Yang Muchung waved his hand. He is not some old lady walking around your ass. I'm in a good mood. I'll give you some advice. But you're not here. Who can I blame for missing this opportunity? Gun Nanchi's face was filled with sadness. Others don't know it clearly, but she knows it very well. In the Wandao Sword sect, it is basically the elders who guide the disciples. But in Yang Muchung's case, it was just the opposite. Not to mention the elders. Even the sect leaders would line up to wait for his advice. Yang Muchung's words are enough to serve him for 100 years. Or even for a lifetime. Other elders want to let a disciple learn the 24 solar terms to startle the gods. And it takes at least 3 years. But here at Yang Muchung, you can fully master it in 3 months. It's not too early. Yang Muchung stood up slowly. There was another system reward that he failed to receive. In the past few days, he had only been thinking about looking for opportunities. But he was delayed. Now that the Gu family has settled down, why not take this opportunity to see if you can come up with some good stuff? However, just as Yang Muchung stood up, a harsh sound came from outside Gu's house. Whose old bullock cart is actually parked in front of my house? Where are the people? I'm back. Why is no one here to greet me? While talking, a young man in rich clothes walked into the Gu family hall. And this young man is none other than Gu Nanchi's younger brother Gu Zhan. Chapter 678, he is the great uncle of Wandao Sword sect. Gu Zhan is not in a good mood today. He waited outside Ji's house for a day. For a small family like his, there are too many people waiting to take Ji Hanjuan's lap. Originally, he was not even qualified to queue up. Some time ago, I finally got on Ji Hanjuan's line. But something happened again today. Master, what's wrong with you? Under the instruction of Gu Nanqi, a servant quickly stepped forward to greet Gu Zhan. But see, there was also a distinct slap mark on Gu Zhan's delicate face. Don't mention how annoying I am. Ji Hanjun was crippled outside the city today. His arms were twisted into twists. The liger beast he was riding on was trampled to death on the spot. It was said to be a big one. The buffalo trampled him to death. And the people who crippled him were 2 men and 1 woman. 1 old and 2 young. Gu Zhan walked in slowly with his hands behind his back, talking as he walked. I originally thought that I could win Master Ji's favor, but I was disturbed by today's group of people, because I asked too much about Master Ji's injury. I was slapped by the housekeeper. Think of this. Gu Zhan quickly pointed at the man and said, Tug the ox cart away from the door. I am upset. The Ji family is furious now, and the whole city is looking for the killer. This ox cart is parked in front of our goose house, so it is easy for something to happen. Master, that bullock cart is the vehicle of a big shot. The servant quickly explained. You will never have to go to the Ji family to apologize for your smile again. Gu Zhan raised his brows and shouted. Oh, a big shot's car? What kind of big shot rides an ox cart? You country bumpkin has never seen a real big shot. When I was in the Ji family, all the big shots who came and went were riding big shots. Demon. Flying sword. Magic weapon. Gu Zhan naturally told the truth. Especially during this period, many people heard that a member of the Ji family who entered the Wandao sword sect 300 years ago successfully entered the inner sect, and will come back this time to welcome a new batch of geniuses into the Wandao sword sect. The threshold of the Ji family is about to be stepped on. Many people who come and go want to have some relations with the Ji family, but who knew that something would happen to the young master of the Ji family today, and they are now being searched throughout the city. Sister, why are you back? Enter the main hall. Gu Zhan was stunned for a moment. Everyone in the family, young and old, gathered in the main hall. The usually aloof patriarch stood aside respectfully, but the leader was a young man in casual clothes, slowly holding a cup of tea. Next to the young man stood a pretty girl. Isn't this his sister who went to practice in the Wandao sword sect? Gu Zhan, you are finally back. Come quickly and pay homage to my uncle. Gu Nanxi said hurriedly. But this time, Gu Zhan couldn't listen anymore. When he saw his sister, Yang Macheng, Wang Renjie, and the bullock cart parked outside the gate, even an idiot could react. It was these people in front of me who caused chaos in the Ji family today. Sister, why are you hanging out with these people? Do you know that the Ji family is now rounding up them all over the city? Gu Zhan shouted. Following them will drag down our Gu family. Just as Gu Nanqi was about to speak, Wang Renjie spoke leisurely. Who is the Ji family? Today I crippled the young master's arms to give him some face. If he dares to come to the door, even if the Ji family has a great background, he will not be able to save it. Gu Zhan narrowed his eyes. He remembered the Ji family's introduction. The old man who spoke was the head of the Yingui sect. I came to Sunset City twice, and was beaten out both times. I know you. Yingui sect. Right? Before your Yingui sect was destroyed by the strong, it was still a fourth-rate sect. Now there are only 100 or so people left. So what qualifications do you have to say such a thing? Gu Zhan. Shut up. Gu Nanqi frowned and shouted. Gu Zhan hurriedly shouted. Sister, you have been practicing in the Wandao sword sect for 3 years. How can you mix with these people so well? You and I quickly went to the Ji family to apologize. If you didn't do anything, the Ji family might not be angry with our Gu family. If it were the Ji family knows that we are hiding these people, and they will come looking for us when the time comes. Our Gu family are just ants in front of the Ji family. Not even ants. When the Ji family comes to kill us, we will all die. The 7 major families have the same roots. Many family members are practicing in the sword sect. Many more have become inner disciples of the sword sect. Although on the surface, the 7 major families are not very powerful. They are just the families of Sunset City, but they have the Wandao sword sect as their backers. Who is not afraid? If an ordinary person heard such words, he would be frightened out of his mind and go to Ji's house to apologize overnight. But Gu Nanxi won't. She said slowly and leisurely, Brother, the Ji family is nothing. Let me introduce to you. This is... The Ji family is nothing? Sister, the Ji family is one of the 7 major families in Sunset City. When you were in the Wandao sword sect, You didn't know that at least 5 or 6 members of the 7 major families became inner disciples. Gu Zhan shouted. Wake up. The Ji family is not something we can offend. Just when Gu Zhan was still about to speak, a cold snort suddenly came. It was Yang Macheng who spoke out. But I saw him slowly put down the tea bowl in his hand, and said calmly, Ji family? I can destroy him with just one hand. Gunaxi, I want to rest. Let's make some arrangements. Yes. Gunaxi nodded. No matter how Gu Zhan shouted from behind, Gun Nanchi ignored him. Destroy the Ji family with one hand? Who do you think you are? Gu Zhan poured his anger on Yang Macheng and shouted disdainfully. Gu Yu was even more angry and trembling all over. Almost as soon as Gu Zhan finished speaking, he rushed forward and slapped Gu Zhan to the ground. You rebellious son. Do you know who you are talking to? Do you know what you have missed? Your sister Gunaxi brought this big man here just to give you a chance to spread your wings and take off. Opportunity. But you don't cherish it. Gu Zhan covered his face with a look of confusion on his face. Until this moment, he still didn't know what happened. But after hearing Gu Yu's words, he subconsciously replied, Isn't it? Can we afford to offend the Ji family? The old man next to him is the head of the Yinkui sect. He came to Sunset City twice and was beaten out by the Ji family in despair. That boy, what kind of big shot can you be if you hang out with him? The more Gu Zhan talked, the angrier he became. He remembered that he was slapped away by the housekeeper of the Ji family today, and that he was slapped away after returning to the family today. He couldn't bear it anymore and exploded. That kid is so awesome. What kind of existence is the Ji family? Is he capable of destroying the Ji family with one hand? I don't believe it. Even if he has a great background. Is it possible that he can still be greater than the Ji family and the 10,000 Dao sword sect? Gu Yu looked at the angry Gu Zhan quietly. With just one word, Gu Zhan was completely stopped. He is the great uncle of Wan Dao sword sect. Chapter 679, the 7 major families are under pressure. Come to the wing. Gunaxi slowly lit a stick of incense to soothe the mind and help him sleep. And then left. Yang Macheng didn't know what happened next. And naturally he didn't bother to know. Naturally, he would not argue with such a small person. If he really dared to offend His Majesty, he would just slap him to death. If it weren't for the other dragon's tail bracelet, Yang Macheng would not have come to Sunset City. Lottery! Close your eyes and enter the system space, Yang Macheng said without even looking. Nowadays, the system's effect on him is no longer too great. And as his strength increases, its effect becomes less and less. At the same time, Yang Macheng seemed to realize that this system was deliberately introducing him to a higher level of existence. This is true whether it is the task of showing off one's edge, or the task of number 1 on the 4 lists. But there are also some things that this system provides that Yang Macheng is looking forward to. One is the ancient dragon blood and ancient dragon bones among miscellaneous items. The other type is advanced cultivation techniques. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining miscellaneous items. The Mind Stone. Spiritual Stone. A mid-grade earth-level item. An item for honing your spiritual consciousness. Is this what it is? Yang Macheng raised his eyebrows slightly. After reaching the stage of divine transformation, the warrior's thoughts will reach a qualitative leap and turn into divine consciousness. At this time, spiritual consciousness needs to be polished. Thousands of years ago, spiritual stones were relatively common. But later, as the mineral deposits dried up, spiritual stones gradually became rare. There is a spiritual mind stone in Wan Dao sword sect, but it is only about the size of a palm. The amount given by the system is enough for 3 people. I haven't even reached the nascent soul realm. So if you give me a mind stone so early, I won't be able to use it. You might as well give me some ancient dragon blood. Or ancient dragon bones. Yang Macheng shook his head and sighed, and handed the god the reed stone was put into the dragon's tail bracelet. But this spiritual mind stone also saves him the hard work of advancing to become a god and looking for the spiritual mind stone in the future. At this time, Sunset City was in chaos. The young master of the Ji family was beaten, which was no small matter. Moreover, his arms were crippled, and he was kicked until he passed out. Only Fong Qianren could see the whole process clearly. Now, the whole city is searching for the murderer. The Ji family was powerful, and with the cooperation of the other 6 families, it was not difficult to turn Sunset City upside down. Soon someone discovered the ox cart parked in front of the Gu family gate. The person who came back to report the news described the appearance of the ox cart, which was almost exactly the same as what Fong Qianren described. How brave! Ji Luochen, the current head of the Ji family, laughed angrily and slammed the table.
These people from the Gu family are so cowardly that they dare to harbor the murderer. Come here. Give me the order to mobilize the elite soldiers of the family and break into the Gu family. Leave no one behind. Catch those 3 murderers, and I will execute them in Lingqi in Sunset City Square. Wait a minute.
Next to Ji Luochen, a man wearing centipede plackets clutched a pair of iron gall bladders and spoke.
Second brother, now that the murderer has been revealed, why are you still trying to stop him?
Ji Luochen asked in confusion. If it were anyone else, Ji Luochen would have scolded him long ago. But the person who spoke was his younger brother Ji Luoxian, the family's think tank. Therefore, Ji Luochen was furious now and wanted to cut the murderer into pieces. He suppressed his anger and asked,
Brother, the 3 people in this group have already figured out something. The old man who took action is Wang Renjie, the current leader of the Ingo sect. The girl on the side is Gun Nanchi, the eldest daughter of the Gu family. Only the identity of that young man cannot be determined. No.
Ji Luoxuan's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning, and he sneered.
Wang Renjie broke into Sunset City several times and tried to get our dragon's tail bracelet. But we all beat him out. Logically speaking, he should not dare to come again. But he did come. And he is still like this above board.
Ji Luochen nodded. But there was a trace of doubt in his heart. The Ingo sect naturally had no backing. And as for Gun Nanchi, he was just an ordinary member of the thousands of outer disciples of the sword sect. He didn't know why his second brother was hesitating. Ji Luo, the strong men who came from outside, also came here to seize our dragon tail bracelet.
After a pause, Ji Luo, if we kill him, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. In my opinion, it's better to call on the other major families to kill the Gu family.
When Ji Luochen heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He nodded heavily, took out a token from his arms and threw it out, saying,
Pass my order to invite the Fong family, Lu family, Zhao family, Hua family, He family, and Chen family to gather together to discuss important matters. I don't care who this kid is. Even if he has a great background, he will not escape death. What's more, our Ji family still has enough trump cards.
The trump card in Ji Luoxuan's mouth was naturally the members of the Ji family who went to practice in the Wandao sword sect. They just received the order from each other today. This time, in addition to the clan member who went to practice in the sword sect 300 years ago, who came back to welcome the newcomers, there were also 2 or 3 Ji family disciples who had reached the half-step nascent soul because they had gone out to practice. So they also came back together. Even when the Ingui sect's strength was still at its peak, they would not dare to be so presumptuous in front of their Ji family, let alone other people. Late at night, dead silence. Although it was peaceful, there was a surge of murderous intent hidden in the dark night. Early the next morning, when a Gu family disciple opened the door, he realized something was wrong. The 7 major families in Sunset City had already gathered together, bringing countless powerful men to the door of the Gu family, surrounding the entire Gu family. Even though he was well prepared, this disciple of the Gu family was still so frightened that he crawled back as if running away and wailed loudly.
Something bad is going to happen. Something bad is going to happen. Shut up!
Gun Nanchi's expression changed slightly, and he quickly stepped forward to stop the tribesman.
Uncle Master is resting. If you dare to yell again and disturb Uncle Master, I will kill you. Miss, the 7 major families are surrounding me.
The clansman's face turned pale with fright, and he almost couldn't stand still.
7 major families?
Gun Nanchi has been following Yang Mucheng for quite some time, and has acquired some of Yang Mucheng's domineering aura. Hearing the tribe's words, he smiled faintly, showing a hint of disdain.
Even if the emperor comes, I can't disturb my uncle's sleep. As for the 7 major families, let them stand there. They can't attack at all.
Chapter 680 Uncle Master wakes up. The 7 major families are under pressure. This dense mass of black people and erected flags fluttered in the wind. The 7 family heads, who were the first to stand in front, smiled knowingly when they looked at the Gu family members, who ran in panic. In their opinion, it might not be long before the Gu family will send Yang Mucheng, Wang Renjie, and Gun Nanchi out in chains. However, soon, they discovered that they seemed to be thinking too much. The Gu family was still silent, not as panicked as they imagined.
What do people from the Gu family want to do? They haven't responded yet?
After a while, someone couldn't help but ask.
We are standing here stupidly waiting for something to do. In my opinion, we might as well go in and forget it,
someone suggested. But see, the door of Goo's house was closed, and there was only an old buffalo with its head down and grazing at the door.
Could this buffalo be the one that trampled the liger to death?
Someone in the crowd suddenly asked. Uh-huh. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned to Fong Kyongren. When Ji Hanjun was deposed, only Fong Kyongren witnessed the whole incident, and only he knew it clearly. Fong Kyongren nodded and said,
Yes, it's the buffalo.
Many people looked surprised. No matter how you look at it, this buffalo is just an ordinary ox that plows fields and pulls carts. How can it kill a liger without any evil spirit in it? Could it be that Fong Kyongren got it wrong?
Fong Kyongren, are you dazzled?
Listening to the questions around him, the head of the Fong family couldn't sit still.
I don't.
Fong Kyongren shouted.
The liger didn't even have a chance to struggle in front of this buffalo, and was directly trampled to death by a hoof.
Oh! There was an uproar in the crowd.
Let me try this buffalo.
As soon as he finished speaking, a warrior from the Ji family walked out. This warrior has a centipede-like scar on his face, spanning his right cheek, looking very vicious. He was covered with a giant sword as tall as a man, and every step he took made a deep depression in the ground. A compelling sword energy condensed on the scarred warrior's body.
It's him!
Seeing this scar-faced warrior, everyone immediately shut up. This scar-faced warrior is named Ji Ran. Late stage of golden elixir. He has a big sword in his hand, plays with extreme ferocity, and has a violent personality. When a member of a second-tier family in Sunset City insulted him, Ji Ran killed him with one man and one sword for 3 days and 3 nights, killing all the members of that family, whether they were centenarians or infants. They were all killed, leaving no one behind.
What are we arguing about here? What's the quality of this buffalo? Just give it a try and you'll find out.
Someone comforted those around.
This buffalo should be a big demon. The Gu family released this buffalo with the intention of using it to resist our attack.
Some people also speculated.
Ha ha. A big demon also wants to stop the attack of our 7 major families?
Someone shook his head. But see, Ji Ran came to the buffalo.
Chong!
With almost no hesitation, he drew his sword. The big sword, which was as tall as a person, seemed to be nothing in his hand. It was picked up casually like a bean sprout. The sword light in the sky was like hundreds of rivers converging, and it was slashing towards the buffalo.
Fierce bull blue dragon slash?
There was a burst of exclamation from the crowd.
It seems that this buffalo is indeed extraordinary. Ji Ran has used all these tricks.
Ji Luoxian sneered with his eyes narrowed while holding on to his iron gall. The fierce ox green dragon slash is a middle-grade Xian level martial skill. It is extremely powerful when opened and closed, coupled with Ji Ran's cultivation and strength. Even a demon king at the peak of the golden elixir would be dismembered in an instant and cut into pieces. Although this move was aimed at the buffalo, everyone around him could feel the horror of this move, and even had the illusion of being unable to breathe. Just see. The sword light was like stars falling and converging into a line. Immediately afterwards, it surged down like a waterfall, turning into thousands of sword energy and slashing towards the buffalo.
Moo!
The buffalo, which was grazing with its head down, raised its head impatiently and raised its horns. In an instant, everyone felt a suffocating and shocking internal energy sweep across the entire place. And the 2 horns on the buffalo's head actually emitted a demonic light. In the midst of the demon light, 2 huge horns that were completely transformed from internal energy soared into the sky, bringing with them a wind pressure of flying sand and rocks. Then, under the shocked eyes of countless people, they crashed into the pouring water. The sword light below is above.
Boom!
A loud sound resounded. In the eyes of everyone, the sword light, which seemed to be powerful enough to chop everything, was actually crushed by the horns of the bull. The horns continued unabated, piercing Ji Ran's chest and pushing out from his back. Penetrating him, the terrifying power remained unabated, not only blasting Ji Ran 100 feet away. The strong wind generated directly caused the crowds of the 7 major families to be blown away.
Boom!
Ji Ran fell down like a rag bag in midair and died before he even hit the ground. Look at the old buffalo again. As if nothing happened, it is still grazing with its head down. Hisses. After looking at the old buffalo, and then at Ji Ran, who couldn't die anymore. Everyone gasped in the next moment. The radical tribesmen who originally wanted to storm the Gu family and catch the murderer felt even more numb when they saw this scene.
This buffalo is at least half a step into the demon king of the nascent soul.
Ji Luoxian cracked the iron gallbladder in his hand and said in a cold voice. Hear the words. Several half-step nascent soul experts from the 7 major families present turned pale in a flash. They have more or less killed several half-step nascent soul demon kings. Even if you kill a demon king like this, it will be extremely difficult and exhausting your efforts. But now, someone actually uses this level of demon king to pull a cart. What kind of existence was sitting in that car? Could it be that he is really a big shot? Inside the ancient home, many tribesmen looked at this scene in stunned silence. They naturally knew how terrifying Jiran was. When Jiran's sword struck down, many people's hearts almost jumped out of their throats. But when they saw that the honest buffalo actually killed a strong man in the late stage of the Golden Core with just a single blow, they were so frightened that they couldn't close their mouths from ear to ear. Only then did they understand why Gun Nanchi was so confident that no one from the 7 major families could break in. Just when everyone in the Gu family was rejoicing. Just when the 7 major families were shocked. A lazy voice came from inside the room.
What's so noisy?
The voice was not loud, but it seemed to ring in everyone's ears at this moment. When Fong Qianren heard this, his expression suddenly changed.
This is the voice of the boy who traveled the same road as Wang Renjie and Gun Nanchi.
In ancient homes, Gun Nanchi smiled broadly.
Uncle Master is awake.
Chapter 681 I am patient. Squeak. A crisp sound sounded, and the door that had been closed all night slowly opened. At this moment, a tide of oppression swept over crazily, and almost at the same time, the warriors from the 7 major families took a step back. I saw a handsome young man from the neighborhood walking out slowly with his hands behind his back. At this time, everyone was even more horrified to find that when the buffalo with one horn pointed at Jiran looked at the young man, there was a trace of fear that was difficult to hide in its eyes.
People from the 7 major families? Ha ha. Are they all here?
Yang Mucheng yawned sleepily and looked at the swarming army in front of him.
Senior, are you up?
Wang Renjie waited carefully. Yang Mucheng nodded. For a person like him, let alone staying up all night, even if he doesn't sleep for a month, he won't feel tired. After the battle with Wandao Sword Sect, he used the demon god sacrifice excessively and was too mentally exhausted. He was always a little confused and sleepy every day. I had a good sleep last night.
The dragon's tail bracelet is in the hands of the Ji family?
Yang Mucheng asked.
Yes. He is Ji Luochen, the head of the Ji family.
Wang Renjie pointed his right hand at the man, who was the leader among the 7 people in front of the crowd. Ji Luochen wore a navy blue military robe, giving him a capable posture. Seeing Wang Renjie's right hand pointing at him at this moment, he felt a sense of danger approaching. He clenched his fists without hesitation, and his muscles all tensed up. As long as Yang Mucheng dared to take action, he would take action immediately. Yang Mucheng glanced at the opponent's right hand. Really? He also wore a dragon's tail bracelet in his hand that was exactly the same as his own. But it seemed to be another one. Yang Mucheng was not in a hurry. He waved his hand. Gun Nanchi immediately moved out a grandmaster's chair and asked him to sit down. He also poured him a cup of refreshing hot tea.
This kid is so crazy! Facing the 7 major families alone. You actually dare to sit here and drink tea leisurely.
Seeing this scene, many people were secretly angry. People from the 7 major families are here. Even if you are the emperor, you have to be trembling. This boy has such a posture. Obviously, he doesn't take them seriously.
Ji Luochen, I want that bracelet in your hand. Please give me a price.
After taking a sip of tea, Yang Mucheng spoke leisurely.
Weapons. Magic weapons. Elixirs. Martial arts. It's up to you to choose.
With Yang Mucheng's status, he couldn't help but go to Wandao Sword Sect to rob the affiliated family's belongings. If word got out, others would say that he was oppressing others as his master uncle. If it were a family that had nothing to do with the Wandao Sword Sect, I'm afraid Yang Mucheng would have stormed into the Ji family last night and snatched the other dragon's tail bracelet.
Senior is really generous. If it were me, I would kill all their family members and then take away the bracelet. I won't talk nonsense with them.
Wang Renjie sneered. He came to Sunset City twice in a row, but was beaten out in embarrassment. So naturally he was very upset. As he spoke, he looked at Yang Mucheng in awe. If Yang Mucheng was willing to take action for him and vent his anger, these 7 major families would have to end with hatred. Unfortunately, Yang Mucheng had his own plans.
Is this guy really the leader?
Whether it was Ji Luochen or others, their pupils narrowed. At Wang Renjie's age, he calls a young senior with such a moral integrity. And he is still so respectful. Which is extremely funny. But no one present could laugh.
It turns out that you are also here to get the bracelet.
Ji Luochen sneered and stepped forward.
Let's not talk about the secret hidden in this bracelet. How could I sell it to you so easily? I will destroy me just for you. It's impossible when it comes to my son. No one can take this bracelet away. And you can't leave. Ha ha. Have you thought about it?
Yang Mucheng looked over with a half smile.
I am willing to pay the price to buy it. Which means I have left a way for you to survive. Don't be so shameless and ignorant of good and evil.
Boom. These words are like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves.
What did you say?
A martial artist from the Ji family roared and stood up. He held the knife in one hand, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes, as if he was about to take action at any time.
I'm talking. Why is it your turn to interrupt?
Yang Mucheng raised his right hand, and a mighty hurricane swept out. Everyone just saw that Yang Mucheng's sleeve brought up a small whirlwind, and then it spread across dozens of meters in an instant. A short distance away, a white wave pulled up in the void, like a rolling dragon, and instantly rushed towards the chest of the warrior. Just listen to a dong sound. As if Hong Zondulu was smashed. The warrior spit out a mouthful of blood mist that filled the sky, and his whole body exploded out in an instant, flying hundreds of feet and knocking down dozens of people. Even if it was rubbed on one side, the bones would be broken and people would scream and wail. When the warrior stopped, the dense crowd burst into a wide alley.
Have you thought about it? I am patient.
Yang Mucheng raised his head slightly. This moment, the tens of thousands of people from the 7 major families were all in deathly silence, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Especially for Ji Luochen. The small whirlwind almost brushed against his cheek. If he had concentrated on it, he might have been able to resist it. But with his previous posture, he was probably going to be knocked away with a palm. Except for Ji Luochen. The other clan leaders were also covered in cold sweat.
This kid is so strong!
This scene. Naturally. Everyone in the Gu family could see it clearly. Gu Zhan was even more horrified. After he found out last night that this young man was actually the great uncle of Wandao Sword Sect. He almost regretted it. It should be noted that even if an ordinary inner disciple of Wandao Sword Sect comes to Sunset City, the 7 major families will treat them as ancestors. Now, a master uncle came, and he actually made a noise with him without knowing what was going on.
Could it be that my sister just randomly brought in a young man? The Wandao Sword Sect has a history of tens of thousands of years. How can there be such a young uncle?
Gu Zhan comforted himself like this. But, now, he no longer dares to doubt it. This great uncle, with one person, suppressed the 7 major families, and did not dare to speak out.
Gu Zhan, you realize now what you missed. Right.
Gu Yu said calmly.
Your sister has worked hard to bring my uncle to the family, just to guide you on a path and bring you great opportunities. But you are an ordinary person with naked eyes, and do not know the true face of an expert.
Gu Yu looked at Gu Zhan, who looked gloomy, and sighed slowly. Fortunately, the Gu family and Gun Nanchi are still with Yang Mucheng. Otherwise, he might even regret it in his intestines. There was dead silence. There was only the sound of heavy breathing. Even a late-stage Jindan warrior couldn't resist this young man's casual swing. How strong is this kid? Ji Luochen looked at the warrior, who was killed by a palm, and immediately stared at Yang Mucheng with his eyes. After a moment, he burst into laughter.
Boy, do you really think that our 7 major families are weak persimmons? Can you be bullied at will?
Chapter 682 Embezzling Yang Mucheng? Bang! 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 Following Ji Luochen's words, the sound of swords being drawn and drawn was heard one after another. At the same time, the 6 patriarchs who were half-step yawning also took a step forward at this time. In an instant, a tense and oppressive atmosphere spread. Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows.
It seems that you are not going to sell the bracelet to me. You are dreaming.
Ji Luochen's eyes were like hooks, stabbing into Yang Mucheng's body.
You crippled my son, killed my people, and even planned to take my bracelet by force. If I sell the bracelet to you, how can we, the 7 major families, have the dignity to continue to stay in Sunset City? It seems that these guys are determined not to die until they reach the Yellow River.
Wang Renjie snorted coldly, with a fierce look in his eyes. If so many people rushed up at once, he would definitely be doomed. But with Yang Mucheng here, no matter how many of you there are, what will happen?
Boss, if they don't want to, then kill them until they do,
cried the golden mouse.
So the mouse can talk? Only the Demon King can speak. But he actually has a Demon King?
Everyone followed the voice and looked. But when he saw that the person speaking was actually a little mouse, he suddenly screamed in horror. Ji Luochen's heart sank. This kid actually brought 2 Demon Kings with him. What is his origin? Yang Mucheng smiled and said nothing. After all, he was an affiliated family of Wandao Sword Sect. So he didn't want to take action unless it was absolutely necessary. He looked at everyone and said,
I want the Dragon's Tail bracelet. Let's do this. I will give you 3 top-grade Xian level weapons. Dozens of top-grade Xian level weapons.
He waved his right hand, and a sword, and a halberd appeared out of thin air. It fell with a pop sound, and penetrated the hard ground like tofu, sticking straight into the ground. More at the same time, a large pile of Xuanjia's top-grade weapons fell down like groceries, and piled up into a hill.
The 3 profound weapons are the price I paid for your Dragon's Tail bracelet. The other weapons are my apology for hurting your son.
Boom! At this moment, more than 10,000 people were horrified. In Sunset City, Xian-level high-grade weapons are already very rare, and only the Fong family has one. Moreover, he is a descendant of his Fong family. He brought it back from the Wandao Sword Sect hundreds of years ago. It is still treated as a family heirloom, and can only be used by the clan leader. Now Yang Mucheng waved his hand, and so many high-grade Xian-level weapons appeared, including 3 top-grade Xian-level weapons. For a while, even Ji Luochen was tempted. Just as he was about to speak, Ji Luochen on the side spoke first and said,
Wait a minute. Let's discuss it with the 7 major families
present. Without waiting for Yang Mucheng to agree, Ji Luochen took the 7 clan leaders to the rear.
Second brother, why are you stopping me?
Ji Luochen seemed a little dissatisfied. It has been more than 100 years since he got this bracelet. He tried his best to open the last 2 barriers in the bracelet, but he couldn't open it. It's better to sell things you don't need. These are 3 top-grade Xian-level weapons. Several other clan leaders also had puzzled faces, not knowing what Ji Luochen had in mind.
Everyone, listen to me.
Ji Luochen exhaled a breath, as if to force his mind back from the temptation of the many Xian-level weapons.
Have you thought about it clearly? Why is this kid willing to spend such a high price to buy this bracelet? This shows that the secret hidden in this bracelet is more precious than the top-grade Xian-level weapons. Otherwise, he would definitely not take it directly come out with 3 top-grade mysterious weapons.
When everyone heard this, their heads immediately turned around.
Why don't we capture this kid? And then we will have as many mysterious soldiers as we need.
The head of the Fong family interrupted.
But that kid is half-step into the nascent soul. He also has 2 Demon Kings, plus Wang Renjie. It's hard to deal with him. Humph. They only have 4.5-step nascent soul masters to survive. But we have a total of 7.5-step nascent souls, plus dozens of golden elixir masters. Is it possible that we still can't defeat them?
Ji Luochen sneered.
Even if we are not opponents. Don't forget, today, there will be family disciples coming back from Wandao Sword Sect soon. Uncle Master, these people don't look like they would take out the Dragon's Tail bracelet so easily. We have been discussing it for a long time, but there is no reply yet.
Gun Nanchi pricked up his ears, want to listen to their conversation, but the other party set up a silent barrier, and he couldn't hear anything clearly. Yang Mucheng slowly shook his head and touched the golden-haired rat. He didn't know what he was thinking.
My patience is limited. Taking out these weapons is my last limit. If they don't know what they are doing, you can't blame me.
Robbed.
Senior, kill all these guys without leaving anyone behind.
Wang Renjie clapped his hands and shouted. Just saying. But I saw that the people who were discussing had already come back. Yang Mucheng raised his head and asked.
How do you think about it? If the absolute price is not enough, I can open it again.
These words confirmed everyone's guesses. The kid in front of me is a moving treasure house. As long as he is captured, not only can he keep the Dragon's Tail bracelet, he can also get a batch of weapons for free. And he can even avenge Ji Hanjun for being deposed. This is simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone.
I've thought about it.
Ji Luochen grinned at Yang Mucheng. His expression suddenly turned gloomy.
You stay in Sunset City for me.
After saying that, Ji Luochen was the first to take action. A terrifying aura swept out of his body and rushed towards Yang Mucheng.
Be bold.
Wang Renjie roared angrily, clenched his fists, and his posture suddenly became eerie and strange, as if there was a roar of evil spirits all around.
Boom!
The 2 forces collided with each other, and a loud sound erupted in the void. The inner strength of the two collided, and they were instantly distinguished. Ji Luochen trembled and took 2 steps back. Wang Renjie took dozens of steps back and knocked down the wall of the Gu family behind him.
If you don't take action yet, when will you wait?
When Ji Luochen saw this, he shouted loudly,
Tying! Tying! Tying!
At this moment, the 7 half-step nascent soul roared and charged towards Yang Mucheng crazily. Yang Mucheng, on the other hand, still looked that leisurely. Seeing the 7 people rushing towards him, he turned his eyes leisurely and landed on the old buffalo. He said,
Qianshui Demon Bull King, haven't you been clamoring for my freedom? Fight these people, and I will allow you to do so.
Free? Really?
The mooing old buffalo asked excitedly.
Nature.
Yang Mucheng smiled. Boom! At this moment, the skinny old buffalo, who had always plowed the fields like an ordinary plow, had a great change in his aura. Chapter 683, Qianshui Demon Bull King. The breathless old buffalo was like an erupting volcano at this moment. An aura that was dozens of times more terrifying than Ji Luochen's was pouring out of its body crazily. The saddle, harness, reins, and carriage that imprisoned it were all blown to pieces by this powerful aura. Only a surge of bones was heard, and the old buffalo with its limbs and belly turned into a 3-meter-tall terrifying demon king with a bull's head and body, and huge horns in the eyes of countless people. At the same time, the powerful aura swept out with the body of Qianshui Demon Bull King at all costs, causing the ground around him to crackle and explode.
Just stop it.
Wang Renjie was about to step forward, but was stopped by Yang Mucheng. He sneered and looked at the astonished 7 major families, his eyes full of coldness. These people are so daring that they spend a lot of money to buy them. These guys are still not satisfied, and even want to eat them up without giving them a lesson. They really don't know how many eyes Lord Ma has.
Kill this demon king first. Then kill that kid.
Ji Luochen roared. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, he flew into the air, rushed in front of the Qianshui Demon Bull King, and punched him. At this moment, the muscles all over his body creaked. The spine behind him surged like a dragon, and majestic power surged in all directions in an instant. This is the Xin-level middle-grade martial art artillery boxing. As its name suggests, the punch is punched out like a cannon, mainly with force. When this punch was fired, it was extremely fast, like an arrow leaving the string. In the middle of the punch, the power of the punch became more powerful, and the wind of the punch brought a terrifying roar. The hurricane brought about by this punch was like a wave passing by, starting from the fist. Whether it was houses, buildings, or trees and rockeries, they were all torn apart at this moment. But when this punch arrived in front of Qianshui Demon Bull King, it became silent again, and all the power was absorbed into this punch. The Qianshui Demon Bull King grinned, revealing 2 rows of guillotine-like teeth. His right palm, which was bigger than a cattail leaf fan, fiercely grabbed forward, clenching the small fist like a chicken in hand. What? Ji Luochen's eyes flashed with shock. His punch was like a mud cow entering the sea, making no waves at all. On the contrary, his right fist was tightly grasped and could not move. Just when Ji Luochen was shocked, he saw the Qianshui Demon Bull King sweeping towards him. For demon kings, they rarely practice martial arts and rarely use weapons. What they rely on most is this body that has been forged by thousands of years of spiritual energy. Boom! As if a big drum was beaten, this leg shook Ji Luochen's body hard, knocking his body into the air. And there seemed to be an explosion of sounds from all the internal organs in his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body fell directly into the sky. Amazing! The expressions of the remaining 6 clan leaders changed drastically when they saw this. It has been more than 100 years since Ji Luochen reached the half-step nascent soul, and he also learned many high-level martial arts through the Wandao sword sect. But he could not withstand the full blow of the Qianshui Demon Bull King. Everyone come together! The head of the Fong family shouted. But see! Qianshui Demon Bull King knocked Ji Luochen away with one kick and landed lightly on the ground. But immediately, with almost no gap, its bent leg straightened suddenly, like an arrow from the string. It shot out again, and almost in an instant, it rushed in front of the head of the Fong family. At this moment, Qianshui Demon Bull King raised his fists and smashed them down like a giant hammer lifted by a yellow scarf warrior. This moment, the head of the Fong family was like a cat with hairy fur,
and all the pores on his body opened involuntarily. The golden elixir shook, and a long river of internal energy swept through his limbs and bones with a roaring sound of waves. He raised his arms and prepared to defend himself. And soon, he was eaten alive by the Xianshui demon bull king. Crack! With this fist strike, the Fang family leader's arms were completely broken, and two white bones at the elbows were directly pierced. His whole body was knocked down from the sky and fell to the ground, smashing a big hole on the ground. Hole? At this moment, the stone floor peeled off inch by inch, and countless pieces of gravel shot out in all directions. His! Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps numb, and there were cold snorts behind their backs. Even a half-step nascent soul warrior couldn't resist the attack of this demon king. So, what kind of terrifying existence is Yang Macheng, the young man who has conquered the Xianshui demon bull king, who has been holding the golden mouse and drinking tea leisurely, just as everyone was shocked, just saw that the Xianshui demon ox king had already rushed in front of the two clan leaders. Hua and he, the two clan leaders closed their eyes, immediately raised their fists, and smashed them down. The Xianshui demon bull king stood on the spot, refusing to dodge, and took the opponent's punch alive. Just two bang-bang sounds were heard, and the two punches seemed to hit the copper mountain. They only caused the opponent's body to sway, but the terrifying counterattack force made the two bodies tremble. No! Get back! Just when the two of them were shocked, the head of the Chen family shouted loudly. However, before the two of them came back to their senses, they saw the big palms of the Xianshui demon bull king suddenly falling down, one to the left and the other to the right, like an eagle catching a chicken, directly grabbing the two of them by the head. It swung like a windmill. Poor! These two half-step nascent soul strong men were pulled by their hair and treated like human windmills, unable to even struggle away. Just hearing a squeak sound, the long hair of Hua and he, the two family heads, was violently torn off along with a piece of scalp. Under the inertia, the two men lost their balance and flew hundreds of feet away, hit a large number of buildings. Call! The Xianshui demon bull king spread out his big hands and blew away the long hair in his hands. Looking at the hair falling down happily, his face was full of pride. But when it saw Yang Mucheng's half-smiling gaze, it immediately trembled with fright, and it didn't dare to neglect, and rushed towards the remaining three family heads. The remaining three family heads were so frightened that their legs became weak, and they ran away frantically towards the crowd. What are you doing standing still? Hurry up and get in! I don't know which family leader ran away and yelled. Then everyone came back to their senses and started roaring towards the Xianshui demon bull king. Even the half-step nascent soul is no match for the Xianshui demon ox king, let alone these Jindan warriors. The Xianshui demon bull king is like a tiger among sheep, or like a ferocious beast from the wild, running rampant without any scruples. Those who were hit by it flew out directly. Those who flew out had their arms and legs broken on the spot and fell to the ground, wailing. This is still a situation where it is merciless. If it uses all its strength, it will be easy to massacre a city with its strength. It only takes half a stick of incense. There were nearly 10,000 people from the 7 major families, and more than half of them had fallen to the ground and could no longer stand up. And this time, Yang Macheng said leisurely, "How about it? Have you thought about it? Should I give you the dragon's tail bracelet? Or not?" Chapter 684 Reinforcements arrive. How could there be such a terrifying demon king? This moment, everything is quiet. Only the wailing sounds of the fallen warrior were left. It's scary. This demon king is too scary. When the people of the Gu family saw this scene, they all cried out. But, when they were shocked by the strength of this demon king, everyone's eyes couldn't help but drift towards Yang Macheng. How terrifying is this young man who can subdue this demon king, and even make it willing to pull a cart? But Yang Macheng said slowly, I have given you a chance, and you are willing to spend a lot of money to buy it. But you people are ignorant, and want to steal my things. If you are not a subordinate clan of Wandao Sword Sect, I'll kill all 7 of your families. Boom! When everyone heard this, their hearts became even more trembling. For the Gu family, Wang Renjia and others, they naturally knew that Yang Macheng was the great uncle of Wandao Sword Sect. If he slaughtered the 7 major families, others would say that he bullied the small ones. But to the 7 major families, it means something else. This boy is afraid of Wandao Sword Sect. Boy! There was a burst of angry shouts. However, Ji Luochen was helped up. At this moment, A pair of gloomy eyes were staring directly at Yang Mucheng.
You are about to die. And you still want the dragon's tail bracelet? Do you think that with a demon king, you can want to deal with our 7 major families? You injured so many people from our 7 major families today. You can't fly even if you have wings. This Sunset City is your burial place.
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. At this point, he had completely lost his patience.
Kill him and get the dragon tail bracelet directly.
Yang Mu became enlightened.
Yes.
Xianshui Demon Ox King said in a loud voice. After saying that, it walked towards Ji Luochen step by step. The body of Xianshui Demon Bull King is 3 meters tall. With the head of a bull and the body of a bull, it is extremely strong. And it gives everyone an unimaginable sense of oppression just by standing there motionless. Now it is even more striding forward, causing some people's expressions to change drastically. But facing this Demon King, no one dared to move. Just when the Xianshui Demon Bull King walked in front of Ji Luochen, just when it was about to take action, suddenly a faint voice came from the sky.
Stop!
I saw a cyan figure suddenly appeared in front of the place where Xianshui Demon Bull King's palm fell, and raised his palm to hit Xianshui Demon Ox King. The opponent's palm was struck in a hurry, but its power was not bad at all. The palms of one large and one small collided with each other, and a loud and frightening sound suddenly erupted. The Xianshui Demon Bull King trembled, lost his balance, and took 7 or 8 steps back. But that man's body swayed slightly, and he stood still.
Yang
Mucheng raised his eyebrows. But see, the green figure who appeared was about 30 years old, with a sword on his back, and the token of Wandao sword sect hanging on his waist.
Ancestor!
Seeing this cyan figure, everyone in the Ji family shouted excitedly. This person. They were the disciples of the Ji family, who went to practice in the Wandao sword sect more than 1,000 years ago. At this time, I have gone out to look for opportunities, got a great opportunity, and reached the nascent soul realm. He was accompanied by several half-step Yuanying sword sect disciples. These people, like Yang Mucheng, were preparing to go out to look for opportunities, and find opportunities to reach the Yuanying realm. There were 7 or 8 people coming. They are all centered on the cyan figure.
Ha! Reinforcements are coming!
Seeing these people, Ji Luochen couldn't stop laughing wildly. He shouted loudly,
These are the guys who commit crimes in Sunset City and don't take our 7 major families seriously.
This moment, the 7 major families, who were originally in despair, became completely shocked. Countless people looked at the cyan figure with burning eyes. This man wearing a cyan robe was called Ji Tianfeng. He is the only nascent soul strongman in the Ji family. Don't look at the half-step nascent soul and nascent soul stages, although there is only a thin line between them. But the gap is unusually huge. There has only been one like this in Sunset City in the past 1,000 years. More people are stuck on the half-step nascent soul. The other disciples who were present were furious as they looked at their clansmen, each one of them being knocked to the ground, with their legs and hands broken off.
A demon king dares to act recklessly in Sunset City.
Ji Tianfeng shouted coldly, and was the first to take action. Previously, if he hadn't arrived in time, the head of the Ji family might have been killed on the spot. When he was furious in his heart, he could no longer hold back and rushed towards the Xianshui Demon Bull King. The Xianshui Demon Bull King, who was charging fiercely just a moment ago, was immediately beaten terribly in Ji Tianfeng's hands. After all, it is only half a step into the Demon King of the nascent soul, and there is still a gap between it and the nascent soul.
Why don't you hurry up and pay homage to my uncle?
Gun Nanji wanted to step forward and speak. She has seen all these disciples, and she believes that as soon as she opens her mouth, these disciples will immediately bow to her. But before she could say anything, she was stopped by Wang Renjie on the side. Gun Nanji pondered for a moment, still did not speak, and looked towards the field. At this time, everyone's eyes were attracted by Ji Tianfeng and Xianshui Demon Ox King, their eyes unblinking. The Xianshui Demon Ox King only has brute strength, so it may be able to deal with warriors of the same level. But when he encountered someone like Ji Tianfeng, who had strong martial arts skills and a level of cultivation higher than others, he was immediately at a loss. Fortunately, its skin was rough and its flesh was thick, so it could withstand a beating. But even so, Ji Tianfeng's blow was enough to make the Xianshui Demon Ox King's skin and flesh split open, and he screamed in agony. When the people of the 7 major families looked at this scene, they felt even more delighted.
Make this kid crazy! Yes! This demon king of his is really too powerful. It didn't take much effort to beat up 7 half-step nascent souls. And several family heads couldn't even resist a single move in its hands. However, he shouldn't think that we the 7 major families are easy to bully. We have the Wandao Sword Sect as our backer. Kill this boy and seize his treasure. With so many profound weapons, the strength of our 7 major families will be even higher in the future.
As soon as Tianfeng, an inner disciple of the Sword Sect, appeared, he easily swept away the previously unparalleled Xianshui Demon Ox King with a domineering attitude, showing the terrifying strength of the nascent soul powerhouse. This scene made the 7 major families extremely excited. Ji Luchen looked at Yang Mucheng provocatively. But when he saw it, he was stunned. Original. In his opinion, when reinforcements from his side arrived, this kid should be scared to death and run away with his head in his arms. But the boy, on the contrary, looked at the field with a smile. Without any sign of worry or fear, he snorted coldly and said to himself,
"Let your boy be so proud and arrogant. After we deal with this demon king, it will be your turn next."
He almost stopped thinking. Just when he saw it, Ji Tianfeng slapped his palm, passed through the hands of Xianshui Demon Bull King, and was imprinted on its chest. There was just a click sound, and the body of Xianshui Demon Ox King, which had been forged by thousands of years of spiritual energy, erupted with a burst of bone-cracking sounds, and a palm mark was dented on his chest.
Boom!
The Xianshui Demon Bull King's body hit the wall, making a hole in the wall. When everyone looked at it, the Demon King struggled twice and tried to stand up, but finally fell to the ground, breathing heavily, unable to move anymore. As soon as this nascent soul powerhouse took action, he subdued the Demon King. In an instant, the morale of the 7 major families was greatly shaken. Chapter 685. Do you dare to attack me?
Is this the strength of a strong person in the nascent soul stage?
More than one person present was trembling. Wang Renjie's eyes were full of excitement. He was so excited when he thought that he would have such strength after breaking through the shackles. A hint of shock flashed in Gun Nanchi's eyes, but he soon returned to normal. Although Ji Tianfeng was quite strong and had reached the nascent soul stage, he was still far behind Yang Mucheng. Not to mention that he is not Yang Mucheng's opponent. Whether he dares to attack Yang Mucheng is still the same thing.
With this kind of strength, I'm afraid I can start a sect in the martial arts world.
Right. Some people among the 7 major families also thought of it.
Why not?
Some of the founders of sects may not have reached the nascent soul realm yet.
How come a demon king appears in Sunset City when everything is fine?
Ji Tianfeng knocked the Xianshui Demon Bull King to the ground, landed gracefully on the ground, and asked lightly,
"Of course it's that boy."
Ji Luchen pointed his right hand and landed on Yang Mucheng.
Uh-huh.
At this moment, the disciples who came from Wandao Sword Sect all focused their attention on Yang Mucheng. Immediately, his pupils closed, his face was full of shock, and his face was filled with disbelief.
"Yes, it's him."
Ji Tianfeng swallowed and couldn't even speak. Several other people also had a look of not knowing what to do on their faces. But only the people of the 7 major families seemed to have not woken up yet. Ji Luchen came with reinforcements. He was extremely arrogant. He pointed at Yang Mucheng and cursed.
After entering the city, this kid first injured Ji Hanjun, and then wanted to forcefully buy my dragon's tail bracelet. I didn't agree. So he ordered the Demon King to take action and injured members of our 7 major families. Ancestor, you take action quickly and kill this kid. He has many Xian-level weapons in his hands.
Gudu. Thinking of how easily Yang Mucheng had taken out so many mysterious weapons before, everyone present swallowed their saliva, unable to hide their greed. After finishing speaking, Ji Luchen looked at Yang Mucheng and shouted proudly,
"Boy, I've said it before. Sunset City is not a place for you to run wild. Do you think you dare to cause trouble at our Sunset City with half-step nascent soul and 2 demon kings? This is where you will be buried today. Land, is it?"
Yang Mucheng raised his head slightly, looked towards Ji Tianfeng, and asked with a smile,
"Do you dare to take action against me? Joke."
Before Ji Tianfeng had time to speak, the head of the Hua family on the side had already spoken. A piece of his scalp was torn off by the Xianshui Demon Bull King, and the area in the center of his head was completely bare, which looked extremely funny. He stepped forward, stared at Yang Mucheng and shouted,
"These are the inner disciples of Wandao Sword Sect. You have no way out. How dare you talk nonsense here? If you are wise, quickly hand over your dragon's tail bracelet,
your mysterious weapon, and all your elixirs, martial arts, and exercises, and then kneel down and beg for mercy. Maybe we can spare your life.
Everyone looked at Yang Mucheng. It seemed that this kid had no choice but to fight his way to the last resort. Unexpectedly, Yang Mucheng smiled faintly, looked at Ji Tianfeng and said,
Ji Tianfeng, there is someone in Sunset City who wants to take advantage of others and swallows my things. What do you think we should do? Is this kid crazy?
Yang Mucheng's words immediately left many people confused. Monk Zhang Air. Ji Tianfeng is obviously a reinforcement of the 7 major families and is here to kill you. You talk to him so affectionately and ask in such a commanding and reprimanding tone. Aren't you looking for death? However, what no one expected was that Ji Tianfeng turned around and slapped the head of the Hua family on the face. This slap was not fake. It directly knocked the half-step Yuanning strongman off balance, and his whole body fell into the ground.
Ancestor, what are you doing?
Ji Luochen shouted.
Kneel down.
Ji Tianfeng raised his voice and shouted angrily. How dare the children of the Ji family disobey Ji Tianfeng's orders? If you don't know the matter, you look at me, I look at you, but you still kneel down. Ji Luochen was still in a daze when he was slapped to the ground by Ji Tianfeng. Before he could shout, he saw Ji Tianfeng take off the dragon's tail bracelet from his wrist with a touch of his right hand and almost trotted here, in front of Yang Mucheng. He knelt down with a bang.
Uncle Master, no one in the family knows your true face. So please forgive me. Master, great uncle.
Everyone in the Ji family was stunned. Several other disciples of the sword sect who came over quickly came to their senses and knelt down in front of Yang Mucheng. Trembling, Yang Mucheng looked at Ji Tianfeng calmly and said,
I want to buy this bracelet. But the head of the Ji family not only doesn't allow it, but actually wants to buy it for me too.
Ji Tianfeng was so frightened that he fell to the ground on all fours and kowtowed repeatedly.
Master, uncle, spare your life.
Yang Mucheng is now regarded as his great-uncle by the 36 sects, and Bai Chenhong and Zhang Yuxing can only commit suicide in front of him to apologize. This Ji family, among the other 7 major families, is a first-tier family in Sunset City, but it is not even as good as a leg hair of the Huangji Lihan Tower and the Emperor Shi Annihilation sect. How can you dare to challenge him?
That's all. I don't sincerely kill people. This bracelet should be treated as an apology.
Yang Mucheng said lightly. As far as he was concerned, the 7 major families failed to do anything to him. Instead, they were severely injured and disabled by the Xianshui demon bull king he sent out.
Thank you,
uncle. Ji Tianfeng was sweating profusely and breathed a sigh of relief.
I'm going to prepare a banquet at Ji's house, and I'm going to ask my great-uncle for a favor.
Yang Mucheng shook his head and said,
No, I'm here just for the dragon's tail bracelet. I rested at Gu's house last night, and I'm going to look for an opportunity to break through the nascent soul.
Gu family? Ji Tianfeng and others took a look at Gun and Shi and understood secretly. Although the Gu family was just a small family at the end of the 18th line in Sunset City, but Yang Mucheng's words made the Gu family ascend to heaven like a chicken or a dog. Naturally, we can no longer treat the Gu family as before. What's more, Gun Nanshi is still Yang Mucheng's servant. Everyone in the Gu family was filled with surprise when they heard Yang Mucheng's words. They understood that Yang Mucheng's casual mention might very well change the situation occupied by the 7 major families in Sunset City.
Thank you, Uncle Master, for speaking up.
Gun Nanshi was extremely grateful.
Xianshui Demon Bull King.
Yang Mucheng nodded, then slowly stood up, looked at the Demon King who fell in the ruins, and said calmly,
You eat my horse that pulls the cart, and I punish you by pulling it for 15 days. Are you convinced? I accept.
The Xianshui Demon Bull King's muscles and bones were broken after being beaten, but it was not afraid of Ji Tianfeng,
but was more afraid of Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng waved his hand, and the Xianshui Demon Bull King seemed to have been granted amnesty, dragging his body and running away. Chapter 686 The Golden-Haired Rat is about to break through. When Yang Mucheng left with Wang Renjie, the 7 major families breathed a sigh of relief. From their words, they could also hear Ji Tianfeng's respect for Yang Mucheng. They knew that the other party's identity and background were terrifying, so they did not dare to interrupt. After Ji Tianfeng learned the whole story from Ji Luochen, he was also very angry.
My great-uncle, Master Wandao Sword Master, is willing to spend a lot of money to buy your bracelet. Even if you don't agree, you can't take advantage of it. If it weren't for my uncle's unwillingness to bear the reputation of being a big bully, Sunset City would be here today. There will be a river of blood.
Ji Luochen was so scolded by him that he didn't dare to speak. But he still couldn't believe it in his heart.
Ancestor, he is really the great uncle of Wandao Sword Sect? But he only has half a step of Yuaning's cultivation,
Ji Tianfeng snorted coldly and said,
he is not only the master uncle of Wandao Sword Sect, but now all the 36 major sects regard him as their master uncle. Maybe his cultivation level is not too high, but his status is absolutely terrible.
Ji Tianfeng said nothing and looked around. Ji Luochen knew what he meant. There were so many people talking here that it was not convenient to reveal too much information. So he had no choice but to ask no more questions. Several other people also suppressed their curiosity and did not dare to say anything.
Gun Nanji, I'm hosting a dinner at Ji's house today. I wonder if you can give me a favor.
Ji Tianfeng asked with a smile. As the saying goes, there are 9 ranks of officials in front of the Prime Minister. In the past, he could not care about Gu Nanji. But now that he has become Yang Muqing's servant, and is so interested in Yang Mucheng, he naturally does not dare to ignore the Gu family. Even if the Gu family is allowed to develop into the 8th largest family in Sunset City, there will be no problem.
Senior brother Ji is joking. I'm just an ordinary servant of my uncle. You don't have to worry so much,
Gunaxi said quickly. Yang Muqing's casual mention before leaving has already been a great favor to their Gu family. She didn't dare to rely on Yang Muqing's identity to show off her power in Sunset City. Not only could he not do it himself, Gun Nanji also planned to warn everyone in the Gu family not to do this. That night, the top leaders of the 7 major families gathered together, and all the irrelevant people were screened out. Ji Tianfeng then slowly said,
the person who appeared during the day is not only the great uncle of our Wandao Sword Sect, but also the great uncle of the 36 major sections a month ago. Wangji Lihan Tower and Emperor Shi Ania's sect came to surrender in front of the Wandao Sword Sect. Sect Master Jin Liang handed over Master Shizu. After 3 days and 3 nights of frenzied fighting, the Wandao Sword Sect didn't make any friends.
As soon as everyone heard this sentence, they felt a cold air rushing from their backs to their brains. Wangji Lihan Tower and Dishi Annihilation Sect are as famous as Wandao Sword Sect. When these 2 sects came to kill them, Wandao Sword Sect refused to surrender. This shows that Yang Mucheng is in Wandao Sword Sect. How important.
Then why would the 36 sects regard him as their great uncle?
Someone asked in confusion.
He is obviously only 17 or 18 years old.
Everyone else didn't understand either. Ji Tianfeng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Speaking of that scene, he still can't believe it.
Later, Mingyu Yezhan Tower, Xianquan Immortal Sect, Hanyuan Madra Sect, all came. All of them were ancestors who came to the rescue with their sect leaders. More than 10,000 people shouted on the spot, meet Master Uncle. Later, Bai Chenhong and Zhang Yuxing knew they had no choice but to commit suicide and apologize. These are 2 powerful gods.
As Ji Tianfeng uttered the names of the major sects one by one, everyone present could not sit still. Each of these is an existence that is as famous as the 10,000 Dao Sword Sect. To them, even an ordinary disciple of the Wandao Sword Sect is like a dragon in the sky. Not to mention that so many sects gather together, including Yuaning, Zifu, Shenyan, and even the powerful ones above Shenyan.
Well,
Ji Tianfeng said, and couldn't help but sigh.
This is a great opportunity for the 7 major families in Sunset City. My uncle asked you for the Dragon's Tail bracelet. If you are willing to give it up, the power of the 7 major families will rise to a higher level again. It's a pity that such a good thing the opportunity was ruined by you. And you almost dragged the 7 major families into a place of eternal destruction.
Ji Tianfeng couldn't help but think about it. What kind of secret is hidden in the Dragon's Tail bracelet that even Yang Muqing do values so much? But he said that Yang Mucheng and Wang Renjie left Sunset City. Yang Mucheng wanted to send Wang Renjie back to Yinggui's sect. But the old man seemed to have figured out Yang Muqing's plan. And he knelt down after leaving Sunset City.
Senior, I want to follow you. What are you going to do with me? Go back to your Yingui sect and be your sect leader. Wouldn't it be fun and happy to follow me and work like a cow or a horse?
Yang Mucheng looked at him funny. Wang Renjie shook his head. He originally planned to return to Yinggui's sect and become his own sect leader after getting back the Dragon's Tail bracelet for Yang Mucheng in Sunset City. But when I saw the 7 major families bowing their heads in front of Yang Mucheng and shouting,
Master Uncle,
I suddenly felt enlightened. For him, Yang Mu's achievement was his opportunity. If he misses this time, he will regret it for the rest of his life, just like Gu Zhan of the Gu family.
Senior, I am willing to follow you as a cow and a horse,
Wang Renjie said quickly.
All right.
Yang Mucheng thought for a while, and nodded in agreement.
Thank you. Senior.
Wang Renjie bowed his head, and made a dent in the ground. He stood up quickly, as if a palace eunuch had seen the emperor, and served him carefully.
Senior, where should we go next? Return to the Dacian dynasty.
Yang Mu became enlightened. Going all the way east, the two of them continued to visit the mountains and rivers. Half-step nascent soul experts, like them, have a lifespan of thousands of years, let alone a few months. Even 3 to 5 years is just a fleeting moment. Yang Mucheng came out this time to look for opportunities, so naturally he was not in a hurry to go back. The Dacian dynasty has Long Teng in its hands, which is a sharp sword that can fight in all directions. Who else can it be afraid of? But the thing that troubled Yang Mucheng the most was the dragon's tail bracelet in his hand. Wearing these two bracelets on your wrists, you can indeed feel an inexplicable connection between them. Originally, the dragon's tail bracelet was a dead thing, but at this moment it became a living thing, as if there was life in the bracelet. Move in the middle. But no matter how Yang Mucheng tried to drive it, the bracelet showed no reaction. Completely insulated from the outside world. Asked the golden mouse. The golden-haired rat doesn't know either. It only eats and sleeps every day. In that battle with Wandao Sword Sect, it was the one who got the biggest advantage. More than 100 strong nascent souls have fallen, and he has captured dozens of nascent souls. Now he has slowly eaten them all, and his cultivation has reached its peak. One afternoon, he simply couldn't wake up.
Senior, it is about to break through, and will soon reach the nascent soul realm.
Wang Renjie interrupted.
Monsters' breakthrough cultivation is not the same as our warriors. They need to sleep for a long time to adapt to the changes in power in their bodies. When they wake up, they will reach the true nascent soul realm. So this is all.
Yang Mucheng nodded, and simply threw the golden-haired rat into the dragon's tail bracelet. Chapter 687, The Dacian Dynasty's Blockade? Without the chirping of the golden-haired rat, Yang Mucheng was not used to it for a while. Fortunately, Wang Renjie could still chat with him for a while, so he didn't seem too idle along the way. As for the dragon's tail bracelet, Yang Mucheng simply threw it aside, and did not study it. He always felt that this thing was like a chance, and it would not work at all when the time came. As the Dacian dynasty got closer and closer, Yang Mucheng also realized that something was wrong. From time to time, 1 or 2 golden elixir masters would pass by in the sky. At first, Yang Mucheng only thought they were passing by. But for 3 or 4 days in a row, more and more people appeared, and there were even some half-step yuaning beings among them, and their directions were all aimed at the area where the Dacian dynasty was located.
Could it be that something happened?
Yang Mucheng was secretly moved. After climbing over a hill, he soon saw the Black Flag Army. But see, the Black Flag Army spread out a front line, like a dense darkness, and set up a checkpoint that was more than 1,000 miles long on a plain. Military flags fluttered in the wind and made a hunting sound. Not only were the Black Flag Army present, but there were also more than 2,000 to 3,000 people from the Alki experts guarding them. Even the Longtang ancestors had 70 or 80 people who would rise into the sky from time to time and kill those warriors who wanted to fly directly from the sky. Stop it.
Senior, the road ahead is closed.
Wang Renjie held the carriage and whispered.
Should we break in by force or take a detour? What are you breaking into? This is my dynasty.
Yang Mucheng smiled. Wang Renjie almost bit off his tongue. Although he knew that Yang Mucheng was the emperor of a country, he didn't expect that Yang Mucheng was actually the emperor of the Dacian dynasty. During this year, the Dacian dynasty conquered most of Heo Tianzu in east and west campaigns. Not only that, the Qiandao dynasty and the Tianqi dynasty also announced their merging into the Dacian dynasty. For a while, the Dacian dynasty was unparalleled and almost became the #1 dynasty in the Jiantian region.
There are actually people driving a carriage here?
The warriors who were stopped outside the sentry post stared blankly at Wang Renjie, who was driving over, their eyes almost bulging out. They tried so hard to get past the checkpoint, even wishing they could go 7 or 8 times the distance, digging tunnels, and not wanting to attract the attention of the Black Flag Army. But it turned out that these people came in such an open and honest manner.
Stop!
The Black Flag Army also discovered the carriage and quickly stepped forward to stop it. At this time, what the Black Cavalry is riding is no longer the Xianming War Wolf that Yang Mucheng left. But the Black Ming war lion cultivated by Master Xian Hai. The armor was replaced by a middle-grade yellow-level armor. There was a huge crowd of people, full of fighting spirit. 8 Black Flag Army soldiers, riding Xianming war lions, rushed over quickly, like a black wind sweeping in, directly surrounding the carriage.
Stop! This is the border of the Dacian dynasty. If you don't stop, we will be shot to death.
At this moment, 8 spears were pointed at the carriage. Wang Renjie tightened the reins of his horse, pointed to the carriage behind him with a smile, and said,
Do you know who is in this carriage? No matter who it is, stop immediately. If you force your way into the sentry post, you will be shot to death.
A Black Flag soldier said in a cold voice.
I have seen many people like you who force their way through checkpoints.
Yang Mucheng sat in the carriage and nodded secretly. This is his Black Flag army. When performing tasks, even if you are the emperor, I will not let you use the back door. If he didn't come forward, it would be impossible for the Black Flag army to let them enter the sentry post. Yang Mucheng was about to get out of the car, but suddenly he saw 3 figures rushing over from the distant horizon. These 3 figures all had nascent soul cultivation. Wu. When he saw this powerful Yuaning man appear, a loud sound of horns immediately came from the military camp. The Black Flag army, which was originally on alert, drew out its weapons at this moment. With a tense attitude, from the sentry post, 100 or so alchemy masters and 7 or 8 Longtang ancestors jumped out and directly rose into the sky to intercept them.
What on earth is it?
Seeing that something was wrong, Yang Mucheng quickly got out of the car. The Black Flag army that had previously blocked them had no time to care about them at this time. They quickly returned to the sentry post, raised their spears, and formed a forest of guns, forming a forest that could not be charged. Originally, those warriors who were blocked in the sentry post and wanted to force their way into the sentry post saw this and retreated one after another.
You don't know yet?
At this time, a warrior heard Yang Mucheng's words and cast his doubtful eyes directly over.
What do you know?
Yang Mucheng looked puzzled.
The Dacian dynasty recently discovered a treasure overseas. 30 days ago, the golden light soared thousands of miles into the sky and enveloped the entire Heo Tianzu. Although the Dacian dynasty tried its best to cover it up, there is no airtight wall in the world. Didn't they all come here?
The warrior said.
Overseas?
Yang Mucheng frowned. 30 days ago, the Wandao sword sect was still fighting. But where is overseas? He remembered that when he left the Dacian dynasty, the country had not yet expanded overseas.
It seems that you must be one of those hidden warriors. The territory of the Dacian dynasty has long been taken over a whole sea. In this damned Dacian dynasty, the treasures of heaven, spirit and earth were born, and they were supposed to be obtained by those who are capable. You know, it turns out that the Dacian dynasty blocked it here and refused to let us pass.
The warrior said with an angry look on his face. Although Yang Mucheng didn't understand it clearly, he still had a vague idea. That is to say, in a certain territory of the Dacian dynasty, a heavenly and earthly treasure was born. As a result, because of this light, many warriors came after hearing the news. The Dacian dynasty then sent black cavalry, alchemy masters, and Longtang ancestors to open a blockade on this plain to prevent them from passing by.
Do you think it's evil?
The warrior's face was full of anger, and he obviously regarded Yang Mucheng as the target of his confession. Yang Mucheng only thought it was funny, but also felt a little unreasonable. He looked at the warrior and asked,
Is this heavenly spirit and earthly treasure within the Dacian dynasty? Yes.
The warrior nodded.
Then the Dacian dynasty won't let you in. Is it wrong?
Yang Mucheng continued. The warrior was speechless for a while, glared angrily at Yang Mucheng, and said angrily,
The treasures of heaven and earth belong to all warriors in the world, and even the Dacian dynasty cannot monopolize them.
Yang Mucheng shook his head and sneered. This is simply unreasonable. It's like, I dug up a treasure in my yard. After others knew about it, they came over excitedly with shovels and wanted to share the treasure with you equally, saying that this treasure belongs to everyone in the world and you cannot monopolize it. Everyone who sees it should have a share. Yang Mucheng would not argue with this man. Whatever appears in my land belongs to me. If you dare to rob, you will die. At this time. But he saw that the 3 powerful nascent soul warriors who rushed over were already fighting with the ancestors of Longtang. Chapter 688. Live as a doggone man. Die as a doggone ghost. We haven't seen each other for more than half a year, and the Longtang patriarch's strength has improved a lot. Many of these people's cultivation levels have reached half-step to yuaning. This must be the result of the imperial tomb and the treasures of heaven and earth, coupled with many martial arts skills and a full set of Xin-level weapons and armor. Although he is far from this yuaning realm powerhouse, he can barely hold on at this time. The leader is still Lu Qianfeng. I have been in Longtang for so long. Lu Qianfeng had long since tempered away the senile and half-dead look of his body, and replaced it with the enthusiasm of a young man. The originally long silver hair began to turn black from the roots due to the increase in cultivation. The same is true for the other Dragon Hall masters. There were also some whom Yang Mucheng didn't know, and they must have been recruited from various places during his absence.
I have to say that this old demon Yang has developed the entire Dacian dynasty to a large size. But this time, he has made people angry. The treasures of heaven and earth can be obtained by those who are capable. He wants to monopolize them. But it is not that easy.
Except Yang Mucheng. Many warriors present were paying attention to the scene in front of them. Notice. The ancestor of Longtang is the backbone of these people. If they cannot stop these three nascent soul masters, then I am afraid that these less powerful warriors will take advantage of the troubled waters and sneak through the Black Flag Army's blockade.
Senior, do you want me to go up and help?
Wang Rengjie asked in a low voice.
No need. Dragon Hall can handle this battle.
Yang Mu became enlightened. However, almost as soon as he finished speaking, a sudden change occurred. I just saw two figures quickly passing by on the horizon in the distance. The masters of these two figures are still nascent soul powerhouses. Originally, the dozens of ancestors of Longtang were more than enough to deal with these three nascent soul masters. But now two more nascent soul masters had joined the battle group, and the battle situation has immediately gone awry. Lu Qianfeng, who was leading the way, was slapped down in the air by an old yuaning man. Yao Chen, Xiao Tianqing, Yi Shujin, Wu Jian and others were even more unable to support them. Suddenly, each one of them was knocked down from the air like dumplings being dropped from the pot.
Ha ha! If you do any injustice, you will be punished. Without the ancestor of Longtang, the Dacian dynasty will no longer be able to block the entire country.
Seeing the ancestor of Longtang being knocked down, shouts suddenly broke out among the warriors. Yang Mucheng's eyes turned cold. These warriors want to enter their own land and rob their own things. But they dare to be so arrogant. Just when he was about to take action, suddenly, a more powerful aura suddenly erupted from the direction of the military camp.
Huh? What is this breath?
Yang Mucheng looked up. But see, a beautiful figure came out directly from the military camp. And she is none other than Lu Yaoer.
Lu Yaoer actually broke through to the nascent soul realm?
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows.
Goddess Yabwang.
In addition, many warriors also burst into loud cheers. Obviously, Lu Yaoer's reputation is also very high. At this time, Lu Yaoer no longer looked like the pitiful look she had when she was kneeling in front of Yang Mucheng, begging Yang Mucheng to take her in. She looked like a Valkyrie in her own right. There was a terrifying killing intent exuding from his whole body, and he was carrying dozens of basic fighting intents. He rose from the sky and rushed towards the 5 nascent soul experts in an instant.
Lu Yaoer has changed so much. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't know what happened to her during this period. Not only has her aura become colder, but her cultivation has also improved so much.
Yang Mucheng looked up at the sky.
Chang!
But see, the moment Lu Yaoer soared into the sky, she single-handedly stopped the attacks of 5 nascent soul masters.
Goddess Yabwang?
Seeing Lu Yaoer, the 5 nascent soul masters had a hint of fear in their eyes.
Now that you know it's me, you should leave quickly and save your life,
Lu Yaoer said coldly. The old man yuaning who had previously struck Lu Qianfeng down with a palm said,
Lu Yaoer, with your level of cultivation, why do you need to be a lackey of the Dacian dynasty? Why don't you cooperate with us? And we will seize the treasures of heaven and earth together. And all 6 of us will do so.
How about a score? That's right. At the beginning, that old demon Yang just rescued you from Shuoyan village and accepted you as his disciple. You have worked for him for a long enough time. There is no need to continue to work for him.
These people. Apparently he was afraid of Lu Yaoer's strength, so he kept opening his mouth to confuse her.
Shut up.
A cold light flashed in Lu Yaoer's eyes. Yang Mucheng was sacred and inviolable in his heart. These people actually dared to slander Yang Mucheng in person, which almost touched her. With an angry sound, Lu Yaoer swung the long sword in her hand and blasted forward. It has to be said that Lu Yaoer has made great progress in the more than half a year since Yang Mucheng left. Not only is she now able to fight against 5 nascent soul experts with 1 against 5,
she is even able to beat the opponent at this moment. Defeated steadily?
Ha. Lu Yao, do you think only the 5 of us are here today?
At this time, a strong nascent soul sneered.
What?
Lu Yao was secretly shocked.
Your Dacian dynasty has blocked roads here for more than half a month. During this time, we old guys haven't shown up just to contact others.
Someone sneered.
This time, we are trying to break through the blockade of the Dacian dynasty in one fell swoop.
Tongue! Almost as soon as he finished speaking, there were sudden bursts of terrifying gusts of wind. Immediately afterwards, I saw rays of light, which were like a rushing wind at this moment. And they swept over quickly and violently in the blink of an eye. Everyone is a powerful nascent soul.
Look!
At this moment, the crowd was almost boiling. On weekdays, it is rare to see a strong nascent soul person. They are either elders or ancestor-level figures in the great domain sections. Today, so many people actually showed up. Dozens of people flashed out in the sky. And their huge momentum was enough to make people suffocate.
With so many powerful Yuaning warriors, it seems that the Dacian dynasty has really aroused public anger. Yeah, I was still wondering before. No wonder why no nascent soul strongman refused to show up these days. I thought they were afraid of the Dacian dynasty. Unexpectedly, they were gathering everywhere, preparing to rush away from the Dacian dynasty in one go. Blockade?
Everyone chanted and continued to look towards the sky. But see, at this moment, Lu Yao couldn't help but frown.
Lu Yao, let me ask you one last time, whether you want to refund it or not.
A nascent soul strongman shouted angrily.
I was born as a member of the Dacian imperial city, and I will die as a ghost of the Dacian dynasty. If you want me to retreat, there is no way.
Lu Yao clenched her sword tightly. The dozens of nascent soul experts who came looked at each other with a cold light flashing in their eyes. For the treasure of heaven and earth, anyone who dares to stop them is going against them. Just when everyone was about to rush forward, a faint voice suddenly came from the crowd.
What? I was born as a member of the Dacian imperial city, and when I die, I will be a ghost of the Dacian dynasty. Lu Yao, you are worthy of being my disciple.
Chapter 689, The Bloodthirsty Emperor, Part 1.
That's Master Qijia. I didn't expect him to be here too.
In the crowd, he pointed at a man wearing bright red armor and shouted. The man's hair, beard, and even eyebrows are all silver white. But he has a face with a childish face. He looks like a young man in his 20s. The armor radiating red light is eye-catching.
Master Qijia is the ancestor of the Tianqi sect. He has been traveling decades ago. The name of his sect can be called by his name throughout the Jiantian domain. That's Yin Shuangxing.
A big man with beards was struck by a sword. He was very powerful, and his whole body was suspended in midair, as if he was motionless as a mountain.
Didn't Yin Shuangxing retire 300 years ago? I didn't expect that the birth of this rare treasure would attract him. Yin Shuangxing. If it doesn't move like a mountain, if it moves, the mountain will collapse and the earth will crack. This time, the blockade established by the Dacian dynasty will definitely be torn apart. That's Master Huan. Why is he here? Doesn't it mean that Master Huan has something to do with the evil ways and is not allowed to do anything for the right way?
I saw a skinny and wizened old man, wearing a long coat. Looked like he was in his twilight years, but there was a fierce light in his eyes, and he looked at people as if he were watching with eagerness. Behind his coat, a fierce tiger faintly appeared, like an illusion, but also like reality, as if it would come out from behind at any time. Everyone watching this scene exclaimed in shock.
That is...
Every time one of these nascent soul powerhouses appeared, it would trigger a burst of exclamations from the warriors present. And the opposite. The faces of the Black Flag army of the Dacian dynasty, the masters of the imperial palace, and the Longtang patriarch all looked gloomy. Although the Dacian dynasty was already very powerful, because its foundation was too shallow and its rise was too short, it was unable to compete with these people. What's more, when the opponent has so many Yuaning warriors.
Damn it! These people broke into the Dacian dynasty and robbed things. And they did so in the name of justice. It's so abominable. If the Holy One were here, how could they survive? How could they be allowed to be so arrogant?
Although, the appearance of these 30 or 40 nascent soul experts frightened everyone in the Dacian dynasty. But no one present was afraid. Just like Lu Yao said, they were born as members of the Dacian dynasty, And they died as the ghosts of the Dacian dynasty. Under the invasion of so many strong men, no one was willing to retreat. Instead, they all raised their weapons at this moment. As long as the opponent dares to take a step forward, they will attack without hesitation. However, just when everyone thought that the war between the two sides was about to break out, a cold voice suddenly sounded throughout the audience.
What I was born as a member of the Dacian imperial city, and when I die, I will be a ghost of the Dacian dynasty. Lu Yao, you are worthy of being my disciple.
At this moment, everyone's eyes turned towards the source of the sound. The eyes of countless people focused on one person at this moment. Lu Yao's eyes widened, as if she couldn't believe it, and even wiped her eyes. The ancestors of Longdang looked over in shock one by one, dumbfounded, with shock written all over their faces. This time, in the sky, the eyes of many nascent soul experts were also cast down at this moment. In an instant, the circle of people around Yang Maicheng and Wang Renjie dispersed immediately. Except for Wang Renjie. No one dared to stand beside Yang Maicheng. You know, those in the sky are all nascent soul powerhouses. And none of these nascent soul powerhouses are murderous beings. They even dare to compete with the Dacian dynasty. So who do you think they are? Alone with the gazes of thousands of people, Yang Maicheng walked out slowly.
What is a little warrior with half a step to nascent soul talking nonsense here?
Master Huan snorted coldly.
Who do you think you are? Get away if you don't want to die!
Yin Xuanqing said angrily. Yang Maicheng slowly shook his head and said calmly.
You forced your way into my Dacian dynasty, and asked me who I am?
Yang Maicheng waved his hand, and his voice suddenly rose an octave, and an invisible killing intent immediately spread out.
Ask Lu Yao. Ask Longtang. Ask the masters in the palace. Ask the Black Flag Army. Who am I?
These words made the scalps of many nascent soul warriors go numb, and made the blood of countless Dacian dynasty disciples present boil. Lu Yao was the first to react. At this moment, she ignored the enemy and fell directly from the air. Under the gaze of a pair of shocking eyes, she knelt directly in front of Yang Maicheng.
Welcome, your majesty!
Countless people reacted, regardless of whether it was the ancestor of Longtang, the master of Aoqi, or the Black Flag Army. They all knelt down uniformly at this moment, faced Yang Maicheng, and shouted loudly,
Welcome, your majesty!
For a time, the shouts were loud, whether it was in the sky or on earth, or the warriors who were waiting for an opportunity to force their way through the level. They all looked at Yang Maicheng, who was standing leisurely and contentedly in front of the army, with wide eyes and shock on their faces. It wasn't until a moment later that everyone came back to their senses.
Is this Yang Maicheng? Old Demon Yang? He is the emperor of the entire Dacian dynasty? Why did he come back from the outside world instead of from within the Dacian dynasty?
It's no wonder that everyone doesn't know Yang Maicheng. After all, Yang Maicheng has been away from Wandao Sword Sect for more than half a year, and the Wandao Sword Sect is high up in the sky, so no one can reach it. So many people present do not know Yang Maicheng. Not to mention these warriors. Even those who had recently joined the Dragon Hall and the Black Flag Army were filled with shock. A large part of the reason why they joined Longtang was because of Yang Maicheng's reputation. But, when these people joined, Yang Maicheng had already gone to Wandao Sword Sect. Therefore, they did not see Yang Maicheng's true appearance. In the Dacian dynasty, the myth of Yang Maicheng, the founding emperor, was spread everywhere. So these people naturally placed Yang Maicheng in a high position in their hearts. But now when I saw Yang Maicheng, I found that he was younger than I thought. I didn't know what was going on for a while, but I felt more or less disappointed in my heart.
Is this the Holy Lord who is like a god and demon? Is this the old demon Yang who has been widely rumored by the outside world?
Some people are already a little shaken in their hearts. But those Longtang ancestors, who had been with Yang Maicheng since his rise, did not waver at all. Yang Maicheng is still their sage.
Your Majesty!
There were tears in Lu Yao's eyes, and she was indescribably excited.
I didn't expect that you would encounter something like this as soon as you came back. Please go back to the military camp, and let me lead the experts from Longtang and Dachi to stop these bandits.
Although, Yang Mu has always been fighting in Chengdu, but Yang Maicheng, who had returned half a year ago, was only half a step into nascent soul. Even Lu Yao couldn't help but feel a little worried. After all, there are too many powerful nascent souls.
Need not.
Yang Maicheng helped Lu Yao up with a smile. Even though Lu Yao was called Goddess Yoguang by outsiders, in front of him, she was still the same little girl who begged to be taken in. Seeing Lu Yao's confused eyes, Yang Muchung looked at the 30 or 40 nascent soul experts suspended in midair, with murderous intent unreservedly released in his eyes.
I have been away for too long, and some people have forgotten my name as the Bloodthirsty Emperor. If this is the case, then I will let these people deepen their memories.
Chapter 690 The Bloodthirsty Emperor, Part 2. Yang Muchung's voice was not loud, but it was clear and loud and spread throughout the audience. The old subordinates of the Black Flag Army and Longtang trembled in their hearts, knowing that Yang Muchung's return today would be bloody. But the other newcomers have doubts in their hearts. No matter how famous Yang Muchung is, they don't believe that you can scare away so many nascent soul experts just by saying your name. Even the newcomers of the Dacian dynasty thought so, let alone the warriors who came to aim at the treasures of heaven and earth. There was deathly silence all around at first, and then a burst of wanton ridicule broke out.
Did I hear you correctly? What did this kid say? The Bloodthirsty Emperor? That is just the reputation he has built in the mortal world. What else can he do in this martial arts world? That's right. How can he compete with such a strong Yuaning warrior? No matter how powerful Long Tang is.
Lu Yao was shocked. She was about to speak, but when she saw Yang Muchung's cold eyes, she closed her mouth. She has always believed that Yang Muchung never does anything he is not sure of.
Old demon Yang.
Yin Xuanqing stood proudly in the void, stared at Yang Muchung, and said with a disdainful smile,
Do you really think that there is no one left in the martial arts world? Although you dominate Hao Tianzhou, you must know that this Hao Tianzhou is just a small continent among the 36 continents in the Jiantian domain. In the Jiantian domain, the largest one is one Dao Sword sect. Just send any disciple, and you can destroy your Dacian dynasty.
He stared at Yang Muchung and sneered.
The Dacian dynasty has developed rapidly in recent years, but in terms of the entire Jiantian domain, it is just a small, ninth-rate sect.
What? Everyone in the Dacian dynasty trembled when they heard this. Such a huge dynasty can only be regarded as the 9th rank in the entire Jiantian domain? Of course. It's no wonder they don't know. Just like fish living in a pool. They never know how big the lake will be, let alone how big the sea is. If you haven't come into contact with a certain level, things at that level will be an unknown existence to you. For example, just like that time. How did Yang Muchung know about the martial arts world? How do you know about Hao Tianzhou? How do you know about Jiantian territory? And how do you know about the entire Jiuzhou continent?
I have been away from the Dacian dynasty for more than half a year. Do you know where I have been?
Yang Muchung raised his head and asked with a smile.
Humph. Where are you going? What does it matter to me?
Yin Xuanqing shouted coldly.
Little Emperor, tell your subordinates to get away quickly. My patience is limited. If you piss me off, I will kill you all. Let me become a shameless and bloodthirsty emperor.
Everyone did not take Yang Muchung seriously. These nascent soul warriors once lived in the lake, and were simply too lazy to care about the Dacian dynasty in the water pool. For them, the name of Yang Lama is like a joke in their eyes. But they don't know that the boy in front of them, who they regard as a joke, will become their eternal nightmare.
Is it? Today, let me kill you all.
Laugh. As soon as Yang Muchung finished speaking, his eyes almost condensed into substance. He tiptoed, and his whole body flew in front of Yin Xuanqing at an extremely fast speed. No nonsense. Dehanzi immediately blasted out. This finger is extremely fast. When you reach Yang Muchung's level, any technique is at your fingertips. Although it is only the Great Cold Finger, it contains the speed of the Jingzha finger. Yin Xuanqing didn't even react, and this finger suddenly clicked on his eyebrows. Even a powerful nascent soul man couldn't resist Yang Muchung's finger.
Kaka kaka.
A dense freezing sound spread rapidly. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, Yin Xuanqing was frozen into an ice mass almost instantly, and then shattered under the astonished gazes of everyone. Even his nascent soul was torn apart on the spot.
Old demon Yang.
Seeing this scene, many nascent soul powerhouses were filled with jealousy.
Who are you calling?
Yang Muchung turned his eyes, and with a clang of his right hand, he drew the Xinglua Xuanya sword directly from the void and slashed at the red-armored master.
Snort!
Master Qijia had already been on guard when Yin Xuanqing was killed. Now that he saw Yang Muchung aiming at himself, he snorted coldly, and the red light on his body radiated. However, when the red light spread out, it became extremely condensed in an instant, forming a piece of red armor. Outside the armor, patches of red luminous talismans that looked like blood were constantly tumbling up and down and spinning around, making him look extremely mysterious. This is obviously Master Qijia's most proud method. There was a crisp sound. And the Xinglua Xuanye's sword was as easy as cutting tofu with a knife, directly smashing the bright red talisman outside his body.
Not good!
Master Qi Jia narrowed his eyes when he saw this. This piece of armor outside his body is world famous, and has extremely strong defensive power. Even a strong nascent soul can dissolve 5 points of power with one blow. What's more, he is now releasing the red armor with all his strength. Even if Yang Mucheng is using a top-grade Xin-level weapon, he is confident that he can block it. Now that he was torn apart by a sword, how could he not be afraid? Thinking of this, Master Qi Jia suddenly felt a desire to retreat, and quickly fled towards the rear. But how could Yang Mucheng let him escape? After the sound of tearing brocade silk, Master Qi Jia felt an intuitive pain in his lower abdomen, and immediately saw his upper and lower body separated. Even Yuanying was killed by this sword.
Roar!
Just when Master Qi Jia was killed, the tiger-striped master over there had already started to move. I just heard a mighty roar of a tiger. But I saw the real tiger-striped man tearing off his clothes. On his back was a tattoo of a descending tiger with a dropped forehead and white eyes. I don't know what kind of paint the tiger was tattooed with, but it actually gave people an existence like a real demon king. I saw the real tiger pattern clenching his fists. His internal energy surged rapidly, and then he saw the mountain tiger with white eyes burst out with a strange light. Then, he saw the tattoo coming out of his back.
Get out of here!
Before the tiger came out, Yang Mucheng rushed directly in front of the tiger-striped master and slapped him down. Just hearing a click, the tiger-striped master's neck stepped down as if it could not support it, and his whole head was slapped into the chest by Yang Mucheng's slap. Before the mountain tiger with white eyes appeared, it turned into a piece of broken golden light and suddenly disappeared. Boom! Under countless gazes, the body of the real tiger-striped man hit the ground and exploded. In a bloody mist, the pale-faced nascent soul of the real tiger-striped man jumped out from the broken corpse. But before he could escape, Yang Mucheng burned him into powder with a scorching finger. One sword, one finger, one palm. Bury and kill 3 nascent soul powerhouses. This moment, there was a dead silence on the plain, and there was no sound. Chapter 691 Half-Step Nascent Soul Jade Powerful Minister. Previously, Yang Mucheng claimed to be the bloodthirsty emperor, but everyone just thought he was bragging. All over the grassland, in front of the sentry post, there are already more than 30 nascent soul masters with higher cultivation than him. There are hundreds of half-step nascent souls at the same level as him. Which one can he beat? Moreover, it still has to be 1 for 100? But now, he kills 3 nascent soul experts without moving his expression, which is equivalent to pouring ice water on those who are mocking, making them wake up in an instant.
This is impossible. He is just half a step into the nascent soul. How can he kill a powerful nascent soul so easily? 1 finger, 1 palm, 1 sword. It's so easy. Even a strong nascent soul person can't achieve such a gesture.
Yang Mucheng killed 3 nascent souls. It's a long story, but it only lasts for a fleeting moment. Not only were the invading warriors shocked, but the eyes of everyone in the Dacian dynasty almost bulged out.
Holy Lord! Our Holy Lord is back!
Countless old subordinates clenched their fists and watched this scene with tears in their eyes. Then, this is how Yang Mucheng turned the tide. The new subordinates stared at the young man who stood proudly in the void with their mouths open. Horrible! Apart from this word, they could not think of any other words to describe this scene.
Lu Yao, write down all these people for me.
Yang Mucheng glanced at the astonished nascent soul warriors in the void one by one.
When I get some time, I will come to them one by one, destroy their power, and bloodbath their 9 tribes.
It's not enough to kill them personally, but also their families? The warriors who were preparing to forcefully break through felt their scalps numb. Some of them thought of Yang Mucheng's previous methods, and suddenly thought of retreating. They no longer dared to covet the treasures of heaven, spirit and earth. So they quietly retreated and left the grassland.
Destroy our power? Old demon Yang, do you really think you are invincible?
At this time, a white-haired old man stepped forward in the air with his hands behind his back. This old man was dressed in white robes, and had an air of Taoism and immortality, just like an immortal who came out of myths and legends.
And who are you?
Yang Mucheng asked.
Let's go down to the great elder of Liya sect in Jiangcheng, the powerful minister of Jade,
the old man said with a proud attitude.
What about Jiangcheng Liya sect?
Yang Mucheng was puzzled and looked at Wang Renjia.
If Wandao Sword sect is a first-line sect in Dacian dynasty, is a 9th-line force, then Jian Chonglia sect should be regarded as a seventh-line force.
Wang Renjie said quickly. Yang Mucheng sneered disdainfully. Even the Yingui sect can't compare to this face. At least the Yingui sect was once a 4th and 5th tier sect.
Dare you underestimate me? Jian Chonglia sect?
Yu Quanchen was furious.
Even if it is only a 7th line sect force, it is easy to destroy your Dacian dynasty. Today, I will do justice for heaven and destroy you. The little emperor.
The Jade Minister was furious. In the Jiantian domain, the Dacian dynasty had just risen to the top. A force of this level is nothing at all in Yu Quanchen's eyes, and can be destroyed by just taking it in. Now, this force, that they didn't take seriously, looked disdainful towards him. How could he endure this? Boom! He waved his right hand, and a deep white palm print was made. The palm print was extremely slow, but it reached Yang Mucheng in the blink of an eye. Yang Mucheng snorted coldly, and also slapped his palm forward. In an instant, the clouds in the void turned upside down, like a terrifying giant wave, carrying everything and blasting towards Yu Quanchen. The deep white handprint was shattered by the clouds in an instant. The clouds were rolling and moving like a big wave, pressing directly towards Yu Quanchen.
How can it be?
Yu Quanchen was shocked and angry, and could no longer maintain his previous calmness. His body shook. His nascent soul rolled up, and immediately a vast amount of inner energy surged out quickly. Facing the rolling cloud, Yu Quanchen took several palm shots before crushing it. But even so, he still couldn't hide the shock in his heart.
This kid is only half a step into the nascent soul. Why is he so scary?
Notice, Yu Quanchen is a warrior in the middle stage of Yuanying. It is as easy as crushing an ant to death against a warrior who is half step into Yuanying. But the opponent's previous casual wave was like a reversing river and a surging Milky Way. He smashed it with both palms, and even the bones of his shocked arms seemed to have cracks. However, just when Yu Quanchen was in shock and doubt, a right hand as white as jade suddenly swung out from the cloud that was shattered by him. This jade hand suddenly opened up, turned into a claw, and grabbed the jade official's face.
Not good!
Yu Quanchen was secretly shocked and quickly retreated. However, the captured white jade palm was faster than the jade official.
I don't believe it!
Yu Quanchen's eyes flashed with a trace of madness. He was a dignified middle-stage nascent soul warrior. But now, he was being suppressed and beaten by a half-step nascent soul. And in front of so many people. This made him lose face. With his fists clenched, the nascent soul in his Dantian Qi let out a sharp cry at this moment. And the infinite internal energy brought about a stormy sound that quickly poured into his limbs and bones. Boom! Even when Yu Quanchen's cultivation exploded, the surrounding space suddenly shook with shock, and everyone's gaze became blurred and distorted at this moment.
This Jade Quanchen actually exploded with all his strength? Is old Demon Yang really so terrifying? Just one person is enough to suppress the warriors in the middle stage of nascent soul. Oh my god! If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it.
This moment, everyone screamed in surprise. No one expected that Yang Mucheng, who was only half a step into Yuanying, could actually suppress the powerful Jade Minister in the middle stage of Yuanying, forcing him to release all his power.
Your Majesty!
Lu Yaoer felt the terrifying aura of Yu Quanchen and exclaimed, preparing to step forward with her sword.
There's no need to step forward. Senior is much more powerful than you think.
Wang Renjie on the side said with a smile.
Senior hasn't shown his true strength yet.
What? When Wang Renjie said these words, the surrounding people were shocked. Forcing a warrior in the middle stage of nascent soul to be like this. Yang Mucheng hasn't shown his true strength yet? Lu Yaoer remained silent and looked at the sky expectantly with her beautiful eyes. But those warriors who coveted the treasures of heaven, spirit, and earth sneered with disdain.
Humph. Old Demon Yang is only half a step into the nascent soul. The fact that he can push Elder Jade Power Minister to this point is enough for him to be proud of. However, before, the Jade Power Minister did not use all his strength, so he gave Yang Lama an opportunity to take advantage of him. Now, the Jade Power Minister has released all his cultivation. Maybe Yang Mucheng will be slapped to death by the other party.
Wang Renjie sneered and shook his head, looking at the group of warriors sitting in the well, and looking at the sky with disdain. Summer insects cannot speak of ice, he said secretly.
You idiots have no idea what kind of opponents our seniors have faced in the Wandao Sword Sect in the past 6 months.
Chapter 692, Unprecedented. Although they are both in the nascent soul stage, there are differences. Although Yu Quanchen is in the middle stage of nascent soul, in Yang Mucheng's eyes, He is only among the top 30 in the spiritual sword ranking. Nature. This is not an exaggeration. The fighting power of the mid-nascent soul of 36 sects, including Wandao sword sect, is at least dozens of times higher than that of beings like Yu Quanxin. The gap between the two sides is not just in the skills, martial arts, energy, blood, and weapons. Just like a prime minister in the secular world and a prime minister in the martial arts world, the official ranks between the two are exactly the same, but the power they possess is completely different. Now, this is what Yang Mucheng sees as these nascent soul warriors.
Too poor. Even in the middle stage of nascent soul, there is only this level. You don't even have the qualifications to let me use the demon god's sacrifice.
Yang Mucheng secretly shook his head. He was tired of it too. At this moment, the right hand that blasted out suddenly retracted, raised a finger, and pointed out the shocking finger.
Not good.
When Yu Quanxin saw this, his pupils narrowed. This move was so terrifying. It even surpassed the power that the most advanced Xian-level martial arts in their sect should have. Facing this finger, he could only widen his eyes, watch the other person point it, and lightly hit his forehead.
Boom!
Under a pair of shocked eyes, Yu Quanxin's whole person disappeared like a bubble, and his nascent soul was killed at this moment.
Oh my god!
At this moment, even Lu Yaoer couldn't help but exclaim. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that Yang Mucheng killed a Jade official in the middle nascent soul stage with just one finger.
Ha. That's Senior's frightening finger. A low-level martial skill.
Wang Renjie couldn't bear the feeling of superiority.
However, this is not his real secret move. This Senior, the Holy One, is only half-step nascent soul. How can he be so powerful?
Lu Yaoer looked at Wang Renjie and asked cautiously when she saw Wang Renjie's Taoist spirit and came with the Holy One again. Wang Renjie shook his head and said,
Lu Yaoer, you don't have to be like this. I'm just a servant of Senior. Just follow along. As for why Senior is so powerful, it's because these people are too weak.
Too weak? Lu Yaoer's heart trembled. Wang Renjie said with a smile,
Senior, in the Wandao sword sect, you learn the best martial arts, practice the best exercises, and use the best weapons. This Jianchenglia sect is just a small force at the 7th level. It's not as good as my former Yingui sect. Even if their sect leader comes in person, I'm afraid he will die in the hands of the seniors within 10 moves.
Is it? Lu Yaoer looked at the sky. But see, after Yang Mucheng killed the powerful Jade Minister with one finger, he was like a tiger among sheep. Even the powerful ones in the middle stage of nascent soul are not his enemies, let alone those in the early stage of nascent soul.
Dare you invade my Dacian dynasty? Dare you covet the things in my country? Today, I will let all of you deepen your memories.
Every time Yang Mucheng said a word, he launched a move. Whether it was the frightening finger, the dragon soul armor, or the golden body dharma appearance, they were all revealed at this moment. He was preparing to establish his power. But when these nascent soul warriors happened to hit the muzzle of their guns, he would naturally not be polite. Many nascent soul powerhouses, looking at Yang Mucheng who was killing everyone, felt frightened and fled in a hurry.
This is Dacian's land. It's easy for you to come, but it's not so easy to leave.
Clang. Yang Mucheng swung the Xinglua Xuanya sword and swept it horizontally. As the sword was swung, it was like a giant blade sweeping across the air.
Bah!
Within 100 feet, the air was torn apart. A black sword light swept along the sword body, like black flame sweeping across the sky, directly tearing every nascent soul warrior into nothingness wherever it passed. The sword light ignores everything and is invincible. Not only were their physical bodies torn apart, not even the nascent soul escaped. In a blink, 30 or 40 nascent soul experts died on the spot, with no bones left.
Is this Mr. Yang?
When the warriors present saw this scene, their scalps went numb, and they lost their voices in horror. It wasn't until the last strongman was killed that Yang Mucheng slowly fell. Seeing the postures of many panicked warriors, he slowly absorbed the energy and blood of dozens of nascent soul warriors into his body. After a moment, he couldn't help but frown and said with a wry smile,
Sure enough, it's still the case.
At first, as early as when Wandao sword sect, Bai Chenhong, and Zhang Yuxing committed suicide to apologize, Yang Mu successfully raised his cultivation level to the peak of half-step nascent soul. But it is a pity that no matter how much he absorbs qi and blood, he cannot break through the shackles and reach the true nascent soul state. Therefore, along the way, he deliberately did not kill any living beings. did not absorb chi and blood, and prepared to break through the shackles in one go. But I didn't expect it. Now that the energy and blood of more than 30 nascent soul warriors have been absorbed into his body, there is still no reaction at all. It's like a bucket that's already filled with water. No matter how much you fill it, it can't be filled anymore.
It seems that we have to find an opportunity,
thought to himself. Yang Muqing's eyes fell on the group of warriors, who coveted the heavenly spirit and earthly treasure.
Where is Dragon Hall? Where is the Master Aoki? Where is the Black Flag Army?
Boom! At this moment, tens of thousands of people were shocked and stood up uniformly. A terrifying murderous intention swept through them crazily at this moment.
Kill!
Yang Muqing said lightly. Boom! The words fell to the ground. Sonorous and powerful, the black tide formed by the Black Flag Army rose up crazily and rushed towards the warriors quickly. Originally, the killing of those powerful nascent soul warriors who came over had already made these warriors frightened and lost their fighting spirit. Now facing the counterattack of the Dacian dynasty's army, these people were scared to death. On this day, blood flowed 3,000 miles. The Dacian dynasty's defense line, which was originally in danger, was completely resolved because of the appearance of Yang Muqing. Heads were piled up into mountains. The smell of blood lingered, and countless scavenging vultures circled in the sky, making piercing and terrifying screams. Those warriors who were hiding in the dark and originally wanted to break through the blockade and reach the sea area were so frightened that they dared not take a step forward after seeing the Tu mountain, which was 100 meters high. At the same time, the battle on the plain caused the long-standing name of Old Demon Yang to spread quietly again. Yang Muqing sat at the top of the Chinese army tent. The jumping bonfire reflected a line between light and dark on Yang Muqing's face, outlining the hard edges and corners. Countless old subordinates looked at the emperor, who had left the dynasty for more than half a year, with excitement.
Tell me, what happened to the Dacian dynasty in the 6 months since I left?
Yang Muqing asked with a smile. Chapter 693. The Dacian dynasty was oppressed? Lu Qianfeng stepped forward and slowly described what had happened in the past half-year. Turned out to be, after Yang Muqing left, the Dacian dynasty followed his orders to conquer the east and west. The Qiandao dynasty and the Tianqi dynasty were also merged into the Dacian dynasty for a period of time. This greatly expanded the military strength of the Dacian dynasty, and also made the advancing posture more and more fierce. The Black Flag Army has expanded from the original 30,000 to more than 100,000 now. Some are students from the Royal Academy, and some are warriors recruited from within the dynasty. There are more than 10,000 masters in the field. Most of these people were advanced from the outstanding warriors of the original Black Flag Army. As for Longtang, there are also 500 people.
What's going on with the exotic treasure on the beach?
Yang Muqing asked. Lu Qianfeng said quickly.
Your Majesty, we don't know either. Although it has been about a month since the strange treasure was born. In fact, we have not been able to find the location of the heavenly treasure. That light, at least the earth level, and even since there are people above the ground level, in order to prevent the treasure from being stolen by others, we can only set up a blockade on the plain and send some people to find the treasure.
Yang Muqing raised his eyebrows. He saw the light emitted by the birth of the exotic treasure, but couldn't find its location.
Wang Renjie, you are the best at searching for treasures. I will leave the rest to you.
Yang Muqing said calmly.
Yes.
Wang Renjie's face was full of excitement. But none of this is what Yang Muqing wants to know. What he wants to know most is what happened to Lu Yao during this period. What on earth allowed her to reach the nascent soul realm in such a short period of time?
Your Majesty.
Lu Yao hesitated to speak.
That's all. Let me do the talking.
Yi Shujin stepped forward and interjected.
Your Majesty, after you left, Lu Yao has been fighting on the front line. She knows that this is the fastest way to sharpen her cultivation.
Yang Muqing nodded and signaled Yi Shujin to continue.
In the process of conquering the east and west, we also encountered some difficult sections. The opponent was a hidden sect like the Jian Chenglia sect, and its strength was even higher than the Jian Chenglia sect. Our army, and when attacking that area, they encountered strong resistance. When Lu Yao was fighting against that sect, he was knocked into the abyss by an elder from the other sect.
At this point, everyone present showed a trace of anger in their eyes.
Then what?
Yang Muqing said coldly.
Lu Yao survived the catastrophe and accidentally entered a training place under the abyss. The flow of time, there was dozens of times slower than the outside world. Although it was only half a month, Lu Yao practiced there for 300 years. Only then did he break through to the nascent soul realm. It's a pity that that sect is too powerful, so we can only remember this grudge. Not only that, when that sect saw that we were making countless imperial elixirs and soldiers, they asked us to collect our salary every month, treating us as their vassal state.
Yi Shujin paused, looked at Yang Mucheng, and said in fear,
After the exotic treasure was born, the Gale Tiger King sect also sent people to pass through our blockade. It's not that we don't want to stop it. It's that we can't stop it at all.
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. His eyes were filled with coldness. There is actually a sect that dares to treat its own Dacian dynasty as a vassal state?
What is the origin of the Gale Tiger King sect?
Yang Mucheng looked at Wang Renjie and asked.
Senior, this sect is also a 7-tier sect, and its strength is much stronger than Jian Chunlia sect. There are thousands of disciples under the sect, and the level of the intersect disciples is not high, and they are all around the Xianhai realm. But the strength of the elders and deacons, but many of them are in the nascent soul realm.
Wang Renjie said hurriedly. Yang Mucheng nodded. With the current strength of the Dacian dynasty, it is equivalent to the top rank among the 9 lines of power. Stopping 7 or 8 nascent soul experts is already the limit. It would indeed be very difficult to face the top sects at the beginning.
Holy Lord, now that you are back, as long as we stay dormant for a few more years, we will definitely crush all the Gale Tiger King sect to the ground.
Yi Shujin said angrily. How not to be angry? Lu Yao was almost killed, and the Dacian dynasty was treated as a vassal state and paid monthly salary. When everyone mentioned the Gale Tiger King sect, everyone looked full of hatred. It was obvious that they didn't know how much oppression they had received under this sect.
Why stay dormant for several years?
Yang Mucheng stood up angrily.
Now I am going to destroy the Gale Tiger King sect.
At this time, an eagle quickly flew into the tent, with a letter tied at the eagle's feet. Lu Qiafeng quickly untied the letter, read it, and said hurriedly,
Your Majesty, the location of the heavenly spirit and earthly treasure has been discovered. Where?
Yang Mucheng said.
Turtle Island.
Lu Qiafeng said quickly.
The people from the Gale Tiger King sect have already gone to Turtle Island. In my opinion, we should grab the Tianling Earth treasure and then slowly attack the Gale Tiger King sect. After all, the Gale Tiger King sect is a 7th line sect, and it is not that easy to attack it. If we let those people take away the Tianling Earth treasure, we will lose both our wife and our troops. It is really not cost-effective. Good.
Yang Mucheng nodded and said,
Let's set off.
The army slowly retreated and returned to the Dacian dynasty. The blockade did not continue, because in Yang Mucheng's view, the piles of heads were the best deterrent. If anyone covets this heavenly and earthly treasure again, then as many as they come, they will be killed. As for the appearance of Tianling Dibao on Turtle Island, this is something that no one expected. In the martial arts world, there are always some very large monsters, and these monsters may be very rare on land, but in the sea, it is not uncommon. The so-called Turtle Island is an island carried on the back of a turtle, because it is a monster. This island is also alive. Ups and downs, erratic, and no one can figure out its specific location. 7 days later, the people who hurried on finally arrived at the location of the sea area. Looking from a distance, it is a huge sea that is difficult to capture at a glance. There are many warships parked on the magnificent harbor, almost at the point where the sea and the sky meet. The outline of an island appears. Due to the distance, everyone could only vaguely see a small black dot.
Your Majesty, that's Turtle Island,
Lu Qiafeng said.
Where are those people from the Gale Tiger King sect?
Yang Mucheng looked around and asked doubtfully.
They robbed one of our most luxurious warships and set off as early as the day Turtle Island appeared. Now, they are probably halfway through the journey,
Lu Qiafeng said quickly.
Your Majesty, let's pick up. What should I do if I get down? Chase!
Yang Mucheng's eyes turned cold, and he only said one word. Chapter 694, Chase. The blue sea and sky are full of surging waves. An extremely luxurious warship moved forward rapidly, and the waves it raised were directly smashed into countless white waves by the warship. On the deck, a man with a hooked nose had his hands behind his back. His eyes were hazy, and he was always staring at the Turtle Island in the distance. Behind him, there are many disciples, waiting eagerly. These people are exactly the people from the Gale Tiger King sect.
Hey, I really didn't expect that the Dacian dynasty could actually build such a big warship. No matter how strong the wind and waves are, it's like walking on flat ground without any feeling.
a disciple said with a smile.
According to this, at this speed, we can reach Turtle Island in 3 days at most. According to what we said, our Gale Tiger King sect should directly slaughter all the royal families of the Dacian dynasty, leaving no one left. Our Gale Wind Tiger King sect should be the emperor of the Dacian dynasty,
another disciple said. On deck, many disciples are talking about it. Obviously, some of these disciples came to the Dacian dynasty for the first time, while others were not. They were all completely shocked by the development of the Dacian dynasty, and kept putting forward various reasonable suggestions.
Idiot!
At this time, the middle-aged man with a hooked nose slowly turned around, stared at his disciples, and shook his head.
The foundation of the entire Dacian dynasty lies in the royal family. Whether it is the Longtang, Daci masters, or the Black Flag Army, they are all surrounded by the royal family. Once we massacre the entire royal family, then the entire Dacian dynasty will be destroyed. The Qian dynasty is over.
Hearing this man speak, many disciples present showed respectful expressions. The opponent is Qiu Chantian, the great elder of the Gale Tiger King sect, and the leader of the treasure hunt this time.
Ha ha! Great elder! This is easy!
A disciple said with a bad smile.
Empress Rong, the mother of the Dacian dynasty. Just take her in. Women are like this. Turn her into a plaything on the crotch. When the time comes, will the Dacian dynasty become the back garden of our Gale Tiger King sect? That's right.
Another disciple who had been to Dacian dynasty many times nodded and said,
This Dacian dynasty is like a tiger. Although we have imprisoned them now, it is still not the same thing.
Qiu Chantian nodded. How could he not know? Although the Dacian dynasty was now suppressed by them, they never showed any signs of surrender. Not only are they recruiting soldiers in various ways, but they are also constantly training soldiers, especially the ancestors of Longtang. Looking at the people of their Gale Tiger King sect, their eyes were like knives, as if they wanted to swallow them all. He glanced at the disciple who was advising him and said,
Our sect has also tried the method you mentioned. Unfortunately, Empress Narong is a fierce woman. Both the masters in the palace and the ancestors of Longtang protected her to death. Damn it!
I killed more than 1,000 people that time, but I couldn't even get close. Even Queen Rong even said that if our Gale Tiger King sect tries to take advantage of her again, she will commit suicide. You?
As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. No one thought that there was such a thing.
Later, the Dacian dynasty had no choice but to bow its head in order to prevent us from continuing to have ideas about the royal family. They paid us tributes of elixirs, soldiers' armor, and other things every month. Although, the Dacian dynasty is a fierce tiger, but for us after all, it's an old hen that's dripping with golden elixirs. It would be a pity to kill it.
With a faint smile, Qiu Chantian said,
With the Dacian dynasty as a vassal state, our Gale Tiger King sect can reach the 6th-tier position in a few decades at most. Therefore, during this period, we have been constantly squeezed the entire Dacian dynasty. Wait until the entire Dacian dynasty is completely hollowed out by us, and then kill this hen that can't lay golden eggs. And don't give them a chance to rise.
Many disciples sneered when they heard this. At this time, a maid carefully brought up a plate of fruit and placed it on everyone's coffee table. A disciple looked at the maid's bulging breasts. An evil light flashed in his eyes, and reached out to grab the maid's breasts. The maid subconsciously ducked, leaving the disciple with nothing to catch.
Bitch.
The disciple held his hands in midair. A look of embarrassment and anger flashed on his face. He stood up with a roar and grabbed the maid's hair.
It's your blessing that I've fallen in love with you. But you dare to hide. I'll rape you first, and then throw you down to feed the fishes.
As the disciple said this, he grabbed the maid and walked toward the cabin. The maid was just an ordinary person, so how could she resist the restraints of this golden elixir-level disciple? Crying endlessly. When the crew on the ship saw this scene, they became furious. How could they, who were both members of the Dacian dynasty, watch helplessly as the other party bullied the women of their own country? Time! 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 For a moment, both sailors and crew members all stood up.
Put him down,
shouted a crew member.
Oh, there is someone who is not afraid of death.
The disciple raised his eyebrows and sneered.
I am playing with women, and you bunch of losers dare to stop me. Believe it or not, I will kill you all.
Qiu Chantian frowned slightly.
Miao Feiyang, don't go too far. If you kill all the people on the boat, we can only row to Turtle Island by ourselves. Just kill half of them. Recently, we have fewer people to kill, So we'd better kill some of these idiots from the Dacian dynasty and make them be more honest.
Okay. The disciple named Miao Feiyang smiled coldly. The elders have given orders, so he will naturally not show mercy. The crew members looked at Miao Feiyang, who was approaching with a murderous look on his face, and their hearts trembled. But they had no intention of giving in. Boom. Just when Miao Feiyang was about to take action. Just when everyone thought that the warship was about to turn into a river of blood. A sudden and crazy sound of breaking waves came. At this moment, everyone's eyes were attracted to the location of the sound source. That is, everyone looked towards the back. But he saw a warship, like lightning, almost sailing across the sea. Countless waves were directly torn to pieces by this warship. On the bow of the ship stood a young man with a stern face. This young man had his hands behind his back, and his eyes were filled with coldness. That huge inner energy almost enveloped the entire warship, and it was rushing towards it with a horrifying attitude. Almost in an instant, he quickly caught up with him. Almost at the same time as it caught up with him, the warship swung sideways, sealing the entire seaway and forcing the big ship to a halt. Finally caught up, Yang Maicheng looked at the warship that he had forced to stop, with a fierce look in his eyes. Chapter 695 The Wrath of Heaven. Boom! The two large ships collided with each other on the sea, and terrible explosions echoed wildly. The surrounding waves splashed thousands of meters high, and then slowly fell. Among the thousands of waves, Yang Maicheng's cold words were extremely clear. Even at this moment, the sound of the waves was suppressed. Finally caught up! This talk. It was like the tone of a tiger hunting and catching up with a scurrying little white rabbit. The Gale Tiger King sect! Yang Maicheng's eyes swept across the people on the deck. It was these guys who, while they were away, treated the Dacian dynasty as a vassal state, suppressed it at all costs, and even had evil thoughts about Xiaorong. I don't even know how many people from the Dacian dynasty were killed. Now, it's time to get some interest back. Put her down! Yang Maicheng's eyes fell on Miao Feiyang. At this moment, Miao Feiyang was still holding the maid in his hand. The maid's face was full of tears. She couldn't struggle, and her face had turned pale. Seeing this scene, Yang Maicheng immediately closed his eyes and said coldly, "Who the hell are you? You dare to yell at me? Do you believe that I will kill you?" Miao Feiyang shouted angrily. "Shang!" Before he finished speaking, Miao Feiyang only saw a flash of sword light. The sweeping sword light was like a flash of lightning. It was so fast that it left only a swift afterimage in everyone's eyes. Whistling by. "Not good!" Xiao Chantian cried out. But now he wanted to rescue him. But it was already too late. Poof! There was a sound of the sword blade tearing apart the body quietly. Under a series of shocked gazes, Miao Feiyang stood on the spot. His eyes widened. His body remained motionless. But his head was strangely slashed diagonally downwards, and hit the ground with a plop. "Who are you?" Xiao Chantian shouted in a cold voice. Uh-huh. 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 At this moment, Yi Shujin, Yao Chen, Wu Jian, Lu Qianfeng, and Lu Yao appeared one by one in the warship, and they all stood behind Yang Maicheng. 500 people from Longtang are gathered here. Xiao Chantian looked at this scene. His pupils closed, and a moment later he burst into laughter. "I have known for a long time that you, the people of the Dacian dynasty, are just a bunch of ill-fed wolves. We mercifully did not destroy your royal family and let you survive. You people should behave obediently. A dog. How dare you resist now? It seems that the lifeblood of your Dacian dynasty will finally end here." Xiao Chantian put his hands behind his back. Lo leisurely looked at the big boat controlled by Yang Maicheng. I saw that this big ship came up from the side, treating itself as an interceptor, blocking the progress of the warship. The anchor was also lowered immediately, and the two ships were almost entangled, unable to move forward or retreat. "Boy, you are brave enough to kill people from our Gale Tiger King sect. Tell me your name. I won't kill unknown people." "Presumptuous." Lu Qianfeng took a step forward and said, "This is the emperor of our Dacian dynasty. He still won't kneel down when he sees his majesty." Xiao Chantian raised his eyebrows. The other disciples of the Gale Tiger King sect also looked at him in surprise. Is this kid the emperor? No wonder. Xiao Chantian nodded secretly. He found, in the distance, there are also more than 100 large ships, slowly approaching. However, they did not get close, but showed an encircling posture, surrounding the two ships in the center. Obviously,
They would never be able to move forward without completely repelling the ship in front of them. Thinking of this, Xiao Changtian smiled coldly and said,
"Someone go and pick off this little emperor's dog head for me. I come!"
At this time, a disciple took a step forward.
"This little emperor is only half a step above the level of Yuaning. I am more than enough to deal with him."
However, a man in the early stage of Yuaning took a step forward. His arrogant and domineering eyes turned and fell on Yang Maicheng.
"Little emperor, are you going to die yourself? Or are you going to let me do it myself? Holy Lord, I'm coming!"
Lu Yao said.
"This guy's name is Sun Chansong. He killed many people in our Dacian dynasty. I have wanted to kill him for a long time. But unfortunately, I never had the chance. It was he who knocked me off a cliff."
Yang Maicheng thought for a while and said,
"Okay."
According to Yang Mucheng's plan, he didn't want to talk to these people at all. He just rammed the ship and sank it, killing all the people from the Gale Tiger King sect on the ship. However, since there is an enemy on this boat who injured Lu Yao, let her deal with it herself.
"Sun Chansong!"
Lu Yao took a step forward, drew out her sword with a clang, pointed it at the disciple who stood up, and said in a cold voice,
"Back then, you knocked me off the cliff, and this feud will be settled here together."
Sun Chansong raised his eyebrows and smiled lewdly.
"Lu Yao, it's you again. I asked you to obey me, but you didn't listen. In the end, I was upset for a long time after you fell off the cliff. Later I found out that you survived the disaster. If the elders of the sect had not stopped me, I would have gone to the Dacian dynasty to take you in by force. Unexpectedly, you showed up at my door today. Shut up!"
Lu Yao was furious. That time, if she hadn't resisted desperately, she might have been insulted by this beast. When she thought of the scene at that time, she couldn't hold back her anger. Now, this guy dared to say something disgusting to her in front of the Holy Emperor. Lu Yao wanted to cut him into pieces. "Tongue!" As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yao tiptoed and turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed forward. She swung her long sword and slashed down quickly in the air, creating a sword mark that was 100 meters long and slashing down from top to bottom. Wow! The edge of the sword has not yet arrived, but the power of the sword has already arrived. She just saw that as the sword edge passed by, the sea water was divided into two halves by her sword. The huge warship sank violently downwards under the pressure of this sword. The waves all around rose into the sky.
"Well done, little girl. I like fierce horses like you."
Sun Chansong laughed loudly, glanced at Yang Maicheng and said,
"Today, I will rectify you on the spot in front of your holy master. Let them appreciate how you whine, cry, and beg for mercy under my crotch."
"Tongue!" Almost at the same time, Sun Chansong also rose into the sky and flew towards Lu Yao.
Click!
Hearing these words, Yang Maicheng almost wanted to run away on the spot. He almost took action and slapped Sun Chansong to death. But this man is Lu Yao's enemy and her inner demon. If Lu Yao didn't kill him personally, he would most likely become a knot in his heart in the future, and even have an impact on Lu Yao's cultivation. But this scene also let Yang Maicheng know how arrogant and unbridled the Gale Tiger King sect was. Looking at the boat full of people, the murderous intention in Yang Mucheng's heart not only did not restrain at this moment, but was like a volcano, building up crazily, and like a flash flood that has accumulated for an infinite period of time under heavy rain day and night. It will pour out at any time. Yang Maicheng clenched his fists.
"I swear, I will not be a human being until I destroy the Life-Own Tiger King sect."
Chapter 696 Lu Yao's Revenge Battle. Boom! 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 There were waves of terrifying explosions, boiling crazily on the sea surface, and each water column soared hundreds of meters into the sky, mixed with countless internal energy and falling crazily, causing the warships on the sea to sway. Everyone's eyes were attracted by this scene.
Crash!
But see! Sun Chansong laughed ferociously, and his hands suddenly turned into the shape of holding the sky. The water drops that were originally rising into the sky continued to rise up and surge into the sky under his summons. In an instant, hundreds of water pillars merged into one, turning into a giant wave with a height of 100 feet, and rolled towards Lu Yao. The waves rolled and turned into a running sea wolf as they rolled over. The four claws slapped hard on the sea, and pressed towards Lu Yao like lightning.
Chang!
Lu Yao pointed her long sword, and the sea in front of her also rose into the sky. Thousands of strands of sea water quickly gathered together to form a water sword that was more than 100 meters long. This water sword was wrapped in layers, not only containing her long sword, but also surrounding her whole body. The moment the water sword was formed, Lu Yao blasted out. This moment, it's about riding the wind and breaking the waves. The flat sea surface was broken open at this moment. The divine sword condensed by hundreds of tons of sea water. Not to mention the overwhelming inner energy contained in it. The terrible weight alone was enough to crush any person. With a puff sound, the long sword pierced the sea wolf's big mouth and blasted out directly from the back of the head. Wow! The 100-foot-tall sea wolf was split in half by this sword. And the dense seawater poured down, as if a hole had been punched in the sky.
Is this sword going to determine the outcome?
Everyone in Longtang on the warship watched this scene nervously. Lu Qiafeng grasped the ship's mast made of fine steel and wood. And unconsciously the ship's mast was filled with sawdust. Even Lu Qiafeng was the same. And the others were extremely nervous. But see! Sun Chansong laughed ferociously, and drew his sword with a clang sound. This sword, pointed out Howren, hit the water sword with a ding sound, like a hot knife piercing butter. The water sword, which was completely condensed from the inner strength, was shattered inch by Sun Chansong. And the bursting sea water poured down, like a waterfall hitting the head. With a boom sound, Sun Chansong's sword was already touching the tip of Lu Yao's sword. And at the same time, the surging water sword was completely shattered here.
Damn it!
Seeing this scene, Yi Shujin gritted his teeth and prepared to step forward to help.
Stop!
Yang Mucheng said calmly.
This is Lu Yao's inner demon, and she can only take action. Besides, she is not defeated yet.
Everyone was shocked and looked forward again. Really? Lu Yao's eyes flashed with perseverance. And she had no intention of giving up. The Gale Tiger King sect. I have been practicing hard in the secret realm for 300 years just to avenge today. I don't believe it. I'm not your match yet. Boom! The nascent soul in the body trembled. And the internal energy surged out like a sea and poured into the sword body. At this moment, the long sword in Lu Yao's hand was filled with cracks because it could not withstand this terrible internal force. Laugh! Lu Yao's eyes widened angrily. And the inner energy that was pouring out directly exploded to the extreme at this moment.
Boom!
At this moment, the seawater behind her suddenly exploded, and thousands of water waves turned into substance, forming a water sword dozens of times larger than before. This water sword was more than 1,000 meters long and seemed to span the entire sea. It seemed that the sea was cut open by it, and a deep ravine appeared on the sea.
Young lady, you actually tried your best?
Sun Chansong sneered.
No matter how hard you try, you can't change the outcome of you becoming my crotch toy.
Boom! Sun Chansong raised his right hand and swung his long sword. The next moment, he also released his inner energy at the same time. Just like Lu Yao, the countless seawater rose into the sky like an arrow from a string at this moment. The seawater turned into a long sword, like 10,000 swords returning to the clan. And hundreds of rivers gathered behind Sun Chansong, and then lined up in a line. Then, the two shocking water swords hit each other so crazily.
Ding! 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 Ding!
It was obviously just a long sword formed by the gathering of sea water. But when it collided, it produced the sound of metal and stone clashing. When countless sparks erupted in the void, the exploding water sword turned into pieces of water droplets and shot out in all directions.
Dong 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 dong!
The copper-covered deck of the ship was struck with a dense crashing sound, like the sound of copper peas being sprinkled on an iron plate. Those water droplets containing inner energy blasted holes in the hull of the ship like a hornet's nest. Opposite, when everyone in the Gale Tiger King sect saw this, they let out bursts of roars.
Ha ha! This little bitch is very strong. She can actually withstand senior brother Sun's waterbending sword technique. Playing with women with such a strong temper is even more enjoyable. Let them struggle and resist under the crotch.
And then moan and feel comfortable. This is the most enjoyable process. Didn't this woman still have a golden elixir cultivation level a few months ago? How come she has reached the nascent soul stage in the blink of an eye? Who knows? He was knocked off the cliff by senior brother Sun. And he must have had some adventure. Unfortunately, we also went to that cliff later, and no traces were left.
This battle was almost one-sided. Just being able to see. Although Sun Chansong's transformed water sword was much smaller than Lu Yao's, the degree of condensation of his inner energy was far better than Lu Yao's. As for Lu Yao, although she has been practicing in the secret realm for 300 years, her hard training relying on the belief in revenge can allow her to achieve a high enough level of cultivation in a short period of time. but her control over her own inner strength is far inferior to that of some sections. The disciples are a little worse. Can't you win? On the side of the Dacian dynasty, everyone was worried. Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes, ready to take action at any time. Snapped. Unexpected. Only a sound of shattering was heard. Quietly. And the long sword in Lu Yao's hand exploded into countless fragments because it could not withstand such a shocking battle. Not good. At this moment, everyone in Long Hall exclaimed in surprise. Everyone in the Gale Tiger King sect laughed loudly, as if everything was a foregone conclusion. However, at this moment, he saw Lu Yao bite the tip of her tongue and spit out a mouthful of blood mist into the void. In an instant, the exploding sword fragments turned extremely bright red at this moment. Then, it was like dozens of red lightnings flying out quickly. Puff! 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 Sun Changsong, who had a proud face on his face and thought that he would soon be able to pin Lu Yao under his crotch, was hit by the overwhelming common debris. These fragments were infused with Lu Yao's essence and blood, and even more so with her condensed inner energy. They blasted into Sun Changsong's chest and shot out from his back. Only bursts of tearing sounds were heard, and Sun Changsong's body was torn to pieces on the spot and turned into a bloody mist. Chapter 697, I am the only one. There was silence. Lu Yao stood quietly in the void, her face pale. With this sword, she spent all her efforts. Even Sun Changsong's nascent soul was completely crushed, and all traces of the opponent were completely wiped out from the world. For a moment, the tight knot in my heart was also untied at this moment, and I actually felt a state of enlightenment. Kill Sun Changsong. She actually killed Sun Changsong? Although Sun Changsong is not an elder or deacon in the sect, he is neither an elder nor a deacon. But the cultivation level is also at the top of the list. Now even nascent soul has been strangled, and there is no chance to stand up. This scene made everyone in the Gale Tiger King sect widen their eyes. Kill this bitch. Unexpectedly, 2 disciples died in the Dacian dynasty in one day. Looking at the pale Lu Yao, looking at Sun Changsong who had been completely minced, leaving only a piece of blood. Next moment, the disciples of the Gale Tiger King sect on the warship let out an extremely angry roar. Your Majesty, let's go too. Lu Qianfeng and others were also unable to contain their anger. They have been oppressed by the Gale Tiger King sect for too long, and have never been able to take revenge. Now that Yang Muchung has returned, this suppressed anger can finally be poured out at this moment. No. Yang Muchung took a deep breath. If you want to kill someone, do it yourself. Only in this way is it enough to relieve anger. As early as when Lu Yao was fighting, he was almost going berserk. Now, it's finally his turn. Dare to covet my Dacian dynasty. How dare you covet my woman? Dare to take possession of my spiritual treasure. Dare to kill my people. Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes and walked forward step by step. He stepped on the void, crushing all the waves under his feet at this moment. With every step he took, his aura increased. By the time he reached the warship, his aura had already reached its peak. I swear I won't be a human unless I kill you. I will kill you all today so that I can get a little interest from the Gale Tiger King sect. Then, let's see how I defeat your sect. Yang Muchung stared at the people on the boat with intense eyes and spoke word by word. His words, the disciples of the Gale Tiger King sect, who were already furious, seemed to have been doused with fire oil on the spot, causing everyone's fire to explode to the extreme at this moment. Emperor Dog, what did you say? In our eyes, your great dynasty is nothing more than a dog that we kept in captivity. As long as we want to kill you, we can do it at any time. You dog, how dare you bark in front of your master? Today, we will kill you first, and then your royal family. Next moment, the countless angry curses kept ringing out. Chiu Chongqian's eyes narrowed angrily, and his eyes were fixed on Yang Muchung. You little beast, you are only half a step into the realm of nascent soul, but you dare to challenge us? Today, I will let you know how powerful our Gale Tiger King sect is. However, facing the shouts and curses from everyone, Yang Muchung just raised his right hand lightly, and slowly pressed it downwards amid the glares of countless people. Boom! At this moment, the warship hundreds of feet tall seemed to be suddenly pressed down by Mount Tai, and a terrifying force rolled down crazily. It was like the sky was shattering, and the earth was shattering. The huge sea surface was smashed down by an invisible force in an instant. At this moment, a depression of several kilometers was created. If someone looks from top to bottom,
they will definitely find that this huge depression is exactly the shape of a person's hand. Under this palm, countless monsters in the sea were crushed into pieces by this surging force. Crack! A shattering sound suddenly resounded, and the warship, that was about 100 feet, was actually slapped in half by Yang Machung at this moment. The exploding hull was mixed with countless debris and flew wildly towards the surroundings. At this moment, many disciples of the Gale Tiger King sect on the ship rose into the sky with frightened faces. After a short period of shock, they quickly moved towards Yang Machung. Go! There are about 80 disciples of the Gale Wind Tiger King sect in this wave. The leader of the group is Chiao Chantian, the Great Elder, whose cultivation has reached the late stage of nascent soul. In addition, there are 7 or 8 deacons, all of whom have cultivation in the middle stage of nascent soul. Among the remaining disciples, only Sun Cha Song, who was killed by Lu Yao, had reached the Yuaning stage. The others were all under the half-step Yuaning and the Golden Pill Grandmaster. These people, it is fully 20% of the strength of the Gale Tiger King sect. With their ability, even if they cannot kill the entire Great Qian dynasty, they can still kill the entire imperial city. Therefore, they were confident along the way. Unfortunately, these people met Yang Machung, who was out training from Wandao Sword Sect. Although, Yang Machung has not yet found an opportunity, and has not been able to reach the true realm of Yuaning. But he is at the top of the list of spiritual swords, and his fighting ability is no less than that of the Yuaning stage disciples among the 36 sects. Although these people from the Gale Tiger King sect have reached the nascent soul realm, to put it bluntly, they have only reached the level of cultivation, but their real combat effectiveness is far from the same. Even at this moment, Yang Machung turned his head slowly, and said to Lu Qiafeng and others behind him, "You say people first. Let me kill these people from the Gale Tiger King sect. You are not allowed to rob any of them. Come back." Chiao Chantian was already in front of him. Chiao Chantian, who was full of anger, rushed in front of Yang Machung. Howren's punch was like an arrow, like lightning, and it hit Yang Machung's face with a roaring wind. If this punch were real, his head would probably be blown off. But Yang Machung turned around, glanced at Chiao Chantian, slapped him down, and hit Chiao Chantian hard on the head. With just a pop sound, Chiao Chantian's brain was torn directly, and blood flowed down his forehead. At this moment, his whole body was like a falling meteorite, heading towards the crazy thing on the sea. Smash it. Call out! This falling force caused a sharp roar. It hit the seawater with a bang, causing the seawater with a radius of hundreds of feet to suddenly sink at this moment. And a terrifying whirlpool was formed where Chiao Chantian fell. Hack them all to me! This moment, Yang Machung clenched his fists, and the golden body appeared. Ouch! Under a shocking dragon roar, 100 feet of golden light appeared outside Yang Machung's body. Under this awe-inspiring golden light, a 5-clawed golden dragon rolled out, and the terrifying pressure was like an invisible wave, sweeping in all directions in an instant. Under the shocking pressure, even the seawater under his feet completely boiled. Die! His pupils closed. Yang Machung's clenched arms suddenly flew towards the surroundings. This moment, along his arms, a golden ripple rolled like thousands of angry horses, rushing in all directions desperately. It was at this moment that he swept across all directions with overwhelming force, sweeping wildly with his solemn demeanor. The disciples who rushed towards him were already blown to pieces at this moment. Not even nascent soul could stay. The seawater swept across and the waves surged. More than 100 warships dozens of miles away were rolled by the waves and seemed to be capsized by Yang Machung's sudden bombardment. Come up! I know that I couldn't kill you so easily with that palm. Yang Machung slowly closed his arms, stared at the whirlpool that was gradually stopping under the sea, and said in a cold voice, Plop. On the surface of the sea, a head suddenly popped up. The other party was Chiao Chantian. At this moment, Chiao Chantian stared at Yang Machung with cold eyes. Chapter 698 Platinum Dragon Scale Snake. Who are you anyway? Chiao Chantian slowly emerged from the sea. Yang Machung's strength far exceeded his imagination. Such a terrifying existence can knock it down from midair with just half a step of nascent soul. This kind of strength is probably even greater than that of the leader of the Gale Tiger King sect. My identity will scare you to death. Yang Machung grinned. You scared me to death? Could it be that you are a disciple of the Wandao Sword sect? Chiao Chantian clenched his fists, and the wet robe was instantly evaporated by the inner energy. However,
Even if you are a disciple of the Wandao sword sect, you cannot escape death today.
For Qiu Changtian, the disciples of Wandao sword sect were already considered very terrifying existences. Although he has boldly imagined it, it is still very far from the truth.
Is it?
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and sneered disdainfully. Qiu Changtian gave a thumbs up, pointed to the distant turtle island behind him, and said,
The sect leader has known for a long time that your Dacian dynasty is an ill-fed wolf. So, this time, although I am leading the team, but the fact is that our sect's worshippers had already left for Turtle Island early on the 7th or 8th day. Although I was knocked underwater by you earlier, I took the opportunity to send him a signal. He is coming right now.
Kaka. Qiu Changtian clenched his fists, and a sound like fried beans suddenly came from his body.
I admit that you are very powerful. With half a step of Yuanying cultivation, you can actually compete with me, a person in the late stage of Yuanying. But you must not be the opponent of the peak Yuanying. Right?
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows slightly. Although, due to the difference in martial arts, he returned to the Dacian dynasty and could kill the warriors in the middle nascent soul stage at will. However, a strong nascent soul master is still in the nascent soul stage after all. The more his strength and cultivation improve, martial arts and exercises cannot make up for the huge shortcomings in this cultivation. With his current strength, he can barely deal with Qiu Changtian in the later stage of nascent soul. But when you reach the peak of nascent soul, it becomes a huge headache.
So what about the peak of nascent soul? I'll kill you first.
Boom. Yang Mucheng closed his eyes and stamped his feet fiercely in the void. He only heard an explosion in the void, and the sea surface beneath him was actually a den of 100 or 10 meters long footprints. With the help of this explosive power, Yang Mucheng rushed in front of Qiu Changtian in an instant.
Want to kill me? Just you?
Qiu Changtian sneered, looked at the rushing Yang Mucheng, and raised his palms. A faint breath like white mist condensed in his hand, and the next moment it turned into a long white whip. The white whip looked light and indifferent, not worth mentioning. But Qiu Changtian's sudden swipe actually brought out a wind-breaking sound and slashed directly towards Yang Mucheng. This whip, both strong and soft, shattered the air as it swept across, and the entire sea surface was split into two.
Snort!
Qiu Changtian looked at Yang Mucheng, who didn't even try to hide when the whip was swept away, and he snorted coldly. His whip was made from the bones of a platinum dragon-scaled snake using a secret method. Even if a warrior in the middle nascent soul stage ate his whip, his skin would be torn apart. If it were Yang Mucheng, he would probably be whipped in half by his whip.
Boom!
Just when the snake whip hit Yang Mucheng, the golden body of the five-clawed golden dragon behind Yang Mucheng violently transformed into a piece of black armor. When the snake whip was pulled up, there was a snap, and a shocking golden light erupted, leaving only a white mark on the armor.
This?
Qiu Changtian's eyes narrowed. However, there was no room for surprise, as Yang Mucheng rushed in front of him at this moment.
Tongue!
Qiu Changtian stepped back violently, his fingers clenching the snake whip. However, he saw that the snake whip wrapped in white mist trembled violently. At this moment, a surging and terrifying power came out of the snake whip. At this time, the snake whip truly appeared.
Roar!
A roar that sounded more like a dragon than a dragon. A snake but not a snake, resounded loudly. But he saw that it was a snake bone shaped like a centipede. A vast pale light radiated directly from the snake bone. In that miserable light, the snake bone actually transformed into a head under Yang Mucheng's eyes. A platinum dragon scale snake that is dozens of feet long. Then, he rushed towards Yang Mucheng's position and rushed madly. The big mouth full of fangs opened crazily and devoured Yang Mucheng desperately.
Your Majesty!
Seeing this scene, the ancestors of Longtang who had just rescued the people on the ship were exclaimed. They wanted to step forward to help, but the pressure of the platinum dragon-scaled snake was too strong, not to mention going up to help. They couldn't do it even within a distance of nearly 100 feet. The only one who was not affected by this coercion was Lu Yao, because the previous battle with Sun Chansong was too exhausting, and she was unable to fight again.
Little Emperor!
Qiu Changtian looked at Yang Mucheng coldly and sneered.
I'm afraid you still don't know the power of this platinum dragon scale snake. Back then, I just used this magic weapon to directly destroy a 9th-rate force. The leader of that force was in existence in the middle stage of nascent soul. Be swallowed up by it. Ha ha. Really?
Yang Mucheng looked at the platinum dragon-scaled snake rushing towards him.
It's just a high-grade Shin-level magic weapon. I don't know how many pieces of junk like this have been destroyed.
Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes. He originally wanted to use the demon god's sacrifice to deal with him. But after thinking about it, he gave up. After all, the Gale Tiger King sect also has a peak nascent soul worshipper coming here. Now, what he should do most is to preserve his strength and use the demon god's sacrifice to deal with the sacrifice.
I will show you now that your Gale Tiger King sect is just like an ant in front of me. And you, the Great Elder, I should also kill you.
Facing the charging mad snake, Yang Muchung's eyes burst with cold light. Clang! At this moment, he pulled out the Xinglua Xuanya sword and slashed forward. This sword? It was the Tongxian swordsmanship. The most powerful swordsmanship among the low-grade earth-level swordsmanships that Yang Muchung had learned before he left. One sword reaches the mysteries, and one sword reaches the sky. This Tongxian sword technique is not like the Jingshan finger, which contains thousands of variations. The absolute goal is to be extremely fierce. And the main point of the whole story is only one sword. No matter how many changes you have. I only have one sword. No matter your peerless cultivation. I am still a sword. Certainly, this swordsmanship is also the most difficult among the low-grade martial arts of the earth level. Even elder-level beings, more than half of them, have not been able to learn it. Because if you want to learn this sword, you need a killing intention to kill all living creatures. This sword can only exert its strongest power under Yang Muchung's killing intent. Chapter 699 Worshipping Qi Yuanhong.
Boom!
This sword was slashed horizontally. The platinum dragon scale snake that rushed over was killed from 7 inches away at this moment. The high-grade Shin level magic weapon that could devour a mid-stage nascent soul warrior exploded on the spot and turned into pieces of broken bones, scattered into the sea.
What?
Qiu Chongqian's expression changed drastically. Yang Muchung's sword passed close to his throat. Just the wind brought by the sword energy tore his protective shield, leaving a slight sword mark on his throat. In a hurry, he once again took out a magic weapon and threw it forward. But as soon as the magic weapon was unfolded, it was chopped into pieces by a sword. Retreat! Qiu Chongqian's eyes were full of shock, and he kept glancing back. However, no matter how he retreated, the speed of Yang Muchung's sword pointed at his throat still did not slow down at all, but became more intense. At the same time, the killing intent that was brewing to the extreme continued to explode under this sword. The compelling sword energy left knife-like wounds on his body. Even his physical body was struck by this shocking attack with deep scars visible on his bones. What's more, even his heart was completely shattered.
Go to H.L.
Yang Muchung closed his eyes. At this time, Qiu Chongqian's physical body was already riddled with holes. And even if he stayed, it would be useless. Yang Muchung suddenly tightened his grip on the Xinglua Xuanya sword. At this moment, his sword light erupted suddenly, preparing to tear the opponent's nascent soul apart. Qiu Chongqian's eyes were filled with sadness. His physical body was shattered by the blast, and he no longer had much resistance at this moment. If he retreats any further, even nascent soul will be completely crushed. Gritting his teeth, Qiu Chongqian gathered the last bit of strength and was about to fight Yang Muchung. At this time, suddenly a voice came from far away.
That's it!
A white figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Muchung. But he saw this figure flashing out, with 2 fingers pinching forward like iron pliers. Suddenly, he held the indescribable Xian Yi sword between his fingers, which was capable of destroying all stars.
Ding!
This is a pinch with 2 fingers. In an instant, the infinite power and killing intent contained in Xinglua Xuanya's sword disappeared in this moment like a bubble. Immediately afterwards, the figure flicked his fingers, and a surging force suddenly emerged crazily. This power rushed towards the sword like crazy. Yang Muchung's body trembled, and he flew backwards involuntarily. He stepped back more than 100 steps before stopping.
Who is this guy? Is he the worshipper of the Gale Tiger King sect?
Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Yang Muchung's sword tore most of Qiu Chongqian's body apart, leaving him just a hair short of being able to kill him. But in front of this white figure, he was easily blocked and pushed back several steps.
Worship!
Qiu Chongqian's face was shocked, and he could not hide his excitement.
Is it him? A strong man at the peak of nascent soul. No, your majesty is obviously no match for you.
Everyone in Longtang was horrified. But I saw the old man who came out. He looked like he was in his 50s or 60s. He was wearing a training suit and was almost unnoticeable even if he was thrown into the crowd. It should be noted that the higher the cultivation level, the greater the probability of rejuvenation. Many of the ancestors of Longtang are over 1,000 years old, and look like they are elderly. But after reaching the golden elixir stage, they all have a rejuvenated appearance. With such a posture, this old man probably doesn't know how old he is.
Chiu Tian, you are really getting better and better. And your body was chopped into pieces by a boy who is half a step into the nascent soul.
The old man clasped his hands behind his back and shook his head.
In my opinion, you might as well abandon this body as soon as possible and seize another body.
Chiu Tian's eyes were full of anger, and he stared at Yang Mucheng.
It's not that easy to seize the body. This kid destroyed my body. You have to avenge me. Nature!
The old man nodded, and then turned his gaze towards Yang Mucheng. Before he opened his mouth, Yang Mucheng stepped forward and shouted,
Who are you? I am the enshrinement of the Life-Own Tiger King sect. Qi Yuanhong?
The old man put his hands behind his back and said calmly,
Boy, your previous blow must have been an Earth-level skill. How about this? You hand over the secret formula of this Earth-level skill. Let me destroy your cultivation, and I can spare your life.
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. Qi Yuanhong's ability to catch his Tongxian sword really surprised him. But this does not mean that the other party can force himself to be arrogant.
I should return this sentence to you. If you quit the Gale Tiger King sect early, maybe I can spare your life.
As soon as Yang Mucheng said these words, Chiu Tian laughed and looked at Yang Mucheng as if he were looking at a dead person. Although Qi Yuanhong is old, he does not have a calm character at all. And his temper is even more violent than that of young people. If Yang Mucheng had handed over his skills before, he would have been willing to have his cultivation level destroyed and still survive. But now, he has only one way to die. Sure enough, Qi Yuanhong's expression changed, and he shouted sternly,
You are looking for death. Stop!
At this time, Wang Renjie, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. When Qi Yuanhong heard this voice, he felt a little familiar, but he had no intention of stopping. Even if an acquaintance came, he would have to kill Yang Mucheng first, and then reminisce with the acquaintance.
Hey! The worshipper is so angry that he doesn't even care about the Earth-level skills. How can I listen to you?
Chiu Tian sneered and looked at Wang Renjie. But Wang Renjie took a step forward, took a deep breath. His chest bulged high, and immediately shouted with a strong voice.
Qi Yuanhong, do you know Yingui's sect?
Suddenly, Qi Yuanhong's right hand, which was about to be photographed, stopped in the void. He looked around and shouted loudly.
Who? Which senior from Yingui's sect is here?
After all, the Yingguo sect was once a 4th and 5th tier sect, and it was considered a behemoth to the Gale Tiger King sect. Qi Yuanhong is just a small worshipper of the Gale Tiger King sect. If he dares to act arrogantly in front of the Yingui sect, he can only hold back.
Qi Yuanhong, it's me!
Wang Renjie sighed and took a step forward. He and Qi Yuanhong had met several times, and were not too familiar with each other. But Qi Yuanhong was too strong, obviously higher than Yang Mucheng. Now that he is following Yang Mucheng, he naturally does not want Yang Mucheng to suffer at the hands of the other party. So he can only move out of the Yingui sect.
Is it you?
Qi Yuanhong recognized Wang Renjie.
You are the only one from the Yingui sect? Where are the others?
Wang Renjie shook his head and said,
The Yingui sect was destroyed, and I temporarily took over as the sect leader. However, I resigned as the sect leader not long ago and passed it to someone else.
Qi Yuanhong stared at Wang Renjie for a long time, and when he saw that his expression did not look like he was faking, he sneered.
Hey, when the Yingui sect was still around, maybe I was still afraid of you. But now that the Yingui sect has been destroyed, you don't care. What is it? When I saw you before, you always looked arrogant. Wait until I kill this kid and I will teach you a lesson.
Wang Renjie narrowed his eyes, pointed at Yang Mucheng and said coldly,
You dare to kill him? Believe it or not, if you touch a hair on his face, there will be no place for you in the vastness of Jiuzhou.
Chapter 700 Opportunity. Jiuzhou is so big that there is no place for you. Wang Renjie's words made Qi Yuanhong's raised palm fall down again. His face was filled with surprise, and he didn't know why the other party said that.
Do you know his identity?
Wang Renjie said calmly.
Emperor of the Dacian dynasty.
Chiu Tian on the side was already rushing to shout.
Consecrate me. Don't listen to his nonsense. He is pretending to be a ghost.
Qi Yuanhong glared at Chiu Tian, who immediately closed his mouth. But Wang Renjie nodded.
Yes, one of the senior's identities is naturally the emperor of the Dacian dynasty. But his other identity is the great uncle of the Wandao sword sect. I think you should know about the battle between the 36 sects some time ago. And this senior, with just one word, forced Bei Chenhong and Zhang Yuxing to commit suicide and apologize. If I were you, kneeling down and begging for mercy now, maybe I could still have a way to survive. Otherwise, the 36th sect would be in trouble. I will pursue you endlessly. This.
Qi Yuanhong took a breath of air. With his identity and status, he was not qualified to hear the rumors of the 36 sects, let alone come into contact with them. But some time ago, the 36 sects war was so big that it caused a sensation in the 36 domains. Everyone only knows that a young man is regarded as the master's uncle by the 36 sects. But now, this young man actually appeared in front of him.
You lied to me again!
Qi Yuanhong didn't believe it.
I wonder if you don't believe it.
Wang Renjie looked at Qi Yuanhong and said,
How precious are Earth-level martial arts. Seniors have 3 of them each. The Xinglua Xuanya sword in his hand is also an Earth-level weapon. Don't talk about the Gale Tiger King where you are. If the sect can't get it out, even my Yin Gui sect can't get it out.
Qi Yuanhong fell into silence, his eyes full of surprise. He had long wondered about Yang Muqing's identity, being able to reach the half-step nascent soul realm at the age of 17 or 18. Except for those super sects, which sect can produce such a genius? What's more, the sword that was about to kill Qiu Changtian was only possible because his cultivation level was higher than his. But now after Wang Renjie mentioned it, he immediately figured it out.
Senior is going out for training this time. If you turn from darkness to light and help Senior kill the Gale Tiger King sect, maybe Senior will be able to spare your life.
Wang Renjie saw that Qi Yuanhong was silent, thinking that the other party was afraid. So he continued to speak. Unexpectedly, Qi Yuanhong slowly raised his head, grinned, and a cold light flashed in his eyes.
Hee hee. I thought I could get the treasures of heaven and earth when I came to Turtle Island. But I didn't expect that I met a big fish. The great uncle of Wandao Sword Sect. If he catches you, he will have a treasure house. Your skills, martial arts, the weapons are all mine.
What? Wang Renjie was shocked. He originally thought that by opening his mouth and pointing out Yang Muqing's identity, Qi Yuanhong would retreat. Unexpectedly, he became more and more crazy.
He is the great uncle of Wandao Sword Sect?
Qiu Changtian was shocked. His face, which was originally pale due to excessive blood loss, became even more pale at this moment.
Enshrined? Let's stop. The Wandao Sword Sect is not a character we can afford to offend. If the Wandao Sword Sect finds out, we will be dead.
Puff! Before he finished speaking, Qi Yuanhong grabbed it with his right hand, directly penetrated Qiu Changtian's dantian, and grabbed his nascent soul alive. Before everyone could recover, they saw Qi Yuanhong withdrawing his fingers, and Qiu Changtian's nascent soul was crushed on the spot.
Hee hee. Among the 10,000 Dao Sword Sect, there are too many disciples who go out for training every year. There are also many disciples who die outside. As long as I kill everyone here, no one will know that it was me. Just you, so what if he's my uncle?
Qi Yuanhong slowly raised his head, stared at Yang Muqing with a pair of cold eyes, sneered and taunted.
Master Uncle, you are my opportunity.
Wang Renjie was about to speak. Yang Muqing over there raised his hand fiercely. Wang Renjie was stunned on the spot and did not recover for a long time. But see, Yang Muqing frowned, suddenly grinned, and smiled at Qi Yuanhong.
That's right. Qi Yuanhong, you are also my opportunity. I went out to Wandao Sword Sect to seek a way to break through the nascent soul, but I didn't expect to find it in you. Already. Me?
Qi Yuanhong was stunned, and then snorted coldly.
Pretend to be a ghost.
Others also didn't understand why Yang Muqing said this. Nature. Along the way, Yang Muqing tried various methods. Previously, when he fought with Qiu Changtian, the golden elixir in his body split into 3 parts. This was the reason why he frowned earlier. But then, he discovered that within the broken golden elixir, there was actually an authentic power of nascent soul cultivation slowly emanating from the cracks. This is also the reason why Yang Muqing said that Qi Yuanhong was his chance. When I left Wandao Sword Sect, I asked Jin Liang several times how to find the opportunity to reach the nascent soul stage. Jin Liang told me 3 ways to get the opportunity. The first is enlightenment. Everything has a way. And as long as you find the source or realize it clearly, you can make a breakthrough. The second type is opportunity. There are thousands of opportunities. Maybe it's the advice of an expert. Maybe it's the help of heavenly spirits and earthly treasures. Maybe it's an ordinary word. The third type is life and death. The thin line between life and death stimulates the warrior's unlimited potential. Wandering between life and death. Break through all shackles and reach the nascent soul stage. The first method. It is not suitable for Yang Muchung. This method is only suitable for those warriors who have practiced hard for thousands of years. He has a profound understanding of Zen and Buddhism. The second method. It was the easiest. And for this reason, Yang Muchung took Wang Rengjie with him and asked him to help search for ancient tombs and various heavenly and earthly treasures. It is for this reason that when Yang Muchung learned that the heavenly spirit earth treasure appeared on Turtle Island, he wanted to get it before the Gale Tiger King sect. The third method. This method is the most dangerous. And it is a life-threatening situation. Whether it was the Wandao Sword sect or the other disciples of the 36 sects, they all fell while seeking breakthroughs in the thin line between life and death. But now it seems, this third method is particularly suitable for Yang Muchung. Retreat! Yang Muchung waved his hand, signaling the Dragon Hall members behind him to retreat. Today, I will use Qi Yuanhong as my training stone. Qi Yuanhong is not an idiot. He soon understood Yang Muchung's wishful thinking, and the expression on his face became increasingly crazy. Okay. As expected of the great uncle of Wandao Sword sect. He is so crazy and wants to use me to break through. Unfortunately, you have chosen the wrong opponent. Boom. Qi Yuanhong clenched his fists, and nascent soul's peak cultivation exploded out in an instant. As a strong man at the peak of the nascent soul, he was actually used by a half-step nascent soul as a stepping stone. How could he bear it? Is it? Yang Muchung slowly raised his head, grinned at Qi Yuanhong, and the next moment, the devil appears. Chapter 701 Crazy. The devil appears. At this moment, the surging inner energy in Yang Muchung's body transformed into a terrifying and monstrous demonic energy, sweeping out desperately. Compared with the last time, this demon god has become slightly more solid. After all, the last time he used it, Yang Muchung had just reached the half-step of nascent soul. But now, however, Yang Muchung's cultivation level is just a hair short of reaching the true nascent soul realm. If Mr. Elegance were here, he would definitely be shocked. Because demon god sacrifice is an evil martial art. The function of this technique is to transform oneself into a demon god, bursting out absolute power in a short period of time. But for most people, if they use it 4 or 5 times in a row, their minds will be eaten away by the demon sacrifice. But neither did Yang Muchung. Instead of being cannibalized by the demon god sacrifice, he began to cannibalize the demon god sacrifice's skills. But see, behind Yang Muchung, the monstrous demonic shadow gradually raised its head. In an instant, the terrifying demonic flame swept wildly, and the terrifying aura suddenly descended. If the demon god was just an illusion last time, this time, the demon god has gradually transformed into the image of Yang Muchung. What kind of martial arts is this? Qi Yuanhong felt the terrifying demonic energy on Yang Muchung, and an indescribable feeling of fear surged directly into his heart. This is a mortal fear of gods. A feeling of fear that the soul cannot resist. At this moment, Qi Yuanhong even regretted his previous decision. But he understands. Even if he stops, Yang Muchung will not give up. Then, what kind of technique is that? Devil. This. Although, after hearing Yang Muchung's words, everyone in Longtang stepped back. But everyone still focused their attention on Yang Muchung. Once Yang Muchung is in danger, they will rush forward without hesitation to relieve Yang Muchung from danger. However, this scene now shocked everyone in Longtang. Demon Festival, Wang Rengjie said calmly. Senior, the strongest trump card. What level of martial arts is it? Lu Qiafeng asked in silence. I don't know either. Wang Rengjie shook his head helplessly. This technique is probably of the heavenly level. Heaven level? For everyone in the Dacian dynasty, who had never seen even earth-level martial arts, this demon god sacrifice simply did not seem like a martial skill that belonged to their world. Certainly, only Mr. Elegance knows the origin of this martial art. So how can they know? This is a martial art derived from the Immortal Sect. Martial arts that transcend the Kyushu continent. Qi Yuanhong, let's start! Yang Muchung's eyes widened angrily, and he rushed out with the terrifying demon behind him. Wherever he passed, black energy spread, leaving an indelible mark behind him. Even the area behind Yang Muchung looked as if it had been completely eaten away. With one step forward, Yang Muchung appeared in front of Qi Yuanhong. This moment, He is like the devil. And the devil is like him. The moment he arrived in front of Qi Yuanhong, Yang Mucheng immediately launched the shocking finger.
Damn it!
Qi Yuanhong was shocked. In this life and death situation, it was not up to him to think more. Cursing secretly, he drew his sword and struck out towards Yang Mucheng's frightening finger. Under the demon god's sacrifice, the frightening finger, which originally had 24 transformations, was transformed into one more monster.
Clang!
The jade finger pointed at the tip of the sword. And at this moment a sound like the sound of metal and stone erupted.
Blow it up!
Feeling the strange power coming from this finger, Qi Yuanhong's eyes widened angrily. And he desperately unleashed his inner energy. At this moment, the inner energy was rolling, like a stormy wave hitting Yang Mucheng's fingertips. Suddenly, the two forces collided. At this moment, both sides involuntarily retreated towards the rear.
So strong!
Qi Yuan was greatly shocked. The target that he had suppressed before, as if he could kill it with just one finger, was actually on par with him after using the demon god ritual. This terrible change made Qi Yuanhong feel heartbroken. In particular, the weapon in his hand was eroded by the terrifying demonic energy during the previous confrontation with Yang Mucheng.
Snort!
Throwing down the long sword that could no longer be used, Qi Yuanhong narrowed his eyes. The nascent soul in his body surged out desperately, and the terrifying inner energy swept across his body like a huge wave. His robe was fluttering like it was in the eye of the wind at this moment, making a hunting sound.
Are you finally willing to be serious?
Yang Mucheng took a few steps back and slowly stopped. Previously, just that simple blow made him feel again that the golden elixir in his body seemed to be cracked. Although it is difficult to detect with the naked eye, it cannot be hidden from Yang Mucheng's senses. Overjoyed, he was already killing Qi Yuanhong again.
I don't believe I can't do anything to you.
Qi Yuanhong was also furious. At this moment, he also raised his fist and rushed towards Yang Mucheng.
Although you are much stronger than me in martial arts, you may not be my opponent if we compete in physical strength.
Qi Yuanhong's eyes narrowed slightly, and his footwork became erratic at this moment. And he was already in front of Yang Mucheng at this moment. The next moment, he raised his right palm and slapped Yang Mucheng in the face. Wow! This palm brought up a vast gust of wind. The sea surface trembled violently, and a turbulent wave swayed into the distance along his palm. Even on the sea surface, the strong wind brought up by this palm cut ravines several feet deep. The monsters lurking under the sea did not have time to escape, but were immediately torn into pieces under the power of this palm.
Ha ha! Good time!
Yang Mucheng was overjoyed. The more physical and hand-to-hand combat, the more he can unleash his potential.
Boom!
Both palms struck each other fiercely, and a wave of terror suddenly erupted. At this moment, it was like a pot exploding on the sea. The water beneath the two of them was like the waves of the Qiantang River, surging into all directions one after another. As the waves passed by, everything was crushed in an instant. In this violent sea wind, a fist completely tore everything into pieces and blasted over. Qi Yuan was greatly shocked. The previous palm strike was like hitting a mountain made entirely of King Kong. Not only was it unable to smash it into pieces, the terrible repulsive force also made his right arm numb from the impact. But Yang Mucheng was able to fight back under such circumstances.
Is this boy's body made of iron?
In fact, Yang Mucheng was also having a hard time. Although his body has been tempered by dragon blood 3 times, it is still far from the physiques of those warriors tempered by spiritual energy for thousands of years. If it is below the nascent soul stage, the gap is not obvious. But once it reaches above the nascent soul stage, the gap will gradually increase. From the previous slap, the bones of his right arm also showed a slight crack, coupled with the effect of the demon god's sacrifice. The pain increased almost tenfold. But, with that palm strike, Yang Mucheng also found another crack in his golden elixir. At this moment, Yang Mucheng had already fallen into a posture of neither sadness nor joy, and his whole mind was integrated into it. Even if he fights to pieces, he still has to rely on Qi Yuanhong's peak nascent soul cultivation to break through the shackles at this moment. Chapter 702: The Thin Line Between Life and Death.
Are you crazy?
Seeing Yang Mucheng pressing forward again, even Qi Yuanhong couldn't help but exclaimed,
I don't believe it. A warrior at the peak of Yuanying, can't deal with a little bastard like you.
Boom! Qi Yuanhong couldn't care less about hiding his weakness at this moment. He let out a low roar in his throat, and his whole body was filled with a frightening bloody light. Everyone looked at it and took a breath of cold air. It turned out that it was not the real blood light, but the blood mist rising from Qi Yuanhong's body. If anything, Yang Mucheng looked like a monstrous demon at the moment. Then Qi Yuanhong is like the ancestor of Blood River.
He actually made it!
Wang Renjie cried out.
What kind of martial arts is that?
Lu Yaoer asked quickly.
Blood River Divine Skill. An Earth-level mid-level martial skill, but the content is incomplete. Only 1/20th.
Wang Renjie's face was filled with shock. There are many techniques in Yingui sect. Most of them were stolen from ancient tombs. Many were complete, but many more were incomplete. In order to expand their connections, the Yingui sect would often give these incomplete martial arts skills to others as a favor. This Blood River divine art has become extremely incomplete due to its age. Part of it is scarce and part of it is chaotic. Although it is an earth-level martial skill, no one dares to practice it. If you are not careful, you will go crazy. But he didn't expect that Qi Yuanhong would actually understand part of this incomplete martial arts. Boom! 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 Just as everyone was horrified, the two sides suddenly clashed. One was glowing with blood, and the other was shrouded in terrifying black light. These two people were like big demons released from the demon realm, fighting desperately at this moment. There was even a hurricane centered on the two of them, spinning crazily. Almost as soon as this hurricane appeared, it soared into the sky and swept across the sky. As it continued to rotate, it also stirred up turbulent waves. Retreat! 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 The people around Longdang retreated again and again. Each of them opened their eyes wide and looked at the sky in disbelief. Not only was the sea water swept up into the sky, but the demon kings could also be seen struggling in the tornado. But this kind of struggle seems very feeble. The knife-like wind caused the seawater to spin like a meat grinder, slashing crazily against the monster's scales, mincing it into pieces of meat almost in an instant. Original. The rising seawater was still a transparent blue, but in an instant, it turned into a terrifying bloody tornado. At this moment, both Yang Mucheng and Qi Yuanhong gave up all their skills and fought frantically with a fist-to-flesh, hand-to-hand attitude. Nowadays, the competition between the two sides is bloody. Whoever cannot support first will fall first.
I'd like to see how long you can support it.
Qi Yuanhong almost broke his teeth. He could see that Yang Mucheng, who was now shrouded in the demon god, was already covered in blood. After every attack, Yang Mucheng's pores would overflow with traces of blood, making him look even more ferocious than him. Even when Qi Yuanhong struck out, he could even hear the bones on Yang Mucheng's body crackling. Every time he pushed Yang Mucheng back, he would think that this kid would never stand up again. But in fact, it was just the opposite. Instead of being repelled by him, Yang Mucheng rushed in crazily with an even more brave attitude at the next moment.
What kind of magic power is this?
Qi Yuanhong was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. At this time, Yang Mucheng also reached the extreme. If you look inside, you can see that none of the bones in his body are intact, and the bones in both fists are almost shattered. Muscles were pulled apart. Meridians were ruptured. Even the heart meridians were beginning to be damaged. It can be said that if Yang Mucheng stops now, he will become a useless person. This time, he has put himself in a position where he has to fight, or give birth, or die. This is the opportunity to seek a breakthrough in the thin line between life and death. How many people died on this last line because they were only one step short of the transition from death to life? And now Yang Mucheng can only rely on his will for support.
Die to me!
Qi Yuanhong roared angrily. Boom! He waved his right hand forward. At this moment, the blood mist that shrouded his body was actually mixed with the inner energy, and suddenly transformed into reality. Under a pair of shocked pupils, it seemed to be swept away. The turbulent waves of the sky and the earth suddenly rolled up into the sky. And then the Milky Way seemed to have fallen from the sky, slapping towards Yang Mucheng. This blood river magic technique is similar to the demon god sacrifice. They are both blood-burning and life-fighting techniques. But, unlike the demon god sacrifice, the blood river divine art uses one's own blood. It should be noted that the warrior's chi and blood also contain power. During the training process of a warrior, every drop of blood contains the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This blood river divine art is to force out the spiritual energy contained in the blood.
9 heavens and 10 earths. I am the only one who is supreme. Qi Yuanhong, you want to kill me, but you are far from qualified.
Yang Mucheng looked at the river of blood pouring down and laughed crazily. At this moment, he did not retreat but advanced. Instead, he slapped hard towards the river of blood pouring down with his palm. Notice. In the ancient times, when the Immortal Gate was opened, there was no distinction between good and evil in the 9 provinces, and there was no right or evil way. Later, a distinction gradually emerged. One is to distinguish between good and evil based on behavior style. Secondly, it is to use the skills to distinguish between good and evil. Zheng Dao Qigong pursues steady and step-by-step progress. He will not make you invincible overnight, but the victory lies in a solid foundation. The evil cultivation method is exactly the opposite. Although it is eerie and strange, and although it is powerful, warriors are easily affected and changed by the techniques. For Yang Mucheng and Qi Yuanhong, whether it was the demon god sacrifice or the blood river magic technique, they all seem to be real evil techniques, with sinister and terrifying elements appearing everywhere. But now it's just the opposite. Yang Mucheng's palm facing this surging river of blood doesn't have any demonic energy at all. However, no matter in the eyes of Qi Yuanhong or in the eyes of everyone in Longtang, Yang Mucheng's palm is extremely evil. Yang Mucheng used his human power to resist the river of blood falling from the sky, which no one dared to do. But Yang Mucheng did it. Not only did he do it, but he also wanted to completely smash this river of blood into pieces. This moment, everyone subconsciously held their breath. This is the thin line between life and death for Yang Mucheng. If he succeeds, he will rise to the top. If he fails, he will be beyond redemption. Under the gazes, the attacks from both sides collided fiercely. Chapter 703, Breaking Through the Shackles of the Nascent Soul Realm. Boom! The attacks from both sides collided in shock. At this moment, thunderclouds rolled over the sea, and wind and cloud swept across. Even the terrifying light that erupted could be seen hundreds of miles away. Yang Mucheng's palm actually split the pouring river of blood into 2 halves. His whole body is like a rock. No matter you are on the surging waves or the waves sweeping the world, you have to separate automatically after encountering him.
Humph. I want to see how long you can last.
Qi Yuanhong's eyes narrowed. Yang Mucheng's palm was really terrifying. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have imagined that a half-step nascent soul warrior could unleash such terrifying power. However, the bombardment of his blood river divine art has no intention of stopping at all. His right hand waved downward.
Boom!
In an instant, just saw the river of blood falling from the sky, pouring down like a waterfall.
Puff!
Yang Mucheng spit out a mouthful of blood, but he saw the river of blood rushing down, knocking Yang Mucheng's right palm away. Then, it hit his body, that was protected by the demon god's sacrifice and dragon soul armor. Only a bang sound was heard, and the demon phantom suddenly turned into nothingness. Even the dragon soul armor didn't stop him for long, and was completely torn to pieces on the spot. If it weren't for Yang Mucheng's body, which had been tempered by dragon blood 3 times, he would have been shattered to pieces by the second blood river attack with enhanced power. But even so, Yang Mucheng had a hard time. The pouring river of blood directly broke his right arm.
Boom!
Then, Yang Mucheng was knocked down from midair by this crazy blow and blasted directly into the sea. At this moment, the sea surface surged with huge waves, like a tsunami, like landslides and earth-shattering.
Your Majesty!
At this moment, waves of exclamation sounded. Everyone in Longdang looked towards the sea. Where was Yang Mucheng's figure? There was only a ball of blood that quickly swayed away and then disappeared quietly. Wow! Qi Yuanhong spit out a mouthful of blood, and the churning blood mist on his body quickly subsided. He looked at the still rough sea water with a gloomy expression, a trace of hatred flashing in his eyes. He never expected that this boy would actually cost him 89%. If the last blow hadn't taken effect and killed Yang Mucheng, he would have escaped. Listening to the crowd shouts, Qi Yuanhong's pale face showed a hint of joy.
Hey! This kid has been killed by me. His heart was shattered. It's a pity that in the final line of life and death, he was not able to break through to the nascent soul realm. Don't feel sorry, because you will have to go to I'll soon to accompany this kid.
Boom! The next moment, everyone in Longtang was shocked.
Plop! Plop! Plop!
One after another, figures quickly jumped into the sea, frantically searching for traces of Yang Mucheng. The rest of them rushed towards Qi Yuanhong desperately. But the peak of Yuanying is always the peak of Yuanying. Even at this moment, he was seriously injured and his fighting ability was still very terrifying. Facing the people in the Dragon Hall who were charging towards him, Qi Yuanhong showed a cruel smile and slapped his right hand forward. Wow! A turbulent wave rose up, and his palm made a wave of hundreds of feet, directly hitting the crowd desperately.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The members of the Dragon Hall, who rushed in one after another, were all wildly turned on by this terrifying wave. Whether it is Lu Qianfeng, Xiao Tianqing, Yao Chen, they were all washed down from the sky. But these people, almost instantly, were rising into the sky again. Desperately, he headed towards Qi Yuanhong's position and killed him crazily. The first person to bear the brunt was Lu Yaoer.
Boom!
With one palm of her hand, she shattered the 100-foot wave in an instant, and her whole body was rushing towards Qi Yuanhong with an infinite killing intent. However, she was fast, and Qi Yuanhong was even faster. At that moment, Qi Yuanhong's right hand suddenly reached out and bit out like a dragon, tightly strangling Lu Yaoer's throat.
Hey, you want to take revenge on this kid? TSK. TSK. TSK.
Qi Yuanhong slowly shook his head.
What a pity. You can't do it at all.
The sea water is deep and cold. Yang Mucheng, who was swept down by the river of blood, had already lost his last trace of strength and continued to sink slowly towards the depths of the seabed. The powerful water pressure squeezed and deformed his body that was originally broken due to the use of the demon god's sacrifice. At this moment, blood poured out of his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose desperately. A trace of red mist dispersed immediately. Suddenly, in the seawater, monsters that smelled the smell of blood shot towards Yang Mucheng's position like lightning at an extreme speed. Looking at the monsters rushing towards them crazily, Yang Mucheng couldn't even dodge.
Are you going to die? Is it really impossible to break through this nascent soul stage? No. I control my own life. Life is determined by me. And death is determined by me. No one can control my destiny.
Laugh. The lowered eyes suddenly opened, and an astonishing gaze almost condensed into substance at this moment. At this moment, a subtle and inaudible sound came from Yang Mucheng's body. Crack. This moment, the golden elixir, which was full of cracks, suddenly exploded. In the Dantian Qi Sea, a more powerful aura was revealed crazily at this moment. At this moment, the Dantian is like the beginning of chaos, and a nascent soul is gradually formed. This Yuanying is exactly the same as Yang Mucheng, as if he is a few years younger. It sits cross-legged and stands in the void of Dantian. More at the same time, from nascent soul's body, a huge internal force slowly spread towards Yang Mucheng's body in a silent and gentle manner. The body that had been riddled with holes due to the use of the demon god sacrifice, under the injection of this power, was recovering crazily at a speed that exceeded what the naked eye could capture.
Ha ha!
In the sky, Qi Yuanhong let out bursts of arrogant laughter. He couldn't hide the pleasure in his eyes when he looked at Lu Yaoer, who was choked by him and lifted into the air, unable to move.
After I kill all of you, no one will know that I killed the great uncle of Wandao sword sect. All his magic weapons and skills will belong to me.
However, as soon as this smile appeared on his face, it froze in an instant. A strange and powerful force is rising crazily in an astonishing manner at this moment. And the source of this burst of power was exactly where he knocked down Yang Mucheng.
Could it be?
Qi Yuanhong was startled.
Boom!
Before he could react, a shocking explosion of water surged out, along with the water column, which was thousands of meters high. A figure slowly became clear. Chapter 704, Going to Turtle Island. The water pours. The figure of the young man could not be concealed, and everyone looked at it. When they saw this figure clearly, they were either surprised, shocked, incredulous, or dumbfounded. If he wasn't Yang Mucheng, who else could he be? But see, at this moment, Yang Mucheng was no longer like before. With his body riddled with holes, his strong internal energy restored his injuries in the shortest possible time. A power that was different from before was continuously emanating from his body. This power belongs to the nascent soul realm.
You're not dead?
Qi Yuanhong's eyes widened.
I said that with your cultivation. You can't kill me.
Yang Mucheng slowly shook his head and looked at Qi Yuanhong with a mocking look.
Thank you for helping me break through to the nascent soul realm. Your role is gone. Let me send you to H.L. next. I do not believe.
Qi Yuanhong roared. This sound no longer sounded like a human being, but like a crazed beast. In fact, the sound has turned into a continuous ripple, spreading towards the surroundings. Almost at the same time, the already hidden blood mist on his body began to stir again. This blood mist was already the last energy and blood in his body. Qi Yuanhong knows. If Yang Mucheng cannot be killed, then he will be the next to die.
Boom!
Blood mist rolled. At this moment, The degree of concentration was actually several times more intense than before. If it was a river of blood that bombarded Yang Mucheng before, then what hit him again now was a sea of blood. A monstrous sea of blood? Yang Mucheng smiled faintly, and was non-committal.
Chang!
Xing Luoxuanye's sword blasted out. The next moment, a sword light swept out. This is exactly Tong Xian's swordsmanship. The sky-reaching sword light swept up to the sky, and under Qi Yuanhong's shocked gaze, it directly cut the monstrous sea of blood in half. There was a sound of flesh being torn apart, and Qi Yuanhong's body shook. He was split in half in an instant, and suddenly fell towards the sea.
The ancient heaven-swallowing technique.
In an instant, the energy and blood of Qi Yuanhong, Xiao Chantian, and other disciples of the Gale Tiger King sect were all rushing towards Yang Mucheng's body at this moment. Without the shackles of the half-step nascent soul, all the energy and blood gathered into the nascent soul. Almost at the same time, this surging energy and blood, coupled with the previous accumulation, directly made Yang Mucheng reach the middle stage of nascent soul at this moment.
Kakaka!
A fist punch. Feeling the surging power in his body, he couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes.
Forward! Turtle Island!
Hundreds of mighty warships, like giant beasts, sailed towards the location of Turtle Island. Yang Mucheng stood proudly on the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back.
This is my Dacian dynasty. Whoever dares to covet you will only die.
Everyone in Longdang looked at Yang Mucheng's figure and felt their blood boil with excitement. This is their emperor. The warship moves forward. 3 days later, the huge Turtle Island is getting closer and closer. Lu Yao and Wang Renjie stood behind Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng did not retain any of the weapons and spiritual treasures excavated from the tomb and distributed them all to Longtang. Although Huan-level weapons are no longer rare in the Dacian dynasty, Xian-level weapons are still in the minority. When everyone in Longtang received these mysterious weapons one by one, their faces could not hide their joy. Soon, the boat stopped in front of the shallow waters of a Turtle Island.
Is this Turtle Island?
After setting foot on Turtle Island, both Yang Mucheng and others could not hide their shock. This huge island with a radius of thousands of miles is even larger than a city in the Dacian dynasty. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, you wouldn't have believed it. This island was actually on the back of a turtle. Yang Mucheng gently kicked a rock away from his feet and raised his eyebrows slightly. But see, where the rocks are exposed, you can see the appearance of the turtle's back. SHL.
Is this old turtle already at the stage of becoming a god?
Wang Renjie interjected.
Most of the monsters in the sea are highly cultivated. If it were on land, this old turtle would probably be killed by someone before he reaches the golden elixir stage.
Lu Qianfeng chuckled. He thought of the big riling mountain turtle that died in the hands of Yang Mucheng in the Thousand Island dynasty. That turtle only has half a step to the golden elixir.
You don't know how big the martial arts world is.
Yang Mucheng glanced at the people in Long Hall and said calmly,
The golden elixir is only the threshold. And the world after the golden elixir is huge. In this world, there are many things we have always known. Unheard of. Unseen existence. Your Majesty, there is someone on Turtle Island.
At this time, there was a cry. Yang Mucheng looked around immediately and saw a young man wearing a white robe, a purple gold crown, and holding a folding fan, who was already surrounded by everyone in the long hall.
Oldemo Yang, is that you?
Before Yang Mucheng opened his mouth, the young man shouted in shock. He looked Yang Mucheng up and down and marveled.
The last time I saw you, you had just reached the half step of Yuaning. I didn't expect that you had reached the middle stage of Yuaning so soon. Do you know me? Who are you?
Yang Mucheng's face was full of surprise. When one has reached his level of cultivation, he almost has a photographic memory. This young man was so conspicuous. There was no way he could not remember it. The young man grinned, put away his folding fan, cupped his hands towards Yang Mucheng and said,
I'm just a nobody, nicknamed Mr. Elegance. I was passing by here and saw Turtle Island floating up. So I came up to take a look. I didn't expect to meet you.
Mr. Elegant? Yang Mucheng looked at Wang Renjie in confusion, and the latter also shook his head. He had never heard of the existence of this name. What? The martial arts world is huge, and since the other party knows him and shows such a posture, at least he is not an enemy but a friend.
Oldemo Yang.
Mr. Yaya was about to speak. Seeing the unkind expressions of Lu Qianfeng and others, he smiled faintly and changed his words.
Don't worry, Emperor Yang. I just went to Turtle Island to take a look. I have the same things on Turtle Island.
Don't take it. Okay. If that's the case, Then I will allow you to stay on Turtle Island.
Yang Muchung said lightly. Certainly. He would not let a strange guy go. And the other person's strength was something he couldn't see clearly by his side. With a faint glance, Lu Qianfeng and others immediately took orders and became wary of the sudden appearance of Mr. Elegance. Once this guy makes any move, they will take action immediately. Mr. Elegance didn't care. He came to Xianmen originally to attract some talents for the sect, although there are many people recorded on his roster. But what interests him most is Yang Muchung. Now this is an opportunity to take a closer look at Turtle Island. As for the things on Turtle Island, he couldn't even take his eyes off them. Right now, a cry came out.
Your Majesty, we found a stone tablet. Take me to have a look.
Yang Muchung said quickly. Chapter 705, the most powerful person in the immortal sect. Everyone rushed there in a hurry. No one knows. How many years has this big turtle lived? It floats up and down in the sea, and no one knows its whereabouts. This stone monument is not naturally formed.
It must have been erected here by someone. Now that a stone tablet appears on Turtle Island, why aren't everyone surprised? From a distance, Yang Muchung saw this stone monument. But see, this stone tablet is about 1 foot high and completely black, like a tombstone, but also like a life narrative. But the font on the stone tablet is like a tadpole. It doesn't move when you don't look at it. When your eyes fall on it, the pieces of text seem to come alive.
Kazai?
When Wang Renjie saw the words on the stone tablet clearly, he suddenly screamed.
Who is Kazai? This is...
Yang Muchung was puzzled. Wang Renjie looked away, unable to conceal the horror in his eyes.
Senior, do you still remember the wind eclipse domain I told you before?
Yang Muchung nodded. He remembers. It was that big tomb that caused the Yingui sect to lose half of its people. As a result, they couldn't even enter the center of the eclipse wind domain, let alone find the tomb. For this reason, Yang Muchung did not care whose cemetery it was. But now that Wang Renjie mentioned it, Yang Muchung couldn't help but feel shocked and said,
Could it be that the mausoleum in the eclipse wind domain is also his tomb? Yes.
Wang Renjie nodded with difficulty. Lu Qianfeng stared at the stone tablet and felt his eyes were dazzled. He didn't dare to look at the stone tablet anymore, and quickly looked away, saying,
How can one person have 2 tombs? Why is it impossible?
Wang Renjie said,
This is a tomb of doubt. Some powerful beings, the more they don't want others to explore their tomb, the more they will use various methods. This is the case with this kind of tomb of doubt. I don't know to think that he actually built the mausoleum on Turtle Island.
Mr. Elegance, who was not far away, heard the burst of exclamations and came over in confusion. When he saw this stone tablet, he couldn't help but gasp and his eyes widened.
Why is it his suspicious tomb again? You know?
Yang Muchung looked in surprise. He didn't expect that this young man who suddenly appeared knew about this tomb. Moreover, judging from his tone and tone, it seems that he has seen many tombs in Kazai.
Of course I know.
Mr. Elegant frowned slightly. He condensed for a moment, hid some information, and slowly explained.
This Kazai is the #1 master behind the immortal sect. The kind of being who can shatter the stars with a sword. But later, in order to break through the shackles, he somehow became obsessed and committed countless killings, attracting the strong men of the immortal sect. They attacked in groups and finally exposed themselves to death. He is already dead. How can he still have his tomb?
Wang Renjie shouted.
Did someone build it for him?
Mr. Elegant exhaled a breath, as if mentioning a terrible existence, his eyes full of fear.
Although he blew himself up and died in front of many powerful immortals, no one found his bones. Therefore, many people I suspect he just faked his death. Sure enough, not long after he faked his death, the tombs of Kazai appeared behind the immortal sect. I didn't expect that there is actually his tomb here.
The #1 master in the immortal sect. Hasn't the immortal sect already cut off its inheritance, and no one can find the path to the immortal sect? Why would he know? Just when everyone was amazed at Kazai's identity. Yang Muchung caught this. He looked at the other party and sneered.
Mr. Elegant, since this is something behind the immortal sect, how do you know?
Mr. Elegant knew that he had spilled the beans, but he was not in a hurry and had no intention of revealing his identity. Instead, he explained slowly and leisurely.
This is the secret history of the immortal sect. Not many people know about it. I also used to work in some immortals.
I found this piece of history in the ruins of the door. I originally thought it was a legend, but I didn't expect it to actually exist. So I was so surprised that I lost my voice.
There's something weird about this guy. Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes. He secretly grabbed the 13-star rosary that Jean Liang gave him, thought about it, and finally chose to put it down, since the other party is willing to tell, although he is hiding something. If it were him, he would not reveal all the information he knows to others. Since it is a mausoleum, there must be an entrance to the mausoleum.
Yang Mucheng withdrew his gaze and said,
Lu Qianfeng, please lead a search. Yang Emperor, I advise you to stop.
Mr. Elegant said hurriedly.
No matter whether this tomb is real or not, we cannot explore it at will. This is the suspected tomb of the most powerful person in the immortal sect. I am afraid it is once you enter, you will be dead.
Yang Mucheng smiled faintly and was noncommittal. The inheritance of the immortal sect has been ended. Even the powerful people in the Divine Sea realm, who are in the stage of transforming into gods, cannot find the immortal sect. Now that the tomb of the most powerful person in the immortal sect is here, whether it is true or not, he has to go in and find out. Besides, this mausoleum is thousands of years old. Even if there are any traps, it is probably because of the escape of spiritual energy that it will eventually lose its original power. Certainly, there is also a safe way to wait until your cultivation reaches the Divine Sea realm before entering, or through summons. Let Jean Liang, Hua Yuanao, and others come over. But the journey was too long, and even they would have to fly half a month. The general mausoleum is there, and will not escape. Just like the mausoleum in the erotic wind region. Although Yang Mucheng also had thoughts about it, he knew that he would not be able to go there with his cultivation level. You can also find out what's going on after your cultivation reaches a certain level. But Turtle Island is sinking and floating, and no one knows when it will sink. Once this island sinks into the sea with the big turtle, it will not be so easy to find it again. The ancestors of Lontang immediately dispersed and explored the island step by step. Shortly after, there was a cry.
Your Majesty, we have found the entrance. It's here.
Yang Mucheng's heart moved, and he quickly led everyone towards the front. But see, the entrance looked like a cave. The inside of the cave was covered with seaweed and felt wet to the touch. The steps, extending to the depths, were obviously not formed naturally, but were made by others. Yang Mucheng took one look and walked in directly.
Yang.
Mr. Elegant looked at Yang Mucheng and others who broke into the cave directly. He raised his eyebrows and repeatedly stopped them. But Yang Mucheng ignored him and left him alone.
That's it. The spiritual energy in Kyushu is fading year by year. Even if this is Kuzai's Dao tomb, it's not as powerful as the one behind the immortal sect. I'd better go in. At least if Yang Mucheng and the others are in danger, I can step in and stop them.
Think of this. Mr. Elegant also quickly followed. Chapter 706 Siren? In the long and narrow cave. It leads directly inside. Because Turtle Island has been soaked in seawater all year round. This passage is full of water vapor. The stone steps under your feet are also covered with moss. When you step on the soles of your feet, there is a creep sound. At this moment, both Yang Mucheng and everyone in Lontang felt as if they were heading towards the belly of the big turtle. Wang Renjie is taking the lead at the moment. He is good at robbing graves. He is also the best at finding the traps and tombs. After exploring each place and confirming that it was safe, he motioned for everyone to move forward. Although many traps were discovered along the way, most of them had failed.
Why do so many traps fail?
Someone asked.
It takes too long.
Yang Mucheng said lightly.
That's not necessarily the case.
A sound came from behind, and everyone realized that Mr. Elegant was following them again.
The spiritual energy of the 9 provinces continent is decreasing year by year. Tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years ago, the spiritual energy of the 9 provinces continent was at least 100 times richer than it is now. At that time, transformed gods were everywhere on the ground, and nirvanas were as numerous as dogs. But gradually, after the spiritual energy became thinner, it became more and more difficult for the warriors to improve their cultivation. Therefore, the current situation was formed.
So that's it? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows secretly. He originally thought that there were some shackles on Kyushu that prevented many warriors from breaking through the Nirvana realm. But I didn't expect that it was because the spiritual energy was gradually becoming thinner.
Today's warriors want to reach Nirvana. There are only 2 ways. The first is to practice continuously and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. But this takes too long, and many powerful people have already reached the shackles of their lifespan before they can break through. The second is to find the spiritual veins hidden in the mountains and rivers. However, over the years, some strong men who have tried to break through Nirvana have turned Kyushu upside down. Even a nascent spiritual vein has been destroyed. They will be snatched away as soon as they are discovered.
Yang Muchung was thoughtful. According to Mr. Elegance's words, doesn't it prove that even if there are terrible traps in this mausoleum, their power may be reduced due to the disappearance of spiritual energy, and they may not have the same power as before? This is a good opportunity. Gradually, the entrance to the cave gradually opened up. Just as everyone quickened their pace and moved forward, a hail of arrows burst out without warning. In an instant, the torches held high by everyone were extinguished in an instant, and the arrows with wild and terrifying force shattered the torches on the spot with an unimaginable precision gesture. In an instant, the bright cave suddenly became extremely dark. Immediately afterwards, there was a dull cry. These arrow rains were actually very terrifying. Since they entered an unknown area, even Yang Muchung and Mr. Elegant mobilized their inner energy to protect themselves outside their bodies. But this rain of arrows seemed to ignore everyone's protective shields and pierce directly into the body. Wang Renjie, who was the first to bear the brunt, was even worse, even though he had already summoned several protective magic weapons in advance. But the protective magic weapon, that exuded a slow golden light, was immediately shattered by the arrow rain. Those arrows continued unabated and smashed the gang shield into pieces. Yang Muchung reacted fastest. He stepped forward, raised his right palm, and slapped it forward. A strong wind offset a lot of the power of the arrow. Even so, those arrows still shot Wang Renjie into a sieve. However, Wang Renjie seemed to be seriously injured, but he was wearing a layer of yellow-grade top-quality armor, so he was not shot on the spot. When Lu Qianfeng and others dragged Wang Renjie back, Wang Renjie turned pale with fright and could not stand up during the battle.
How's the injury?
Yang Muchung asked quickly.
I suffered some injuries, but I'm not dead.
Someone screamed. Mr. Elegant behind him quickly took out a luminous pearl, and a burst of soft light suddenly fell over him. After all those present were members of the Dragon Hall. At least those at the peak of the Golden Core. When encountering danger, they will all have means to protect themselves. Although everyone is injured, there is no fatal injury. However, what shocked Yang Muchung even more was that the rain of arrows that hit him turned out to be a piece of fish bone shaped like an arrow. Wow! Wow! Just when Yang Muchung was shocked by the power of the fish bone arrow, waves of commotion came from the depths of the cave. The sound sounded like the friction between scales and the ground. Every time it squirmed, it would make a horrifying noise, making people feel their teeth were sore and their bones were numb.
That is?
Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes. He could only see huge figures flashing quickly.
Go!
Mr. Elegant narrowed his eyes and threw the luminous pearl forward. Suddenly, a burst of light surged, finally illuminating the depths of the cave, and at the same time clearly illuminating each of the monsters. But in an instant, another hail of arrows struck.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Many fishbone arrows blasted forward, directly blasting the night pearl into pieces. Suddenly, the entire cave returned to deathly silence.
That is... What exactly is it? Is it a monster? Or something?
At this moment, everyone was amazed. Every member of the Dragon Hall who saw the monster's appearance had their eyes widened and their mouths closed in shock. Although the light shrouded it for only a short moment, everyone could clearly see the appearance of those things. They looked like snakes but not snakes, and looked like fish but not fish. The lower body is a thick snake tail, 7 or 8 meters long, and the upper body is a weird fish-like shape with gills and scales. The thick, non-human hands held a variety of weapons, but most of these weapons are made of polished bones. What's even more shocking is, among these beings, those with the lowest cultivation level all have the Golden Core stage, and there are even a few nascent soul stage beings mixed in among them.
Naga Siren!
Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes and said slowly,
This is a kind of demon king in the sea. It likes to live in groups. Apparently they regard this cave as their nest and live here.
This kind of thing actually exists? Everyone was shocked. Yang Muchung shook his head. He also saw it from the 100 Beasts record of Wandao Sword Sect. This kind of demon king basically lives in the deep sea and is rarely seen. Regarding the Naga Siren, an elder from the Sword Sect once went deep into the sea and recorded it. He didn't expect to meet him here.
What to do?
Everyone looked at each other for a while. There was actually such a group of demon kings living in this tomb, directly blocking their way. Moreover, the previous wave of arrow rain was too violent. Anyone who dares to stand up will be shot into a hornet's nest on the spot. Chapter 707 Demon King Army? No matter who it is, This is the first time to face such a monster. Unknown enemy. Unknown means. Even Mr. Elegance watched it for the first time. Of course, with Mr. Elegance's methods, it would be easy to kill these Naga sirens. He originally didn't want to enter the Kuzai tomb. But now that he saw Yang Machung and others being blocked by these Naga sirens, he felt secretly happy.
In this case, this kid might retreat and not want to enter the mausoleum again. Right.
After all, Kuzai's name is really too big. Even if it is just a doubtful grave, it is enough to scare away the warriors of Nirvana and Tai Realm. Just when Mr. Elegance was thinking. However, Yang Machung was already taking a step forward at this moment. The next moment, a cluster of flames jumped out of his eyes. The flames were like a flash flood that had accumulated for 3 days and 3 nights, and poured out on the spot. The churning fire dragon illuminated the dark cave on the spot. At the same time, the Naga siren's ugly body wrapped in black scales suddenly appeared. Boom! When the fire suddenly appeared, Yang Machung rushed forward.
Roar!
A Naga siren came to his senses first, raised his bow, an arrow made of unknown fish bones, and pointed at Yang Machung. But before it could move the bowstring, the 5-clawed golden dragon that appeared behind Yang Machung soared into the sky, and its terrifying giant claws pressed down crazily, directly pressing the huge body of the Naga siren into the ground. Down.
Boom!
A terrifying, shocking sound resounded crazily. But see, the Naga siren was smashed into the ground by this palm, and traces of the explosion spread crazily in all directions. Countless rocks shot out in all directions. Chi chi chi. Suddenly, a harsh sound came. Amidst the friction of scales, another Naga siren quickly came up to him. The huge body moved at an extremely weird speed, rushing towards Yang Machung in a horrifying manner. More at this time. The Naga siren raised the weapon that was polished like a battle axe in his hand, and like a windmill, it slashed down towards the position where Yang Machung was. Have to say, the speed of this Naga siren is really too fast. But it is not faster than Yang Machung. A finger as white as jade suddenly shot out, passed through the battle axe quickly, and touched its forehead. Only a bang sound was heard, and the sea monster was torn apart on the spot. From the exploding body, something that had also shrunk countless times and looked like a nascent soul flew out quickly. This, naturally, it is the nascent soul of the monster. But warriors are more accustomed to calling it the monster infant. But before the Naga siren's demon baby had time to escape, Yang Machung slapped it down and blasted it into a vacuum on the spot. The moans all around quietly stopped. The ancestors of Longtang, even Mr. Elegance, stared at the killing in front of them with their eyes widened. The fighting style displayed by Yang Machung was almost textbook standard, without the slightest frivolity. After everyone came to their senses, Yang Machung killed 13 Naga sea monsters with a thunderous gesture. The remaining Naga sirens looked at the young man, who was swept away like a hurricane in horror. They were all dumbfounded and did not dare to step forward for a while and take advantage of this gap. Yang Machung also directly absorbed the energy and blood of these sea monsters. Now he has no shackles and no longer has the same bottleneck as before. However, although the energy and blood of the 13-headed sea monster was huge, it was not very helpful to Yang Machung.
Less than 1/10,000?
Yang Machung raised his eyebrows secretly. So much energy and blood actually only increased his cultivation level by less than 1/10,000 when he was in the middle stage of nascent soul.
It seems that this is indeed the case. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the energy and blood required. At least hundreds of thousands of Naga siren must be killed before I can be promoted to the late nascent soul stage.
The next moment, everyone in Longtang was roaring and rushing forward like a gust of wind. Previously, the reason why these Naga sea monsters are so powerful is because they take advantage of the favorable location and keep everyone trapped inside the cave, unable to emerge. If you come out, you will definitely be bombarded by arrows. Now that the geographical advantage is gone, everyone in Longtang is naturally not afraid of them. Coupled with a large number of members of the Dragon Hall, a swarm of swarms came and immediately beat the group of Naga sirens into a panic. The huge cursed dragon sky fire seemed to be hovering in the void, and the jumping firelight completely illuminated the surrounding area. Yang Machung could finally take a look at the true appearance of this suspicious tomb. But he saw that the place he was in was a large hall, and the former luxury could be faintly seen all around. Murals, reliefs, and dragon pillars are clearly visible one by one, although part of it was corroded by the seawater and part was destroyed by these Naga sirens. You can still get a glimpse of the luxury at that time. However, the most peculiar thing is that there are some strange things placed in the main hall. The most eye-catching thing is a sea clam that is bigger than the door panel. This sea clam is made to resemble a throne, and is surrounded by seaweed and coral.
Is this Naga's lair?
Mr. Elegant looked surprised. He has naturally seen many races in the immortal sect, but certain monsters are the most unique creatures in that specific area.
It seems that this turtle island has sunk in the sea for too long, and the Nagas have occupied it as a mountain under the sea.
Yang Muchung looked at him quietly. Mr. Elegance chuckled and said,
Don't worry. I won't touch anything in the tomb of suspicion. I'll just have to satisfy my eyelids.
This is natural. After entering this mausoleum, Mr. Elegant discovered that the spiritual energy in this mausoleum had almost completely dissipated, and it was at least 1,000 times worse than the suspicious tombs behind the immortal sect. Under such circumstances, even heaven-level weapons would have to be reduced to earth level due to the dissipation of spiritual energy, or even be inferior to earth-level weapons. What's more, this mausoleum was accidentally hit and turned into a lair by the Naga sea monster. If the heavenly spirit and earthly treasures were swallowed by the Naga, how much would be left? Boom! At this moment, another frightening sound erupted outside the abrupt mausoleum. It seemed like someone was fighting outside the mausoleum.
Go and see what happened!
Yang Muchung's heart trembled, and he said quickly,
Yes!
Lu Qiafeng rushed out immediately. However, when Lu Qiafeng saw what was happening outside, he was almost frightened. Just see, the beings that looked like snakes but not snakes, and looked like fish but not feathers, kept emerging from the sea, and then rushed towards the location of the suspicious tomb. The appearance of these terrifying existences has already caused a storm. Chapter 708 Naga Siren King.
Oh my god!
Lu Qianfeng opened his mouth wide enough to fit a fist. These attacking beings are all Naga sirens. Under the scorching sun, this group of Naga sea monsters with black scales are constantly coming from the sea in a terrifying posture. The dry island was wetted by their wet bodies, leaving traces of dragons and snakes. Even among them is a Naga siren king that is over 100 feet long and bigger than a warship. At this moment, it was like an army, gathering crazily towards the island. What on earth is it? No one can figure it out.
Quick! Fight off these monsters! They're heading ashore. Your Majesty is on Turtle Island. We must not let these guys come ashore.
Almost as soon as these guys appeared, they were like a driven and advancing army, quickly heading towards Turtle Island. And at the same time, the Alki Masters and Black Cavalrymen on the warship also quickly came to their senses. Everyone shouted loudly,
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Immediately, a dense rain of arrows shot towards the group of Naga sea monsters at an extremely fast speed. These Naga sea monsters have reached the lowest level of Jindan cultivation. The scales on their bodies are even more terrifyingly hard. Those arrows that were enough to pierce even the Xianhai Grandmaster hit their bodies and their scales, unable to penetrate their bodies at all. Only bursts of dense collisions could be heard, accompanied by splashes of water. Sparks and many arrows fell to the ground.
Sail the boat and hit it!
I don't know who shouted. With just a crash, the sails were unfolded, and the huge warship accelerated at this moment, rushing towards the strongest Naga Siren King like riding the wind and waves. This warship is 100 feet high. The whole body is made of ebony wood that is comparable to steel, and the outside of the ship is wrapped with a layer of mithril copper skin. Even if it is an iceberg, the warship can smash it into pieces.
Boom!
A dull loud sound resounded loudly. But I saw it. Half of his body sank under the water, while the other half floated upright on the sea, like a straight javelin. The Naga Siren King was directly hit on the back by the warship. The Naga Siren King did not react, and his huge body was staggered by the crash and slammed into the seawater. The warship remained unabated and passed over the Naga Siren King's body.
Oh!
Waves of cheers kept ringing out.
Killed?
Lu Qianfeng's eyes widened. He looked at the sea that was gradually calming down and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, that Naga Siren King also possesses the peak level of nascent soul. If this collision could seriously injure it, it might be possible to drive it away, or it might be possible to avoid a battle. But, before Lu Qianfeng could breathe a sigh of relief, the calm sea suddenly exploded the next moment. The Naga Siren King, who had been knocked into the sea before, actually rose up again at this moment with a crazy attitude accompanied by the shocking waves. At the same time that the Naga Siren King rushed out, the terrifying big tail was like a giant axe that lifted up the sky and slashed down crazily. A loud and devastating sound was heard, and the warship was torn into two halves at that moment. The huge hull pointed diagonally toward the sky, sinking crazily. At this moment, a horrifying whirlpool erupted on the sea, like a ferocious beast that devoured all things. A tail cut the warship in half, and it seemed that the Naga Siren King had not yet finished venting his anger. Its incredibly thick arms spread out like a 1,000-year-old tree. At this moment, it seemed to be carrying tens of millions of weights between its arms. And when it was lifted, it started to tremble uncontrollably.
Oh my god! Quick! Run!
Just see. Every time the Naga Siren King raises its arms, the sea water behind it rises hundreds of feet. When its arms were raised to the extreme, the sea water behind it actually rose to a height of more than 1,000 feet at this moment. This terrible tide even covered the sky. The originally clear sky turned extremely gloomy at this moment. Even the waves it stirred up exceeded the height of Turtle Island. Then, the waves were pressing down crazily, like a dark cloud covering the sky.
Crack! Crack!
One by one, the warships were smashed into pieces by the waves. The terrifying sound of fragmentation echoed throughout the sky at this moment. Countless people were swallowed up by the huge waves at this moment. And this wave, also in this horrifying posture, rolled along the sea's surface and rushed towards the location of Turtle Island.
Your Majesty!
Lu Qianfeng's spine trembled with fear as he looked at the huge waves sweeping across the world. He came to his senses and quickly rushed towards the tomb.
This breath?
In the mausoleum, many Dragon Hall members killed the last Naga Siren. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Mucheng decided to take a look at the entire hall. Some of the traps had long been destroyed, and some bronze coffins in the hall had been forcibly opened. But there was nothing inside, leaving only a shallow pool of water. Just when Yang Mucheng discovered that there was a passage leading into the mountain at the end of the hall, a breath of shock suddenly came from the outside world. Boom! Almost at the same time, as if being exploded by the eye of the wind, Lu Qianfeng was quickly blasted directly into the tomb under this shocking aura.
What happened?
Yang Mucheng asked quickly. Lu Qianfeng couldn't even speak at this moment. He was stammering and incoherent.
Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The monsters are attacking from outside. There are many.
What? Hearing this, Yang Mucheng was shocked and quickly led everyone out of the mausoleum. At this time, Turtle Island is already in a mess, as miserable as a hurricane passing through. Countless pieces of broken skin lay scattered on Turtle Island, and countless figures on the sea were constantly shouting, trying to save themselves with the help of sawdust floating on the sea. Yang Mucheng's eyes narrowed as he looked at the Naga Sirens, who were crazily suppressing the situation. Especially in the sea, there is always a body hovering, motionless, eyes fixed on the people on Turtle Island. And the king-like Naga Siren King is even more mind-numbing. In addition, the countless Nagas who are riding the waves are even more densely packed, like a churning army.
Everyone retreat!
At this moment, Yang Mucheng shouted loudly. He knows. These are sea beasts, and what they do best is turn over rivers and oceans. You are no match for them in the sea. Only by luring these Nagas to Turtle Island and making them lose their geographical advantages can we win and repel these sea monsters. This angry shout made the warriors, who were fighting with Naga in the sea, quickly come to their senses and retreat towards Turtle Island. Certainly, this roar also attracted the attention of Naga Siren King at the same time. Chapter 709 Shocking Sword.
Roar!
Naga Siren King narrowed his snake-shaped pupils, and his dark blue and green pupils shrank sharply. At this moment, his eyes were almost condensed and locked directly on Yang Mucheng. It took a deep breath, and its already huge chest swelled high at this moment. The next moment, almost without warning, he opened his big mouth with exposed fangs, and then a mouthful of water spurted out. Boom! This water column, like a waterfall, fell from the sky in an instant. If you have to compare this water column with Qi Yuanhong, who died at the hands of Yang Mucheng a few days ago, then Qi Yuanhong's sea of blood is simply like a stream. The water column poured down, and in the eyes of countless people, it transformed into a hidden dragon entering the sea. It opened its big mouth and blasted towards the position of Yang Mucheng. This water dragon quietly covered 100 feet in radius.
Fall back!
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the Dragon Hall members who wanted to step forward to resist the water dragon, and immediately shouted in a deep voice. This Naga Sea Demon King is the peak nascent soul Demon King. It is simply not a character that the ancestors of Longtang can deal with. Thinking in his mind, he stepped forward, and the nascent soul in his body suddenly shook, and the inner energy rolled up like a sea. And at this moment, mixed with the surging chi and blood, it surged out. At this moment, large ripples suddenly appeared in the void, and suddenly condensed rapidly.
Boom!
The water dragon rushed up and crashed into the turbulent ripples. Suddenly, a turbulent sea breeze surged rapidly, and swept in all directions. This gust of wind even condensed into substance, turning into a circular wind blade and blasting towards Turtle Island. Only a horrifying explosion was heard, and a mountain with a height of more than 1,000 feet was broken in half at this moment and crashed down. Wow! The body of the Naga Siren King trembled, and its huge body pressed up a turbulent wave on the sea. Yang Muchung stepped back several steps, each step hitting the ground with a loud force, creating deep dents. But soon, the huge body of the Naga Siren King tumbled violently in the sea water, and then floated up again. The pupils covered with strange patterns almost shrank into a line at this moment, like a knife that seemed to be stabbing into Yang Muchung's body. And the countless Nagas who were blown away by the sea wind also poked their heads out of the sea one by one at this moment, and swam towards Turtle Island.
What on earth is it? Why are there so many Naga Sirens?
Looking at these thousands or even tens of thousands of sea monsters, everyone just felt their scalps go numb.
It seems that this Turtle Island has not only become the lair of Naga Siren, but also the demon kingdom of Naga Siren. Due to the rise of this Turtle Island, many Naga sea monsters are still in the sea, so they are pursuing them all the way, and they regard us as enemies who have taken away the demon kingdom. That's why they are so hostile,
Mr. Elegant said slowly. Although, this is just Mr. Yai's guess. But Yang Muchung also knows that this is not far from the truth.
But
in this battle between the Dakian dynasty and the Kraken kingdom, Yang Muchung did not hold out any hope, because there are so many Naga Sirens. They are as numerous as the ordinary fish and shrimps in the sea, and they have even exceeded the Black Flag army several times.
All officers and men obey orders.
Lu Qianfeng's eyes widened, and he shouted loudly,
Defend to Turtle Island and don't take a step back.
Yang Muchung frowned slightly. Although it is said that the demon king who has opened his spiritual wisdom will establish his own country. But in fact, there is still a certain gap between this demon kingdom and the real human kingdom. I once encountered the demon kingdom established by the ancient divine ape in Haotian Mountain in the Fatian region. As soon as the ancient divine ape died, the remaining monsters lost their axis and scattered like birds and beasts. If I kill this Naga sea monster king, these other sea monsters will also retreat.
Roar!
Just when Yang Muchung was condensing, the Naga Siren King roared, and its huge body was crushed in an instant. The flat sea surface was split in half by it at this moment. With an awe-inspiring attitude, he rushed towards the location of Turtle Island and rushed towards it crazily. Even more, the moment its huge body rushed onto Turtle Island, it crushed the ground into a ravine. Everything that stood in front of the Naga Siren King, whether it was rocks or trees, was crushed to pieces by it. What's more, 100-meter-high bluestone was smashed into pieces by him. Countless pieces of gravel shot out in all directions, like cannonballs.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The ancestor of Longtang was like a mantis blocking a car in front of the Naga Siren King, unable to block the terrifying impact of its huge body. Mr. Elegant subconsciously raised his right hand, preparing to block it. But he found that Yang Muchung actually took a step forward at this moment.
Hey! He plans to deal with this Naga Siren King? This is a monster at the peak of Yuanying. But when he was on the Spirit Sword ranking, he was only half a Yuanying, and he was able to show such fighting power. Now he has reached maybe you can handle it in the middle stage of Nascent Soul.
But there will be something exciting to watch next.
He had no intention of taking action. After reaching his level of strength, taking action simply violates the laws of the Kyushu continent. Moreover, he also wanted to see to what extent Yang Muchung's strength had improved during this period.
Boom! 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 Boom!
Seeing the Naga Siren King coming, each member of the Dragon Hall unleashed their strongest attack at this moment and bombarded the opponent. But those earth-shattering martial arts skills and the rain of swords and lights that covered the sky had no effect at all. The black scales on its body were all blocked, and not even a white mark was left behind. Even more, the barrier set up by dozens of Longtang ancestors who were half-step nascent soul, trying to stop the Naga Siren King, had no effect at all. This demon king was like a rampaging ancient ferocious beast, crushing all obstacles. In this instant, he rushed in front of Yang Muchung, swung the giant tail that could split 100-foot warship into two, and slapped it down in the air. Boom! The snake's tail whipped, causing the ground where Yang Muchung was standing to explode. A straight crack spread along the ground, and the suspicious tomb was torn in half. Boom! Yang Muchung didn't hesitate at all and rushed towards the Nada Siren King crazily. Chung! A clear and resounding sound of sword drawing sounded, and along with the appearance of the monstrous demon god sacrifice, both the Dragon Hall ancestors and the Nada Siren present saw a scene they would never forget. A shocking sword light pierced out like an explosion. Chapter 710 Dragon Blood Pearl. A sword that was strangely like a god's demon seemed to cut through the void, even faster than lightning. When the Nada Siren King rushed towards it, it blocked its progress. A deep, bone-visible wound was blasted on its chest. The sword light flickered violently, and the Xingluo Xuanya sword suddenly turned. Before the previous sword light had dissipated, the next sword struck the Nada Siren King between his eyebrows. Puff! There was a muffled sound. This sword, slashing from top to bottom, seemed to split the entire world in half. Boom! Under a burst of silent sword light, the Nada Siren King's body of several hundred feet was split in half by Yang Muchung's sword, along with a fountain of blood. Its huge body crashed to the ground. Demon Festival. How can this be? Not only was he not swallowed up by the demon god's sacrifice, but he actually occupied the demon god's sacrifice. At this time, Mr. Elegant didn't care about the Nada Siren King who fell to the ground at all. His eyes were completely fixed on Yang Muchung. Seeing the Nada Siren King die under Yang Muchung's sword, how could the remaining siren dare to fight? They came as fiercely as the tide, and retreated very quickly, leaving only a pile of corpses to prove that they had been there. Demon Kingdom. I didn't expect that there is a demon kingdom in this sea. I still know too little about this continent of Kyushu. Yang Muchung slowly sheathed his sword, thinking secretly in his heart. No more trouble caused by Nada Siren. The natural next step is to continue exploring the tomb. The Masters of Alki and the Black Flag Army completely blocked the entire island, and even built sentry posts on the island to observe the surrounding situation. Once they find that a sea monster is coming, they will be the first to do so. Time to form a formation to block. At the same time, Liu Yaoer also rushed back to the Dacian dynasty. While dispatching reinforcements, he also asked the dynasty to send another 100 warships. Inside the mausoleum, a large number of people went in and removed the seaweed and water plants all over the cemetery one by one. Gradually, only then was the true face of the entire suspicious tomb revealed. As for the giant sea clam that Nada Siren King regarded as a throne, Lu Qianfeng originally planned to throw it away like garbage. However, they discovered that the sea clam was still alive. Not only is it alive, it is also a demon king. Moreover, he is still the demon king who has reached the peak of nascent soul. Yang Di. You are lucky this time, Mr. Elegant couldn't help but said as he looked at this huge sea clam that was as big as a door panel. Among the monsters, dragons, snakes, turtles, and clams all have pearls hidden inside them. This demon king sea clam is probably more than 10,000 years old, so the pearls inside must be extraordinary. What do I need pearls for? Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows. In his palace, there are rare treasures from all over the world. There are countless pearls as big as a fist. Ordinary people may be able to prolong their lives after taking it, but for a being of his level, the effect has been reduced to a minimum. Mr. Elegant shook his head. He looked at Lu Qianfeng and Yao Chen who were struggling to pry the demon king sea clam, and explained, Yang Emperor, those you are talking about are just ordinary pearls. But don't forget, this is a demon king. This kind of demon king sea clam will accidentally eat some heavenly and earthly treasures, or magical weapons in the sea. However, the demon king sea clam cannot digest these things, so it wraps the things it swallows into pearls. Mr. Elegant touched the demon king sea clam and carefully counted the annual rings. This sea clam is at least thousands of years old. Although it has grown into a demon king, it has no attack power and is basically hidden in the deep sea. It is estimated that it is the trophy of those Naga sea monsters. I have heard that a demon king sea clam has a lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years. It has reached the realm of Tai, and is even bigger than this turtle island. It turns all heaven-level weapons into got the pearl. Mr. Elegant realized that he had made a mistake and quickly changed his words. But even now, it still attracted Yang Muchung's doubtful eyes. He smiled coquettishly and secretly lamented that Yang Muchung was lucky enough to be able to obtain such rare things. If this sea oyster had a lifespan of more than 10,000 or 8,000 years, Even he might have to look down and grab it.
Your Majesty, I can't pry it open. This sea clam bites too hard.
Lu Qianfeng felt extremely distressed. The low-grade Xin-level weapon he used to pry the sea clam almost bent into a bow. And the sea clam couldn't even open its mouth. Xiao Tianqing and others attacked the sea clam fiercely. Their hands hurt, but they did not break the sea clam. Yang Mucheng snorted coldly and used his finger. Immediately, the surging inner energy in his body, at this moment, turned into steel needles and blasted towards the sea clam. Once inside his body, Yang Mucheng's energy suddenly turned into the great heat finger. Everyone felt a terrible temperature. A heat wave that could melt steel. Coming from the clam SHL. I don't know how long it took. Until a burnt smell came. And the sea clam collapsed with a click. But see, the meat of the sea clams has been burned to ashes. 3 round, crystal clear pearls lay in the empty clam SHL.
It really does.
Lu Qianfeng, Wu Jian, and Yi Shujin's eyes almost widened. Even though turtles, snakes, dragons, and clams are rich in pearls. But there is still a certain probability. Most people have never seen it at all and just thought it was a rumor spread. But they didn't expect it to be true. But I saw that each of these pearls was as big as a fist. As crystal clear as a night pearl. You can see the inner layer of the pearl at a glance. Just like what Mr. Elegant said. The inner layer of pearl really wraps this thing. However, this thing is nothing else. It is actually a drop of blood. Yang Mucheng picked up a pearl and held it in his hand. Suddenly, there was a faint feeling of blood connection. Perhaps due to the barrier of the pearl. This feeling has become very weak. But holding it in your hand, it is still very obvious.
It's actually the blood of an ancient dragon?
Mr. Elegant recognized what was inside the pearl at first sight. He also didn't expect that he could find such an existence from a sea clam that only had a lifespan of 4,000 to 5,000 years. But although the ancient dragon's blood was precious, it was no longer effective for him. Because this kind of existence that can temper the body needs to be tempered from the beginning of practice.
3 drops of ancient dragon blood. This trip to Turtle Island has already made a lot of money.
I was worried that my body could no longer keep up. But I didn't expect that I got the blood of an ancient dragon. This is really a sleepy moment. Just give me a pillow.
Yang Mucheng was not happy. Physical training is impossible to achieve without enough time to accumulate. This is also the reason why the longer the lifespan is, the rougher the skin and thicker the monster is. Although Yang Mucheng's cultivation is kept up, his physical fitness cannot catch up with those who are truly strong because he has accumulated too little time.
Just outside this tomb of suspicion, I was given 3 pearls containing the blood of ancient dragons. I don't know what else is inside the tomb of suspicion.
Yang Mucheng looked at the tomb, his eyes full of expectation. Chapter 711 Starry Fighting Intent. The army started to dig and pry, which made Wang Renjie, the leader of the Ingui sect, who was used to making money, a little dumbfounded. In the past, when he robbed tombs, he had to be careful for fear of making too much noise. However, Yang Mucheng was so good that he even sent out the army. Even if this is really Kazai's mausoleum, even if there are countless traps inside, it will still be defeated by this human wave tactic. Certainly, Yang Mucheng didn't want to make such a big fanfare. The door on the mausoleum is a strange magic circle. But Mr. Elegance recognized it at a glance. It is a 5 elements continuous formation. The power of the 5 attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth must be injected into the stone gate at the same time. But Turtle Island has sunk for too long. And it is unknown what the group of Naga sea monsters did. So that the magic circle has long been damaged. It's like the lock on the door is broken, and you can't open it even with the key. So you can only open it with external force. Boom! It wasn't until the 3rd day that this stone door, which was no more than a palm thick, was knocked open, revealing the direct path to the back.
Is this Kazai tomb?
Yang Mucheng stood in front of the stone door and looked at Li Duan. But see, this is just an ordinary palace. But the layout is very different from his palace. The difference is that the stone paved under the feet is carved with a dense star pattern.
Feet on the stars?
Wang Renjie closed his eyes and recognized the doorway here. He looked at Yang Mucheng's puzzled eyes and said,
Senior, some people were in high positions or were heroes in their lifetime. So naturally they would not be willing to be reduced to ordinary roles after death. They arranged the stars in the tomb, which means that they are above the sun, moon and stars.
Lu Qianfeng sneered and said,
You still have to be a demon after you die.
Wang Renjie did not speak. but carefully picked up a stone and threw it towards the star map in front of him. Just hearing a snap sound, the stone jumped twice on the ground and then stopped. But this stone was like a switch, suddenly activating the star map. I saw a surge of light, and the stars that originally existed in the picture actually started to tumble at this moment, and even showed a strange and mysterious posture in the void, as if they corresponded to the stars in the sky. An array.
This is the star sword formation. It is also Kazai's specialty sword formation. It is a sword formation composed of the third level of fighting intent.
Mr. Elegant looked at Yang Macheng and said,
although I don't know how long it has passed in this suspicious tomb, the spiritual energy in it has been exhausted, but the sword array still contains terrifying power. If you want to reach the depths of the tomb, the only way is to break through this star sword array.
The third level of fighting spirit. This is an existence that even Yu Feishuan warned herself not to comprehend casually. Even Jin Liang has only scratched the surface and grasped the threshold. Now, in this mausoleum, there is actually a third-level sword array with transformed fighting intent. Incomparable expectation flashed in his eyes. This star sword formation is more precious to Yang Macheng than any other heavenly and earthly treasure. I saw the star patterns arranged according to the sun, moon and stars are in a still posture. When Yang Mucheng Sol stepped into this sword formation, the stars suspended in midair and shrunk hundreds of millions of times were actually lit up from near to far. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. In an instant, the entire hall was illuminated by countless stars. All the stars seemed to come alive, spinning around constantly. And in the center of these countless stars is a golden coffin. The golden coffin exuded blazing light, like the center of the entire world.
Your Majesty!
Seeing this scene, Lu Qianfeng and others subconsciously wanted to step into the star sword formation. But immediately, they were stopped by Mr. Elegance.
You can't go in. This sword formation has been activated. This is the area belonging to the third level of fighting spirit. You only have a small amount of basic fighting spirit. Once you break into it,
you will be killed unceremoniously by the fighting spirit.
Does it belong to the third level of fighting spirit? Everyone looked forward worriedly. But at this moment Yang Macheng suddenly closed his eyes. Although his body still exists in these ancient tombs, his soul and consciousness have truly been integrated into the entire star sword formation. A new world opened up in his consciousness, revealing a mysterious and complex Yu. And above the infinite stars, there is a mysterious figure standing in the void with hands behind his back.
Is he Kazai?
Although Yang Macheng had never seen the most powerful person in the immortal sect, but there is a feeling in the dark that the man in front of me is the most powerful person in the immortal sect. If Mr. Elegant saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked, because he had visited at least 3 Kazai tombs in the immortal sect, but he had never seen their true appearance. Now, the most powerful person in the immortal sect has appeared in Jiuzhou and appeared in front of Yang Macheng. I saw, in the void, the strongest man who seemed to look down upon the sky was looking at Yang Macheng quietly. The pair of emotionless pupils narrowed slightly. Abruptly, his long hair danced without the wind, and his whole person's aura suddenly rose, as if he was dominating the world.
What is he going to do?
Yang Macheng stared closely at Kazai's figure and his every move. I saw, when the other party's aura reaches its peak, the stars hovering under his feet roared into the sky, suddenly breaking away from their original orbit, and shooting towards Yang Macheng with their long tail feathers like meteors. Although the stars were passing by rapidly, Yang Macheng suddenly had an enlightenment. This is Kazai's third level of fighting spirit and star fighting spirit. Clang! With almost no hesitation, Yang Macheng took a step forward and drew out the Xinglua Xuanya sword. At this moment, the killing intent appeared crazily. When this second level of fighting spirit reached its peak, Yang Macheng swung his sword out in an instant. It wasn't Tongxian swordsmanship, nor any swordsmanship he had ever mastered. Just a sword driven by fighting spirit. This sword that was so proud that it cut through the sky was ordinary, and it struck the star that was heading towards him. Crack! In an instant, the star was crushed crazily. Almost at the same time, everyone in the mausoleum also discovered that Yang Macheng had closed his eyes and made no movements. In the huge star pattern surrounding him, the tiniest star at the farthest end, exploded without any warning. There was a burst of exclamation from the crowd. However, no one knows that at this moment, Yang Macheng has completely entered the depths of the star's fighting spirit and seen the existence of this star's fighting spirit. Chapter 712 The Unknown Third Hidden Mission. Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows slightly when he smashed the first star, even though Kazai's shadow did not move. There was no movement. But at this moment, the other party gave him a strange feeling. It was as if the most powerful person in the immortal sect had truly arrived in this ancient tomb and was truly looking at him. However, Yang Muchung couldn't allow himself to think too much. The next moment, another star struck. This star flies across the sky like a dragon walking like a snake. Even its wandering trajectory seems to be in line with the inexplicable mystery between heaven and earth. Now, this bombardment was no longer a star, but a sword used by the most powerful person in the immortal sect. The changes contained in this sword are even more than the 24 frightening fingers he has learned, and even more changes than the changes contained in the frightening fingers. Chung! Yang Muchung's eyes were filled with emptiness, and the Emperor's chi-gazing technique was used to the extreme. The mystery contained in this sword was constantly being resolved under his eyes. But there are so many mysteries in it, as complicated as the dust in the desert. What he understood was only a small piece of it. Just the tip of the iceberg. Grip the sword tightly. Yang Muchung immediately applied the principles he learned from the opponent's sword into his sword technique. As the sword tip surged, a network of intertwined swords quickly gathered in front of him. The moment the sword network was formed, it rushed towards the stars. Boom! There was a sudden burst of sound. Huh? Immortal Gate? In the misty clouds? There is a small courtyard deep in the mountains that no one can explore. A man in a child's robe suddenly made a sound of surprise. I was actually able to understand some truths from my star sword formation. This man in a robed robe. It's Kuzai. It should be noted that his star sword formation has been taught to some people. But because there are so many mysteries in it, very few people can understand it. In fact, even with his disciples' step-by-step instruction, the other party has only understood 30%. But now, Yang Muchung was able to secretly learn some of the secrets of his star sword array just by confronting the enemy. Although it was only a drop in the bucket, it still shocked him. 1 year in the mountains. 1,000 years in the world. I didn't expect that such a highly enlightened being would appear. I wonder how much you can comprehend from my star sword formation. Kuzai smiled faintly, his eyes becoming distant and deep. Almost at the same time, Yang Muchung suddenly felt that the star sword formation in front of him came to life. The previous sword formation had no spirituality at all. It was like a parrot copying words. It had only appearance, but no real charm. But at this moment, the sword array seemed to come alive, as if someone was controlling it. Chang! The next moment, more and more stars are already rushing towards them like crazy. As it flew by, the great avenues contained in the star sword array were revealed one by one. Yang Muchung looked at the stars shooting towards him in disbelief, with surprise and disbelief in his eyes. This sword formation is as if the opponent deliberately revealed its essence to me. This is a rare opportunity. How much I can understand from this star sword formation can only be achieved by myself. Yang Muchung's consciousness was completely immersed in it, and he used his heart to understand this mysterious fighting intention of the stars. Stars? Mysterious. Based on the Great Road. The trajectory is based on the path of heaven. The mystery is not something that ordinary people can understand. But the Great Road is also born from all things. There is an old saying, there is also Tai Chi, which creates two phenomena. Two phenomena create four images, and four images create Bagua. No matter how mysterious you are, you still can't break away from the basics. 10. Hundreds. The incoming stars were chopped into pieces one by Yang Muchung. Even when Yang Muchung said, there is also Tai Chi, the killing intent in his body became even more intense. His eyes widened angrily, and the hundreds of stars surrounding him completely exploded at this moment, turning into a piece of powder and nothingness. And this time, the star sword formation also came to an end. I saw Kuzai pointed with his right hand, and the remaining 9 stars were connected into a line at this moment. A spectacular sight like 9 stars in a row. Then, this 9-star sword shot towards Yang Muchung. Destroy! Yang Muchung stabbed in the air with his sword. Boom! 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 Unexpected. 9 stars exploded. At the same time, the fragmentation of the last 9 stars also caused the star pattern floating in the tomb to completely disappear. At this moment, in Yang Muchung's mind, the Hingyu, which was completely composed of stars, collapsed at this moment. Even Kuzai, who was in charge of the entire star sword formation, became blurred at this moment. At the moment when the other party was about to disappear,
Kuzai took a step forward and gently tapped Yang Muqing's forehead with his right finger. Ding. Inspire the third hidden mission to be the most powerful person in the immortal sect. Mission rewards? Failure penalty? Following the system prompt, this piece of Hangyu completely collapsed. Yang Muqing, who was located in the center of the star cluster, slowly opened his eyes until then. He thinks. A seed of the third level of fighting spirit also grew in his mind. When Yang Muqing saw the falling stars, he also saw the incredible expressions on Lu Qianfeng, Mr. Elegance, Xiao Tianqing and others. And in the exploding star pattern, countless basic fighting intentions flew out in an instant, and were directly thrown towards Yang Muqing's body at this moment. This moment, the basic fighting spirit obtained by Yang Muqing reached more than 1,800 levels, which was even enough to catch up with He Yufaishuan's hundreds of years of accumulation.
The third hidden mission?
Yang Muqing was overjoyed, but also extremely shocked. The system has issued many missions, but never once has it been so weird. There is no mission introduction, no mission rewards, and even the punishment after mission failure is unknown. Somewhere, he had a feeling that the most powerful man in the immortal sect was not forced to self-destruct by many powerful beings, as Mr. Elegant said. The other party might be hidden in the world behind the immortal sect. Maybe he was waiting for me to go over and look for him.
Xianmin!
Yang Muqing clenched his fists, and his heart became more and more looking forward to the world behind the immortal sect. There is no obstruction from the star pattern. The remaining mausoleum was placed in front of everyone without any defense. Immediately everyone rushed in and rushed towards the coffin in the hall. After everyone worked hard to pry open the golden coffin, Yang Muqing found that there was nothing inside the coffin. Apparently, this mausoleum is not even a tomb. Chapter 713 Sin Troops. The next few days, everyone in Longtang turned the entire mausoleum upside down. However, Yang Muqi's hope of completing this mausoleum is no longer too great. For Yang Muqing, this trip to Turtle Island was worth it. Not only did he find 3 dragon blood pearls, but he also obtained more than 1,000 basic fighting intentions. He also understood some of the star's fighting will. However, he cannot use this star fighting spirit yet, because the fighting intention of the stars is the third level of fighting intention, which relies on the foundation of all things. His basic fighting intention is still too little. If his basic fighting intention is large enough, it will not be a fantasy to display the star fighting intention. In the next few days, Longtang discovered some hidden tombs in the suspicious tombs. Although some earth level and even heaven level weapons were found in these tombs. Due to the loss of spiritual energy, they were only reduced to the level of yellow level weapons. Some weapons have become extremely fragile. Just grab it with your hands, and these weapons turn into powder. Mr. Elegant also knows that all the secrets in this tomb have been explored, and not many valuable things still exist. Feeling bored, I left Turtle Island that day. Yang Muqing refused to give up. I led everyone around Turtle Island for 3 or 4 days, almost turning the entire Turtle Island upside down, but still didn't find any valuable treasures. However, they did discover the Naga Siren's arsenal. Most of the weapons in the arsenal are of Shen level. It seems that it is still very well preserved because of frequent use. It's just that the workmanship is relatively rough. After it was brought back to the Dacian dynasty, it could be used directly after being polished again. Of course, it is easy to understand that there are so many weapons in this Turtle Island. After all, this is the Demon Kingdom. Everyone found the armory. They were also overjoyed. And some even speculated that there might be a treasure house where the Naga Siren stored heavenly spirits and earthly treasures. But after several days of searching, nothing was found. Until the 7th day when everyone landed on Turtle Island. The Turtle Island suddenly shook. Yang Muqing had a premonition that the old turtle carrying the island would sink into the sea. Without stopping, he took everyone on the boat and left. Really, just half a day after leaving Turtle Island, the old turtle woke up from his sleep and slowly sank to the bottom of the sea with an earth-shaking sound of waves. After it sank to the bottom of the sea, a huge whirlpool with a radius of dozens of miles also appeared at the location of the previous Turtle Island. And it disappeared after a full 3 days. With what he harvested from Turtle Island, Yang Muqing returned to the Dacian dynasty with satisfaction. He put aside everything, immediately entered into hard training, and began to completely absorb the 3 ancient dragon blood that turned into pearls, and used them to temper his body. At the same time, the entire Dacian dynasty also began to mobilize troops at the same time. Naturally, it was impossible to just let go of the Gale Tiger King sect. Yang Muqing hadn't come back yet. so he didn't know what was going on in the Dacian dynasty. But now that he is back, he will naturally not leave the Gale Tiger King sect to be at ease there. How much the Gale Tiger King sect had squeezed from the Dacian dynasty, he would get it back 100 times or 1,000 times from the Gale Wind Tiger King sect. This hard training lasted for more than half a month. These 3 drops of ancient dragon blood not only contain the power of dragon blood, but also contain the essence of sea clams that are more than 1,000 years old. When the last trace of power is completely absorbed, only then did Yang Muchung open his eyes. As his eyes opened, a ray of light flashed across his pupils.
The tempering of 3 drops of ancient dragon blood. It has pushed my body to a higher level of strength again. Although the power contained in the pearl did not allow me to break through. But because the pearl has been wrapped in dragon blood for thousands of years, it also contains a tempering effect, which makes my inner energy temper the lead. Only the purest origin remains.
Feeling the powerful energy and blood in his body, Yang Muchung slowly clenched his fists. Squeak! The door that had been sealed for half a month was opened again. The army, which had already been prepared for battle, was dispatched to launch the troops of the Gale Wind Tiger King sect. The gates of the imperial capital are wide open. The heavily armed army set off in a mighty manner. 100,000 black flag troops cleared the way, wearing uniform black armor and riding Xianing war lions. The army was silent and unified, without any sound. From a distance, it looks like a black torrent. The royal flag was held high and fluttered in the wind. The silent soldiers of the 3 armies exuded a killing intent that poured into Jiotian. Then comes the Master Aoki who dominates the battle. There are 100 masters in a team. A total of 50 teams. As for the 300 Longtang ancestors, they were surrounding a huge imperial sedan chair. This royal sedan is extremely luxurious, suspended in midair, and is completely set off by inner strength. In the royal sedan, a figure was looming, and that is the current emperor of the Dacian dynasty, Yang Muchung. On the way past, countless people prostrated and knelt down.
The Holy One is back. Yes, with the Holy One here, who else dares to poop or piss on the head of our great dynasty? The Gale Tiger King sect has oppressed us for so long. Now it's time to take revenge.
The army's crossing caused quite a stir. Seeing this scene, countless people felt their blood boiling with excitement, wishing that they could join the military immediately and kill the Gale Tiger King sect who was riding arrogantly on their heads, leaving nothing behind. From this we can see how many bad things the Gale Tiger King sect did in the Dacian dynasty, and how many people were angry and resentful. In the royal sedan, Yang Muchung sat cross-legged. His eyes narrowed slightly.
In the past few days, I have absorbed 3 drops of ancient dragon blood, and my body has improved to another level. Now, even if I encounter warriors with perfect nascent soul, they cannot threaten me in the slightest. The essence in the pearl has also completely stabilized my cultivation in the middle stage of nascent soul. After so many days of preparation, it should be enough to make the Gale Tiger King sect pay the price.
Yang Muchung thought of Mr. Elegance. This guy is so mysterious. He comes quietly and leaves quietly. Moreover, he actually knows so many secrets about the immortal sect queen. But the most regrettable thing is Kuzayan tomb. Original. Yang Muchung wanted to find information about the immortal sect from the mausoleum on Turtle Island. But the mausoleum had been severely damaged by the Naga siren. It can be said that except for the Blackstone Monument, the entire mausoleum has completely become the lair of Naga. As for Turtle Island, Yang Muchung was not given much time. Almost on the second day after they left Turtle Island, the entire island had sunk into the sea, and no trace could be found.
It seems that if you want to find the immortal sect, you can only wait until you go to the Eclipse Wind territory in the future. Currently, I am only in the middle stage of nascent soul. If I want to enter the Erosion Wind realm to find out what is going on, I must at least reach the Purple Mansion, or even the realm of God transformation. Otherwise, I may not even be able to protect myself.
Yang Muchung calmed down. This time, he is here for revenge, not for fun. Thinking of the Gale Tiger King sect, Yang Muchung sneered and narrowed his eyes. Chapter 714 Gale Tiger King sect. On the border of Haotianzhou, there is a palace hidden in the mountains. This palace has stood on this mountain for more than thousands of years. Just like an ordinary sect family, there are often people flying out of the mountain with swords, causing people from hundreds of miles around to regard this mountain as a fairy mountain. There were also some warriors who went up to seek the Tao, but after wandering around for a few days, they found themselves inexplicably back to the starting point. This It is the Gale Tiger King sect. After all, he is a 7th-tier sect, and his existence is far beyond what ordinary people realize. In a bluestone hall at the highest point in the mountain, there stands a tiger statue with a height of 3 feet and 2 wings on its back. The tiger was descending from the mountain. Its body was pitch black, except for its pair of tiger eyes, which were staring at the surroundings as if they were alive. And at this time, the main hall was filled with people. The leader, an old man with a delicate face and white hair and beard, was smiling and nodding slightly. He is Luo Jinsong, the contemporary leader of the Gale Tiger King sect. The people on both sides of him were all the sect leaders, elders and others of the 7-line sect. There is Shanjian Xuanzong. There is Jiangzhou Tapingman. There is the Thunder Fire Blood Mist sect. There is Xiaoyao Luoang Hall. There is Gu Feng Lian Pavilion. There are 0. Total. 40 or 50 sects. The sect leaders of these sects are absolute overlords no matter where they are. The level they are at has gone beyond the ordinary martial arts world. You can't reach the golden elixir, or even have access to it at all. Nowadays, these people are flattering Luo Jinsong like a horse.
Sect Master Luo is so lucky.
A cold old man couldn't hide the envy on his face and said,
We sects usually don't pay attention to the countries in the martial arts world. Although the Dacian dynasty has something, he heard it. But no one paid attention to it. How could he know that this was a hen that could lay golden eggs? That's right. The armor and elixirs that the Dacian dynasty paid tribute to are some of the things that even our 7th Lion sect can't come up with. I didn't expect that the Dacian dynasty actually has them.
Someone clicked their tongues, as if they were regretful. I missed a good thing.
Yes,
another old man interjected.
Except the Dacian dynasty as a vassal state. With such support, the Gale Tiger King sect will be able to become a 6th-tier sect in less than 30 years.
Luo Jinsong sat under the statue of the Tiger King, listening to the congratulations from all around, with an expression full of benefit.
What you don't know is that the Dacian dynasty is a double-edged sword. The people in the dynasty are very bloody and unwilling to be slaves. How many times have I tried to kill the royal family and completely annex the entire Dacian dynasty? But the royal family fought to the death resistance. In the end, I had to give up. Although I accepted the Dacian dynasty as a vassal state, I felt that this dynasty was like a tiger lying at my feet, jumping up at any time and completely annexing my Gale Tiger King sect.
As soon as these words came out, everything fell silent. Certainly, everyone's first reaction was that Luo Jinsong was joking with them. But when everyone looked at it, they were shocked. Luo Jinsong was extremely serious, and there was even a hint of fatigue in his expression. Apparently they were worried about the Dacian dynasty.
Sect Master Luo is joking,
someone said sarcastically.
When the Gale Tiger King sect reaches the 6th Lion sect, killing this country will be like crushing a small insect. Yes,
the cold old man said.
I don't believe that there is such an idiot. He will use his own strength to resist the sect. Even if he devotes all the strength of his country, he can't resist the power of our sect.
Luo Jinsong smiled and said,
Of course, I am not worried about the Dacian dynasty. No matter how powerful the Dacian dynasty is, I can still take a chain and tie him to my feet, turning him into a member of my Gale Tiger King sect. Zhonghua, I just don't know why, but I've been feeling a little restless these days, as if something is about to happen. I always feel like there's a murderous intention emerging from Dacian dynasty. Ha! The Dacian dynasty is just the fire of Yinging. How can it turn the world upside down? That's right. With just one word from sect leader Luo, we will definitely help you defeat the Dacian dynasty. How can this dynasty have the right to challenge us? It's just like a mantis trying to block the car.
However, before he finished speaking, a sect disciple stumbled in from the outside with a horrified look on his face, as if something terrible had happened. He rolled and crawled to Luo Jinsong and exclaimed,
Sect Master, it's not good. The Dacian dynasty is calling.
What? At this moment, the hall fell into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened, and they did not come back to their senses for a long time. Dacian dynasty actually dared to take the initiative to attack?
I have heard for a long time in the past few days that old Mo Yang of the Dacian dynasty is back. It is said that the whole country is celebrating. I didn't expect it to be true,
said the cold old man.
This old demon Yang is the founding emperor of the Dacian dynasty and the backbone of the Dacian dynasty. He is also known as the bloodthirsty emperor. Before, he seemed to have gone to practice somewhere and never showed up. I didn't expect him to actually show up. Came back. A country cannot live without a king for a day. I have also heard of the reputation of old Demon Yang. He is not an easy person to get along with. This time he dares to lead an army. I am afraid he is ready to fight to the death.
Everyone looked at me and I looked at you, talking in low voices. But no one took this sweeping army to heart. After all, the strength of the Dacian dynasty was far from that of the sect. No one thought that this time the Dacian dynasty's entire army would have a great impact on the Gale Tiger King sect. Not to mention, there are dozens of sect leaders here.
Snort!
Luo Jinsong snorted coldly and stood up.
I have known for a long time that this Dacian dynasty is an immature wolf. Unexpectedly, they dared to jump up on their own initiative. If this is the case, then I will not tolerate this Dacian dynasty. Just take this opportunity to crush them all.
Gale Tiger King sect. Clang, clang, clang. Bursts of vast bells resounded rapidly and violently. Those disciples who were still practicing in the morning felt a little incredible for a moment when they received the news of the attack of the Dacian dynasty. This dynasty that they had exploited for more than half a year. This dynasty that was treated as a slave by their Gale Tiger King sect. Actually counterattacked their master today.
What a bunch of stupid guys. It is said that the army attacked this time because the emperor of the Dacian dynasty came back. Emperor? Ha! Look how I can make this kid become a slave at my feet.
In the Gale Tiger King sect, every disciple laughed loudly. They looked down from above. And at this time, the army stopped in front of Tiger King Mountain. The first real battle between the martial arts sect and the Dacian dynasty. Yang Muchung slowly narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Gale Tiger King sect, which was high above and completely shrouded by floating clouds.
What the Gale Tiger King sect took from my Dacian dynasty. Today I will let you return it 100 times or 1,000 times.
Chapter 715 Lihua God Pupil.
Your Majesty, are you going to kill me directly on the mountain?
Lu Qianfeng asked.
Set the mountain on fire first.
Yang Muchung sneered. Although he has not been practicing in Wandao Sword sect for a long time, he has understood the characteristics of these super sections. The Gale Tiger King sect is located around the 7th line among the super sections. Although it is not too high, how could it not have a mountain protecting formation? If you attack them rashly, even if you have millions of troops, they will be defeated here.
Set the mountain on fire.
There was a sound of drinking, but he saw hundreds of alchemy masters quickly walking out. These warriors were strong men in the Xianhai realm. As he walked out, he quickly gathered his inner energy. One by one, handprints formed rapidly in the void, and the temperature at the foot of Tiger King Mountain suddenly rose at this moment. Boom! At this moment, hundreds of flames poured out and rushed towards Tiger King Mountain. One after another, the great masters are like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their magical powers. Some people breathe fire, some use magic weapons, and a few people learned to use the red eyes of flowing fire. These flames swept up and burned countless towering ancient trees in the mountain, making a crackling sound.
The purpose of setting fire to the mountain is not to force the people of the Gale Tiger King sect down, but to burn the entire mountain of trees.
Yang Muchung saw some masters discussing in low voices. He smiled lightly and said,
Generally, a sect like this will have a mountain protecting formation. The mountain protecting formation is hidden among the thousands of trees in the mountain. You are in the light, and I am in the dark. If you rush and rashly, you may accidentally fall into the formation. Why not burn the entire forest with fire and expose all these formations?
I see. Everyone suddenly realized. Ordinary flames would take at least half a month to burn the Tiger King Mountain to nothing. But this is a fire transformed by inner strength. And it can burn even in water. Wherever the fire passed, trees and rocks were burned to powder. After each forest is burned out, several hidden formations will appear. There are psychedelic formations that prevent people from going up the mountain. And there are sword formations that kill people. These large formations all cover a very wide area. After they appear completely in the air, you can clearly see the pieces of talismans and inscriptions floating in the air. The ancestor of Longtang was not idle either. After each large formation was revealed, he directly bombarded it. In the bursts of explosions, the many large formations were destroyed one by one.
This guy actually knows that there is a formation hidden in our mountains? No. The Milua Sword Formation was destroyed. That is the 5th most powerful formation among the mountain protecting formations. Soon the Tianxin killing formation will also be exposed.
Mountain. Many disciples screamed in horror when they saw the scene of setting fire to the mountain. And at this time, Luo Jinsong also led many sect leaders to the cliff and saw the raging fire.
Huh? I didn't expect that there are sensible people in the Dacian dynasty who actually know that there is a large formation hidden in the mountain. And they use this method to gradually advance it.
Luo Jinsong raised his eyebrows. He smiled and looked at the cold old man beside him and said,
Jiang Xichu, you are good at using water. Let these guys know that our super sect is not something that a small dynasty like him can resist. Good.
The cold old man named Jiang Xichu took a step forward and pressed a seal with his right hand. In an instant, a strange force quickly passed through the scene. An endless stream of water vapor quickly gathered under the movement of this force. Amidst the shocking sound of waves, this surging tide actually surged from the void.
The sound of water?
This moment, the alchemy experts were all stunned. This was a mountainous area, and the nearest lake was at least hundreds of miles away. How could there be such a roaring sound of water? When everyone looked around in confusion, they discovered that a hole seemed to have been punched in the sky, and water like a waterfall poured down crazily at this moment. This water is no ordinary water. Every drop is mixed with internal energy. When it poured down, it was like a rolling tide, and in an instant, it completely burned the fire all over the mountains and plains to ashes. It poured down the mountain, and directly under the shocked eyes of everyone. The hundreds of alchemy masters who set fire to the mountain were washed away like duckweeds.
Ha ha! Look at my wave! It can directly wash away these 100,000 Black Flag troops.
Jiang Xichu laughed loudly and danced his hands in front of him like flowers. Time. The pouring water slapped down with a majestic gesture. Even, it could almost catch up with the huge wave of water summoned by Naga Siren King.
The person sitting in the imperial sedan should be Yang Lama, the young emperor of the Dacian dynasty. Kill that guy first.
Luo Jinsong narrowed his eyes and said,
Good.
Jiang Xichu nodded and grabbed the void with his right hand. In an instant, the churning waves turned into a giant palm under the shock of eyes, and struck hard towards the imperial sedan where Yang Mucheng was.
Snort!
Looking at the huge amount of water palms, Yang Mucheng snorted coldly and closed his eyes. In an instant, a cluster of flames jumped in his eyes, and overflowed from his eyes the next moment. Two flames shot up into the sky and condensed into one in an instant. Like a wild dragon. This is no longer the original flowing fire red eyes. It's the Xian level high-grade martial skill Lihua God pupil, in conjunction with the killing intent. This pillar of fire shot up from the sky and directly hit the big palm that came. Just like ice and snow meeting fire, the water palm was immediately burned into a diffuse mist, and the pillar of fire turned violently, like a fire dragon, bringing up a terrifying high temperature in the void, and rushed directly towards the top of the mountain.
What?
At this moment, everyone's eyes were attracted by this terrifying fire dragon. Just see. The fire dragon rolled and blasted directly towards Jiang Xichu's mouth. From an outsider's perspective, Jiang Xichu was like a whale sucking water, swallowing up the fire dragon. But only he knew that this fire dragon was going to burn him to ashes from the inside out. Boom! I saw the fire dragon disappear completely. Jiang Xichu's eyes, ears, mouth and nose suddenly lost control, and countless golden flames poured out from the 18,000 pores on his body, completely covering him in an instant. No matter how Jiang Xichu rolled on the ground and wailed, the flames not only did not extinguish at all, but intensified. In the end, Jiang Xichu burned it to ashes amid his wails. Not even nascent soul stayed. The entire top of the mountain was completely silent. A strong man in the late nascent soul stage, the leader of Shanju Yinshian sect, just disappeared completely, as if he had never been here. Yang Mucheng blinked. The fire in his eyes disappeared, and he was half leaning on the imperial sedan, as if killing Jiang Xichu before was as easy as squeezing a small insect to death for him.
Keep burning!
Chapter 716 The golden-haired rat wakes up. With Yang Mucheng's current strength, it would be easy for him to destroy the entire Gale Tiger King sect. But he won't do that. The Gale Tiger King sect has oppressed the Dacian dynasty for too long. Unless the existence of this sect is completely wiped out from Kyushu, it will be difficult to eliminate the hatred in his heart. I saw Yang Mucheng showing off his power. The alchemy masters were shocked. This moment, even the ancestors of Longdang also joined the ranks of setting fire to the mountain. The lush and green Tiger King Mountain, which resembles the realm of immortals, has become a realm of Shura in an instant. Many sword formations were completely destroyed once exposed.
Damn it!
Luo Jinsong clenched his fists. Of course he knows. That piece of golden flame burst out from the imperial sedan, and the one who took action was the bloodthirsty emperor of the Dacian dynasty.
Free the mountain tiger!
looking at the silent disciples around him. Luo Jinsong clenched his fists and shouted coldly.
What? Are we going to release the mountain tiger now?
Listening to Luo Jinsong's words, the sect leaders present could not help but tremble in their hearts. They wanted to say it was too early, but when they thought of the way Jiang Shuchu was burned to ashes before, they couldn't help but tremble. Kakaka. Suddenly, the sound of chains rattling came, but they saw elephant-like tigers being led by many disciples. These tiger-shaped demon kings are very strange. Their appearance is covered with rock-like skin. If you don't look carefully, they look like they are carved out of stone.
It just so happens that these mountain tigers have been hungry for a whole day without eating. Let's let them go down the mountain to eat their fill today,
Luo Jinsong said with a cruel smile. Clang! The chains were loosened one by one, and in an instant, more than 100 mountain tiger demon kings poured towards the foot of the Tiger King Mountain in an awe-inspiring manner. These mountain tigers are monster beasts from the early stage of nascent soul. They were cubs plundered from the Tiger King Mountain when the Gale Tiger King sect occupied it, and used it to protect the mountain. In order to ensure the ferocity of these mountain tigers, the sect captures live animals to feed these young tigers every day, and even throws some prisoners, and those who disobey the Gale Tiger King sect directly into the tiger cages. These more than 100 mountain tiger demon kings are enough to pierce through the Black Flag Army. Enough to tear the Black Flag Army apart.
It's the mountain tiger demon king. It's these beasts.
Seeing these tiger beasts rushing down from the mountain, the Black Flag Army all became red-eyed. At first, when the Gale Tiger King sect came to attack the Dacian dynasty, he brought more than a dozen of these mountain tigers. I don't know how many of their brothers and sisters they have swallowed. But now they see these human-eating demon kings again. How can they not be angry?
Formation!
Lu Qianfeng shouted loudly. Although the demon king is terrifying, the ancestor of 500 Dragon Hall has already been prepared. Moreover, although these demon kings raised by the sect are obedient, they are weaker than the demon kings in the wild. They do not have much fighting skills, and only know how to rely on instinct to fight.
Boom!
At this moment, the Longtang ancestors all stood up. In an instant, their inner strength exploded, and beams of light of different colors swept into the sky. But they saw everyone's hands circling, and the condensed inner energy surged out quickly, like a large intertwined net heading towards the tiger group. For a time, dozens of mountain tiger demon kings were directly covered under the big net. But more mountain tiger demon kings jumped away quickly at this moment, avoiding the big net while rushing towards the crowd. The targets of the Alki masters were directly on the mountain tigers imprisoned by the big net, while the Longtang ancestors formed a front and suppressed the other group of charging demon kings with their numerical superiority. Certainly, the Gale Tiger King sect released not only these mountain tigers, but also some imprisoned great demons and monster beasts, all of which poured down like a tide at this moment. Of course, any sect that has accumulated savings for thousands of years will have such a background. The monsters that rushed towards them were immediately faced with a rain of arrows from the Black Flag Army. For a while, the offensive of the Gale Tiger King sect was actually contained. Mutter. Unexpected. There was a tremor in the dragon's tail bracelet, and the golden-haired mouse slowly got out of its head.
You woke up so soon?
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. This golden-haired rat has been sleeping for a full month. But the benefits brought by this sleep are also very huge. The golden-haired rat's cultivation has actually reached the level of nascent soul consummation. It seems that in a short time, it will be the first to break through the nascent soul stage and enter the Purple Mansion realm. Yang Mucheng has learned that some monsters sleep for a very long time, ranging from 3 to 5 months to decades at most. The higher the strength, the longer the sleep time.
That's just a shallow sleep.
The golden-haired rat got out of the imperial sedan, looked at the flames of war all over the mountains and plains, and explained,
once a monster falls into a deep sleep, it is at its weakest, and it doesn't even know that someone has killed it. Therefore, many monsters only dare to sleep lightly to prevent danger from approaching. Of course, deep sleep also has benefits. It can absorb the energy in the body more completely, more thoroughly, and more quickly. As for shallow sleep, it just prolongs the process several times. If I am shallow this time, if you fall asleep, don't talk for half a year.
Touching his belly, the golden-haired mouse grinned.
I've been sleeping for a full month, and I'm hungry. These demon kings are just the right appetizers for me.
Just when the golden mouse was about to take action, roar! A roar that shook the forest suddenly came from the top of the mountain. It turned out that the Gale Tiger King sect saw that these mountain tiger demon kings were resisted by the army of the Dacian dynasty. For a moment, they couldn't calm down and released all the mountain tiger demon kings. The shocking roar of the tiger surged through the mountain, causing sand and rocks to fly, and the sound of wind to follow. The ripples visible to the naked eye spread rapidly. Some warriors with lower cultivation levels were shocked by the roaring sound, and their blood surged. Many disciples of the Gale Tiger King sect were frightened when they saw this huge mountain tiger sky demon king for the first time. My legs were shaking, and I couldn't stand still. Then, the mountain tiger sky demon king rushed down. It is at least several times larger than other mountain tigers. Its huge body runs wildly on the ground. Every time it rushes, the entire earth will be shaken by a terrible turmoil. Countless rolling stones slide down the mountain, beating madly on the ground.
I don't believe that this mountain tiger sky demon king can't break through these miscellaneous troops.
Luo Jinsong clenched his fists. This mountain tiger sky demon king is the demon king at the peak of nascent soul, possessing absolute strength and foundation. The Gale Tiger King sect has always wanted to tame this tiger king, but has never been able to succeed. Now, simply release this demon king and let it deal with the army of the Dacian dynasty.
Rely on you.
Yang Muchun looked at the mountain tiger sky demon king rushing down, and patted the golden-haired rat on the head with a smile. Chapter 717, Bloodbath of the Gale Tiger King sect. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful limbs of the mountain tiger sky demon king trampled crazily on the ground. Its sharp claws left deep tiger claw marks on the rugged rocks. Countless gravel shot out in all directions desperately. Go and blast out bright pits on the bare mountain. Wherever this demon king passed, the group of demons that had been rushing downwards immediately scurried away when they felt the terrifying aura.
Mountain Tiger Sky Demon King. The largest demon king that was originally entrenched in Tiger King Mountain. The sect leader actually released it too.
Saw this demon king appear. Countless disciples were stunned.
The sect master is angry. It seems that he doesn't want to leave the slightest chance to the people of the Dacian dynasty.
Look! Just listen to a cry. However, he saw that the mountain tiger sky demon king was like a huge boulder rolling down from the top of the mountain, with a loud momentum, and desperately rushing towards the position of the Imperial Sedan. Countless Black Flag Army, Alchemy Masters, and Dragon Hall members couldn't help but look horrified when they saw this demon king.
Look at the expressions of these people. Ha ha. It's just like having dead parents.
Waves of laughter continued. As if the disciples of the Gale Tiger King sect have already seen the scene of this demon king killing everyone in all directions, and the scene of the Black Flag Army abandoning their helmets and armor and fleeing in embarrassment.
As expected of the Gale Tiger King sect, it is actually able to keep this demon king in captivity in the sect.
On top of the mountain, seeing the mountain tiger demon king running down the mountain, the master of the Xiaoyao Luo Palace looked envious.
Our sect once captured a demon king of this level and wanted to use it as a mountain guardian beast. However, instead of being able to imprison it, it actually ate 2 elders and ran away. A demon king at the peak of nascent soul is enough to destroy an 8th-tier sect. What a pity! The Dacian dynasty has gathered 100,000 soldiers and almost all the elites in the dynasty. But now it is the demon king of Mountain Tiger Sky.
Filled my stomach. It's over.
Luo Jinsong sneered. He planned to attack the Dacian dynasty directly after defeating this army, bloodbath the Imperial City, and completely turn it into a satellite state of the Gale Tiger King sect. Quick! 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 Seeing the Mountain Tiger Sky Demon King charging at him, Lu Qiefeng no longer even bothered to deal with the ordinary mountain tigers. His hands were shaking with fear, and he quickly shouted for protection. Immediately, the Longtang ancestors who were fighting Shan Hu quickly retreated at this moment, and all formed a human wall in front of the Imperial Sedan.
The mantis is blocking the car with his arms, and he doesn't know whether to live or die.
Seeing this scene, Luo Jinsong snorted coldly. Boom! The Mountain Tiger Sky Demon King suddenly stepped on the ground with his limbs and jumped up. In an instant, he crossed the human wall and rushed directly towards the position of the Imperial Sedan. Damn it! Lu Yao's eyes narrowed, and she was about to step forward to intercept him. However, at this time, Yang Muqing's faint voice came from the Imperial Sedan. Back off. The crowd around them was stunned and quickly receded like the tide.
They retreated?
Luo Jinsong raised his eyebrows.
I guess I know I can't resist this Mountain Tiger Sky Demon King.
A sect leader interjected. Roar! The mountain tiger and the demon king's claws were photographed as they rolled down. At this moment, a strong hurricane arose, driving a stormy wind that tore the exquisite and luxurious imperial sedan into pieces in an instant. It was only then that everyone in the Gale Tiger King sect saw Yang Muqing's true face. So young? But he saw a young man with a delicate and handsome face, half leaning on the silk cushion. The hurricane driven by the Tiger King's claws could not even shake him in the slightest. It seemed that this peak-level demon king was like paper in front of him.
Death is imminent. And you are still pretending.
However, the words were not spoken yet. A terrifying aura erupted from Yang Muqing's arms. This huge demonic energy directly tore apart the hurricane brought up by the Tiger King's claws.
What?
Everyone looked intently. However, he saw that this huge aura actually erupted from a golden-haired rat the size of a palm. And this breath has reached the perfect existence of nascent soul. Just when everyone was shocked at why this little thing had a terrifying aura that was completely inconsistent with its size, the golden-haired rat slowly jumped out of Yang Muqing's arms, as if he hadn't woken up yet. The next moment, the golden-haired rat opened its mouth wide, like a gluttonous dragon that could swallow up the sky and the earth. The big mouth was more like a huge bag that directly wrapped the mountain tiger demon king in it. Then when the big mouth closed, there was only a frightening sound of bones being crushed. The mountain tiger demon king was actually this golden-haired rat was swallowed alive. There was dead silence. The disciples of the Gale Tiger King sect were all shocked and at a loss. Luo Jinsong almost stared out of his eyes, unable to believe all this. When the Tiger King was conquered, the Gale Tiger King sect lost an unknown number of people, including several elders. Unexpectedly, he was actually swallowed by this seemingly harmless little mouse. Under everyone's disbelieving gazes, Yang Muqing grinned, patted the golden-haired rat, and sneered.
Don't think that only you have the Demon King.
I saw. The golden-haired rat completely swallowed the mountain tiger sky demon king into its belly, and its little belly swelled, raising its two furry little paws.
The golden-haired rat also imitated Yang Muqing's posture and grinned at the mini mountain tigers. Ouch. The next moment, the still ferocious mountain tiger demon king, like a frightened wild dog, immediately ran away in all directions with its tail between its legs. No matter how commanded by the controlling disciple, it refused to stay for another second.
Let's go!
Until then, Yang Muqing then spoke calmly. Even the mountain tiger demon king has been released, and the Gale Tiger King sect has no other means. As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Flag army spread out and surrounded the entire Tiger King mountain, not prepared to let anyone from the Gale Tiger King sect escape. Lu Qianfeng and others shouted loudly, lifted up the royal sedan, and headed towards the Gale Tiger King sect. Boom! The imperial sedan that was leading the way was already carried on the shoulders of 360 Longtang ancestors. Countless profound masters and golden elixir masters gathered around the young man in the royal sedan, despite the countless attacks that surged out from the Gale Tiger King sect. Before they could reach the imperial sedan, they had already hit an invisible wall and turned into nothingness on the spot. Under a pair of shocked eyes, the royal sedan had already passed through the stone path that was easy to defend but difficult to attack, and landed steadily on the mountain gate of the Gale Tiger King sect. Until then, Yang Muqing, who had always half closed his eyes as if he was asleep, slowly raised his eyelids, looked at the people of the Gale Tiger King sect, and grinned. Luo Jinsong, you didn't expect it. I will come to bloodbath your Gale Tiger King sect. Chapter 718, in the name of Great Uncle. Bloodbath your Gale Tiger King sect. This faint sentence was full of murderous intent. When it fell in everyone's ears, it sounded like thunder. Be bold. Arrogant. Simply arrogant. Looking at Yang Muqing and the army that surrounded the entire Tiger King mountain, everyone in the Gale Tiger King sect opened their mouths wide, and then quickly came to their senses, and furiously rebuked Yang Muqing. Old demon Yang, do you think you can annihilate the Gale Wind Tiger King sect just by yourself? An old man with a haggard face and a body like drywood sneered. In your dragon hall, there is only one nascent soul strongman, Lu Yaoer. Counting the demon king in your arms and you, there are only 3 nascent souls at most. There are more than 40 in the Gale Tiger King sect. Nascent soul experts, let alone people like us. Who are you? Yang Muqing asked lightly. The next one is the sect master of Shaoao Luowang Palace. The old man raised his hands and said proudly. Yang Muqing looked at Wang Renjie in confusion. The latter shook his head and said, It's just the 7th Lion sect. Just a 7th Lion sect? These words immediately made the skinny old man furious. His turbid eyes suddenly became brighter. He stared at Yang Muchung and said in a cold voice,
"So what about the Seventh Lion sect? I can destroy your Dacian dynasty with just a few clicks." Quack!
Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows. The next moment, the golden-haired rat had already swallowed it in one gulp and headed directly towards the skinny old man. Previously, the golden-haired rat devoured the mountain tiger, and the sky demon king was still at the foot of the mountain. And everyone was dozens of miles apart. Although they could see it clearly, they did not experience it personally. Some people thought that the golden-haired rat was nothing more than that. But now that he had swallowed it, everyone was shocked to realize how terrifying this rat was.
Not good!
The skinny old man is worthy of being the leader of the Seventh Lion sect. He is decisive and straightforward. Seeing that the golden-haired rat was swallowing it, and at this moment, it didn't even want the physical body anymore. The nascent soul flew directly out of the dantian and exploded towards the back. By the time he came to his senses, his body had been chewed up by the golden-haired rat and swallowed into his stomach. At this moment, everyone felt their scalps numb and their spines chilly.
It's not delicious. This old thing's energy and blood have been almost consumed. His skin is rough and his flesh is old.
And his teeth are stuck.
The golden-haired rat seemed dissatisfied.
I'll let you eat enough later.
Yang Muchung smiled faintly, then slowly stood up and walked down from the imperial sedan.
Anyone who is irrelevant should stay away. Today I will only attack the Gale Tiger King sect. Otherwise, you will all die here later. Presumptuous.
At this time, another voice came, and the speaker was a middle-aged man with a hooked nose and triangular eyes. His whole person looked extremely gloomy. He stared at Yang Muchung and sneered coldly.
Let us go away. Do you have this ability? Who are you?
Yang Muchung asked. The middle-aged man shouted,
I am the master of Gufeng Lianlian Pavilion. Zhao Hanqiu. What? Do you want your demon king to swallow us too? I have been prepared this time. Don't think you still want to, you can do it.
Yang Muchung didn't speak. He looked around and found that there were actually many people from outside the Gale Tiger King sect. At this time, Luo Jinsong stepped forward and looked at Yang Muchung with a sinister smile on his face.
Old Mo Yang. To be honest, you have the courage to kill the Gale Tiger King sect, which is indeed beyond my expectation. But this Tiger King Mountain is the Longtan Tiger's Denver. You entered here thinking that you could still leave alive. Is it possible? Do you think you can really wipe out our Gale Tiger King sect?
Luo Jinsong said, waving his big hand to show Yang Muchung the people behind him.
This is the master of Jiangzhou Taiping sect, with Pikuaning cultivation. This is the leader of Thunder Fire Blood Mist sect, with Pikuaning cultivation. This is the master of Gufeng Lianlian Pavilion, with Pikuaning cultivation.
After introducing them one by one, Luo Jinsong looked at Yang Muchung proudly and said with a disdainful smile,
including my Gale Tiger King sect, there are a total of 79 Seventh Lion sections. If any one sect is singled out, it will be enough to defeat them. How many lives do you have to kill so many of us?
Everyone present looked at Yang Muchung with mocking eyes. The disciples of the Gale Tiger King sect seemed to be sitting firmly on the Diaoyu Islands, waiting to see the joke. It seemed that immediately Yang Mu was so frightened that he bowed his head and begged for mercy. But Yang Muchung stood there quietly, neither sad nor happy, but there was an unconcealable contempt and disdain hidden deep in his eyes. Luo Jinsong snorted coldly and continued.
Perhaps you still don't know how terrifying the Seven Lion sect is. There are a total of 3,000 formal inner sect disciples in our sect. Those who can reach the level of inner sect disciples have already reached the level of Shanghai Grandmaster. The Golden Elixir cultivation base, there are more than 1,000 warriors. And there are more than 100 people who have reached the nascent soul stage. 49 sects. The total number of nascent soul experts is nearly 5,000.
However, after Luo Jinsong finished speaking, he looked towards Yang Muchung. Unexpectedly, not only the disdain and contempt on Yang Muchung's face became more and more intense. Even the ancestors of Longtang around him, including the masters inside, looked at Luo Jinsong with idiotic eyes. Who doesn't know that Yang Muchung is the great-uncle of Wandao Sword Sect? Is he the great-uncle of the 36 sects? Indeed, perhaps there are not as many nascent soul-level warriors in the 10,000 Dao Sword Sect as there are in these 7 Lion sects. But there are more masters from Zifu, Shunyan, Shinto, and even the Divine Sea Realm. Any elder's action is enough to destroy these sects.
It seems that you sects want to be buried with the Gale Tiger King sect today.
Yang Muchung slowly raised his head. The murderous intention suppressed in his heart finally burst out.
Well, just one Gale Tiger King sect can't calm the anger in my heart. It's up to you, the 49 sects, to announce my return.
What? Yang Muqing's words not only shocked Luo Ji's song, but also shocked the sect leaders, great elders, and others of the other sects present. They looked at Yang Muqing with eyes that looked like an idiot.
Is this kid crazy? Does a small Dacian dynasty still want to fight against so many of our sects?
What are you talking about with him? First kill this kid, and then destroy his Dacian dynasty.
Everyone shouted angrily. Yang Muqing remained silent and slowly took out a token from his arms. This token represents his identity as the great uncle of Wandao Sword Master.
Disciples of Wandao Sword Sect, listen to your orders. In the name of my uncle, I declare the Jiangzhou Tapingmen, Lei Wishuawu Sect, Gufeng Lianlian Pavilion, Shanjian Xuanzong, Xiaoao Luoang Palace are listed as targets for execution. Disciples and elders of Wandao Sword Sect, obey the order. Within 3 days, I will destroy all these sects.
Chapter 719, Massacre. Yang Muqing reported 48 sects in a row. Only, he didn't say anything about the Gale Tiger King sect. It was not because he had forgotten, but precisely because he remembered the murderous crimes committed by the Gale Tiger King sect in the Dacian dynasty. This kind of murder can only be paid off by him himself.
Senior is angry.
Wang Renjie shook his head slowly. When he was in Sunset City, Yang Muqing didn't take out the token, and he didn't want to use the name of master and uncle to bully the big ones. But now, he actually wants to destroy 49 sects at once. You have angered the emperor, and only blood can wash away your anger.
Pretend to be a ghost.
At this time, Zhao Hanqiu, the master of Gufeng Lianlian Pavilion, even shouted angrily. He was actually frightened by what Yang Muqing said in the name of his master's uncle. Not only him, but everyone present was shocked. After coming back to his senses, he felt ashamed and shocked at the same time. He was actually frightened by such a young boy.
If you were the great uncle of Wandao Sword Sect, I would be the most powerful person in the Immortal Sect.
Let out a roar. Zhao Hanqiu had already stepped forward, heading towards Yang Muqing to plunder and kill him. However, before he could finish his angry words, he was greeted by a huge fist. This punch was put under Yang Muqing's ribs, and when his internal energy and blood circulated, it was blasted out like a cannonball. Before Zhao Hanqiu could recover, the punch had already hit him in the face.
Boom!
Suddenly, the noisy Gufeng Lian Pavilion's master had his head blown off by Yang Muqing's punch.
Everyone, stand down. Today I will go on a killing spree.
After Yang Muqing killed Zhao Hanqiu with one punch, he felt that the murderous intention in his heart, instead of slowing down at all, started churning like a fire.
Boy, you are so brave. You alone are capable of killing people?
Boom! Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the sound of heavy footsteps, and each step seemed to cause a small earthquake. It was even more terrifying than the previous Mountain Tiger and Sky Demon King. Everyone was startled when they heard this voice, not knowing what kind of existence it was, but looking towards the source of the sound. I found that the person who came was actually just a thin old man about 1.4 meters tall.
This chi and blood is strong.
When the golden-haired mouse saw the little old man, his little eyes suddenly flashed with golden light, as if he wanted to swallow him in one bite and taste him. But seeing Yang Muqing's cold gaze, it still shrank its head and did not dare to intervene. At this moment, the ancestors of Longtang and the masters all retreated, leaving a large enough area for Yang Muqing. He said that he would kill the Gale Tiger King sect with his own hands, so no one would dare to interfere.
I am the Dragon Elephant Protector of the Jin Gang Temple in Taishan. Let me teach you the strength of the Master Uncle of Wandao Sword Sect.
As the little old man spoke, he stamped his feet and rushed towards Yang Muqing. Every move he made was like a ferocious beast from the wild. Although he is thin, the muscles all over his body are one by one, as if they were made of steel. Under the surge of chi and blood, his whole body turned golden, like a bronze man.
Hee hee. Let me also test the strength of this Master Uncle.
As soon as the little old man finished speaking, there was another burst of shouting. Contrary to the situation of the little old man before, this time it was a tall and thin young man who looked like a bamboo pole. The face was as gloomy as a snake, and at the same time it appeared. It moved towards Yang Muqing like a dragon and a snake. Silently, these people simply do not believe that Yang Muqing is the great uncle of Wandao Sword Sect. For these sects, they are like ordinary people in the mortal world, And Wandao Sword Sect is like the fairy palace in Jiutian. Yang Mucheng said that he was the great uncle of Wandao Sword Sect. It was as ridiculous as if someone suddenly appeared in front of you and said that he was a god in the sky. However, even if they no longer believe it, Yang Mucheng's identity is an unchangeable fact. Above the 9 heavens, among the 36 domains, the disciples who were cultivating and those who were traveling outside were suddenly stunned.
Uncle Master has given the order. I have never heard of what kind of sect this Gufeng Lian Pavilion is. Yes. What kind of sect is this Shanjian Xuanzong? Never mind him. Since my uncle has given the order, he can't be left alone.
Boom, boom, boom. For a while, countless disciples burst out from the 10,000 Dao Sword Sect crazily. Directly below the Wandao Sword Sect, it was a second-tier sect. Although it seems very powerful, it is far from the Wandao Sword Sect. On this day, the disciples were practicing. Suddenly someone sensed something and looked towards the sky. This was an incredible sight. Just to see thousands of lights and shadows flying down from the 9 heavens at a horrifying speed, rushing towards Hao Tianzhou's location.
Meteor? Such a large meteor group is really spectacular. Idiot! That's not a meteor. It was a strong man from Wandao Sword Sect at that time. It's rare to see so many strong men. Yes. The only time was the day when the 10,000 Dao Sword Sect destroyed the Blood Knight Sect hundreds of years ago. The sect leader Jin Liang personally led the team. And even the elders who were practicing outside the realm of gods came back. I don't know who is not smart enough to bully the Wandao Sword Sect. This time, they really suffered.
Within the Gale Tiger King sect, the little old man was like a violent ancient Tyrannosaurus carrying a gust of wind. And he rushed in front of Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng immediately punched him. And with a loud bang, the little old man flew backwards, hitting several ancient trees that were nearly 1,000 years old in the mountain gate, and several sect disciples who had no time to escape. He was hit on the spot and vomited blood and flew backwards. The little old man was directly embedded in a wall that was 100 meters high. But nothing happened.
What a pleasure! I didn't expect that you, the little emperor, would be so physically strong. But you would be a rare opponent. If you practice for another 30 to 50 years, you will definitely be able to compete with me. However, you don't have that chance.
Taishan Jingang Temple is a rare body-refining sect. In the temple, every monk is as strong as an ox. And his dragon elephant protector is even more terrifying, having almost cultivated his physical body to the extreme. His physical strength alone is enough to rival those at the peak of nascent soul.
The so-called dragon elephant protector possesses the power of the dragon elephant. Every punch and kick has the power of the dragon elephant.
Luo Jisong said slowly.
Fighting him is the most difficult thing. He is like a copper scale. If you hit him, he'll be fine. If he hits you, you might lose an arm or a leg.
Apparently, Luo Jisong also has a good understanding of the body-refining method of Jingang Temple in Taishan. Even those of them who are at the peak of nascent soul will find it very difficult to face the dragon elephant protector of Taishan Jingang Temple. However, at this time, a scene that no one expected happened. Yang Mucheng took the initiative to rush towards the dragon elephant protector. At this moment, Luo Jisong and others closed their eyes and shouted,
"How dare he!"
Chapter 720 crushed them all. The dragon elephant protector of the Jingang Temple in Taishan is like a demon king in human form. He rushed forward violently, and anything in front of him was smashed into pieces. He rushed out from the bluestone cliff and came to Yang Mucheng, leaving a long series of footprints behind him. If you encounter such a being at the peak of nascent soul, you will have to give in 3 points. And this time, the tall and thin young man swam in front of Yang Mucheng like a snake. At this moment, Yang Mucheng fell into the siege of 2 peak nascent soul experts.
This kid is dead.
Luo Jisong relaxed his assertion.
Not to mention the dragon elephant Dharma protector. Even the venerable ghost snake is not something he can deal with.
That tall and thin young man was the Lord Ghost Snake mentioned by Luo Jisong. Contrary to the extremely strong and extremely young exercises practiced by the dragon elephant protector, the exercises of this venerable ghost snake are extremely mean and extremely evil. His whole body is soft and boneless, which is exactly a kind of body training method. The whole person attacked like a wild python that chooses people to eat. Lu Yao's little hands were clenched and turned white, and her nails dug into her palms without even realizing it. She looked at the other people in Longtang and saw that it was not the case. Lu Qianfeng even bit his lip and looked forward without blinking. Only the golden-haired rat was heartless, touching its swollen belly as if it was digesting. Although, they had confidence in Yang Muchung. But faced with such a terrifying attack from two sides, they still couldn't help but worry about Yang Muchung.
Really?
Just when everyone was worried and Luo Ji-san was speaking, Yang Muchung grinned.
You are so confident that you will be able to defeat me? Ha ha. I will convince you.
Venerable Ghost Snake laughed, and his soft body actually circled along Yang Muchung's feet like a snake. He stretched out his palms, and the sharp 5 fingers were coated with elixir like a woman's. But only those who are familiar with Venerable Ghost Snake know that it is because the blood stained by years of killing cannot fade. The 5 fingers that were attacking suddenly retracted, like the fangs of a poisonous snake.
Then I will capture you.
Call. A cold light suddenly appeared in Yang Muchung's eyes. At this moment, he quickly grabbed forward with his right hand. At this moment, Venerable Ghost Snake was shocked. The right hand that was grabbing at Yang Muchung's heart turned violently, like a poisonous snake licking its lips, and turned to bite Yang Muchung's right hand, trying to force him to stop. In fact, Venerable Ghost Snake's choice was not a big mistake, but on the contrary, it was extremely correct. Because, as long as he could block Yang Muchung's attack, even if he just slowed down his offensive, he would force Yang Muchung to stop. Then the Dragon Elephant Protector, who arrives later, will give this kid a fatal blow. It's not just him. All the sect leaders and elders present would make such a choice. If it were any other person in this fatal situation, I'm afraid he would have to drink in anger on the spot. But unfortunately, they met Yang Muchung, who would rather die than retreat. Snort! Sensing Venerable Ghost Snake's thoughts, Yang Muchung snorted coldly. At this moment, his probing right hand suddenly accelerated, passing through Venerable Ghost Snake's claws, and grabbed it with a terrifying gesture on the throat of Venerable Ghost Snake.
Let go of Venerable Ghost Snake.
At this time, the roar of the Dragon Elephant Protector suddenly came from behind. At this moment, he punched. The momentum of this punch was 3 points more violent than before, and the sound and power of the bombardment were even more shocking.
Boom!
There was a loud sound like rolling thunder passing through the mountain gate, and only a terrifying energy was seen in the void, rushing through like a violent storm. The stone slab under Yang Muchung's feet was directly crushed into powder at this moment, and even the trees, cables, and rocks 100 steps behind him were all shattered, leaving a deep and terrifying fist mark.
Let go! Is it possible?
Yang Muchung stayed still and slowly turned his head to look at the rushing Dragon Elephant Protector. He grinned and suddenly retracted the right hand that grabbed the Lord Ghost Snake. The terrifying 5 fingers burst out with a terrifying force. In an instant, the struggling Ghost Snake Master trembled violently, and his throat was grabbed by Yang Muchung on the spot.
Court death!
Yang Muchung's behavior was tantamount to provocation. Venerable Long Xiang let out a loud roar, and the force of his right fist became even more fierce. However, Yang Muchung just smiled faintly, stretched out his left hand, and lightly blocked his blow.
What?
Dragon Elephant Protector narrowed his eyes.
Are you the reincarnation of Majra and Wei Tuo? Even if King Kong reincarnates or Skunda reincarnates, they can't defeat me.
Yang Muchung sneered disdainfully. He watched the corpse of the ghost snake Venerable tremble, and the nascent soul escape from the body. He immediately slapped it down and shook it into the void.
How brave!
Hearing what Yang Muchung said, the Dragon Elephant Protector was furious. He shouted loudly. He raised his fists and rushed towards Yang Muchung again. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, it would be unbelievable that this little old man could unleash such a ferocious and violent attack. Every punch and every kick was like a bombardment, and the loud noise was deafening. However, Yang Muchung stood there with one hand behind his back and using only his left hand. He completely blocked the Dragon Elephant Protector's attack.
Too bad. If you had come 3 months earlier, maybe I wouldn't be able to do anything to you.
Yang Muchung shook his head disdainfully. This moment, no matter how stupid a person is, they can't help but feel frightened when they see the scene. The Dragon Elephant Protector's mercury-like attack was enough to shatter the physical body of any peak nascent soul. But Yang Muchung only used one palm to stop him. The people present had extremely vicious eyes, and they couldn't see how terrifying Yang Muchung was. Gradually, the sarcasm around him has subsided, and no one thinks that the Dragon Elephant Protector can still take down Yang Muchung. The more the Dragon Elephant Protector hit me, the more frightened I became. None of his attacks on Yang Muchung were effective. Instead, the terrifying countershock force caused his internal organs to shift. No matter how hard you try, you can't hurt the other person. Instead, you can shatter your own hand bones. The gap is so huge Do we need to say it again?
Sect Master Luo. Today is a matter between your Gale Tiger King sect and the Dakian dynasty. It is not convenient for me, Taishan Jingang Temple, to interfere.
The Dragon Elephant Dharma Protector knows he is defeated. Suddenly, he shouted loudly at Luo Jisong, and withdrew the attacks that were pouring down. He no longer wanted to fight, and he quickly flew backwards. While he quickly retreated, he stared at Yang Mucheng and said,
Old Demon Yang, my skills are not as good as others in today's battle. But I, Taishan Jingang Temple, have people who can deal with you. I will come back for advice someday.
Finished, Luo Jisong was already like an arrow leaving the string, and fled towards the Gale Tiger King sect crazily.
Want to escape? Is it too late?
Yang Mucheng looked at Luo Jisong and smiled coldly. Even though he had escaped 100 feet away at this moment, he had no intention of chasing him. Instead, he stood there, suddenly clenched his right fist, and struck into the void.